This young man, while being a hero, unfortunately had one eye punched out by an opponent, and from then on, Lu De was utterly fed up with life. One time, when he went to see a fortune teller, the fortune teller said that good fortune was radiating from his right eye, and in about 3 days, he would encounter a good thing that would change his fate, but Lu De considered it a scam. Because the doctor had said his left eye was basically incurable, and what's more, it was about to spread and destroy his right eye as well. However, he didn't expect that the fortune teller's words would come true not long after. Because right on his way back, Lu De suddenly felt an intense pain in his eye. But right after that, a system window appeared in front of Lu De, on which it was written, "Self-evolution process complete and the fusion of cranial nerves will commence." All objects and phenomena in front of Lu De at that moment began to be encoded. He was extremely surprised, not understanding what was happening. While Lu De was still wide-eyed, observing this bewildering process, a kid suddenly appeared in front of him. "Yo, hello Lu," the kid said. Lu De jumped in surprise and stammered, "What the heck is this?" The other party introduced itself as Moton, the system in his right eye. It also said that with the help of the system, Lu De would become a completely different person from now. Knowing it couldn't explain everything to Lu De in just a few words, Moton grabbed his hair and pointed towards a girl nearby. Lu De could see an arrow pointing directly at the girl's head, just like an in-game instruction. Moton said she was about to be in danger, then showed him a preview of what could happen. A fountain pen fell from nowhere, causing the girl to trip and fall headfirst into the billboard in front of her. After seeing this vision, Lu De, with his noble heart, quickly rushed out to catch the pen, and the girl remained unharmed. Moton smiled contentedly. Apparently Lu De had a rough understanding after this simple example. The fortune teller's words had come true. In his misfortune, he found a blessing, accidentally gaining a system like the protagonists in fantasy novels. "Wait, Lu." Moton suddenly changed its expression. "There are a few cars carrying some very strong people approaching you." As soon as it finished speaking, the car stopped. Several men in black suits got out of the car aggressively. They all looked very scary. They were heading straight for Lu De. According to Moton's calculations, these people's physical condition was significantly higher than average, and based on the information it retrieved, they might be military personnel. Then, Moton checked the opponent's license plate again. It's a silver Rolls-Royce with license plate A55555 belonging to Hai Long Company. And Hai Long is one of the best medical companies in the world. According to Moton, no danger has been detected from them yet, but Lu De still needed to be cautious. Just then, his right eye had another problem. Another simulated window appeared, stating that body optimization was starting, muscle enhancement was starting. Because this happened smoothly, Lu De seemed to feel no change at all. The Hai Long Company group arrived in front of him. After confirming that the other party was indeed Lu De, they invited him to come with them. Although he didn't know their purpose, Moton confirmed that it wasn't a threat, so Lu De got in the car. As soon as he opened the car door, the system announced there was a beautiful woman inside. It's just that her expression was a little upset. Moton quickly adjusted the contours of his face according to the golden ratio. Lu De didn't understand what it was trying to do, just sat down nervously, facing the beautiful woman. Very quickly, the other party spoke first, the first question being if he remembered where he was exactly 3 years ago on this day. Lu De nodded, saying that 3 years ago he had saved a girl and as a result, he was beaten to a pulp. While the two were talking, the system was still working on enhancing his muscles and refining his facial features. Across from him, the other party nodded for a while, then reached out her hand. "Yes, I am the girl you saved 3 years ago." "Hello, I'm Nak Lin, and looking closely, I just realized, you actually look very handsome." Lu De was surprised. This was the first time anyone had praised his good looks with such unhidden excitement. It turns out Moton's face refinement had such great significance. This system is truly useful. Returning to Nak Lin, after announcing that she was the girl from 3 years ago, she quickly apologized to her benefactor. For the past 3 years, Nak Lin had always been searching for Lu De, but to avoid the media's attention, she was only able to meet him now. She also promised to properly repay him. Recalling the media's attention, Lu De guessed that this girl's identity was far from ordinary. Motan grasped this and quickly began searching for information on the other party. Nak Lin, female, 25 years old, height 170 centimeters, waist 59, hips 95, an excellent figure. Furthermore, she is a Western medicine doctor who graduated from Penafano University, the third daughter of Nak Long, chairman of Hai Long Medical Group. Lu De was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that 3 years ago, when he casually saved someone, he'd saved the princess of a major conglomerate. She said she'd repay me, so how do you plan to repay me? He was a bit excited, so he asked. Although you saved me, don't ask for too much. I will repay you in many ways, for example, with money. Nak Lin calmly replied. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was Nak Long calling. Her father also knew about his daughter going to find her benefactor. Therefore, after confirming she had found Lu De, he urged her to bring him back to meet him. Nak Lin nodded, then hung up the phone. Could you come with me to meet someone? She asked. Meet who? Lu De scratched his head. My father. Lu De gasped inwardly. He never thought he'd one day meet Nak Long, the richest man in Shanghai. It seems this invitation he couldn't refuse. The car started moving smoothly on the road. Nak Lin didn't say another word, and Lu De was very curious. He was clearly Nak Lin's benefactor, yet her attitude was so indifferent. Because since I was young, most people have approached me with impure motives. Nak Lin explained. Lu De just said oh and said nothing more. Basically, what she said made a lot of sense. Since the other person wasn't talking, he also had time to think about what had just happened. Motan's appearance, upon reflection, was still very confusing. He didn't know exactly what it was or where it came from. Motan read these thoughts from its master and quickly sent a reply. It said that it was a third-class supercomputer with weak artificial intelligence. Its current body was equivalent to an 8-year-old child. Motan can harness the power of the entire internet, with precise calculations and the ability to provide the best advice. Regarding the second question, Motan also didn't know where it came from, only that its program had a code called 9 Emperors First. Lu De finished reading and temporarily ignored this matter, switching to another question. Never mind, but earlier I saw the notification board say my muscles had increased by 268%. Is that true? Motan affirmed it, and even said that Lu De's ordinary punch now reached 100 kilograms, though it was a pity it wasn't convenient to test it now. After sitting for a while, he felt a bit bored, so Lu De stretched. He reached for a book nearby, which startled Nak Lin across from him. Hey, what are you trying to do? She subconsciously put both hands in front of her chest. I'm just taking a book, don't be so defensive, or no one will dare to be with you. Lu De chuckled, making Nak Lin a little embarrassed. Though she really didn't want to admit it, she felt that when the other person smiled, they looked truly charming. As for Lu De, he was unaware of these thoughts of the other person, so he focused on flipping open the book to read. But as soon as he opened the first page, the system automatically activated its data eye, turning on the mode to scan the entire book. At first, Lu De didn't understand what Motan was trying to do again. But immediately after, the system scanned the entire content of this book and sent it to his brain, helping Lu De to remember 10 lines just by glancing at them. This was truly astonishing. Lu De flipped through the book rapidly, and in just a moment, he had grasped the entire content of the book. The rustling sound of him flipping pages gave Nak Lin a slight headache. Hey, Mr. Lu. Are you really reading that book? If you're not reading, then don't put on a show. It's truly a waste if the other party is set up to this extent but doesn't score. But Lu De was a modest person, so he only joked that it was too hot in the car, and he was using the book as a fan. The car drove further and further, then stopped in front of a grand, spacious mansion. At this moment, in the courtyard, the servants of the Nak family along with Nak Lin's siblings were already lined up. It was said that Nak Long himself had asked them to properly welcome their benefactor. Nak Long's fourth and fifth daughters seemed quite annoyed. Because they thought Lu De was just a fresh graduate, he didn't even have a job, and even if he was the benefactor who saved Nak Lin, it wasn't worth them coming out to greet him like this. Sisters, father surely has his reasons for doing this. That young man will be here soon, let's wait patiently. That's right, try to be a bit polite, otherwise, father won't let us off easy. Hearing their elder brother and sister remind them, the two temperamental girls finally quieted down. The silver Rolls-Royce rumbled to a stop at the entrance. Nak Lin stepped out, followed by Lu De. The moment he appeared, Nak Long's two daughters, who had just been sulking, immediately changed their attitude. He's so handsome, they exclaimed in unison. Thanks to the system, Lu De already knew the names of these two with a quick glance. They were Nak Ti, the fourth daughter, and Nak Hai, the fifth daughter of Nak Long, both 23 years old, a pair of twins. Nak Hai graduated from King Chao Police and Criminal Academy, while Nak Ti graduated from High Sea Academy and is currently a popular streamer known as Baby Duck. Wow, there are two such beautiful girls here. Am I seeing things? Lu De stepped forward to greet them. Seeing him handsome and smooth-tongued, Nak Ti and Nak Hai were already completely smitten. Nak Lin then quickly introduced her siblings to Lu De. The girl who looked the gentlest was Nak Fuang, Nak Lin's elder sister, and the man standing next to her was Oduong Fong Lu, her brother-in-law. Oduong Fong Lu politely extended his hand. Lu De also shook his hand courteously. But Motan warned that the elder sister's heart rate had skyrocketed upon seeing Lu De, likely because she was interested in him. Meanwhile, the man who appeared friendly in front of him was actually full of dislike for Lu De. Oduong Fong Lu, according to Motan, was a retired archer, 38 years old. It just couldn't explain exactly why the two sides, meeting for the first time, were filled with hostility towards Lu De, only guessing that the reason was he saw him as someone coming to contend for shares in the Nak family. Mr. Lu, father has said that from now on, you will be like family to us. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, and I will do my best to help you. Oduong Fong Lu said enthusiastically. Haha, Lu De gave a dry laugh, because he knew the other person was lying. You're exaggerating, how could I be worthy of being family with someone as noble as you? The Nak family has 5 daughters. According to Nak Lin, her second elder sister is currently abroad, named Nak Deep. Lu De knew this person, because she is a famous star. The family introduction was over, so Nak Fuang invited him inside. Now they just needed to wait for Nak Long to arrive, and then they could eat. Lu De had originally intended to follow obediently, but at this moment, Oduong Fong Lu, for reasons unknown, insisted on dragging him to go archery. Lu De, considering it more respectful to comply than to refuse, agreed to follow him to the backyard. This person claimed not to like boasting, but he always inadvertently or intentionally mentioned that he had won 6 championships and 4 runner-up titles in international archery competitions. Hey, Lu De, do you know how to shoot a bow? If not, I can teach you. When saying these words, Oduong Fong Lu looked very dangerous. Lu De had never encountered archery before. But now, anything difficult was Motan's concern. Archery skills were rapidly uploaded into his brain. From then on, Lu De, who had never shot a bow before, easily mastered God-tier archery skills, allowing him to defeat Oduong Fong Lu as easily as pie. I know a little. How about you and I have a match to see who's better? Lu De replied calmly. At this moment, before Oduong Fong Lu could even reply, Nak Ti and Nak Hai, who were nearby, couldn't help but speak up to warn him. Mr. Lu, our brother-in-law is very good at archery. You might be humiliating yourself. Oduong Fong Lu looked as if he had just heard a joke. This was a good opportunity to make Lu De lose face. How could he pass it up? So, he immediately agreed. To add a bit more excitement to the competition, Nak T suggested adding a penalty for the loser, such as eating something while doing a handstand. Oduong Fong Lu didn't think he would lose, so he agreed very decisively. As for Lu De, he remained calm and didn't object to this penalty either. The competition quickly began, with Oduong Fong Lu being the first to draw the bow. His movements were very decisive. The first arrow hit the bullseye. Nak Hai, who was nearby, couldn't help but clap loudly in praise. As expected of our brother-in-law, his archery skills are still amazing. Oduong Fong Lu was so pleased by the praise that his nose puffed up. At this moment, Lu De had also taken his position. Seeing that his opponent had hit the bullseye, he asked, "Now, if I want to win, I just need to hit a target farther away, right?" Lu De's two words "just need" sounded as light as a feather, making Nak Hai and Nak T giggle. They said that the bow in his hand was indeed very heavy. Even a professional athlete like Oduong Fong Lu found it hard to draw, let alone a novice. "Mr. Lu, I'm not looking down on you, but with this bow, you probably can't shoot more than 5 meters. Seeing Oduong Fong Lu look down on him like that, Lu De straightforwardly suggested he bet something bigger, specifically that Oduong Fong Lu himself stand in front of the bullseye. Oduong Fong Lu actually agreed. After that, Lu De took an arrow, placed it on the bowstring, and aimed precisely. "Let me show you how formidable my archery skills are." Lu De decisively released his hand. The arrow flew coldly, hitting the bullseye and pulling out a lock of Oduong Fong Lu's hair as he stood nearby. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud. If it had been off by just a bit, that arrow might have pierced straight into his face. Seeing this scene, Nak T rushed over. Meanwhile, Nak Hai angrily criticized Lu De for going too far, and even said she would tell Nak Lin to make her kick him out. "It's just a competition." Lu De shrugged. Nak T had now helped Oduong Fong Lu up. As expected of the eldest son-in-law of Shanghai's richest family, this person had just turned pale with fear, but now he quickly regained his composure. "It's fine, Mr. Lu and I are just learning from each other, don't be so tense." Oduong Fong Lu reassured his two sisters-in-law, then walked over to pat Lu De's shoulder, praising his excellent archery skills. Although he showed no outward expression, Motan warned him that the opponent's hostility had likely reached an irreconcilable level. After that, Oduong Fong Lu turned away, telling them to quickly go prepare for dinner, and that archery for today was over. "Master, I just saw him bend a steel arrow with his bare hands. That's not normal human strength." Motan reminded him again that Lu De should be careful with this man regardless. A lavish dining table had been set. The 5 children of the Nak family and Lu De were seated, just waiting for the family patriarch to arrive to start the feast. Oduong Fong Lu calmly sipped his tea, without any unusual expression on his face. Lu De secretly glanced at him several times. He truly didn't understand where this person's extraordinary strength came from. Could it be that he practices dark magic? Anyway, for Lu De, after he got the system, someone practicing dark magic in modern times wasn't impossible. While he was still lost in thought, a sudden cough rang out. The family patriarch, Nak Long, had arrived. He was already 75 years old this year and had many minor ailments, but his position in Shanghai remained unshakable. Motan said that Lu De didn't need to be wary of this person, because he was kind-hearted and very fond of charity work. After greeting Lu De and sitting down at the banquet table, Nak Long quickly got to the main topic. First, he apologized to Lu De for taking a full 3 years to find him. Then came the most shocking proposal. Nak Long expressed his desire for him to become his adopted son. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. Oduong Fong Lu was the strongest to react. He jumped to his feet. "Father, this is an important matter. You should think carefully." Lu De secretly smiled. It turned out that what Motan said wasn't wrong at all. This person had harbored hostility towards him from the start, truly fearing that he would seize the Nak family's shares. However, old Master Nak's attitude was extremely resolute. He emphasized once again that he wanted to adopt Lu De as his son. At this moment, the whole room was tense, and even Nak Lin had to speak up. "Father, he did save me, but you don't need to repay him to that extent." Nak Long shook his head, saying, "What do you children understand? Lu De had to lose his right eye to save Nak Lin that year. You children have no idea how he lived for the past 3 years. He felt that the Nak family owed Lu De too much, which was why he wanted to compensate him with everything." At this, even Nak Lin was stunned. She had never heard that Lu De had lost sight in his right eye to save her. Lu De seemed embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain to these people that his right eye had not only been healed but also gained incredible power. But at this exact moment, the system reminded him of something else. Earlier, Moton had helped him reconnect his muscle fibers, enhancing his muscle strength, which depleted his body's stored protein and glycogen. At this point, Lu De was experiencing hypoglycemia and low blood lipids, and needed to eat immediately. So, ignoring the Nak family arguing about adopting a son, Lu De began tearing into the chicken and devouring it. Seeing him look like someone who hadn't eaten in days, Nak Ti and Nak Hai immediately felt that everything their father said seemed to be true. It appeared Lu De had lived a very hard life recently. Even with them looking at him with pity, Lu De remained focused on eating to replenish his lost energy. Oduong Fong Lu took this opportunity to whisper into his father-in-law's ear, criticizing Lu De as uncultured and of humble origins, suggesting that if he became a member of the Nak family, it would inevitably cause him to lose face. Therefore, instead of adopting him, he suggested that Nak Long should give him a large sum of money so he could live comfortably. As he spoke, Oduong Fong Lu ordered someone to bring out a rare bottle of wine, a 1982 Lafite Reserve. First, he poured for Nak Long, then for everyone else at the table. "Everyone, please try this wine and tell me what you think." As for Mr. Lu, he certainly wouldn't know how to appreciate it, so he's excused, all right? Oduong Fong Lu intentionally tried to humiliate Lu De. But unexpectedly, he immediately retorted. "The 82 Lafite vintage is entirely a marketing gimmick. It only fools people with money like you all." Nak Long, hearing him speak, found it very interesting and wanted to hear more. So, Lu De continued, chewing as he spoke. "The 82 Lafite vintage is extremely expensive because the grape-producing region experienced a severe drought, leading to a decrease in yield. It's expensive because it's rare. But in reality, precisely because of that natural disaster, the grapes of that year, whether in sugar content or ripeness, didn't reach perfection." "Oh, so if I don't know how to appreciate it, does that mean you do?" Lu De's last sentence was aimed directly at Oduong Fong Lu, leaving him stammering and unable to retort. Lu De took another bite of meat, then pretended to remember something and brought up the archery match from earlier. Oduong Fong Lu was afraid of having to eat upside down, so he quickly made a joke. "Brother-in-law, no need to be so tense, I was just kidding." Seeing the other party's awkward expression, Lu De was extremely satisfied. Nak Long saw that he seemed knowledgeable, not like someone from a poor background without education, so he asked another question. This time it was about China's economy. Lu De pretended to think for a moment, then answered. "Crossing the Yangtze River is seeing the Chinese dragon. In 2023, China's economy will enter a new era, undergoing transformation in 3 different dimensions. The first is its international standing." Lu De spoke fluently like a machine. His comments were not perfunctory, on the contrary, they were very unique. This made Nak Lin even more curious, wondering what kind of person Lu De really was. "Young Master Lu, what do you think about the business of our Hai Long group?" Old Master Nak asked again. Lu De was about to put a piece of meat into his mouth when he was interrupted, but this time, he didn't answer. Instead, he told the other party not to probe him any further, because he would refuse the offer to become his adopted son. Hearing this, Nak Long could only sigh. But at this moment, with the incredible scanning ability of his right eye, Lu De saw a message on Oduong Fong Lu's phone. This person not only intended to get rid of him but also wanted to deal with Nak Lin. At first, he was only considered a money grubber, but it seemed Oduong Fong Lu was so greedy that he would dare to do anything. If that's the case, Lu De couldn't help but play a game with him. Thinking of this, Lu De continued, saying that he refused to be Nak Long's adopted son because he had fallen in love with Nak Lin at first sight. Currently, he hadn't thought about joining the Nak family, but he hoped to have a job to be by Nak Lin's side and take good care of her. Nak Long was still disappointed that he couldn't adopt him, but now seeing Lu De's potential to become his son-in-law, he was overjoyed. He then told him to freely choose a position, and he would arrange it properly, so no one could interfere. Lu De was also very humble, choosing only the position of Nak Lin's private driver despite such a good opportunity. Not only Nak Long, but everyone present was astonished. After a moment of bewilderment, old Master Nak burst into hearty laughter. All right, a driver it is. However, to become Nak Lin's driver, you must stay on the Nak family estate, be ready to take orders 24 hours a day, and be available at any time. It seems the old man's intention to make him family has not diminished. However, staying at the Nak family's residence coincidentally aligned with Lu De's intentions, as it could help him deal with Oduong Fong Lu. So he immediately agreed. Nak Lin seemed quite angry that her father insisted on helping an outsider, ignoring his own daughter's words. But old Master Nak had made up his mind, quickly telling the butler to arrange this matter. Then, he took out a card, saying it was a small token of gratitude for meeting their benefactor for the first time. He actually managed to stay in our house. Look how angry he made our third sister. We must find a way to get rid of him. Nak Hai and Nak Ti whispered to each other. Lu De looked at the sparkling gold card and actually wanted to accept it. But now, Oduong Fong Lu was staring at him from the front, and Nak Lin's two younger sisters were gossiping and sneering behind him. If he accepted the money, he would definitely not be able to live with his head held high in the Nak family later, so he reluctantly refused. Old Master Nak, I don't need this money. I save people not to focus on awaiting repayment, but to have a clear conscience. Lu De's words sounded righteous, but to Oduong Fong Lu's ears, they became him wanting more, wanting to marry Nak Lin and also wanting to take over the Nak family's shares. This was killing two birds with one stone, getting both money and a beautiful woman. Nak Long seemed sad. There were 5 million yuan in the card, which wasn't too much for him. Moreover, Nak Long also believed that for a talented and knowledgeable person like Lu De, earning this amount of money would not be too difficult. If he insisted on not accepting it, he would regret it immensely. Lu De was extremely surprised to hear the figure of 5 million, but he still tried to suppress his emotions, unable to let the other party know he was a money grubber. Motan read his thoughts and quickly sent a notification. Lu De, if you wanted money, why didn't you say so earlier? Then came a series of other notifications. Please wait a moment while the system calculates the data. You have successfully registered a securities futures trading account. Your account has withdrawn 160,000 yuan. You have successfully registered a securities futures trading account. Your account has withdrawn 52 million yuan. Lu De didn't expect the system could do this much. According to Motan, it didn't conjure money, but merely manipulated the owner's account. When the securities futures account started trading, it would buy at the lowest possible price at the fastest speed, then quickly sell for a small profit. Utilizing these millisecond differences to earn money for Lu De, that's how it makes money. Back to the story of the card containing 5 million yuan. The butler of the Yu family advised Lu De to accept it, because Yu Long was a kind person. If the benefactor insisted on refusing, he might regret it for the rest of his life. Lu De no longer needed that 5 million, because with Motan, his account had reached 7.5 million in just a few short minutes. But since the butler had said so, he could only accept it. Seeing this, Yu Shi and Yu Ti started whispering together again. Humph, this guy clearly wants money, and he's playing hard to get. Exactly, what a shameless guy. Seeing him accept the money, Yu Long's expression relaxed a little. After that, he told his daughter, Yu Ling, to take Lu De to the shopping mall this afternoon. After all, he'd already stepped halfway into the Yu family, so he couldn't dress poorly and be mocked. Then the meal concluded, and Yu Long left first. Lu De secretly left the card on the dining table and went outside. He stood on the balcony, breathing in the air for a while. Just one meal at a rich family's house was incredibly stressful. Honestly, compared to the Yu family's ostentatious wealthy life, he still preferred a simpler, free-spirited life. "Hey," a dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lu De turned his head. It was those twins. "You freeloader, I'm waiting for you downstairs, hurry up and come down." After the meal, their attitude towards Lu De seemed to have worsened considerably. "As you command, young ladies." He acted as if he didn't notice their disgruntled attitude, still maintaining a relaxed and carefree demeanor. Just a small action made she and Ut blush simultaneously. In their eyes, Lu De was truly a freeloader. However, this freeloader was even more handsome than Big Bone. As Yuling's personal driver, Lu De would naturally take on the driving duties. However, when he stepped into the underground garage, he was truly overwhelmed by the rich family's luxury. Guessing that Yuling was sitting in the familiar silver Rolls-Royce, Lu De walked over and knocked on the car window a few times. "What is it?" The car window lowered, and Yuling asked back with a very annoyed attitude. Lu De pointed at the two-seater supercar behind them, saying that since it was just the two of them today, he wanted to drive that car. But the spoiled young lady absolutely refused. After all, a driver like Lu De had no right to choose a car. Yuling had developed some animosity towards him because of the meal earlier, so she insisted on sitting in this position to be a little further from the driver's seat. Sigh, Lu De let out a long sigh, putting on a pitiful expression. "This car, even in my dreams, I never dared to dream of driving it." Yuling was struck by this statement. Recalling what her father said during dinner, she subconsciously imagined Lu De's past situation, blind in one eye and extremely poor, truly pathetic. Compassion surged, and in the end, Yuling relented, letting Lu De drive the car he wanted. But before the two of them even got into the car, another convertible pulled up right next to them. It was Yu Wang and Ouyang Fengliu's car. Seeing Lu De wanted to drive the sports car, that Ouyang guy started to mock him. "Oh, you want to drive this car? Have you driven one of these before? Or do you need this brother-in-law to teach you?" Lu De had indeed never driven one, because he didn't have money to buy a car. But Moton, just like during the archery competition, quickly implanted all the operating instructions for various sports cars into his brain. As a result, Lu De could confidently retort to Ouyang Fengliu, "Brother-in-law, this is indeed the first time I'm driving this type of car. How about you go first, I'll figure it out for a bit." Ouyang Fengliu stepped on the gas and sped off, not forgetting to mock Lu De as a country bumpkin who knew nothing. Afterward, he and Yuling also got into the car, but Lu De held the steering wheel for 3 minutes without starting, making her impatient. Just as Yuling was about to start scolding Lu De, he told her to fasten her seatbelt tightly. Then, Lu De floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward at an incredible speed. Yuling was so scared she didn't dare open her eyes, repeatedly yelling and cursing Lu De for being crazy. The system reminded him again that data shows a man's handsomeness while driving can make 12% of women fall in love at first sight. Lu De was also diligent in absorbing these random pieces of information from Moton. It seems he has to show all his charm to Yuling today. Ouyang Fengliu drove ahead, realizing Lu De intended to catch up, so he accelerated. But even so, Lu De was still right on his tail. This enraged Ouyang Fengliu. He subconsciously gripped the steering wheel tightly and gritted his teeth, wishing he could cause an accident for Lu De to see. Yu Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, also started to get nervous because of the speed. She meticulously observed her husband's expression, then realized his temper wasn't very good today. Not long after, Lu De safely parked the car in the underground parking garage of Hangmao Shopping Center. Yuling got out of the car, almost throwing up her lunch. It seems Lu De's plan to win the third young lady's heart had failed. Yuling's current state, far from falling in love, looked more like she wanted to strangle him. Seeing Yuling was unwell, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared, with extremely hostile attitudes towards Lu De. From the system, Lu De learned that these people were orphans raised by Yulong, now bodyguards for the Yu family. They were so loyal that even though the third young lady was just carsick, they still looked like they wanted to fight Lu De. Never mind, don't bother with him, consider it for father's sake. After Yu Ling spoke, the group of men finally stopped, then turned back towards Lu De. Let's go buy new clothes. Looking at Yu Ling's reluctant expression, Lu De could only sigh inwardly. This time, he was too excited, wanting to beat Ouyang Fenglu, so his actions were indeed a bit reckless. It seems he needs to treat this young lady more gently in the future. The arrival of the young man and woman along with a retinue of bodyguards quickly attracted the attention of shoppers at the mall. Yu Ling wanted to get things done quickly, so she led Lu De to a few prominent stores. But unexpectedly, a penniless guy like him was incredibly picky. Even Louis Vuitton, he shook his head and refused. After taking Lu De to 3 stores where he wasn't pleased, Yu Ling's patience officially ran out. Lu De, are you deliberately going against me? Look at this attitude. Lu De felt like he could actually be eaten alive by this young lady. But he didn't give Yu Ling the chance, because immediately after, Lu De pulled her hand to a popular men's clothing store. Yu Ling seemed displeased, because the average price of clothes there was less than 500 yuan, and if he wore them out, he'd be a laughingstock. Ignoring Yu Ling's grumbling like an old wife next to him, Lu De eagerly ran into the shop and loudly called out Ajia's name. The shop assistant, seeing him, was overjoyed and immediately rushed over to throw an arm around Lu De's shoulder. Lu De, it's been 3 years, where did you run off to, you kid? Didn't I come back? Did you intentionally come here today to take care of your business? My sales don't matter, give them all to Lulu. Ajia scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Lu De frowned. Ajia was his good friend. Ever since college, he had liked Sun Lili, a student from another school, but she had never shown Ajia any positive attitude. It was also unexpected that such an excellent student like him would become a clothes salesman after graduation, yet still be so happy. Meeting Lu De again, Ajia was so happy that he impatiently called Sun Lili over. The result was that her attitude was still as surly as before. When she saw Lu De, Sun Lili even looked suspicious. Hey, have you struck it rich? After speaking, she looked at the elegant young lady next to him. Lu De, is this your girlfriend? Aren't you going to introduce us? He's just my driver. Nak Lin quickly clarified. As soon as she heard the 2 words driver, Sun Lili immediately showed a disdainful look, then she tossed her hair and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Ajia to serve the customer himself, and not to let Lu De buy anything over 300 yuan, because she was afraid he couldn't afford it. Sorry Lu De, Lili hasn't been in a very good mood lately. Ajia still spoke up for her, then personally attended to Lu De. Based on his understanding of Lu De, he quickly selected a few clothing items that suited him. After Lu De tried on the clothes, Nak Lin was extremely astonished. She didn't expect that these ordinary clothes would look like designer brands on him. When it was time to pay, the shirt was only 368 yuan, the pants were 400, and the shoes were 330 yuan. Nak Lin subconsciously grimaced. It was true that they looked good, but they seemed a bit too cheap. My bill's revenue will be counted for Jia, right? Lu De asked, how much commission would he get with this pile? Hurry up and pay, don't ask any more questions, Sun Lili replied irritably. But then, Lu De uttered a sentence that almost made her lose her footing. For these 3 items, he wanted to buy 200 of each. Ajia was his college friend, so naturally, he understood Lu De's circumstances better than anyone. Seeing Lu De being so generous, he even thought that Lu De had found a sugar mama. Sugar mama your head, it's only 200,000, pay up. Lu De took out his card. Since Moton helped him manage the stock market last time, there was at least 34 million in this card now. Seeing him spend money like that, Nak Lin felt a little more satisfied. At least he looked like someone from the Nak family. After buying stylish clothes, Lu De pulled Nak Lin to a lighter shop. He spotted a limited edition lighter, adorned with a 2-carat red diamond, priced at 1.03 million yuan. Lu De didn't say another word and immediately swiped his card. Nak Lin was very puzzled. Clothes costing only 300 yuan, but paired with a lighter worth over $1 million. What did she know? I smoke, so I need a convenient lighter. Lu De replied, a man must always have something handy on him. This is called taking the bus to a bar. Save what should be saved, and spend what should be spent to the fullest. Done, the two left the shopping mall. As they were about to go down to get the car, Lu De told Nak Lin to wait for him a bit. A few minutes later, as she started to grumble about waiting so long, he reappeared with 2 ice creams in his hands. Nak Lin took the ice cream from him, completely unaware that this was a trivial but most devastating flirting trick. She didn't even dare to look Lu De straight in the eyes, so she took a bite of ice cream to ease the awkward atmosphere. After that, Nak Lin realized that perhaps she had eaten too many delicacies at the Nak family home all this time. So now, just the taste of a 10 yuan ice cream could astonish her. Nak Lin subconsciously smiled. See, you don't need to wear that annoyed expression all day. A young woman should be more like a young woman. Lu De was still about to say a few more flirtatious words when suddenly the sound of high heels echoed. Both turned their heads, and it was surprisingly Sun Lulu. She used the excuse that they were old classmates for many years and still didn't have contact information, so she wanted to add his WeChat. She even hinted that in the lonely nights to come, they could confide in each other. Lu De agreed, of course not because he fell for this money-grubbing woman's trap, but because he wanted to teach her a lesson in the future. But the two of them hadn't even exchanged a few words. Then Nak Lin, annoyed, dragged him away. Hurry back and get your packed clothes, we have other things to do later. From Nak Lin's tone, it was clear she wasn't very happy, most likely jealous. So, Lu De's plan to win over the third young lady seems promising, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Su Lili watched the two leave, her eyes fixed on Lu De from beginning to end. Before, she despised him for being poor and didn't even bother to look his way. But now, Lu De was both handsome and rich, Su Lili felt she couldn't let this man go. After returning home, Lili immediately messaged Lu De. She carefully messaged him, Brother Lu De, are you there? I'll send you C2 Yen's contact info first. Lu De only responded with a cold Unaware of his indifference, she happily continued to suggest, I know she's your ex-girlfriend, but C2 Yen now has a rich second-generation boyfriend. She asked him if he would consider her instead. But then she discovered he had unfriended her, so she angrily threw her phone, calling him a scumbag. At the same time, at the Nak family's villa, Nak Hai saw the bodyguards bringing back a lot of things and grumbled annoyedly. Seriously, how many clothes did this clingy guy buy? And how much of third sister's money did he spend? Nak T was also like that. She thought for a moment, then winked playfully, I've got an idea. How about we? Later? On the other side, in the northern part of Vong Hai district, Lu De's car finally stopped in front of a building. Nak Lin got out, suspiciously asking, Lu De, why did you bring me here? She asked if he wanted to remind her that 3 years ago he risked his life to save her, and she owed him a great favor. Smiling inadvertently, Lu De calmly said, you cunning girl, your thoughts are too boring. Hearing this, Nak Lin immediately exclaimed in dissatisfaction, what cunning girl? Who gave you permission to call me that? Lu De offered no comment, leading the way and pushing the door open to enter. Seeing the scene inside, Nak Lin's face showed surprise. Is this a hospital scene from a horror movie? She fearfully followed close behind Lu De, trembling as she asked, Lu De, where is this? Lu De didn't answer. He calmly continued to go deeper inside. Finally, seeing an old man holding a stick, about to do something, Nak Lin screamed in fright. Hearing the sound, the old man turned his head, annoyed, and reminded, little Lu De, tell your girl to be quiet. I'm saving someone here. No sooner had he finished speaking than he plunged the stick in his hand into the chest of the man lying on the bed. Seeing this scene, Nak Lin immediately panicked and exclaimed, he has pleural effusion. And you're using this method to help him? Without any support, without any sterilization, that's too irresponsible. The old man glanced at her, calmly saying, if you know medicine, then you can do the bandaging afterwards. Nak Len obediently stepped forward to take his place, while the old man walked to the back, chatting. Little Lu Di, did you bring me wine this time? Lu Di didn't answer but only said, Old man I've made money. Nak Len, on her side, bandaged the man while observing what kind of relationship Lu Di had with them. Half an hour later, Lu Di and Old Man finally finished their conversation. He quickly said goodbye to return. Lu Di and Nak Len quickly got into the car, started it, and drove away. Old Man with two children, stood at the door, waving goodbye to the two. Little Lu Di, remember to bring me wine next time you come. In the car, Nak Len's questions were still unanswered. She suspiciously asked, where was that place just now? Lu Di calmly replied, just a hospital. Old Man is the only doctor there, specializing in treating poor people who are looked down upon. Nak Len was a bit surprised. She continued to ask, what about the children? Lu Di slowly explained, they are all homeless children. Old Man took them in. Nak Len frowned slightly. She asked again, so how do you know Old Man Lu Di recalled old memories, then spoke, 3 years ago, on the night I was stabbed blind, Old Man saved me when I was dying. Hearing this, Nak Len's face immediately changed color. She clenched her fists tightly. A moment later, she softly said, Lu Di, I'm sorry. Lu Di seemed not to care much. He calmly said, if you feel guilty, then make it up to me tonight by sleeping with me. Nak Len's slight guilt vanished with these words. She pursed her lips and cursed, pervert, shameless. Seeing her reaction, Lu Di happily laughed and said, I'm just teasing you. Nak Len glared at him angrily. A moment later, she suddenly spoke again, I think Old Man and his hospital are really short on money. She hadn't finished speaking when Lu Di shook his head, refusing, he doesn't need it. I've already left 4 million for them. By dusk, Lu Di and Nak Len finally returned to the villa. Nak Hai and her sister seemed to have been waiting there. As soon as they saw them, they ran out to greet them. Third sister, you two are finally back. But as soon as she saw Lu Di, Nak Ti adopted an annoyed tone. You kept man, Lu Di, we've prepared your room. Here's the key. Lu Di reached out to take the key, nodded, and smiled, thank you. But Mo Zong reminded him, these two sisters are up to no good. At this moment, Nak Len spoke up, fourth sister, fifth sister, you two are so thoughtful, even arranging and tidying up the room in advance. Which floor is the room on? Nak Hai asked with a malicious smile, on the basement floor, in the very back. The basement floor? A room underground? Hearing this, Nak Len's face immediately changed. But Nak Ti calmly said, third sister, don't forget, he's just a driver. Should he really live in a luxury room? Nak Len hesitated a little, she glanced at Lu Di, and stammered, how about we? But he didn't seem to mind much. He calmly said, I'm already grateful to have a place to stay. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest first. Watching him walk away, Nak Len was still very uneasy. Is it really okay to treat him like that? Nak Hai pouted and said, that kept man, that puppet, dares to deceive third sister's feelings? No way. On the other side, Lu Di followed their directions to the room in the basement. Looking at the hallway in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect the basement floor's hallway to be this long. At this moment, Mo Zong asked, do you see the cameras now? He nodded slightly and replied, those two kids are probably somewhere holding my pathetic computer right now. Just as he predicted, Nak Hai and her sister were secretly observing him through the camera. Nak Ti chuckled happily, look, that kept man has walked into the hallway. I've already cut all the power lines there. She looked extremely smug. We're so bad, but I'm really looking forward to it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, light appeared in the hallway on the iPad. She exclaimed in surprise, what? How are the lights on? But there was an even greater surprise. Lu Di easily avoided the wire placed across his path. Then he dodged the marble shot from a dark corner. He easily walked to the door of a room. Seeing this, Nakai and her sister broke into an evil smile. How can he avoid it this time? However, to their disappointment, the iPad suddenly lost signal. Their faces immediately turned grim. What the hell? At the same time, as soon as Lu Di stepped into the room, he encountered a bucket of water placed on the door. He easily reached out and caught it. He placed it on a shelf, pouting, "It must have been hard for you two girls to set up so many traps." Then, Lu Di looked around the room. Aside from being a bit damp outside, he couldn't tell that it was an underground room. Just then, he saw something placed against the wall in the corner. He opened the curtain to look. It was a piano. He lightly ran his fingers over the keys, muttering in a low voice, "My childhood dream was to become a pianist." Mo Zong thoughtfully adjusted his skill fusion index. He sat down on a nearby chair and asked happily, "Are you going to help me fulfill my childhood dream?" Immediately after, Lu Di began to play the first notes on the piano. At the same time, he began to sing with his clear voice. "In those difficult days, the howling wind blew, but we were not afraid. Even if the waves engulf us, even if strong winds blow. Experiencing the wind in the dark night ourselves, along with the soaking rain. Wings flapping in the dark night and waves rippling through the streets. I am in a state of higher contemplation, the lyrics floating in the air." Lu Di thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. His hand swiftly played the keys, and melodious lyrics continuously flowed out. Mo Zong, beside him, also admired and praised, "That's wonderful. The realm of human art is indeed unpredictable." The video has been successfully uploaded. Lu Di was a little surprised to hear Mo Zong's words. Mo Zong, beside him, still happily flew around, laughing and saying, "Such a beautiful song, it would be a shame for only me to hear it, so I edited it into a video and posted it online." Hearing this, Lu Di sighed helplessly, "There's no dealing with it." Emperor 1, this name is quite interesting. Just then, his phone suddenly displayed a message notification. He opened it in surprise to see. Soon after, he discovered that his newly uploaded video had already received 100 million views, and furthermore, netizens' reactions were extremely positive. Seeing these comments, Lu Di couldn't help but exclaim, "In this media era, the power of the internet truly cannot be underestimated." "But showbiz is too complicated," Lu Di said, then sighed. If possible, he really wanted to realize his dream of starting his own business. On another note, in Nak Hai and her sister's room, Nak Ti was still bothered by what had just happened with Lu Di. She kept pacing back and forth, muttering, "How did Lu Di manage to avoid all the traps I set?" But she couldn't figure it out. She looked at the person lying on the bed and suggested, "Let's go down to the basement floor, I want to see his miserable state." However, she didn't get an answer. Annoyed, she walked over and patted Nak Hai's shoulder. "I'm talking to you. What are you watching that's so serious?" As soon as she saw the video on the iPad, she pouted in disdain. "What's so good about this kind of flashy video?" Nak Hai simply handed her the headphones and said with a smile, "No, listen. This person sings really well." Nak Ti was a bit skeptical at first, but after listening, she was startled. "He really sings well." Nak Ti was captivated. She excitedly said, I'm going crazy." "Who is he?" Nak Hai shook her head slightly and replied, "I don't know either. He's very mysterious. There's only this one video. His name is Donat, and he already has 6 million fans." Nak Ti's eyes were full of infatuation. She happily said, I've decided, I'm going to marry him." As soon as she said this, Nak Hai immediately retorted, "No, I discovered him. You can't steal my husband." Immediately after, the two began to argue over a husband in the dead of night. Nak Long in the next room heard everything clearly. He grumbled to himself, "What are these two crazy kids doing now? It's so late, why aren't they letting people sleep? Why are they talking so loudly?" Elsewhere, in Lu Di's room, he had just finished reading. His face looked a bit tired. He sighed, "I'm so hungry. Now, just thinking uses up energy." Thinking this, he got up from his chair and muttered, "It seems I can only go to the dining room to find some food." But as soon as he opened the door, he saw two people blocking the way. The two even sprayed something in his face. This made him fall to the ground in surprise. He asked with some annoyance, "What are you two doing here?" "This is my room." Nakai and her sister glanced at each other, a bit hesitant and speechless. A moment later, Nakti finally opened her mouth and cursed, "This freeloading man. Shamelessly staying in our house." Nakai next to her also nodded in agreement, "Exactly. And spending our family's money. I'm telling you, as long as..." Nakti glared at him, trying to warn him. But unfortunately, Lu Di treated their words like dog barking in his ears. He didn't bother to retort a single word. This made the two angrily call out, "Where are you going? You're not allowed to knock on our third sister's door." Lu Di didn't even spare them a glance, leaving directly without turning back. What a couple of airheads. Nakai and her sister watched his retreating figure, a bit speechless. On this side, Lu Di had already gone to the kitchen, preparing ingredients to cook. Mo Tong was also very understanding and merged cooking skills for him. Lu Di looked at Mo Tong with a touch of gratitude. Outside, Nakai and her sister were secretly peeking. Nakti asked suspiciously, "Is he preparing to cook?" Hi, let's just let him do it. Later, when he burns everything to a crisp, we can charge him for wasting food." Lu Di inside was focused on cooking and didn't pay attention to the two of them. He began to chop onions, then beat eggs. After preparing everything, he turned on the stove to cook the food. Outside, Nakti watched, mesmerized. After a long while, realizing she was engrossed, she collected herself, "Snap out of it. Don't fall for this freeloading man's tricks." Then, she turned to Nakai and reminded her, Hi, snap out of it. Don't forget our purpose here." Nakai was startled, and reflexively nodded, "Right, we have to drive this man away." The two continued to watch from outside. Before long, they saw Lu Di finish the dish. Nakai and her sister looked at the plate of rice in front of them, their eyes filled with admiration. Lu Di's creation was an incredibly appealing plate of egg-fried rice. After finishing, Lu Di looked towards the door and asked, "Do you guys want some?" His words startled the two. Although they really wanted some, Nakti coldly snorted, "We don't want any. We have our dignity." Ignoring them, Lu Di took a spoon and tried a bite. Then he spoke with emotion, "The separated grains of rice feel elastic when eaten, and the aroma of spring onions lingers in the mouth." Together, they seemed to form a symphony. Nakai and her sister's mouths watered upon hearing this. Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Well, then, you two dignified young ladies, where's your dignity now?" And so, Nakai and her sister abandoned their dignity, pounced on the plate of rice, and ate heartily, clearly still very childish. A moment later, the two finally finished the plate of rice. It's just that these two sisters were truly thick-skinned. Nakti raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying, "Lu Di, we won't eat this meal for free. 1 bowl of rice is 1 yuan. Nakai also nodded in agreement, "You still owe us 499 yuan. Lu Di was a bit speechless, but also nodded slightly, "All right." "Oh, right, why haven't I seen brother-in-law Duong today?" Nakti quickly replied, "My second sister and eldest brother-in-law have their own house, they don't live here, this place usually only has us and third sister." Hearing this, Lu Di frowned and smiled, saying, "So this place only has you 3 silly girls?" Nakai glanced at him and asked, "Lu Di, what do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Lu Di chuckled and didn't say anything more. He turned and left, pouting, saying, "You girls had better be careful when you sleep tonight." Nakai and the other immediately startled, "What? Why are you so serious?" Lu Di left, leaving the two of them standing there in a daze, while he ran alone to the nearby building. His right eye emitted a pale red light, he could see everything very clearly. He frowned in silence. How exactly does that Duong Fong Lu plan to deal with Nak Lin? It wasn't hard to see that Nak Lin was definitely a strong opponent for Duong Fong Lu in holding the Nak Ti family's shares. Thinking of this, Lu Di was immediately startled. Could it be that he wants to kill Nak Lin? At this moment, Mo Tong jumped out to remind him, "Don't worry, this entire manor is in my hands. If there's anything unusual, I'll inform you." Lu Di nodded slightly. "That Fong Lu, can you monitor him?" Mo Tong immediately replied, "That depends on whether his residence has cameras, but he hasn't had any special actions all day, and he's quite happy right now." No sooner had he finished speaking, Mo Tong projected the scene in Fong Lu's room for him to see. At this moment, he was embracing beauties, extremely enjoying himself. He looked at the woman next to him, frowned and smiled, saying, "Still a bit inferior to Nak Hai and Nak Ti. Sooner or later, once I take over the Yin family, I'll make them obediently serve me." Immediately after, he wanted to kiss the woman in front of him. The image was cut off here. Seeing this, Lu Di immediately got angry. That beast, marrying the second sister yet still dreaming of the two younger sisters. He returned to his room, carrying that anger. The next morning, Nak Lin was in the courtyard but still didn't see Lu Di. She unhappily asked, "Why isn't Lu Di down yet?" Thiat Tu quickly spoke up, "Third young lady, I've knocked on Lu's door twice. It seems he's still not awake. Otherwise, let old Lai drive you today." Nak Lin immediately refused. "No, it must be him as my driver. He's not allowed to oversleep. You continue to knock on his door until he wakes up." Thiat Tu immediately took the order and left, but after 2 steps, he was called back by Nak Lin. Because she had seen Lu Di return from outside. She frowned in surprise. He actually went for a run. Lu Di immediately ran to her, handing her the bag in his hand. "These are steamed buns I ran for an hour to get for you." Nak Lin reflexively frowned and asked, "That bun shop is more than 20 kilometers from our house. You went there and back in an hour?" But she still didn't believe him, scoffing, "How can that be? Lu Di, why are you pretending to have run this morning?" Just then, Thiat Tu's earpiece reported, "We followed Lu Di for a while. He really ran there and back, 20 kilometers, within an hour." Hearing this, Thiat Tu immediately praised, "Mr. Lu's stamina, I'm impressed." Lu Di dismissed it with a smile, "You flatter me. Are we about to leave?" "Everyone wait for me a bit. I'll go shower and change clothes first." Saying that, he turned and left. Nak Lin looked at his retreating back and unhappily said, "There's actually a driver like him." "Thiat Tu, you too, why are you going easy on Lu Di?" Thiat Tu reflexively frowned. He didn't say a word. A moment later, after getting ready, Lu Di drove Nak Lin to the company. In the car, Nak Lin was looking at something, and couldn't help but muse. He was also tall and slender, also wore a white shirt, even their figures were somewhat similar. But why is there such a big difference? This did not. What kind of person is he after all? A moment later, Nak Lin's car finally arrived at the company entrance. Nak Lin tidied her clothes. She quickly got out of the car. She led the way into the company. Lu Di silently followed behind. It's just that after entering the lobby, Lu Di saw something. It was the company's top sales ranking board, and Nak Lin was ranked 3rd. Lu Di reflexively frowned. Does the dignified daughter of the chairman of the board also have to participate in this business competition? Nak Lin glanced at him, pouting, saying, "What do you know? This is the group's culture. All employees do business, no matter who they are. They must create value for the group. She's no exception. This ranking is not enough. Hai Long Group being where it is today truly has an outstanding advantage." Lu Di listened and excitedly said, "So now I can develop my career and join the sales ranking." "You? Just worry about yourself." Nak Lin slightly pouted, then turned and left. Employees bowed in greeting as soon as they saw her, until she reached her office door. A woman immediately appeared. "Hello, General Lin." Lu Di was slightly startled when he saw this woman. Ignoring his gaze, the woman walked over and handed Nak Lin the file in her hand. "These are today's documents." Nak Lin reached out and took them, seriously saying, "TN, please help me schedule an appointment with General Lai from Nan Tu Hospital." The woman nodded, accepting the order. Then, she noticed Lu Di. She frowned and asked, "Who is this gentleman?" Nak Lin immediately replied, "My driver, Lu Di." Tien was a little surprised, so he's General Lin's driver. Not a boyfriend, but he's really handsome, that figure, that skin, absolutely not to be missed. Thinking this, she pulled Lu Di's hand and ran off. "Little brother, you mustn't disturb General Lin's work. Come with me, wait for General Lin in my office, okay?" A moment later, the two finally arrived at the CEO's secretary's office. Lu Di reflexively swallowed. Tien sat on the desk, striking a seductive pose, smiling and saying, "Bad boy, a goddess like General Lin isn't someone you can conquer, so why don't you try with me?" Lu Di frowned, looking at her. All her information had been provided to him by Mo Tong. While he was dazed, Tien reached out and pressed her hand against his cheek. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Little brother, how about we become friends?" Seeing this, Nak Lin spoke up to remind her, Tien, move away from Lu Di, hurry up and get to work." "Got it," Tien immediately moved away. Then she looked at Lu Di and reminded him, "Little brother, don't look anymore, our General Lin has long had someone in her heart." Lu Di reflexively frowned. He suspiciously asked, "That's interesting, who is it?" Tien shook her head slightly. "I don't know his name either. I only know that he was the one who saved General Lin 3 years ago. In General Lin's heart, he's always been a hero." She said she also didn't know if General Lin had found her great hero yet. Hearing these words, Lu Di was a little surprised. Does she always see him as a hero? At that moment, Mo Tong suddenly jumped out to remind him, "Lu Di, there's something unusual in Nak Lin's office." Lu Di was slightly startled and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Tong calmly replied, "Don't rush, this strange thing is a bit laughable when you hear it." Lu Di followed its instructions and looked into Nak Lin's office. Mo Tong slowly explained to him, "The 3 vases placed inside are 3 sticks of incense in front of a grave, the painting in the room is a blue tombstone, and also, there are 2 carved walls on either side of the tomb. And Nak Lin is the person in the grave." Mo Tong continued, "After analysis and comparison, this is a formation. In the human world it's called death trap. You humans are so strange, you actually believe in such nonsensical things." Lu Di slightly frowned and asked, "So, this so-called death trap is completely useless?" Mo Tong nodded slightly and replied, "I'm very sure, it has no scientific basis at all, it's all just folk legends." "That's good then." Only then did Lu Di nod in satisfaction, not knowing who this girl had offended again, to have someone set up a death trap formation in her office. Thinking this, he looked at Tian and said, "Sister Tian, I'm going to the restroom for a bit." She nodded casually. Lu Di then went to Nak Lin's office. Seeing him, she slightly frowned and asked, "Why did you come in without knocking?" Lu Di didn't answer, walking over to the 3 vases placed opposite. He smiled and said, "Your 3 vases are pretty good, where did you get them?" Nak Lin replied indifferently, "Those were gifts from Deputy General Zhao of the group, you'd better be careful, if you break them, you won't be able to afford to pay for them." Lu Di didn't say anything more, he continued to ask, "What about this landscape painting then?" She slightly frowned and replied, "It's a gift from Deputy General's son." "What about those 2 orbs?" Lu Di looked over them all and asked. Nak Lin casually replied, "These are called Zhe Tui Long Chao, water-emerging dragon pearls. They are very expensive handcrafted items, gifts from brother-in-law O Duong." Hearing this, Lu Di immediately understood. It seems Deputy General Zhao, Deputy General's son, and whatever else, are all accomplices of that O Duong guy. First, I'll break this death trap formation. Thinking it, he immediately acted, reaching out his hand to begin. In an instant, he pushed over the 3 porcelain vases. Seeing this, Nak Lin immediately jumped up, angrily asking, "Lu Di, what are you doing? Stop." The vase was shattered into pieces on the floor by him. But he calmly replied, "I accidentally slipped." These words made Nak Lin so angry she couldn't refute him. Hearing the commotion, Tian ran from the next room and asked, "What happened?" What kind of situation is this? Nak Lin angrily looked at Lu Di, questioning him. Lu Di, you did that on purpose. He unconsciously smiled. Lu Di said indifferently, they're just 3 vases, it's no big deal. I'll pay you back, give me your account number, I'll transfer it to you. The market price for this is 6 million, and you. Nak Lin was a bit helpless. She sighed and said, let's put this on tab for now, it'll be deducted from your salary. Lu Di slightly pouted. It's just 6 million for vases, I have money for 100 million orders for you all. Nak Lin frowned upon hearing this. A 100 million order sounds like 100 TE, where do you get such confidence? At this moment, Tian suddenly spoke up, reminding her, General Lin, it's getting late, we should depart to meet General Lai from Rinci Hospital. Nak Lin slightly nodded, giving orders. Tian, find someone to clean the office. Lu Di, you go drive the car. On another note, at a stadium in Nak Jia's villa, the 2 sisters, Nak Hai and Nak Ti, were playing tennis there. Nak Hai glanced at her younger sister and said, TT, we've played for so long, I'm exhausted, let's go rest a bit. Immediately after, the 2 returned to the villa's dining room. However, at this moment, Nak Ti suddenly saw something on the dining table. A card appeared under the dinner plate. Nak Hai exclaimed in surprise, isn't this the card Dad gave to Lu Di? Nak Ti also said in pleasant surprise, oh my god, it's true, he returned the card. Nak Hai slightly frowned and asked, could it be that on the day Lu Di took the card, he immediately left it here, he didn't use any money from the card? Thinking of this, the 2 sisters couldn't help but panic. We even cursed him as a skirt chaser, and we even set up a scheme to harm him. And we ate his food, and then deducted 5 million from him. The more they thought about it, the more guilty they felt, sighing. He's so honest, so handsome, such a good cook, why are we so foolish? However, not long after, Nak Hai thought of something. She opened her eyes wide. Then she exclaimed in surprise, if that's the case, where did his clothes come from? Hearing these words, Nak Ti immediately nodded in agreement, those clothes must be worth millions, how could he have so much money? At this point, Nak Hai immediately clenched the card and spoke up. Gritting her teeth, she said, he definitely used 3rd sister's money. She thought he deliberately left the card here so they would find it, making them feel uneasy, and at the same time, he used Nak Lin's money to spend lavishly. She snorted coldly. Nak Lin said angrily, pretending to be innocent, but in reality, he's insidious and unpredictable, it's terrifying. Nak Ti frowned slightly. She hesitated and asked, but are we just going to leave this money here? That 5 million, it's my allowance for several months. Nak Hai thought for a moment before speaking, otherwise, we'll secretly spend it. With that, the 2 looked at each other and exchanged smug smiles. On his side, Lu Di, who was driving, suddenly sneezed. He suspected someone was cursing him. At the same time, Tian said with some worry, General Manager Lin, Rinci Hospital has rejected us 3 times already. I really have no faith left. Nak Lin calmly said, I must secure this 1 billion order. I always feel that General Manager Lai from Rinci always has bad intentions towards you. Tian said worriedly. Nak Lin shook her head determinedly. I must secure it. This matter not only concerns me, but also my father's reputation. Lu Di, in the front, heard this and fell silent. Hai Long Group mainly produces medical equipment. Rinci Hospital is a perfect target client, it's just that General Manager Lai is a bit difficult to deal with. A moment later, they finally stopped in front of a hospital. They met a man who, upon seeing them, smiled and spoke. Beautiful Nak, you've arrived? He said that the order she mentioned was very difficult to handle, and then suggested they sit down to talk. At the same time, in the back, Lu Di called Mo Tong. Help me investigate this General Manager Lai. Immediately, Mo Tong displayed the man's information to him. His name is Lai Dai Hai, and he started his career by selling fake medicine. This hospital once falsely reported illnesses and used fake medicine, leading to incidents involving over hundreds of patients during treatment. But in the end, it was all covered up, and the hospital was not subjected to any penalties. The more Lu Di listened, the angrier he became. He furiously muttered, "The underworld is truly empty, and demons roam the human world. If people like this don't die, where is justice?" At this moment, Nak Lin spoke up again. "General Manager Lai, as long as you are willing to reconsider our products, I can return to the group and help you secure some preferential policies. Everything can be easily negotiated." Dai Hai raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Everything can be easily negotiated? This isn't something that can be clarified in a word or two. How about we go to the nearby Tuesday Now Wine House today and book a private room? We can eat and talk there. Book a private room? Hearing these words, Lu De immediately shouted loudly. He angrily scolded, "A girl from a respectable family, going to book a private room to discuss business with you? If rumors get out, how will she ever face anyone again?" Nak Lin sighed, feeling a bit helpless. She glared at him and snapped, "Lu De, shut up." Then, she looked at Dai Hai and apologized in a low voice, "Mr. Lai, please don't mind him. He's just my new driver and doesn't understand the rules." "So he's a driver, huh?" He snorted softly. Dai Hai pouted and said, "Kid, this is business between big bosses like us. Stay out of it and be smarter in the future." He raised an eyebrow and said, full of smugness, "As you all know, I have big shots above me. Once those big shots are unhappy, there's no need to say anything else. No one in this entire high city would dare to cooperate with you." As soon as these words were out, Nak Lin was so angry she gnashed her teeth. Taking a deep breath, Nak Lin pursed her lips and said, "So, if I agree to have a meal with you, the order will be signed, right?" Dai Hai nodded indifferently. Dai Hai said casually, "If you come yourself, I will certainly do my best. Then I have conditions." Nak Lin frowned, looked at him, and said seriously, "First, we're only having a meal. Second, I'll bring my assistant Tien along." "Of course." Dai Hai agreed without hesitation. "Buy one get one free. You've hit the jackpot tonight, sir." A moment later, they went outside. But before returning, Lu De told the two to wait for him for a moment. This made Nak Lin furiously shout, "Who are you talking to? You're telling us to wait for you?" Lu De said calmly, "Didn't you say that all employees of Hai Long Group are in sales, and everyone needs to achieve results? Am I, the driver, not a person?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Nak Lin a bit stunned. By the time she reacted, Lu De had already gone far. She could only shout in vain, "You, stop right there." However, he didn't turn back, calmly saying, "Give me 5 minutes." Lu De went straight to Dai Hai's office. As soon as he saw him, Dai Hai said with contempt, "Oh, the driver of the beautiful Miss Nak? What's wrong? Is General Nak already impatient?" Lu De's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at him. He directly climbed onto the table and stood there. He looked at him coldly, "Lie Dai Hai, you beast." These words infuriated Dai Hai. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "You dare to insult me? Do you believe I won't break your legs?" He unconsciously snorted softly. Lu De pouted and said, "Before you break my legs, I suggest you check your email first." Dai Hai opened his email with suspicion to look. Instantly, his face turned extremely grim. Inside was a video clip of him, holding a wad of cash, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I'll definitely do everything you assigned well." There were also words that weren't his, like "fake medicine is fake medicine, it's not like it kills anyone," or "things that can be solved with money are nothing at all." Seeing this, Dai Hai's face lost all color. He trembled with fear. How could this be? How could anyone know about this? If these things get out, even 10 of my lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Who is it? Who sent this, exactly? But when he saw the sender's name, he was even more surprised. Who is Lu De? thinking of the person in front of him. Dai Hai looked up and asked suspiciously, "My memory isn't very good. May I ask what your name is?" He chuckled softly. Lu De calmly replied, "I just introduced myself. Nak Lin's driver, Lu De." Immediately, Dai Hai knelt on the ground, begging, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life." He involuntarily snorted softly. Lu De pouted and said, "If you know you're wrong, then do something to make me happy." Without hesitation, he immediately nodded, even though he didn't know what the young man wanted him to do. A moment later, Lu De finally came out. As soon as she saw him, Nak Lin opened her mouth and said with contempt, "I told you not to go. You got rejected, didn't you? Drive back to the company. Don't rush." Lu De didn't react, he just told her to calm down. But Nak Lin didn't have the patience to wait. She coldly snorted and said, "You stay here alone." However, at this moment, Dai Hai suddenly approached and spoke up. "Wait a moment, I've brought the contract here. We can sign the contract now. I've already signed and stamped it, you just need to sign your name." Seeing the contract in his hand, Nak Lin was so astonished she couldn't speak. Seeing her bewildered, Dai Hai continued, "I feel that a 1 billion order isn't enough. This contract is for 2 billion, and I'll pay the full amount directly." Tien, standing behind, couldn't help but be stunned by these words. Oh my God, is this negotiating a business deal? This is completely begging, pleading, and giving away money. Nak Lin also couldn't help but panic. She looked at the contract, saw no issues, and then spoke up again. "Mr. Lai, are you serious?" Dai Hai nodded without hesitation. "It's true, Ms. Nak. What do you think of this?" After a moment of hesitation, Nak Lin nodded and replied, "Okay." Then she signed her name on the contract. Even after getting into the car to return, Nak Lin was still in a state of shock. Since she joined the group, this was the biggest contract. This contract was enough to make anyone rise to the top of the sales charts. At this moment, Tien happily said, "Ms. Nak, the benevolent hospital has already transferred the money, the full amount, 2 billion. Nak Lin gently nodded and replied, "Okay, I know." Then, she looked at Lu De, who was sitting in the driver's seat. She suspiciously asked, "Lu De, what exactly did you say to Lai Dai Hai? Is it because of you that he signed the contract with us?" Lu De didn't hide anything and casually said, "It's like this, I'm actually a very skilled hacker. Earlier, I found some incriminating documents about Lai Dai Hai, and then I used these documents to threaten him." However, Nak Lin didn't believe him and thought he was joking. She sighed helplessly, "Lu De, can't you be a little more normal?" Seeing her reaction, Lu De laughed again and said, "All right then, actually Lai Dai Hai is my uncle. Are you satisfied now?" Hearing these words, Nak Lin became even more speechless. Tien couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lu De pouted at the two of them, then asked again, "By the way, how is our company's commission calculated?" Nak Lin calculated for a moment before speaking, "About 10 million. When we get back, the finance department will transfer it to you." However, Lu De shook his head and refused. "No need, this order's sales will be credited to you, consider it compensation for your vase." Nak Lin was startled upon hearing this. What he said about using the order to replace the vase was true. Before she could recover from her surprise, Lu De continued, "The remaining 4 million is for your emotional distress. If you have free time, go see a psychologist. Don't keep everything bottled up inside and endure it alone. After all, you have me, a great hero, to protect you." These words flustered Nak Lin. She blushed shyly and murmured, "What great hero are you?" Tien, standing nearby, heard their conversation and couldn't help but smile knowingly. These two definitely have something going on. A moment later, in the company lobby, everyone was discussing Nak Lin's matter. Everyone was surprised that she managed to get the 2 billion order, and some even knew Lu De. They assumed she was sugar mommying him. However, while they were badmouthing others, they were caught, and a hand placed on their shoulder startled them. The person who arrived was Lu De. He raised an eyebrow, looked at them, and spoke. I suggest you don't gossip about the male employees at the company if you have nothing to do. Who knows, one day one of them might become the chairman's son-in-law. But just as he finished speaking, Nak Lin pulled him away, telling him not to embarrass himself here. Tien watched the two from behind, then smirked. It looked like these two really had something going on. Meanwhile, at Dai Hai's hospital, he was making a phone call, his voice a little panicked. Boss Black Lake, all my documents have been dug up by a driver from the Nak family. Saying this, he gritted his teeth and spoke maliciously, that kid has to die, or I won't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. The other side was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Lu De of the Nak family, interesting. Coincidentally, someone recently paid $5 million to get his head. A day passed just like that, and finally, it was time to leave work. Everyone was excited to go home. Up on the company building, after finishing work, Nak Lin and Lu De also left the office. But just as they left the door, they saw Tien striking a seductive pose by the wall. She smirked and said, "Naughty little brother, where are you going tonight? Do you want to have dinner with me?" Nak Lin glared at her and said coldly, "Tien, you stay and work overtime. Lu De is coming home to eat with me." She was a little startled when she saw Nak Lin. Lu De didn't say a word and got in the car to go back. As soon as Lu De got into the car, he said, "I've discovered something very strange." Nak Lin instinctively frowned and asked, "What did you discover?" With a soft laugh, Lu De raised an eyebrow and said, "Tien was seducing me, and you got jealous." "Lu De, you're talking nonsense." Nak Lin immediately yelled angrily. He didn't say anything more, just smiled and drove back. That evening, an appetizing dinner was laid out on the Nak family's dining table. The two sisters, Nak Hai, saw it and their eyes lit up. "Oh, you really? I already want to start eating." Only Nak Lin was surprised. She didn't expect him to know this trick. At this moment, Lu De spoke up, "Everyone, please sit down and eat. No need to be polite." Hearing this, the two sisters, Nak Hai, happily picked up their chopsticks. "Then we won't be polite." But before they could even eat, their eyes involuntarily twitched. Because across from them, Lu De was devouring the food. This was because Modong had told him that his next task was to break through his genes, and the amount of food he absorbed could strengthen his body. After he ate a lot of food, he could now overpower most of humanity. He was on a completely different level than them. A moment later, Nak Lin spoke again, Hi, TT, we've eaten so much, let's go train." Hearing this, Nak Hai immediately complained, "No way, third sister, you want to go boxing again?" Nak Lin nodded slightly, then looked at Lu De and suggested, "You come too." She thought she would definitely beat Lu De black and blue. The two sisters, Nak Hai, on this side also imagined that scene, happily laughing to themselves. Lu De looked at her in surprise and asked back, "Are you sure you want to box with me?" Nodding fiercely, Nak Lin said firmly, "Absolutely. Stop talking nonsense." So, right after that, they went to the training room. Nak Lin was wearing training clothes and boxing gear. She raised an eyebrow and asked Lu De, "How can you fight me dressed like that?" Lu De calmly replied, "I can just take off my clothes. But I want to confirm one more time, do you really want to fight me?" Nak Lin snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu De took off his shirt and tossed it aside. The three Nak Lin sisters stared dumbfounded. Nak Hai quickly exclaimed, "He's so handsome. That face, that physique." Lu De looked down at his body in response to their reaction. Was this the new human species Modong spoke of? At the same time, Nak Lin's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. Is this really him? At this moment, Lu De spoke again, "So where do we fight?" His words startled Nak Lin. She quickly shook her head to compose herself. "How could I be so attracted to a guy? I clearly challenged him to a fight. Although she was a black belt, his solid muscles would make it a bit difficult. Once he got close to her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all." Thinking of this scenario, Nak Lin suddenly hesitated a bit. Seeing her lost in thought, Luda spoke up again, "Can we hurry up a bit?" Hearing this, Nak Lin immediately became indignant. "You really are heartless. Do you really want to hit a delicate girl like me?" Luda was a bit surprised. "Didn't you say you wanted to box?" "I confirmed it twice." Nak Lin became even angrier. She yelled, "You're such a straight guy." Shrugging indifferently, Luda pouted and said, "Comrade Nak, if you concede to me, I'll let you off today." "This guy, Lu, I'm not conceding." "Then we." The more Nak Lin heard, the angrier she got. She clenched her fists and shouted. But before she could finish speaking, a sound came from outside. A low voice resounded again, "Third young miss, I heard you and Mr. Lu here are sparring, so I specifically came to watch." The person who arrived was Thiat Tuesday. He looked towards Lu De and said, "Mr. Lu, as you can see, third young miss is no match for you. How about I exchange a few moves with you?" Nak Lin frowned, looking at him. When he was 10, her father adopted him. From a young age, he was sent to martial arts training classes. Even when facing over 10 thugs, he would defeat them without getting injured. 3 years ago, when she was surrounded by ruffians, Thiat too didn't save her in time and had always felt guilty about it. At the same time, Thiat too was secretly observing Luda. He ran 20 kilometers back and forth in less than an hour. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Not only was he strange, but he was also a bit cruel. Thinking this, Thiat too then assumed an attacking stance. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Lu, let's begin." Luda nodded slightly and replied, "Excuse me." Thiat too heard this and also clenched his fists. Seeing this, Nak Lin spoke up to remind him, "Thiat too, go easy, know your limits. It's best not to hurt anyone." Thiat too immediately nodded in acknowledgement, "Third young miss, rest assured." Saying that, he looked towards Luda and said, "I enlisted at 15, served as a Special Forces soldier, completed 163 missions, and received numerous medals. May I ask where you're from, Mr. Lu?" Luda couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His heart yearned for his homeland, and he had glorious achievements, so he slowly spoke. "Mr. Thiat too, I am just a humble citizen of a small city. I've only practiced a bit of kung fu." Thiat too frowned at him and said in a deep voice, "If Mr. Lu doesn't want to speak truthfully, then let's use our hands to show our true kung fu. If you won't say it, then I'll beat you until you do." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward. He fiercely swung his fist, but Luda blocked it. While he was fighting, Modong suddenly jumped out and said, "You humans have something called an invisible magnetic field of aura. This magnetic field will create a psychological or oppressive reaction in the opponent." Luda flinched slightly, then swept his leg towards Thiat too. His speed was so fast that Thiat too was a bit startled. Immediately after, he turned around and threw another punch. Luda didn't hesitate to counter with his own fist. At this moment, Modong had completed the subconscious fusion of aura control. Immediately, a murderous intent gleamed in Luda's eyes. At this moment, he was like a demon, his extremely oppressive aura striking towards Thiat too. This made him jump back, and he couldn't help but wonder, is this Luda from the depths of hell? He's not an ordinary person. He must be from the military, and those in the military who are king of soldiers are definitely the most outstanding. Thinking this, Thiat too immediately retracted his punch and said in a solemn tone, "Mr. Lu, Thiat too understands." Smiling unconsciously, Luda awkwardly said, "Understanding isn't enough, I haven't enjoyed myself yet today." Thiat too was incredibly strong just now, only lacking a bit of skill. He's a brave man, so he could use some pointers. Thinking this, he suggested, "There are many people here. We can go over there to learn from each other." Hearing these words, Thiat too suddenly enlightened. Immediately, he hastily replied, "Thiat too will give his all for a gentleman." But Nak Lin, on the other hand, said worriedly, "Thiat too, that's enough, know your limits." Sighing unconsciously, Thiat too said helplessly, "Third young miss, do you think I want to?" So, Lu De and Thiet Tu entered the private room. Nak Len's three sisters leaned their ears against the door to hear the movements inside. Nak Hai frowned and said, "Will Lu De go in there and then be carried out on a stretcher?" At the same time inside the room, Lu De reminded Thiet Tu while making his move, strike with 70% power, hold back 30%, practice until you're flexible, and save the rest for the next move. Thiet Tu was very obedient, then continued to fight with Lu De. But it wasn't long before he was knocked to the ground by Lu De, who raised his eyebrows and smiled, "A warrior from the Eastern Divine Sword, indeed worthy of your reputation. I'm impressed." Hearing these words, Thiet Tu's expression immediately turned grim. "How do you know about the Eastern Divine Sword?" "This is a top-secret SSS-level secret of Huaxia. Only two types of people know of this organization's existence. One is a 3-star general, a high-ranking military officer in Huaxia, and the other is..." Could it really be that person? Thinking this, Thiet Tu immediately said, "Mr. Lu De, I'm ashamed that I worried about you before. So mighty and powerful, how could such small fry even catch your eye?" His tone became more respectful. "The Eastern Divine Sword is divided into two parts, Tianluo and Diwan. The Tianluo organization, which all Diwan soldiers admire, is probably your old army, Mr. Lu De." At this point, Thiet Tu immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Thiet Tu failed to recognize Mount Tai. Lu De was a bit awkward. Could he say that he didn't know anything? But he didn't say it. He then asked suspiciously, "Thiet Tu, what was that about the small fry you mentioned earlier?" Lu De slowly said, "Someone in High City's underworld has offered 5 million to buy Brother Lu's head." Lu De was slightly startled. A public bounty on his life? This unremarkable 20 years of life. He originally had no enemies until he came to the Nak family and made enemies with two people. One of them was Oduong Fong Lu, who believed he was obstructing his plan to seize power. The other was Lai Dai Hai, whom he had threatened into signing a contract at the philanthropic hospital. Thinking of this, Lu De couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting. Thiet Tu continued, "Brother Lu, my Thiet family brothers also have some influence in High City. If not, I'll send Thiet Luke and the others to help you sort this out." However, Lu De shook his head and refused. "No need. By the way, where did that 5 million bounty come from?" Thiet Tu quickly replied, "It was announced on the Underworld's intelligence network by High City's underworld boss, Black Lake." Lu De was a bit surprised. So the person Oduong Fong Lu contacted that day was him. After thinking, Lu De spoke, "You don't need to worry about that bounty anymore. We'll continue our boxing practice another day." With that, he turned and left. But Thiet Tu called him back. "My old instructor, Black Mountain, has also recently arrived in High City. 2 years ago, that old man was promoted to the Tianluo organization. If he knew Brother Lu was here too, he'd surely be delighted." Unable to help but smile, Lu De said calmly, "Really? Before old Black arrives, please inform me first, Brother Thiet Tuesday." Thiet Tu immediately nodded, "All right, Brother Lu." As Lu De walked out the door, he couldn't help but sigh. Did he have to be exposed so quickly? If he was revealed, how would he explain this abnormal strength? He walked out with a confused state of mind. As soon as Nak Len saw him, she asked anxiously, "Lu De, are you all right?" Lu De snapped out of his thoughts. He smiled shyly and said, "I say, Miss Nak, doing that in such a crowded place isn't very good." These words displeased Nak Len. She coldly snorted and moved away from him. Offering no comment, Lu De merely said goodbye, turned, and left. Immediately after, Thiet Tu also came out. Nak Len glanced at him and asked, "What happened in there just now?" Immediately after, Thiet Tu recounted everything to her. She exclaimed in disbelief, "You were beaten by Lu De?" Thiet Tu nodded slightly and said, "Third Miss, please forgive me for not being able to tell you too much. With Brother Lu protecting you from now on, Third Miss has no need to worry." On this side, after Lu De returned to his room, he took a shower, then idly scrolled through his phone for a while. He accidentally stumbled upon Nak T's streamer account. He couldn't help but frown. Is that little girl? She's live streaming? Immediately after, he clicked to watch. In the live stream, Nakti was happily chatting with her fans. Suddenly, the comment section erupted due to the appearance of Donat. Someone frantically tagged Donat, wanting to talk to him. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic about this sudden appearance. And immediately after, Nakti's live stream also set a new record. Seeing this scene, Luda couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I just wanted to watch a bit, and it caused such a stir. It's truly crazy. Meanwhile, Nakhai was also very surprised. She kept pressing her younger sister, TT, tell me the truth, how do you know Donat? Nakti said helplessly, I've said it 800 times, I really don't know him. As soon as she finished speaking, Nakti received a phone call from someone. She pressed the answer button, and a loud voice immediately came from the other end. TT, tell your second sister quickly, how do you know Donat? Nakti was truly at a loss for words. She explained painfully, second sister, why are you asking this question too? This is the 801st time, I really don't know him. Nagdeep didn't believe Nakti's words and suggested, I have a new movie, and I want to ask you to invite Donat to sing the promotional song with me. Plus, I really like Donat and want to meet him. I'm counting on you. After saying this, without waiting for Nakti to refuse, she immediately hung up, leaving Nakti speechless and sighing, where am I supposed to find Donat's contact information for you? The next morning, as usual, Luda went to the company. Just like on the first day, people in the company continued to gossip about him. Luda heard these words and couldn't help but sigh, this mortal world is truly troublesome. Thinking this, he quickly spoke up, Emotong, help me investigate Black Lake's file. It seemed almost instantly, Emotong provided him with the information, Black Lake's real name is Tandu Van, 36 years old. On the surface, he's the chairman of High Tea Chamber of Commerce, but secretly, he's the boss of an underground casino. Luda scanned it once and fell silent, this guy is really capable, all kinds of bosses, all kinds of businesses. But it's a pity, I've already taken this order. So, you're boss Black Lake, right? Then I'll gladly play with him a little. An hour later, in a room of a large building, a man was lighting a cigarette. Beside him, a woman was serving him. As he was resting, someone from outside suddenly pushed the door open and exclaimed in a panic, Boss Black Lake, something big has happened. Before Black Lake could speak, a subordinate asked discontentedly, what's with all the panic? The other person continued, an hour ago, the fishing boat carrying the goods was intercepted by the Coast Guard. Upon hearing this, Black Lake stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray, frowned, and asked, so, do we have an informant among us? The other person shook his head and replied, at first, I thought so too, but when we were about to start investigating, we received a very strange phone call. The man on the phone said not to look anymore, there's no informant among us. This was clearly a provocation. Black Lake slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, it seems our enemy this time is no ordinary foe. Just then, his subordinate's phone rang. He quickly answered, and hearing the voice on the other end, he spoke up, Boss, it's him. Black Lake gnashed his teeth in anger and asked, what did he say? The subordinate stammered nervously, sorry, boss, I'll tell you. Before he could finish, Black Lake snatched the phone and snapped coldly, who are you? Just wait till I find you, I'll beat you to death. On the other end, a mocking voice replied, if you're capable, come find me. You little brat. Black Lake cursed, then furiously threw the phone in his hand. Just then, the girl beside Black Lake softly said, Boss, why don't you try to trace that phone number? With her reminder, Black Lake quickly ordered, go do it now, find the best hacker in the underworld, find him at all costs, hurry up. A moment later, Black Lake received a report from his subordinate, they said they found him. That person is at the game arcade next to Misa nightclub. Hearing this, Black Lake's eyes filled with murderous intent. He coldly ordered, send me 20 men, no, 30 men, bring that kid back to me. After that, he waited for his subordinate's results, but then, he received a strange phone call. he unconsciously said, "How can this be? He just changed his phone, and his number is new too." With a suspicious mind, he reached out and answered. A mocking voice came from the other end, "Here's some sound advice, send over some real masters." These words made him almost throw the phone in his hand again. 20 minutes later, at a game arcade, a young man handed a black card to the owner and said, "Boss, clear out all the customers. $1 million, I'm buying it out today. Open all the doors." This kind of big spending customer was exactly what the owner loved most. He took the card, nodding repeatedly like a pecking hammer, "All right, all right." Immediately after, he left, unable to help but sigh to himself, is this some rich second-generation kid or a stupid rich person imitating young people arranging fights? A moment later, chaos suddenly erupted here. Rapid footsteps continuously echoed in the hallway. Not long after, a group of people carrying weapons surrounded the young man. Without a word, the newly arrived group all charged forward simultaneously. The one surrounded was Lu De. He showed no panic, casually smoking a cigarette, thinking to himself, "Today, I hope they can make things enjoyable." Thinking this, he flicked the cigarette in his hand. It looked very casual, but it struck the forehead of the scar-faced man who was charging forward. Immediately after, Lu De charged into the encirclement, delivering a kick that sent the man flying. At the same time, another man holding a knife tried to slash at him. But he seemed to be on guard. He quickly turned, punching the man in the ribs. His figure darted nimbly within the encirclement, beating the group until they cried out for mercy. After just 5 minutes, more than dozens of people had been knocked to the ground by Lu De. He swept his gaze around, and said coldly, "Tell Black Lake that I didn't have fun, so now I'm coming for him." Lu De thought he really had to go himself this time. A moment later, at Black Lake's base, as he stepped out, he saw his subordinate rush over in a panic, reporting, "Boss, it's bad news, all 100 of our men sent out have been beaten badly." Black Lake's face instantly turned ugly. He gnashed his teeth and said, "All of them defeated? How many opponents were there?" To defeat 100 people, the opponent must have had at least 200. But he was wrong. His subordinate told him unexpected news, "Boss, there was only one person, and he's abnormally strong." "One person?" Black Lake exclaimed in shock, "Is that person a monster?" He couldn't have dreamed of this scenario. Immediately after, he hastily ordered, "Quickly go find Blade, Iron Fist, and Horn. I don't believe all the elites of our group can eliminate one little brat." The subordinate immediately took the order. He picked up the phone and called someone. "Brother Blade, boss said all of you are to go out and take down that brat." The other side quickly replied, "Don't worry, we've already departed." After saying that, the subordinate hung up. He looked at Black Lake and said, "Don't worry, boss, those devils will definitely eliminate that brat." Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly echoed from behind. The door had been completely shattered. When Black Lake and his subordinate turned to look back, they only saw the silhouette of one person standing there. Black Lake anxiously called out, "Horn, what about that brat?" But no sooner had he finished speaking than Horn collapsed face down on the ground. Another pair of slender legs slowly stepped in. The newcomer was Lu De. He had fought his way straight here. The moment they saw him, Black Lake and his subordinate seemed to feel as if they were in a desolate wasteland. The intense heat emanating from afar made them break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, they saw a majestic figure in the distance. And the aura emanating from this person was terrifying. Black Lake couldn't help but tremble violently. His eyes involuntarily constricted. He quickly blinked twice to regain his composure. When he opened his eyes, Lu De's figure was right in front of him again. The subordinate next to him suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Boss, did you see a very strange image just now? I almost knelt down earlier." Black Lake didn't answer. He frowned and looked at Lu De. "There's something very strange about this brat." At this moment, Lu De suddenly spoke, "You people, be reasonable." He walked up to Black Lake and questioned, "A kind person, a young man who wouldn't dare harm anyone, not even animals. Yet someone in the underworld put a bounty of 5 million to take my head. He raised an eyebrow, looking at him and asking, "Boss Black Lake, do you think there's any justice in this?" Under the pressure of Luda's body, Black Lake couldn't help but take a step back, trembling as he said, "Brother, I really do business in the night market, but we have no grievances with you. Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Yet Luda patted his shoulder and said, "This is no place for you to speak." He said he was asking Black Lake. These words made both of them tremble. The subordinate said in a shaky voice, "Boss, standing before you is our boss." With an involuntary snort, Luda raised an eyebrow and coldly scoffed, as expected of the boss of Black Lake Night Market, "Your strategy and cunning truly impress me. But I'll only give you 10 seconds. Come here and apologize to me." The fake Black Lake was immediately terrified, not daring to utter a word. Even the subordinate beside him bowed his head, not daring to say anything more. A moment later, a tapping sound suddenly echoed in the corridor. Seeing that person, the subordinate was immediately overjoyed. "Isn't this Ruo Dai, the maid next to Boss Black Lake? How did she become Black Lake?" Only to see that person walk up to Luda, bow her head respectfully, and say, "I am very sorry, Black Lake apologizes to you." The real boss standing behind Black Lake was actually Ruo Dai, the woman beside the fake Black Lake. Luda didn't seem too surprised. He calmly said, "I possess all your information, including the true identity of Miss Black Lake here." Ruo Dai, however, was very surprised. She didn't know who he was, how he could know her identity, or what he wanted. Thinking quickly, she hastily said, "We can immediately revoke the bounty order, and we will bring the client who commissioned it before you. I hope you will give Ruo Dai a chance to live." Shrugging indifferently, Luda pouted and said, "If I wanted to act against those behind this, no one could stop me. I haven't seen your sincerity yet." Ruo Dai reflexively frowned, then continued, "If you don't mind, the Black Lake gang will henceforth be at your command, including Ruo Dai, provided you don't reveal my identity." Luda didn't answer. He only asked suspiciously, "Do you know who is behind the 5 million bounty on Luda's head?" Hearing these words, Ruo Dai immediately understood. She thought it sounded a bit familiar, so it was that person. She quickly replied, "His name is True Trake, probably one of the vice general directors of Hai Long Group." "True Trake, Nato Duong Fong Lu?" Luda asked in surprise. Mo Tong immediately gave him information about that person. True Trake is one of the people who set up the death array for Nak Lin last time. Hearing this, Luda couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Vice General Director True, interesting. Immediately after, he glanced at Ruo Dai and asked, "Did you people also receive a mission to kidnap Nak Lin?" Ruo Dai nodded without hesitation. Yes, it was also entrusted by True Trake. Luda smirked. It seems the playboy isn't stupid either. He even knows how to use others as scapegoats. Seeing that he didn't answer, Ruo Dai hesitated and asked, "Do you need me to bring him here right away?" Luda immediately refused. "No need. Spread the word, True Trake's teeth, 1 million per tooth." This was easy. Ruo Dai nodded slightly, but then vaguely asked, "What do you need his teeth for?" Smirking meaningfully, Luda pouted and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Furthermore, his requirement was to only take 1 per day." Ruo Dai didn't say she understood, but she nodded, accepting the order, saying that all members of the Black Lake gang would certainly fulfill his every request. Then, she asked him again if he wanted to meet their big bosses. Luda nodded slightly. "The boss of the Black Lake gang won't change. It will always be you or that stand-in." When they meet later, he told them to call him by his alias, Denis. After saying this, he turned his head and left. After dealing with that matter, Luda leisurely returned. However, on the way back, he heard cries for help. He looked in the direction of the sound, only to see 2 men chasing 2 girls. Looking closer, he realized it was the 2 sisters, Nak Hai. They were surrounded by 2 ruffians, their faces filled with fear. "Thugs, let go of us." Luda watched from a distance. Why are those 2 girls again? Are they in trouble? He sighed helplessly. He must have truly owed the Nak family in his previous life. Immediately after, he slowly walked over. He entered the building where the Nakai sisters had been dragged. There were many people inside at that moment. He blended into the crowd, searching for the Nakai sisters. He saw a young man blocking their way, saying, "This hand hasn't even been revealed yet. Why are you trying to run? That's not very fair, is it?" Nakai snorted coldly, "We've already lost over 6 million. Why did this happen today?" Because after finding Luda's card on the table, the two of them went to the casino to gamble. But how could two people possibly survive in this underground world? So they kept losing money. It wasn't long before they both became scared, wishing they hadn't come at all. Back to reality, the young man continued to smile and say, "The 1 million you owe me, as daughters of a rich family, casually pulling out a few tens of thousands to play is a small matter." Nakai shook her head and coldly said, "We don't have money." The young man immediately became angry. "No money is fine, you can pay with your bodies." He thought, after messing around for so long, he had never tasted what twin beauties were like. However, upon hearing this, Nakai turned and walked away. "We'll have money when we get home, then we'll come back and pay you." But after 2 steps, they were stopped. "Do you think this place is a wet market, where you can just come and go as you please?" The young man raised his eyebrows and warned them, "I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't get the money, I'll legally eat you too." While they were arguing, a voice suddenly rang out. I thought it was something big. They looked over in surprise, only to see Luda slowly approach, calmly saying, "So it's just a paltry few million." As soon as she saw him, Nakai immediately cried out, "Luda, quick, help us." The young man then angrily said, "Buddy, trying to be a hero and save the beauties?" Luda calmly replied, "Although these 2 girls are a bit troublesome, you still can't humiliate a living person like that." Hearing this, Nakai immediately got angry and cursed, "We knew you didn't have money. We called third sister to borrow 1 million from her, and yet you dare to say they're troublesome. Besides, where would you get so much money?" Luda sighed helplessly, "You 2 mischievous, heartless girls, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to write the word respect." Thinking, Luda spoke again, "Helping them pay is out of the question, but I don't mind betting around with you." As soon as he said this, the young man was astonished and speechless. At the same time, Luda had secretly observed him. This person was named Nam Bakengwen, a typical rich playboy, indulging in gambling and all kinds of vices. After regaining his composure, Bakengwen looked at him and said, "All right, how do you want to play?" Luda was a little surprised. This kid originally didn't care about the 1 million bet. Today, in this casino, more than half of it was his scheme involving those 2 girls. Thinking of this, Luda raised his eyebrows and smiled, "The cards from the previous round, let's continue the bet." Immediately after, they went to the card table in front of them. He glanced around before continuing to speak, "Blondie, you bet 3 million, I'll match 3 million. Hearing this, Nakai immediately panicked, "Luda, are you crazy? You're not even paying and you're raising the bet. Do you have 5 million? Are you trying to get us killed?" Bakengwen narrowed his eyes at Luda. "Interesting, another show-off, huh? Those dealers here were bribed by him a long time ago. Your cards definitely won't be better than his." The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, and he arrogantly declared, 6 million. But Luda didn't back down. He named another price, 100 million. "Are you in or not?" At this moment, Nakti behind him was truly scared. She pursed her lips and cried out, "Luda, do you want to die?" Just then, Bakengwen chuckled and said, "I almost got fooled by a kid like you. You say 100 million, so it's 100 million? Have you exchanged your gambling chips? I want to verify the funds. Call the casino manager out here." 10 minutes later, the verifying staff respectfully approached and said, "This is your card, sir. The fund verification is complete. Furthermore, our casino has specially opened a VIP black card for you. We welcome you to play often." Seeing this, Bakengwen hurriedly asked, "So, can he really afford it?" The staff nodded slightly and replied, "Mr. Lu's 100 million bet is absolutely valid." As soon as these words were out, Bakengwen's face immediately fell. He'd run into a tough opponent. His entire fortune was only 100 million. Not just him, the two sisters Nakai were also very surprised. How does Luda have so much money? According to our investigation, his family is just an ordinary one. Bakengwin didn't want to lose, so he hurriedly called someone to borrow money. A moment later, he hung up and placed the phone on the table. He aggressively declared, 1 billion. He's used all his connections. Let's see him ruin you today. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. But not long after, Luda spoke again, 10 billion, still not opening. Biting his lip fiercely, Bakengwin muttered, so what if it's a straight flush? If your bet isn't as big as mine, you still don't have the right to see my cards. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, clenching the betting chips in his hand. Then he picked up his phone and called someone, hastily explaining the situation to the person on the other end. Afterward, he glared provocatively at Luda, you dare cause trouble in my territory? This casino belongs to my uncle, who is also the second in command of the Black Lake Gang, Feng Jia. Wait until he gets here, you won't be laughing then. Luda scoffed, pouting, well then, I'll obediently stay here and broaden my horizons. Not long after, hurried footsteps appeared in the casino. The area was surrounded by a group of people in black suits. The two sisters, Nakai, murmured in panic, Luda, what should we do now? Just then, one man approached and said, Mr. Lu, I'm truly sorry, but Feng Jia called and said that no one is allowed to leave until he arrives. I'm so scared. Luda pouted, but his words and expression didn't quite match. The two Nakas cried out with even more fear, is that your scared look? He calmly walked to the sofa in front of them, smiling, and said, I'm a bit sleepy now. I'll take a nap first. When that Mr. Feng Jia arrives, wake me up. The two Nakai sisters were rich young ladies after all, they had never experienced such things. Aside from crying and begging, they truly didn't know what else to do. We were wrong, we shouldn't have stolen your money to gamble here. No sooner had she finished speaking than another person appeared in the hall. Nakai hurriedly exclaimed, Luda, they're here. The newcomer was Feng Jia, whom Bakengwin had mentioned. As soon as he saw the man, he rushed over to complain, Uncle, you're here. I've been bullied terribly. That kid who swindled my money is over there. Hearing this, Feng Jia immediately snorted, I'm here today to see who dares to bully Feng Jia's people. Bakengwin hurriedly waved his hand, ordering, everyone, get out of my way. On this side, Nakti called out in extreme fear, Luda, that Black Lake guy is here. Wake up now. After the subordinates split into two rows, Bakengwin pointed at the person lying on the chair and said furiously, that's the kid. However, the moment he saw Luda leisurely closing his eyes to rest, Feng Jia's face immediately darkened, and he exclaimed in shock, Sir Di. Bakengwin was a little surprised, muttering in confusion, what Di? Uncle, don't just stand there dazed. Tell the guys to go up and chop him. Immediately after, he looked at Feng Jia's subordinates and ordered, all of you, go. But no one listened to him. He desperately pleaded, Uncle, you go. Whatever the consequences, I'll bear them. Hit him. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Feng Jia punched him. He immediately flew backward, landing flat on the ground. He covered his face with his hands and pitifully said, Uncle, you hit the wrong person. He's right in front of you. But at this moment, Feng Jia continued to order, men, beat this blonde kid for me. Bakengwin completely misunderstood what was happening and was just beaten up by the crowd. 10 minutes later, he had been beaten to a pulp by that group of people. Then, he saw Feng Jia walk up to Luda, respectfully bowing, Sir, the beating is done. Seeing this scene, Nakai and her sister were completely bewildered, their mouths agape, what's going on? Finally, Luda stirred from his seat. He showed no reaction, just gave a faint nod, I'll be going now. Seeing him stand up, Feng Jia quickly lit a cigarette for him, then said, Sir, I'll bring back the things that kid lost to you to the car. You can pick them up any time. Luda took a cold puff of his cigarette, then looked at Nakai and her sister and said, let's go. He didn't even spare Feng Jie and his men another glance as he turned and left the casino. Only after he left did Feng Jie angrily glare at Back Nguyen and scold, "Of all people to provoke, you had to provoke him. He is now the boss of our entire high-tea underworld, Lord Denis." Lu De paid no mind to their reactions and led Nak Hai and her sister outside. He glanced at the two and said, "Let's go home." After some hesitation, Nak Hai and her sister changed their attitude. They sincerely said, "We're sorry, we shouldn't have used the 5 million that Dad gave you to gamble. Thank you for today." Lu De remained noncommittal. He calmly said, "That 5 million is your Nak family's money anyway, so thanking me isn't quite right. Besides, I only stayed here because I didn't want to see the Nak family lose everything." Hearing this, Nak Hai and her sister gasped in surprise. "Why do you say that?" Lu De unhappily covered his ears, then heard them ask, "What was that about the Black Lake gang just now? And why were they afraid of you?" Lu De only vaguely explained, "He's a friend of mine, the kind you get to know through fighting." But Nak Hai and her sister didn't believe him. They pouted and said, "Fine, keep making excuses." Just then, Lu De's phone suddenly rang. Nak Lin Lin's annoyed voice immediately came through, "Lu De, where did you run off to again? Work is almost over, hurry back to the company." Lu De mumbled a couple of replies, then hung up and took Nak Hai and her sister back. A moment later, at the Hai Long Group building. As soon as Lu De arrived at the director's office, he saw Tien Tien blocking the door, raising an eyebrow and smiling. "General Director Lin just went out and couldn't find a driver, so she's punishing you to go on a date with me tonight." "Date your head." Lu De snorted coldly. He brushed past her, pushed open the office door, and walked in. He looked at the person sitting on the chair. He couldn't help but be startled, because he saw her wiping blood off her hands. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Miss Nak, did you just go out and massacre civilians?" Nak Lin tossed the blood-stained handkerchief onto the table, then replied, "I just went to Mr. Dao's place to help him with some paperwork." Lu De squinted at her, a hint of admiration rising in his heart. She's also a kind-hearted girl. While he was deep in thought, Nak Lin took out a stack of documents and placed them on the table. "Take a look at this list. Mr. De is eccentric, so I plan to donate some medical supplies to him under my personal name." Hearing this, Lu De calmly said, "You're doing it wrong. Next time, buy him some alcohol, and he might even adopt you as his daughter." Nak Lin instinctively frowned. Is Mr. De an old man who likes alcohol? I should write that down. Thinking this, she immediately grabbed her bag, stood up, and said, "Lu De, come to the bank with me." He slightly furrowed his brow and asked, "What are we going to the bank for?" With a light huff, Nak Lin pouted and said, "That's a silly question. To withdraw money, of course." Meanwhile, at a bank in the city, a military vehicle was parked there. A soldier entered from outside and said, "Instructor, there are 10 minutes left. Once the bank officially closes and the civilians leave, our exercise can begin." Hearing this, the instructor immediately turned his head and snorted coldly, "That old man Don Hoa, does he want to compete with my soldiers? How dare he propose such a terrible idea, simulating a bank robbery?" The soldier nodded slightly and replied, "Instructor, forgive me for speaking frankly, but Chief Don Hoa's soldiers are no match for our organization's members." The instructor heard this, pouted, and chuckled, "Don't say I'm not giving him face. The soldiers I brought this time are all rookies." But they weren't rookies, they were all top experts from teams in various countries. The instructor who was speaking was Hack Sun, an instructor of the Tien Law organization within the Tien La Dia Vo network. The other person was Grizzly Bear, leader of Tien LA's Team A. Grizzly Bear looked at Hack Sun and said, "Instructor, the 6 rookies are in position. If they successfully rob the bank later, we win. If Chief Don's soldiers catch them, then Chief Don wins." Hack Sun frowned and snorted coldly, "That old man Don is truly overconfident. He's sure to lose. Let's wait and watch the show." At the same time, Lu De and Nak Lin also arrived at the bank, coincidentally the same bank Hack Sun was preparing for the exercise. As soon as they stepped through the door, Modong spoke up. Lu De, according to my predictions, something will happen at the bank in 5 minutes. Those people aren't ordinary, they're constantly observing everything. Based on the analysis of their posture, there's a 69% chance this is a gun. The background information for these 6 people is all blank. Lu De heard this, frowned, and chuckled. Someone wants to rob the bank, and a very professional one at that. Can't I just have a peaceful day? Lu De remained still for the moment, following Nak Lin into the bank to withdraw money. It was quickly done. Nak Lin handed him a wad of cash and said, "Take this. I know you're out of money. Take it and use it." With a slight smile, Lu De jokingly said, "At least you have some conscience left, knowing I'm your lifesaver. But I don't need the money. Just buy me a pack of cigarettes." Nak Lin heard this and coldly cursed, "Lu De, you scoundrel." Lu De offered no comment, chuckling as he demanded, "I want a pack of Hoa Tu Na cigarettes." Nak Lin was speechless. She turned and left, muttering as she walked, "Smoke yourself to death, you jerk." A moment later, in the resting area, Lu De walked to a long bench, looked at the man sitting there, and cheerfully greeted him, "Hello." The man saw him, nodded in return, "Hello." Lu De calmly sat down, then unhurriedly spoke a shocking sentence, "Brother, the weather's nice today. Going to rob a bank?" The weather today is truly." But only halfway through his sentence, the man realized something was wrong, and his eyebrows furrowed into a straight line. He instantly stood up and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" With a light chuckle, Lu De smirked and said, "Sorry, wrong number." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the man in the face, sending him flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this scene, Hack Sun in the observation room was so shocked that he put down his teacup and exclaimed in panic, "What's going on?" Grizzly Bear hastily reported, "Instructor, I've reviewed all the files for Chief Doan's men. This person isn't among them." At the same time outside, after Lu De's action, people rushed towards him. Soon, he was surrounded by the group. They lunged at Lu De without a word, but as soon as they charged, one of them was kicked by him, spitting blood from his mouth. One by one, Lu De charged into the encirclement like a malevolent god. In just an instant, he had knocked out the crowd. Finally, only he and 2 others remained in the resting room. The 2 men exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, silently making a decision. But before they could act, Lu De had already lunged in front of them. He showed no mercy, directly knocking both of them down. Looking down at the people lying on the ground, Lu De couldn't help but sneer, "Perfect success." This scene caught Hack Sun's eye, making his face darken. "This is impossible. He defeated 7 of my soldier kings in just 12 seconds? Even Grizzly Bear couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me?" Frowning fiercely, Hack Sun immediately ordered, "Grizzly Bear, go capture that kid alive and bring him back here." Grizzly Bear didn't dare to delay, quickly nodding to acknowledge the order. He pushed the door open without hesitation and ran, darting towards the bank like lightning. Meanwhile, in the bank's resting room, Lu De looked at the people knocked out in front of him, pouting as he said, "I have to say, as robbers, you guys are very skilled. What a shame you're on the wrong path." But just as he finished speaking, a pair of long, slender legs approached. Grizzly Bear had now appeared in front of him. Lu De frowned slightly and mumbled, "Another one? He has a good aura. Looks like I'll have to be serious with this punch." While he was thinking, Grizzly Bear threw a punch, but he dodged it, leaving a small dent in the ground. Immediately after, he returned a punch to Grizzly Bear's chest. With just one punch, Grizzly Bear was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall behind him. Grizzly Bear struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. "How is this possible? How did you dodge that?" Even Hack Sun couldn't believe this, his face as black as a pot. At the same time, Nak Lin walked in from outside, interrupting the fight. She asked suspiciously, "Lu De, honey, what's going on here?" Lu De flinched slightly and turned his head, quickly explaining, "It's nothing, this bank was just robbed," and then a handsome and skilled young man bravely charged in and expertly subdued these robbers. As he spoke, he pulled Nak Len's hand and ran. "None of this is important, let's go first." "We shouldn't stay here long." Nak Len was dragged along, bewildered. She vaguely asked, "So where is that young man?" Chuckling softly, Lu De smirked and said, "That young man is yours truly." Unfortunately, Nak Len didn't believe him. She scoffed dismissively, bragging again? "Were you ganging up on them just now?" Inside, Grizzly Bear watched Lu De and Nak Len run off. He leaned against the wall, wanting to chase them, but he couldn't. The pain in his chest was too great. He could only curse under his breath with resentment, "You punk, don't let me catch you again." 10 minutes later, everyone who was beaten in the bank was carried away on stretchers. The inside had become a chaotic mess, and Hack Sun's eyes burned with fury as he looked at it. At this moment, another person suddenly appeared beside him, smiling mockingly. "Old Hack, you used to boast to me about how capable your soldiers were, yet they were taken down by a brave civilian." Hack Sun glared at the other man and coldly snorted, "Old Don, shut your mouth. This was an accident." "An accident?" Don Hoa sneered and continued, "In our high city, this isn't an accident. If a civilian is brave, our special forces are even braver." Immediately after, Hack Sun returned to the observation room to review the video of Lu De's fight, becoming even more impressed. "That kid, whether it's his physical strength or his reaction speed, is absolutely S-class. If only he could be invited to join his side, that would be great." This was the conclusion he reached after a thorough review. Thinking it over, he turned to Grizzly Bear behind him and ordered, "Grizzly Bear, I'll give you 12 hours. Find this kid and bring him here." Grizzly Bear dared not refuse, nodding to accept the order, but he asked with some doubt, "Instructor, do you want to invite him to join the military?" Hack Sun firmly replied, "He not only has the qualifications to join the team, he might even replace my position someday. What's more important, with him, that plan can officially begin." Just then, Don Hoa walked over and patted Hack Sun's shoulder, saying, "Old Hack, it's not easy for you to come to High City. Tonight, let me be the host. You pick the place, and we two brothers must drink until we pass out tonight." However, Hack Sun didn't hesitate to slap Don Hoa's hand away with a painful thud. Then, he coldly snorted, "Drink your grandmother. Old Don, I'm not done with you yet. Grizzly Bear, let's go." Immediately after, he led Grizzly Bear away. Don Hoa watched them, pouting as he said, "If you don't drink, you don't drink. Why get so upset?" But after the two had left the room, Don Hoa beckoned to the person behind him. He quietly ordered, "Director Sun, I'm giving you 10 hours. You must find that kid in the video." Director Tun quickly nodded. Just like Hack Sun, Don Hoa also wanted to recruit Lu De. He wanted to turn him into the war god of the super police unit. Old man Hack wants to compete with him? No chance. Lu De didn't know someone was eyeing him. At this moment, he was driving Nak Len back. But Modong knew clearly. It happily chuckled, "Lu De, you're famous now." He looked at it, puzzled, and suspiciously asked, "Modong, speak clearly." It slowly explained, "Just now, at least 4 computer devices searched for your information. The scene they compared was the video of you fighting at the bank." Hearing this, Lu De couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle softly, "Let matters fade, hide achievements to preserve one's name." Modong, understanding his meaning, spoke up, "Got it, I'll do it right away." At the same time, Hack Sun's side was tracking his whereabouts. Don Hoa was the same. He watched as he rode back in his car. But it seemed that at the same moment, the data disappeared. Hack Sun angrily yelled, "Head technician." Don Hoa's side was also interrupted. He cursed impatiently, "Damn it." After checking, the technician panicked and said, "All video data related to that young man on the computer has vanished without a trace." Hack Sun could only sigh helplessly. At Nak Jia's villa, on the highest floor where Nak Long resided, the butler walked in from outside and said, "Master, please take a look at this document, it's very interesting." Nak Long reached out to take it and saw that it was the company's employee revenue report. Nak Lin's name proudly sat in the number 1 position. Afuk, standing beside him, happily chuckled, "Master, the third young lady has been outstanding recently." However, Nak Long sighed and said, "How capable Lin is, I, as her father, understand very well." Saying that, he rose from his chair, looked into the distance, and asked, "Afuk, what do you think about this matter?" Afuk pondered for a moment before speaking. "Master, the key to this matter is young Master Lu De. Young Master Lu is a talent, his brilliance is clear as day." Nak Long sighed resignedly, "Afuk, I'm old. No matter how much more I do for Nakjia in the future, I fear it won't be enough to secure such a talent for Nakjia. And this Lu De is a once-in-a-millennium talent, and an extraordinary one at that." Afuk agreed, but hesitated, saying, "From what I see, young Master Lu De doesn't seem very interested in our Nakjia. I naturally know. Such talent, it's not surprising to be a bit arrogant, still too young." Nak Long nodded slightly in response. Therefore, he himself had a way to make him commit and firmly hold onto his Nakjia. Saying that, he gave another order, "Afuk, go do 2 things. First, inform the entire family corporation that Lin will be fully in charge of the medical equipment project." Afuk exclaimed in surprise, "Master, won't you reconsider? We've invested heavily in this project, and it's our next key strategy. The third young lady has only been working for 3 years. Isn't that a bit risky?" Shaking his head calmly, Nak Long casually said, "I naturally won't just hand it over to Lin. I'm betting on Lu De. Besides, have you forgotten? Didn't Lu De say he liked her?" Hearing this, Afuk immediately understood. He quickly said, "Afuk understands. I believe young Master Lu won't disappoint you, Master." Chuckling softly, Nak Long said contentedly, "Luckily my daughter is exceptional, she managed to charm this boy Lu De." Afuk said nothing more. He continued to ask, "Master, what is the second task?" Nak Long slowly spoke, "The second task is, 5 days from now I will return to High City to host a family banquet at the Nak family manor. This time, his 2 mischievous sons, returning from abroad, will also attend. Let the young people gather and interact more." Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something and quickly said, "Oh, right, a good friend of mine also just arrived in High City for a mission. He's also a high-ranking officer in the army." Afuk frowned and asked, "Are you referring to General Hak's son, Master?" "Exactly," Nak Long nodded slightly, pouring himself a cup of tea. He took a sip and then continued, "This time I will create a sufficiently high platform for these young people. Also, go ahead and invite Don Hoa. He and Hak's son have been friends and rivals for many years, let them meet." On another front, at the Nak family manor, Lu De and Nak Lin had just returned when they heard some noise, and moreover, the air was foggy. Nak Lin frowned and mumbled, "What's going on? Is there a fire?" Lu De didn't know. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, let's go in and check first." Immediately after, the 2 went to the dining room, the source of the smoke. As soon as they opened the door, the smoke grew thicker, and they quickly covered their noses. Seeing the 2, Nak Hai and Nak Ti, who were busy, stopped their work. "Third sister, Lu De, you're back." Nak Lin choked on the smoke, coughed twice, then suspiciously asked, "What are you 2 doing?" Nak Hai quickly chuckled, "We spent 2 hours making dinner for Lu De." "You 2 made dinner for Lu De?" Unable to believe her ears, Nak Lin asked back in surprise. Nak Hai nodded calmly and sincerely said, "Third sister, we did many wrong things before, so we must apologize to Lu De. To show our sincerity, this first time in the kitchen is all for him." Saying that, Nak Hai and Nak Ti pulled Lu De to the dining table and happily said, "Brother, come quickly and enjoy." Lu De blankly sat down on the chair, then opened a food cover. Seeing what was inside, he immediately widened his eyes and asked, "What is this dish?" Nak Ti quickly explained, "It's golden egg fried rice. I learned it from you, you know, it's just a little bit overcooked." Nak Hai next to her also nodded in agreement, "Lu De, we really tried our best." Please take a bite. Lu De looked at the burnt thing in front of him, a bit speechless. At this moment, Imotong also popped out with a warning. Benzopyrene detected, which is one of the highly carcinogenic toxins recognized globally. Lu De's expression changed even more. He quickly spoke up, "Wait, I forgive you all." Hearing these words, the two sisters Nakhai immediately jumped with joy. We knew Lu De was the best. Lu De didn't say anything more and secretly escaped from this place. Immediately after, they looked towards Nak Lin, who was clueless on the other side, and said, "Third sister, we have something to tell you." She vaguely looked at them and asked, "What is it?" They handed her a card and whispered, "This is the bank card Dad gave Lu De. Lu De left it on the dining table earlier." The two told Nak Lin that Lu De had not taken this card from the beginning until now, which meant he was not the kind of person they thought he was. Nak Lin looked at the card in her hand in disbelief. He didn't take the money from the card. He came to the Nak family not for money, then? Could it really be for her? But thinking of this, she immediately shook her head in denial. "What am I thinking? No way." At this moment, Nak Hai continued, "Third sister, actually Lu De is very rich." Nak Lin exclaimed in surprise, "What do you mean very rich? How much money does he have?" Nak Hai started counting, then said some uncertain numbers. Lu De could have 10,000 van, 20,000 van. Hearing these words, Nak Lin was even more shocked. Lu De has assets of over 10 van. Not only that, Nak Hai shook her head slightly, calculated for a moment, and continued, "At least 1 million van. We don't know the exact amount." Nak Lin's expression changed in an instant. "This is already enough to be among the top rich people. How is that possible?" After a long silence, she asked suspiciously, "How do you two know about this?" The two sisters Nak Hai hesitated for a moment, then, after a long while, whispered, "Well, we actually saw it at the casino. He bet 1 million van in one go." Nak Lin grew angry when she heard the words casino. What exactly does he want to do? Seeing her reaction, the two sisters Nak Hai knew she misunderstood and quickly explained, "Third sister, don't overthink it. Lu De isn't a bad person. When Dad comes back, we'll tell him." Nak Lin wasn't sure about this. She thought carefully before speaking. "For the safety of the entire family, we must investigate thoroughly. For now, we must pretend nothing happened and not expose Lu De." "Third sister, don't worry, we know." The two sisters Nak Hai nodded without hesitation. They no longer harbored ill will towards Lu De. While the three sisters were talking, they suddenly smelled a delightful aroma. Lu De walked in from outside, carrying a plate of egg-fried rice. He smiled and said, "Three young ladies, you've been whispering for so long, you must be tired. Come and taste this authentic golden egg-fried rice." Seeing what was in his hand, the two sisters Nak Hai's eyes lit up and they ran over. After trying a spoonful, Nak Hai exclaimed in surprise, "Lu De, the taste of this egg-fried rice is quite different from before." Nak Lin behind them watched Lu De intently. She didn't know whether he was a good person or a bad person, and her mood was a bit troubled. Sighing, she then went over to try it herself. The moment the rice melted in her mouth, her eyes lit up. "This rice is too delicious." At this moment, Lu De slowly explained, "Because I changed an ingredient. This is the fruit of the ginkgo tree, ginkgo nuts. Although their taste is slightly bitter, they can detoxify and clear heat. He said that today, making them this ginkgo rice could just quell their anger." Hearing these words, Nak Lin was immediately startled. "Lu De, you eavesdropped on us." Lu De shook his head slightly and calmly said, "Listened, but not eavesdropped. I just hope you all can stop bothering me, okay?" He said he would see things through, and once he calmed down, he wouldn't stay in the Nak family for even a second. After saying this, he turned and left. Looking at his retreating back, Nak Lin couldn't help but murmur, "Did I really misunderstand him?" Lu De heard her words and stopped in his tracks. He calmly said, "Don't worry, as a man, one must be magnanimous and forgiving. I won't hold it against you." After leaving the dining room, Lu De returned to his room. He sat in front of the computer, then called Mo Tong and said, "Our plan should start now." Mo Tong immediately received the order, integrating high-level business thinking, and quickly completed 100,000 business models. At the same time, Lu De was checking the news on his phone. The hype around De Not has finally died down. It's time. A moment later, he excitedly said, "Mo Tong, post it." The content of his post was a rewarded riddle, 3 and 4, 5 and 23, okay. The first 100 people to successfully solve the riddle would each receive 50 Van. The riddle setter was De Tam. Immediately, netizens began discussing the riddle, and it quickly became a hot topic online. But some also thought it was just a scam. In short, the post was still very popular. At the same time, someone was trying to solve this riddle late at night. A girl stared at the computer screen, continuously mumbling, "Okay, isn't this the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign?" Before long, the answer was provided by a netizen named Tu Hoa from Long University. "Is the answer 12 and 115? But some others scolded that person, asking if they were too naive, saying it was just a prank. However, no one knew that the girl's phone from earlier suddenly rang in the dark night. It was a message congratulating her for answering correctly. 50 Van had also been added to her account. Seeing this amount of money, the girl was so happy she cried. It was actually real. "Oh my God, my university tuition fees are sorted out." In an instant, the news that someone had claimed the prize exploded across the internet. A wave of previous disbelievers began to panic, causing a lot of attention. This was all part of Lu De's plan: keep arguing, keep bickering, the hotter it gets, the better. His right eye suddenly lit up at this moment. The online information was released once again: 100 prize recipients, all transfers successful. Participants are invited to check their accounts. This news made those who had been skeptical cry out in despair. A money-making opportunity was just like that, missed by them. When he felt the internet had started paying attention, Lu De threw out a second bombshell. He ordered Mo Tong again to prepare the second question. Mo Tong didn't dare delay and quickly posted. This time, the question was, "The answer to the previous riddle is the question for this riddle. The first person to successfully solve it will receive 10,000 Van." Netizens exploded once again. Some were excited by the large sum of money. Others believed the puzzle setter was playing some trick, wanting to create the world's most difficult riddle. This action by Lu De caused a sensation. He dominated the top 3 trending topics that night. Early in the morning, in a room, many people had gathered. A girl was thinking about the online riddle. After some thought, she realized, this isn't a math problem, it's coordinates. Longitude 12, latitude 115, there's a place near what's displayed. She quickly typed on her computer, searching by the longitude and latitude she had thought of. Sure enough, she found it right after. Immediately, an announcement was made: "Congratulations, Teacher Ha, you have successfully solved the second riddle. The answer is Gemini." Netizens once again buzzed about the answer. No one understood why it was Gemini. A night of commotion passed just like that. The next day, Lu De was still intently watching the computer screen. A moment later, he curled his lips into a slight smile. "Modong, it's time. We should get to the main question." The content of the post Mo Tong made this time was, "Hello, stranger. You are like a star in the galaxy. This third question has no reward, it can only help you find a soulmate." Below it was a QR code. Seeing the code, netizens ignored the content and immediately started scanning. This QR code led them to the Gemini app. Many people downloaded the app. At the same time, in another room, a young man was eating a sausage while downloading Gemini. The download speed was quite fast, completing in less than 5 seconds. He followed the system's instructions and entered his nickname. Immediately after, the system began to analyze his personality. Seeing this text, the young man cursed under his breath, "All these apps nowadays are unreliable. I haven't even entered any information, and they're already playing tricks." However, the system actually displayed his personality. Seeing these lines, his expression instantly changed. Isn't this talking about me? That wasn't all. The system also announced that it had successfully matched him with another person. It was a girl with the ID Nui Dua Tam. Seeing her avatar, the young man's eyes lit up. He definitely had to get to know her. Just like that, Gemini's downloads reached 10,000 van, and registrations reached 5,000. Netizens once again raised a wave of doubt regarding Gemini's novel features. Seeing their reactions, Luda was satisfied. Thanks to Modong, accurate analysis and matching could be carried out. Not only could it avoid all illegal information on the Gemini app, but it could also ensure the app's purity and cleanliness. At the same time, someone was marveling at Luda's talent, thinking, this person is definitely a business genius. In just one night, using only 15,000 van in capital, he made this app unimaginably popular. On another front, at an internal meeting of a certain corporation, the head angrily shouted, "Where did this Gemini app come from?" The person next to him quickly replied, "Mr. Lai, this is a technology company called Creator that just developed and operates this app." Mr. Lai heard this and unhappily asked, "A company that just registered its license has such strong capabilities?" That person quickly nodded and said, "After Gemini was released, our user base instantly dropped by 4%, and it's still rapidly declining." 4% in one night? Mr. Lai frowned, his tone full of indignation. "We've never experienced anything like this before. I heard Gemini can analyze users' personalities. Quickly copy that technology for me." That person's face grew even more panicked. He trembled and said, "Mr. Lai, we've tried, but our current technical team doesn't have that capability yet." Hearing this, Mr. Lai furiously slammed the table and cursed loudly, "Useless. All of you are useless." Luda, unaware that someone was furious about his actions, was still intently observing netizens' reactions. A moment later, he spoke again, "Modong, Gemini is so hot right now, we should at least have an office. After all, this is a company." Modong agreed without hesitation, "No problem. What are your requirements?" Luda didn't have high demands. Just needs to be upscale enough, impressive enough to make others hesitate. Hearing this, Modong said nothing more and began to open its eyes. Immediately after, an image of a building appeared before Luda, the tallest building in Haiti. The top 3 floors of Vinh Dang building, with a small golf course outside, and a rooftop terrace on top, with a total area of 5,432 square meters. Luda glanced over it, nodded in satisfaction, "Not bad, buy it." Modong continued, "Furthermore, I, Modong, have also screened 300 excellent employees in all aspects. The company's renovation and approval will be completed within 3 days, and is currently in the contract signing phase." Smiling faintly, Luda happily said, "It's all thanks to you, otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do on my own. But what we truly lack isn't talent, but a trustworthy person." Elsewhere, at Ajayap's workplace. As usual, he was on his shift. At this moment, Ajayap suddenly received a call. Seeing the caller ID, he answered without hesitation, "Luda, why are you suddenly calling me?" Luda quickly replied from the other end, "Ajayap, I remember when we were in university, you dreamed of starting a business and weren't afraid of anything." Smiling lightly, Ajayap happily said, "Those were just naive words from when I was young." However, Luda then made a proposal, "I just opened a company, are you interested in coming to help me?" Hearing this, Ajayap reflexively frowned, his eyes filled with excitement. But he still hesitated and asked, "Are you sure I'm okay?" Luda replied without hesitation, "I trust you. This is the absolute trust between two good friends." While the two were talking, Lulu walked over from afar, glared with dissatisfaction, and said, "It's still early morning, what are you spacing out about? Get to work." Ajayap frowned, looking at her, and coldly said, "Tun Lulu, it's been 3 years. For 3 years, you've never given me a smiling face. I'm not doing this anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked over the table in front of him. Immediately after, he took off his outer shirt, snorted coldly, and said, "And also, Tun Lulu, remember this, you have no right to call me a Jayap." He said his name was Trang Thien Jayap, to stop being so familiar, and then left the center. Meanwhile, at Nakjia's manor. After a tiring night's work, Lu De was stretching and breathing in the air when someone suddenly approached from behind and said, "Lu De, let's go a bit early." Lu De turned his head in surprise, only to see Nak Lin, who had changed into a blue dress, approaching. She seriously said, "There's an important guest coming to the company today." Hearing this, Lu De couldn't help but sigh. Then, he took out his phone and texted someone, 4 p.m., meet at Vin Dang building. Immediately after, the two got into the car and left. Nak Lin pushed a box of buns to Lu De and said, "We're a bit rushed today, so you probably haven't eaten yet. I brought you some steamed buns." Lu De reached for a bun, still playfully teasing her, "Have you changed your ways today? Giving favors for no reason means either mischief or thievery." Nak Lin unconsciously snorted, scolding unhappily, "Thievery, my foot. Knowing you can eat a lot, I brought you 30 buns. May you choke on them." Smiling lightly, Lu De continued to joke, "I wonder if this is the type of successful man girls like you dream of." Nak Lin glared at him and cursed, "Talkative." However, a moment later, she suddenly recalled what the two kids, Nak Hai, had said earlier. She asked suspiciously, "Where did you get so much money from?" He slowly explained, "I partnered with a friend to open a company. It's called Creator." Just hearing the name, Nak Lin knew it wasn't reliable. She sighed helplessly. Then, she looked at him and suggested, "Lu De, if you need help, you can tell me. Actually, you don't need to try so hard to appear strong." Hearing this, Lu De couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile and said, "Since you said that, I actually have a few secrets I want to tell you." Surprised, she asked softly, "What secrets?" Lu De leaned close to her ear and casually said, "Actually, I sing quite well too. Do you want to hear?" As soon as he said this, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Nak Lin's face. She pouted and said, "I don't want to hear it. You should focus on driving." The atmosphere became quiet again, and the car continued to drive. It wasn't long before they arrived at Hai Long Group. As soon as the two entered the company, they heard everyone whispering, "I have to say, CEO Nak and that young man are truly a good match." The two didn't pay much attention, heading straight to their offices. Lu De also wasn't focused. From his room, he glanced at Nak Lin, thinking, "Who exactly is this person coming today?" His question hadn't been answered yet when he saw Fong Lu bringing someone in and opening the door. Seeing the swollen face of the other person, Lu De immediately chuckled to himself, "Black Tiger's bounty is indeed very powerful." True Trika's teeth were also taken out quickly, but these two weren't the people Nak Lin was waiting for. Inside the manager's office, as soon as Fong Lu sat down, he noticed something. He hastily asked, Lin, where are the 3 vases Deputy CEO True gave you?" "I don't see them." Nak Lin reluctantly said, "They broke accidentally." Hearing this, Fong Lu's face immediately changed. He exclaimed in surprise, "Broken? Such precious vases, who broke them?" Nak Lin sighed and said, "Who else but that Lu De? He broke all 3 vases on his first day in the office." Hearing this, Fong Lu immediately cursed inwardly, "That damned Lu De, he's indeed no ordinary person. The first time he came, he didn't touch anything else, but he broke the deadly formation I spent 7 million on." Having thought that, he turned his head to look at Lu De, who was sitting opposite him, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. "Everyone's here, so I still have to give him some face. I'll deal with him next time." Nak Lin saw that he had some issue with Lu De, but she didn't ask further. She directly got to the main point, "How long until that person arrives?" Fong Lu heard her, turned to look at her, and said with a casual smile, "Just a moment." On this side, Lu De had already waved at Thien. He said, Thien, come over here. I have something I want to ask you." Thien heard him and walked over, pouting, "Geez, what do you want to ask?" Lu De frowned, looking at her, and asked suspiciously, "Such a big setup today, who are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Thien pouted disdainfully, "You really don't know? Then ca do not, you know him, right? He'll be coming to our company soon." Lu De's face instantly changed, he cursed in disbelief, "Holy crap." Thien saw his reaction and couldn't help but sneer, "You certainly can't believe it, can you?" Even more terrifying is that last night, the chairman gave Lin Tong full authority over the latest project. As she said this, she raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Lin Tong has an old friend who opened an entertainment company. And it just so happens that Donat is an artist under his company, so they said they could invite Donat to help us with promotion. She heard that person is an overseas Chinese, both handsome and rich. She also wants a boyfriend from overseas, just like that." Hearing this, Lu De could only force a smile, "Great, the imposter has run into the real deal." At the same time, below Hai Long Group, a convoy was gathered. Immediately after, a pair of legs led the way down. It was the overseas Chinese youth, accompanied by quite a few people. Looking up at the tall building in front of him, the leading young man immediately chuckled, 3 years of struggle abroad. From today onwards, Hai Long Group, Nagjia, none of you can underestimate me, Luke Two Men. Having said that, he entered with a smug expression. A moment later, he appeared in Nak Lin's office. Nak Lin hurriedly stood up to greet him, "Two Men, long time no see." Fong Lu also walked over, intimately patted his shoulder, and chuckled, "Two Men, how are you? Has Teacher not arrived yet?" Two Men didn't answer immediately. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and then slowly replied, "How can Teacher not travel casually? Today, he's here to represent him." Hearing this, Fong Lu flinched slightly, then laughed in agreement, "Brother Two Men is right. Teacher not certainly can't travel casually, otherwise, the doors of our Hai Long Group would definitely be smashed open by people." Two Men glared at him, laughing smugly, "That's a given. Teacher Not's current influence is international." Fong Lu didn't miss the chance to flatter him, he nodded in agreement. If Teacher Not could represent our group's latest household product, the sales volume would surely be astonishing. Two Men heard this and said sternly, "Teacher Not signed under me purely out of gratitude for my initial help." Fong Lu nodded vigorously beside him, saying in a fawning tone, "It's all thanks to you, Brother Two Men. Only then can our group cooperate with Teacher Not through you. This is a great honor." He said the 3 million that Two Men quoted earlier was fine, and they could sign the contract today. Hearing this, Two Men pouted and sneered, the 3 million appearance fee was only agreed to out of respect for Lin Lin. With that, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Nak Lin. The person who had been silent until now spoke up, "If the price has been negotiated and settled, then let's discuss the performance plan." Nak Lin instinctively frowned. Luckily, she had finished preparing the plan overnight. Before she could do anything, Fong Lu brought over a stack of documents and said with a smile, "Two Men, this is the complete plan." Seeing this, Nak Lin's face instantly changed. She questioned in a low voice, "Dad specifically assigned this project to me." Fong Lu didn't panic, calmly smiling, "We're all family, why talk about divisions?" With a soft huff, Nak Lin threw another stack of documents onto the table. Then she raised an eyebrow and looked at Two Men, saying, "So, Two Men, you choose." Two Men reached out and took the 2 stacks of documents on the table, looking through them. After a long while, he finally spoke, "Odyung Fong Lu's performance has a grand scale, but Lin Lin's charity gala is very humane." Nak Lin nodded indifferently and said seriously, "That's right. Moreover, our new product is a household appliance to prevent diseases in children, and the theme of the charity gala is very suitable for the product." Two Men glanced at her, then looked at Fong Lu and sighed, "Your internal disagreement really puts me in a difficult position." He gave Nak Lin a meaningful glance and said, "Lin Lin, perhaps you should reconsider the situation." Men had been pursuing her for 2 years already. He said if she agreed to be with him today, he would choose her for the performance plan. Hearing this, Nak Lin was a bit speechless, not knowing how to react. After hesitating for a long time, Nak Lin finally exclaimed, "Luke, two men, business is business, there's no possibility for us." Hearing this, Two Men's expression immediately darkened. "If that's the case, then I will carefully consider these two plans." After saying this, he immediately stood up from his chair and said with a cold smile, "As for when I'll decide, wait until the day of the Nak family's banquet." He asked him if Nak Long found out he rejected Lin Lin's plan, wouldn't he be disappointed? These words made Nak Lin a little flustered. He then gave an evil laugh. "Why haven't I seen the talented young man that Elder Nak mentioned?" Just then, the sound of a lighter suddenly echoed in the room. Immediately after, Lu De walked in from outside. Two men flinched slightly and looked back, angrily cursing, "Damn it, are you a ghost or a human?" Lu De took a puff of his cigarette, then raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Are you blind? Have you ever seen a ghost smoke?" His words enraged two men, who glared at him. "What did you say?" He wasn't flustered at all, calmly smiling and saying, "I am the talented young man Elder Nak spoke of. My position is driver for Hai Long Group." Hearing this, two men contemptuously sneered, "Someone like you dares to call me blind?" Lu De remained noncommittal, calmly saying, "That's right, an entertainment company that only registered its license 5 days ago. You said you signed a contract with Donat. Is he really Donat?" Two men, unfazed by the questioning, took out his phone from his pocket and said with a smile, "I know some people won't believe it. Here's a video authorization from Mr. Donat. You all can watch it." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a video for everyone to see. Immediately, a singing voice came from the video. A man sat beside a piano, having just finished the last note. Then he looked into the camera and said, "Hello everyone, friends at Hai Long Group, I am singer Donat. Regarding our collaboration, I will fully entrust Mr. Min with the decision. I hope to meet you all." The moment his face appeared, Moto immediately relayed the person's information to Lu De. "This kid is a student at a third-rate music academy." Hearing this, Lu De couldn't help but sneer. He looked at two men, raised an eyebrow, and smiled, "Impressive, impressive. How about we, Director Luke, make a deal?" Two men let out a slight snort and coldly chuckled. "Go on, do you want an autograph or a picture? I can accommodate you." Lu De paid him no mind, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray on the table. Then he calmly said, "Let's make a deal. If Donat is fake, then I'll break your left leg, or your right leg." As soon as these words were uttered, two men's face immediately turned ugly. He angrily exclaimed, "You wouldn't dare." Even Fong Lu beside him angrily cursed, "Lu De, the video is right in front of you. Why are you still causing trouble for no reason?" Although Nak Lin knew his unpredictable nature, she couldn't stand it this time and reminded him, "Lu De, don't worry about the performance anymore. Didn't you say you'd give medical equipment to Mr. De? Go early and come back early." "All right," Lu De glanced at her, then nodded. He immediately turned to leave, calmly smiling, "I'm really looking forward to your performance, you know." Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lu De slammed the door shut and left. The arrogant sound of the door closing infuriated the people in the room. A moment later, at Mr. Dao's hospital. After finishing his work, Lu De sat down to talk with Mr. De. "I really admire you, Mr. De. You can always remain so calm." Mr. De took a sip of wine, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Has little Lu De been wronged by outsiders?" Lu De shook his head slightly, whispering, "Just a little confused." Hearing this, Mr. De chuckled and said, "I'm old now, so my temperament naturally calms down. But you're different, young people dare to take risks and fight. Releasing anger is naturally more satisfying." Lu De quickly raised both hands, denying without hesitation, "How could I dare?" Mr. De looked at him intently, then after a long while, smiled and said, "I understand you best. You've been suffering from the after effects for years. Doing 3 jobs, coming back here still smiling and taking care of those kids, I see the resentment inside you." Lu De flinched slightly, not knowing how to react. At this moment, Mr. De continued, "I, Mr. De, want to add one more thing, hate when you should hate, flee when you should flee." Lu De didn't understand a single word of what he said. He looked at him blankly. Mr. De frowned at him, then suddenly said seriously, "Aren't you that troublesome kid, that young man from the bank who's being hunted by military forces everywhere?" Hearing this, Lu De finally realized. So that's what he was talking about. He gave a silly laugh. Mr. De snorted coldly, "Laugh your head off. I'm sleepy now. If you have nothing to do, scram." Lu De knew it was getting late. He stood up and pushed the door to leave. Mr. De also didn't forget to send him off. Before he left, he reminded him, "Remember, you can hit stray dogs, but you must not do anything against your conscience." "Got it, Mr. De." Lu De nodded slightly in response, then left. In the afternoon, Lu De had an appointment. He stood under an old tree, waiting for someone. While waiting, Moto informed him of an issue. Gemini's downloads had exceeded 400 million in 8 hours. Lu De exclaimed in surprise, "That's incredible." Moto smiled smugly and said, "It's a small matter. I just updated Gemini's group chat function, roughly categorizing over 3,000 types of interests with no limit on the number of people per type." Just as Moto said, everyone online was marveling at Gemini's brilliance. The more Lu De listened, the more satisfied he became. Once Gemini stabilizes, it will surely receive many advertising offers. On another front, at the headquarters of BAC CUC Hung Group, General Manager Lai and his people were holding a meeting. He looked at his subordinates and asked coldly, "Have you found out who the company behind Gemini is yet?" His secretary immediately replied, "Boss Lai, we've found out. The registrant is Detam, a newcomer. This company currently has no profit and probably lacks capital." Hearing this, General Manager Lai took out the documents to look. A moment later, he looked at the person next to him and said, "Vice President C2, I'll give you 10 billion to acquire their technology." Vice President C2 didn't dare to delay and immediately replied, "Boss Lai, don't worry, I guarantee it will be done." On another front, at the place Lu De was waiting, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. Tian Jiap walked over in a gray suit, happily laughing and saying, "Lu De, you're looking good, aren't you?" Lu De pouted and smiled, saying, "I've been working out lately, but you've fallen behind." With a light snort, Tian Jiap pouted and said, "Enough with the nonsense." Ignoring the topic, the two quickly entered the building. Looking at the tall building in front of them, Tian Jiap couldn't help but exclaim, "You opened a new company here, kid? The rent must be expensive." Shrugging indifferently, Lu De pouted and said, "You'll know once you go inside." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked inside. Looking at his retreating back, Tian Jiap quickly called him back, "Wait, hold on." However, Lu De had already walked straight inside, so he could only run after him. The two quickly entered the elevator. Looking at the floor number displayed, Tian Jiap exclaimed in surprise, "Quite a high floor, huh?" Lu De didn't answer. The elevator continued to ascend, finally stopping on the 87th floor. The elevator doors quickly opened. Looking at the scene before him, Tian Jiap's eyes involuntarily widened. Before him was a spacious office filled with people. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of talent gets to work in such a good place?" Lu De walked beside him, explaining as they went, "Jiap, our company belongs to the internet industry, instant information. The first version was released yesterday. He said that he needed him to build the staff, handle daily reception and maintenance, and that he would take care of the money and people." Hearing this, Tian Jiap asked back somewhat incredulously, "You don't have enough, do you?" Shaking his head calmly, Lu De said nonchalantly, "Of course not, my friend. Our strength is quite formidable." Tian Jiap's face changed in an instant. He asked doubtfully, "Is that so? To what extent?" Lu De raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "To the extent that we can reject anyone who wants to acquire us." Unfortunately, Tian Jiap didn't believe him. He pouted dismissively, "It's good to have entrepreneurial ambition, but don't exaggerate." Lu De said confidently, "Once a company comes calling, you'll handle it. I won't show my face unless it's absolutely necessary." Tian Jia put an arm around his shoulder, assuming Lu De was joking, and quickly went along with it. You're quite something, kid. Then, he continued to ask, let's go into this office and talk more. Lu De winked playfully, then smirked and said, it's settled then. You're the CEO, and I'm the behind-the-scenes chairman, responsible for counting money. Hearing this, Tian Jia couldn't help but laugh, and all these useless titles? The CEO handles everything, the secretary is a Jayap, and the cleaner is also a Jayap, right? Lu De gave Tian Jayap a thumbs up, praising quietly, you're still the best. The two talked as they walked. A moment later, Lu De led Tian Jayap to the rooftop of the building. Tian Jayap looked around at the scenery in this place, his eyes filled with shock. He exclaimed in disbelief, Lu De, have you been doing something shady behind my back? Don't make me worry. It was no wonder he said that. Before him was the tallest building in High City. Lu De didn't answer. He looked down for a long time before slowly opening his mouth. A Jayap, you're the person I trust most. No matter what situation I was in, you never looked down on me. Tian Jayap snorted with dissatisfaction, nonsense. You make one phone call and I'll drop everything and come running. Saying that, Tian Jayap walked over, patted Lu De on the shoulder, and said, don't get sentimental. Just say it straight. Do you need money? I've got 150,000 in savings ready. Lu De smiled touched, saying, you keep it. The company plan has already been sent to your email. It's enough for you to review for a few days. Tian Jayap then raised an eyebrow and said, all right then, you've already roped me in. Lu De shook his head slightly, not saying much. Tian Jayap continued, you've shown me around 3 floors now. Where exactly is our company? Lu De raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, calmly saying, all of it, including the rooftop beneath our feet. As soon as these words came out, Tian Jayap's eyes widened in disbelief. He tremblingly asked, what, 3 whole floors? What kind of crazy company did you open, anyway? Lu De replied nonchalantly, the company's name is Creator. The current product is Gemini. You actually said it. Tian Jayap was stunned speechless after hearing it, standing frozen, unable to utter a single word. Seeing his reaction, Lu De couldn't help but chuckle softly, Comrade Truong Tian Jayap, you've become the CEO of Creator, so you should act the part, shouldn't you? Only then did Tian Jayap realize that what he was experiencing was real. He quickly scratched his head and replied, you're right, I need to transform myself. Lu De chuckled happily and said, I still have a villa and a car left over, I'll have someone deliver them to you later. A villa? A car? Left over? Tian Jayap couldn't believe his ears, asking back in astonishment. Lu De chuckled softly, offering no explanation, and slung his arm over Tian Jayap's shoulder as they headed downstairs. After discussing everything with Tian Jayap, Lu De returned to the company and, as usual, drove Ngoc Lin home. However, as they passed a clothing store, Ngoc Lin suddenly spoke up, Lu De, stop for a moment. He frowned slightly, asking in confusion, what's wrong? We haven't reached the manor yet. Ngoc Lin slowly explained, for days from now, my father will host a banquet at the manor. Key figures and elites from the industry will attend, and father wants you to join me. She said she saw he was dressed too casually, and some people were judgmental about appearances, fearing he might be looked down upon. Then, she looked at the store by the roadside and said, this is the most high-end suit store in High City. I'll buy you a set. Hearing this, Lu De couldn't help but chuckle. So that's it. Thank you for thinking of me, but I don't think it's necessary. I respect those who respect me, and I'll deal with those who insult me. Ngoc Lin narrowed her eyes at him, seriously reminding him, Lu De, don't be so overconfident. I just want you to dress appropriately. Lu De shrugged and pouted, Miss Ngoc, thank you for your kind intentions, but the strong don't need to prove themselves. With that, he drove past the store and continued towards the manor. Seeing that he wouldn't accept the clothes, Ngoc Lin didn't press. She raised an eyebrow and said, no clothes needed then, but I've prepared a gift for you. I hope you'll accept it. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a wooden box. Lu De was astonished when he saw what was inside. It was a very valuable jade green pearl. Lu De quickly reacted. He frowned and asked, "This pearl looks expensive at first glance. Are you trying to bribe me?" His words made Nak Lin a little worried. She hesitated and asked, "Lu De, you've been acting strangely lately. Are you feeling desperate?" Smiling inadvertently, Lu De pouted and said, "Miss Nak, what are you talking about?" Nak Lin stared at him for a long time before speaking. "Your eyes are almost blind. I hope you don't lose your confidence, just like this pearl, which will never be plunged into darkness." Hearing this, Lu De realized she had good intentions. So this girl also had such a gentle side. Thinking that, he smiled and agreed, "You're annoying, but I'll accept it." Nak Lin snorted at him, then said nothing more. For days later, at the Nak family manor, the place was exceptionally crowded due to the banquet. Nak Long sat in a corner, observing. After a long while, he spoke, "Ah Fook, the more I look at Lu De, the more I like him. His independent demeanor is just like mine when I was young." Ah Fook nodded slightly and added, "I find young Master Lu a bit too cautious." Hearing this, Nak Long couldn't help but sigh. It's also tough on Lu De. He's never attended this kind of banquet before. But these are experiences he needs to go through. I hope he matures quickly and takes on the heavy responsibility of leading the Nak family. Lu De, on his side, was unaware that someone was observing him. He was receiving information from Mutong. That Gemini's downloads had surpassed 800 million, and the company's operational progress had reached 100%. Related articles about the company and the person behind it were also increasing. Lu De nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. This is just the beginning. A moment later, a black car appeared at the entrance of the Nak family manor. It was Lu Tumin's car. He was also attending the banquet today. Next to him was another young man. Nak Long had noticed their arrival and quickly turned his head to look. Two men and the other man walked over to Nak Long to greet him. Two men spoke first. "Nephew Two Men greets Uncle Nak." The young man beside him also quickly greeted. "Nephew Tien Tan greets Uncle." Before Nak Long could reply, Fong Lu walked over from the other side, patted Two Men's shoulder, and laughed. "Haha, Two Men, Tien Tan, I've been waiting for you too." At this moment, Nak Long waved in the distance, calling loudly, "Lu De, come over here." Lu De quickly stepped forward. He pointed at Two Men and the other man, introducing them. "These two are the sons of my old friend. You young people should get to know each other." Fong Lu took this opportunity to show off. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Let me introduce them. This gentleman next to me is the head of an entertainment company that signed the legendary singer, Denat. We're currently negotiating a collaboration for a new product. Speaking of which, he glanced at Two Men and suggested in a low voice, Two Men, I'll treat you well today. Please consider my proposal." Two Men chuckled softly and calmly said, "I can consider it." Hearing this, Fong Lu was delighted. He then continued to introduce the other person, the founder of Baidu Company. This gaming company is being internationalized. Tien Tan here is considered a shining example among today's youth. At this moment, Nak Long smiled and spoke again. "Coincidentally, Two Men and Tien Tan are Lin Lin's college friends. They both pursued Lin Lin." Hearing this, Tien Tan immediately felt embarrassed, shyly saying, "My initial pursuit of Van Van didn't succeed, so I traveled the world in frustration. Unexpectedly, I discovered 12 secret travel routes, and that's how I founded my company." Saying that, he looked at Nak Lin and smiled, saying, "I'm completely different from before now. Would you reconsider?" Nak Lin was a bit awkward, not wanting to embarrass him, so she had to change the subject. She pointed at Lu De standing next to her and said, "Let me introduce these two gentlemen. This is—" But before she could finish, Tien Tan coldly interrupted, "No need for introductions. Lu De, right? Lin Lin's benefactor." He glared at the young man, his tone full of disdain. "Just a useless freeloader, with no background whatsoever. Competing with me is like asking for death." Even old Master Nak told me to encourage you. Are you worthy? Lu De frowned, looking at him, but didn't retort. Thinking that he accepted his words, Tien Tan grew even more smug and laughed loudly. Haha, Lu De, there's still a long way to go. We'll cross paths again at leisure. Saying that, he extended his hand to shake Lu De's hand. However, the young man's grip made him clench his teeth and cry out in pain. It hurt so much. Lu De indifferently let go of his hand, pouting and smiling. Sorry, I rarely shake hands with women. These words made Tien Tan furious, but he couldn't retort even a single word. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Fong Lu stepped in to mediate. Tien Tan, it's your first time at the manor. I'll give you a tour, okay? Afterward, Fong Lu led two men and Tien Tan away. Seeing this, Nak Long couldn't help but speak. Youth. Just meeting and already the air is thick with gunpowder. Lu De raised an eyebrow, looking at him, and smiled. Old master, to be honest, they're not even worthy of that. These words pleased Nak Long even more. He laughed playfully, as expected of someone from the Nak family. Arrogance is good. Fight, and I'll back you up. At the same time, in a corner of the party, Fong Lu, two men, and Tien Tan were huddled together. It was clear they were up to no good. Fong Lu glanced at Tien Tan and reminded him, you were too agitated. How could you be so rude in front of old Master Nak? He said that they all knew what kind of person Lu De was. If they wanted to deal with him, they had to stand on the same front. Hearing this, two men and Tien Tan simultaneously asked, what should we do? Fong Lu leaned closer to them and whispered, following tradition, later during the speeches, don't give him a chance to show off. Then, he looked at two men and said, later, you announce that you choose my plan. I'll pay an additional 200 million for Denat's appearance fee. Two men instinctively frowned and hesitated, replying, won't Lin Lin hate me then? Shaking his head with a slight laugh, Fong Lu calmly said, no, she won't. Old Master officially put Lin Lin in charge, but in reality, he relies on Lu De. Old Master was fooled by his sweet talk a long time ago. He said that when the time comes, he will be exposed, and then two men will have a chance to approach Lin Lin. That makes sense, two men said, winking and smiling, believing Fong Lu's words without a shred of doubt, his expression brightening considerably. Having achieved his goal, Fong Lu then glanced at Tien Tan and said, I promise your company's third round of investment will be successful. Later, be bold and announce your IPO plan. Tien Tan looked at his hand, which still felt a faint ache, his expression a bit grim, and he didn't respond. Seeing his reaction, Fong Lu continued, Tien Tan, if you can't endure small things, you can't achieve great ones. We must use our strength to control him. Biting his lip fiercely, Tien Tan nodded slightly and replied, Brother Fong Lu, thank you. If I had intervened, it would have been too embarrassing. Later, I'll just follow your instructions. Immediately afterward, the two exchanged glances and nodded in unison, their wicked plan thus established. At the same time, Lu De was completely unaware of their intentions and was still talking with Nak Lin. But suddenly someone called out to him, interrupting them. He turned his head towards the sound and saw Tien Tan and Fong Lu approaching. Tien Tan put on a sincere demeanor and said, Lu De, I was rude earlier. He intimately slung his arm over Lu De's shoulder, smiling cheerfully, you're the Nak family's benefactor, and you drive for the Nak family. As close descendants, we should be polite to you. Lu De knew he meant no good, so he indifferently pushed his hand away, pouting and saying, I don't need that kind of superficial flattery from you well-dressed people. These words infuriated Tien Tan, making him want to explode on the spot. On the other side, Nak Long was still resting, observing the young people chatting. At this moment, Ah Fook came to report, Master, we just received a call saying that Miss Nam suddenly came to visit. Nak Long frowned in surprise, Miss Nam? Which Miss Nam? Ah Fook hastily explained, it's the daughter of Nam Tien Hai from the capital, Nam Nuak Dik. His eyes involuntarily narrowed, Nak Long couldn't believe what he had just heard. Seeing his reaction, Ah Fook continued, Master, Miss Nam sent word that her father found it inconvenient to leave the capital, so he sent her to visit General Haishan, Commander Dawn, and yourself. Hearing this, Nak Long clearly nodded. So that's it. A moment later, the Nak family manor welcomed another distinguished guest. Fong Lu, two men, and Tien Tan stood to the side, not daring to step forward. Two men worriedly said, Fong Lu, what do we do? Miss Nam is here. Our little talents will become a joke. Tien Tan also nodded in agreement. The Nam family has immense power in both the political and business circles. This Miss Nam is even hailed as the most beautiful genius. How can we compare? Only Fong Lu remained extremely calm. He frowned and smiled, saying, precisely for that reason, we must show our strength. Who knows, we might even be able to cling to a high branch. At this point, he glanced at Lu De in the distance, a wicked smile spreading on his face. That stepping stone, Lu De, is about to be put to good use. With a slight smirk, he stepped forward. Let's go, we'll greet Miss Nam with our best posture. Just then, the car that had just stopped at the Nak family manor opened its door. A pair of slender legs stepped out of the car. Nuak Dik slowly approached, politely greeting, hello, Uncle Nak. Nuak Dik came uninvited. I hope you don't mind. Hearing this, Nak Long couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Nam, what are you saying? Your esteemed presence is an honor for the Nak family. Nuak Dik politely bowed to him. She softly asked, Uncle Nak, have Uncle Hak's son and Uncle Don arrived yet? Dam Mak shook his head. Nak Long casually smiled and said, they might still be on their way. Miss Nam, let me introduce you to some of the young people here. Feeling his address was too formal, Nuak Dik quickly suggested, please just call me Nuak Dik, Uncle. Immediately after, Nuak Dik followed him to the center of the banquet to greet people, and just as she turned, she spotted Fong Lu and his two companions waiting. Looking at their appearance, Nuak Dik cursed inwardly, they're truly a bunch of good-for-nothings. However, Fong Lu couldn't read the room. He actually stepped forward, putting on a mature facade and smiling, hello, Miss Nam, I am Oduong Fong Lu. Nuak Dik immediately recoiled, avoiding his handshake as if it were a plague. She found it dirty. Fong Lu slightly frowned and withdrew his hand. He even offered an explanation to her. Indeed, Miss Nam has a noble status. How could her delicate hands be casually touched? At this moment, Nak Long approached to introduce, Nuak Dik, let me introduce you, this is my daughter, Nak Lin. Nuak Dik quickly turned her head and greeted her with a gentle demeanor. However, during that moment, she noticed a figure behind Nak Lin. That person was none other than Lu De, who was holding a glass of wine and casually approaching. But Nuak Dik couldn't remain calm. She was so surprised her eyeballs nearly popped out. Lu De on this side had also noticed her, his sword-like brows unconsciously furrowing. He chuckled softly and approached, waving and greeting, I am Lu De. Hearing this, Nuak Dik instinctively frowned. He's using his real name, he probably doesn't want to reveal his identity, she thought, then quickly said, hello, sir. Lu De secretly observed the girl in front of him, sighing inwardly, who would have thought that the obedient girl in the eyes of outsiders is actually the underworld boss of High City, Black Tiger. Immediately after, he suddenly unleashed his aura. Nuak Dik's expression instantly changed. She was sure this was indeed the aura of Second Master De, no mistake, and her attitude became even more respectful. Seeing her poor complexion, Fong Lu asked worriedly, Miss Nam, are you all right? However, Nuak Dik didn't answer, and he brazenly suggested, Miss Nam, why don't you come with us to the gazebo to rest? Unfortunately, Nuak Dik didn't give him any face, flatly refusing, no need, I'll go with Lu De. Hearing this, two men spoke up, his tone full of disdain, Miss Nam, Lu De isn't a member of the Nak family, he's just their driver. These words made Nuak Dik's face change color. She glanced at Lu De with disbelief. Lu De didn't care at all, he remained in a corner, enjoying his wine. Nuak Dik assumed he didn't want to make any overt moves with her. So she had no choice but to nod in agreement. She softly said, then Nuak Dik will follow the host's arrangements. Fong Lu immediately said happily, that's great. After welcoming one distinguished guest, the Nak family manor received two more cars. This time, a pair of imposing feet stepped out. Hak's son stepped out of the car and slowly entered the manor. However, after only 2 steps, he was called out. Old Hak finally caught him. The person was Don Hoa. He patted Hak's son's shoulder and said, "Explain clearly what happened with my phone call." Hak's son snorted coldly upon hearing this. "Old Ghost Don, calm down. It's your fault, who else? A national official leading a fight, if you don't correct it, your descendants will laugh at you." With a slight smirk, Don Hoa casually said, "Old Ghost Hak, you don't have to compensate for the phone, but you must tell me, have you found that kid yet?" Hak's son glared angrily. He coldly snorted, "I have intelligence. You want to rob this old man? It's not that easy." Just then, Nak Lin walked out from inside, smiling and saying, "Old Don, General Hak's son, long time no see." Don Hoa heard the sound and turned to look. He happily said, "You rich folk, I don't understand why you like to throw these useless banquets." With a slight chuckle, Nak Long casually replied, "We've known each other for a long time, it'd be shameful not to make a proper show of it." Then, he pointed to someone in the distance and said, "Today, we have another distinguished guest." Hak's son and the other immediately looked over, their expressions slightly changing. Prime Minister Nam's daughter, Tu Nam. Nak Long nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, today my Nak family manor is truly honored, with all these influential figures attending." Just then, Nuak Deek also approached from a distance to greet them. "Hello, Uncle Hak's son and Uncle Don, my father asked me to visit you too." Hak's son nodded slightly and replied, "Very good, thank you Prime Minister Nam for still remembering us." Don Hoa also nodded in agreement. Indeed, grown-up daughters look so different. "Nuak Deek, you're living alone in High City. If you encounter any difficulties, just say so." Fong Lu, watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but sigh, as expected of Miss Nam, so young yet already conversing with the big shots. Lu De also saw this scene, and couldn't help but think of something. He wondered how the two leaders would react when they learned Miss Nam's true identity. The group of bigwigs, of course, didn't know Lu De's thoughts. Hak's son was still happily exclaiming, "I have to say, this manor really looks magnificent." Don Hoa nodded slightly. He opened a can of beer and said with a smile, "Old Ghost Hak, our high city not only has beautiful scenery but is also full of talented people, for example." Just as he was saying this, his gaze fell upon a figure among the crowd. The sip of beer he had just taken was immediately spat out. Immediately after, he started to leave. Hak's son asked in confusion. However, he didn't turn his head. Hak's son walked over, pulled his arm, and said irritably. Don Hoa shook Hak's son's hand off, glared at him in warning. No way, Hak's son also didn't back down. The two just glared at each other. Nak Long, standing nearby, was a little speechless seeing this scene. A moment later, Hak's son turned to look at Nak Long and said. The situation changed so quickly that Nak Long was a little startled, then nodded and replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the two men towards the crowd and calmly said. Hak's son and the other man paid no attention to the others, only to Lu De standing in the center. Without hesitation, Don Hoa quickly spoke up. Hak's son also wouldn't give up, he eagerly said. Seeing this scene, Fong Lu and the others immediately submitted. How could Lu De be the center of today's banquet? They had to do something. At this moment, Hak's son suddenly looked towards Nak Long and suggested. Nak Long nodded slightly and replied. As Hak's son walked, he whispered. It wasn't until they left that Fong Lu clapped his hands to signal. Everyone looked towards him, and he smiled, saying. Two men heard this and nodded in agreement. Fong Lu hesitated for a moment. Then, he turned to two men and Tien Tan. A moment later, at the Nak family's manor horse track. There were many rare breeds of horses here. Two men walked over and chose a horse with brown fur and an extremely sturdy body. He turned to look at everyone, boastfully saying. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu De approached from a distance and reached out to pat the horse's head. Seeing this, two men immediately reminded him. Fong Lu, standing outside, also curled his lips in disdain. Two men raised an eyebrow and chuckled, his eyes full of pride. Hearing this, Lu De didn't mind. He gestured. Two men's expression changed instantly. He hesitated slightly. However, he looked towards Nuok Dik on the other side, and finally made a decision. He took a deep breath and spoke. Since Miss Nam is here today, I will definitely do my best to perform for her. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the horse and patted its head. He stepped onto the stirrup and then jumped up, sitting skillfully on the horse's back. Seeing this, the people around applauded. Two men carefully patted the horse's rump, signaling it to run. However, for a long time, it remained still. Two men suddenly panicked and shouted. The people outside were also very awkward, not knowing how to react. Only Lu De seemed to know everything beforehand. He smirked. Looking at him calmly, he casually said. Hearing these words, two men immediately became angry. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. But before he could finish his sentence, the horse suddenly went wild. He was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground. This scene sent Fong Lu and the others outside into a panic. Two men, feeling very embarrassed, pointed directly at Fong Lu and criticized. Fong Lu didn't know how to answer, but Lu De interrupted. A purebred Mongolian warhorse, born to fight, charging for heroes, it absolutely will not submit to the weak. As if it understood what he said, the horse neighed again, as if it were laughing. Lu De raised an eyebrow and looked at him provocatively. Someone with a twisted mind like you, outwardly strong but inwardly ignorant, how can you be worthy of riding a Mongolian warhorse? It's truly a joke. Upon hearing this, two men immediately retorted indignantly, what right do you have to say that? Clearly, this horse is wild and untamable and hasn't been properly trained. Even Fong Lu here didn't believe it. He snorted coldly and said, Lu De, if you say that, do you dare to call yourself a hero and go try it? Nak Len looked at Lu De in a panic, a worried expression flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Lu De spoke up, I don't need to ride it. As soon as he said this, two men immediately snorted disdainfully, so he's chickening out. Lu De didn't retort, he just narrowed his eyes at it. The horse then let out a long neigh. Immediately after, it sat down on the ground, looking completely tamed. Seeing this, Nuok Dik immediately spoke up, Sir is indeed sir. Nak Len was also extremely surprised, wondering what kind of person he truly was. Fong Lu was somewhat impressed. He gritted his teeth and said, to be honest with you two, this brat beat me in archery back then, and now he's showing off again. Tien Tan was not in a hurry, he curled his lips into a smile and said, shooting is a rich man's game. Someone poor and humble like him probably hasn't done it many times. Fong Lu thought for a moment before speaking, his tone full of malice, all right, I'll think of a way to provoke him into playing. As Fong Lu promised, he truly wanted Lu De to compete against Tien Tan in shooting, and so he brought everyone to the shooting range. Tien Tan proudly boasted, I've been learning to shoot since I was little, and I consider my skill to be pretty good. Then, he pointed towards a gun and said, for example, this clay pigeon trap machine here, this machine has two shooting sides. If I shoot continuously, I can hit 70 out of 75 targets. He even said he was unskilled, only slightly worse than an Olympic champion. Hearing these words, Nak Hai exclaimed, with this clay pigeon trap machine, bullets fly everywhere. It's really hard to hit them all within a few seconds. Nak Ti nodded slightly, I tried practicing once but couldn't hit anything, I was so annoyed I threw the gun. Tien Tan became even more smug. He frowned provocatively, I hear Lu De here has superb archery skills. I wonder how he is at shooting a gun. Fong Lu also spoke up, his tone laced with mockery, that's right, Lu De, you have good talent, why don't you go up and try too? Lu De didn't answer. He was waiting for Modong, who was merging a super shooting skill for him. Modong also asked if he remembered it. Lu De raised an eyebrow and chuckled, I do remember, but when will you grow up? I don't need a super cool gun-holding posture. Modong raised an eyebrow and said, it has to be precise. Everyone likes perfection. This machine will continue to upgrade. Immediately after, Lu De stepped forward and said indifferently, so much talk. If you want to lose face completely, I'll help you. With that, he casually picked up a gun. Hearing these words, Tien Tan immediately laughed heartily, haha, all right, open 2 stations, 30 shots each. Lu De ignored him, casually loaded bullets into the gun, then scoffed, I'll shoot first. You can keep the rest to play with. Without hesitation, Lu De began to aim. Fong Lu looked at his back from behind, his expression a little grim. This familiar feeling. Is this brat perhaps a hidden master? He thought Lu De would shoot directly, but he suddenly suggested, open all 2 stations, random direction, 70 continuous shots. Tien Tan thought he was showing off, and sneered, Lu De, can you really do that? This double-barreled shotgun isn't a toy gun. Even the staff operating the trap machine hesitated and said, Mr. Lu De, are you mistaken? I've never heard of this way of shooting before. However, Lu De nodded resolutely, just do as I say. Having no other choice, the machine operator continuously activated the targets. Lu De's eyes immediately became focused. He continuously fired several shots, gun smoke constantly rising into the air. The spent shells also fell from the gun's chamber. Lu De quickly grabbed them with 2 fingers and directly reloaded them into the gun barrel. His movements were too fast. Before anyone could even see, he was already aiming again. Smoke again shot out from the gun, and all the released targets were hit by him. Seeing this scene, the crowd outside was shocked. He completed all those actions in 1 second? That's incredible. Even Tien Tan was very flustered. What's the point of competing anymore? He's not human. At the same time, the continuous booming sounds from Lu De's gunshots caught the attention of the 3 grand elders who were playing chess nearby. Hak Sun wondered who could shoot to this level, twice as fast as his ace warrior. Thinking that, he then looked towards the shooting range. Immediately after, seeing Lu De holding a gun with an extremely precise posture, he became even more startled, realizing it was indeed that freak kid. Hak Sun finally couldn't hold back anymore, eagerly speaking up, Old man Knock, today this old man has to risk it all to win this game of chess against you. On the other side, at the shooting range, all the targets had been shot to pieces, lying on the ground. Under Lu De's feet were also countless shell casings. He put his gun away and casually lit a cigarette. He raised an eyebrow, looking at everyone and saying, you all play at your leisure, I'm going to check on those uncles over there. After speaking, without waiting for anyone to react, he turned and walked away. Nak Lin watched his retreating figure. He had turned and left. At the Nak family estate, the chess game of the 2 grand elders had almost reached its final stage. Hak Sun placed a white piece on the board, then spoke, Old Nak, I'm afraid you've lost this game. These words were not wrong. Nak Long glanced at the chessboard, unable to make a move for a long time. Hak Sun, seeing this, became even more smug, so, this old man won't be polite about his request, you know. At the same time, Don Hoa observed the 2 from outside, sighing inwardly, it's true that powerful people can crush others, even playing chess requires concessions, it seems someone is about to be doomed. At this moment, Nak Long spoke up with some doubt, Hak Sun, I don't understand, you're a general, so why would you need help from a small businessman like me? Hak Sun chuckled softly, smiling happily, your Nak family estate is full of talented people, this old man looks on with envy, to be frank, this old man needs someone. Hearing this, Nak Long instinctively frowned, complaining displeasedly, you really go back on your word, at first I bothered you endlessly before you finally agreed to take those 4 iron brothers. And now you're asking for more? Hak Sun gently shook his head in rebuttal, not at all, I'm not touching those 4 iron brothers, I just need one person. Nak Long became even more doubtful, he asked suspiciously, who? Hak Sun, without hesitation, pointed at the person walking towards them. Nak Long followed his gaze and saw Lu De approaching him. Nak Long's expression changed slightly, he exclaimed in disbelief, you want Lu De? Immediately after, he shook his head and advised, Old Hak, Don't you know, Lu De is frail. What would he do in the army? Drive a car. Stop joking. Involuntarily snorting, Hack's son pouted and said, if that kid is frail, then my subordinates aren't even men. Saying that, he placed another piece, smugly declaring, your white pieces are locked by me, the grand formation is complete, you lose. He then went on to tell Nak Long that this move of his was called Nine Dragons Wagging Its Tail, and even Go Masters couldn't solve it. Nak Long spoke with some indignation, old hack, you can't do that. Just then, a pair of hands suddenly appeared, picking up a chess piece. Then, without hesitation, placed it on the board. Nak Long glanced over, exclaiming in surprise, Lu De. Lu De ignored him, looked at Hack's son, and smiled, please, General Hack's son, reconsider the board. Hearing this, Hack's son also looked back, his expression instantly changing. He looked at Lu De in surprise, asking doubtfully, little brother, what is this move called? Raising an eyebrow smugly, Lu De casually said, it's porcupine stretching out. Don Hoa heard it and nodded in praise, initially showing a soft and weak belly, but immediately after, it can stomp on enemies with sharp steel spines, very clever. Hack's son also nodded with emotion, excellent, if this board has been broken, old Nak, then it's our turn to compete. Nak Long heard this and shook his head, refusing, compete for what? I'm hungry, have the banquet prepared already. Immediately after, the group proceeded to the dining hall in the estate, where many delicacies were laid out, extremely enticing. Nak Long and the two grand elders sat in the center. Nak Long spoke smilingly on behalf of everyone. Today's banquet welcomes Generals Hack's son and Don Hoa to our humble abode. Let's dine and chat with the younger generation. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, and Tien Tan and two men's faces also showed signs of worry. Nak Long, seeing no one speaking up, looked at Nak Lin and said with a laugh, haha, as I see it, the young generation nowadays are all cautious people, so let's start with Lin Lin. Nak Lin, obeying, stood up from her chair. She slowly began, I'm sure everyone here already knows. Hai Long Group has officially launched and will be holding a charity concert called Singing God's Reign. It's not for sales purposes, but merely to unite everyone to join hands in fundraising, hoping everyone will support and participate. She smiled looking at everyone and said thank you. As soon as her words finished, the two grand elders, Hack's son, also nodded slightly, showing great satisfaction. Nak Long was also very pleased with her plan. But at this moment, a hand suddenly went up, interrupting, wait a moment. The one who spoke was Fong Lu. He glared at Nak Lin, questioning, Lin Lin, are you implying you see us as a charity organization? Then, he swept his gaze over everyone and slowly announced, ladies and gentlemen, I want to inform you of something. Mr. Lu has already signed a business contract with me. Hearing this, two men also nodded in agreement. That's right, everyone surely knows how legendary the reputation of the God of Songs is. By then, the product's popularity will be a given. Fong Lu seemed certain of victory. He looked at Nak Long on the other side. He said seriously, Father, this mission cannot have any mistakes. It's better to prioritize business. Nak Lin became even more anxious. She hesitantly looked at her father, her face showing worry. Just then, Lu De suddenly yawned, breaking the tense atmosphere. At the same time, applause also rang out. Tien Tan raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone, saying, in the business field, I can also say I've achieved some success. To be frank, I will also be launching a secret company soon. Hearing this, Don Hoa said in a deep voice, today has truly been an eye-opener, truly admirable young talent. Nuoc Deep saw that everyone had finished speaking. She also refused to be outdone, standing up and smiling, ladies and gentlemen, Nuoc Deep is merely a small antique dealer. I've made you all laugh. Tien Tan looked at her, opening his mouth to joke. Miss Nam is too humble. Even if we combine all of us, we cannot compare to you, Miss. Nak Long also nodded in agreement. That's right, with Miss Nam's capability, there's truly no need for much explanation. But no sooner had he finished speaking, Lu De coldly snorted. These words angered Fong Lu and two men. Fong Lu unhappily looked at him and asked, Brother Lu, what did you just say? Lu De was not flustered. He slowly repeated what he said. I said, O Duong Fong Lu, Chu Tien Tan, Luke two men, all three of you are worthless. He bit hard. Fong Lu angrily said, You dare to insult people in broad daylight? Shrugging indifferently, Lu De bit into a chicken leg, pouting as he said, Your achievements, in my eyes, are nothing but trash. As soon as these words came out, Tien Tan was furious, his tone full of disdain. You're just an incompetent driver. What right do you have to comment on our achievements? Lu De put down the fork in his hand and calmly said, I originally didn't want to brag. Fong Lu glared at him, laughing coldly and scolding, You're nothing but a clown dancing for our amusement. He coldly pouted, ignoring them. Lu De calmly said, As it happens, an elder once taught me, as a young person, one must dare to think and dare to act, and not let anything slide. While everyone was surprised, he continued, Aren't you all planning to hold a concert? Then it will definitely become the biggest joke of the year. His words enraged Fong Lu. He gritted his teeth and asked, Lu De, are you trying to jinx it? What right do you have to say that? Nak Len on this side was also very flustered. She didn't think he would dare to say such a thing. But Lu De was very confident. That's not jinxing. I just want to speak my mind, because I merely want to help Lin organize a charity gala. He said he wanted to organize it parallel to theirs, on a coastal street 1 kilometer from Vong Tien Plaza. Hearing this, Fong Lu immediately sneered disdainfully, You're comparing a few dilapidated buildings on a coastal street to the Hang family's Vong Tien Plaza. Tien Tan also sneered, Lu De, have you suffered some great blow and started talking nonsense? Lu De calmly smiled and said, A malicious businessman like you dares to laugh? The controversial tourist route caused damage to agricultural land, even forcibly seizing farmers' land without any compensation. Tien Tan's face instantly changed color. He trembled with guilt. You're slandering me. Do you have any evidence? Raising an eyebrow at him, Lu De calmly smiled and said, Well, you just wait. Within an hour, someone will deliver the 500 million debt to you. The party had become uncontrollable. Nak Long finally couldn't take it anymore. Speaking up to reproach, Lu De, what's wrong with you today? Such nonsensical words. I'm truly very disappointed. Tien Tan also nodded and suggested, I have an idea. How about we take Lu De out first, to let him calm down? Lu De slightly pouted and said, I haven't finished speaking yet. As soon as these words came out, an angry table slap rang out. Fong Lu looked at Lu De, indignantly scolding, Enough. It's one thing for you to mock us, but do you dare to smear even Miss Nam? Tien Tan on the side also added, I'm still a bit curious, what else can you fabricate about such a perfect person as Miss Nam? Lu De heard this and glanced at Nuoc Deep on the other side, mumbling, Miss Nam, huh? Nuoc Deep heard him mention her, and suddenly sat up straight, anxiously waiting. Nak Long had become anxious at this point. He panicked and reminded, Lu De, watch your words, Miss Nam is not someone you can comment on. But Lu De nonchalantly pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Tien Tan was in the mood to watch a show. He curled his lips into a smile and said, Lu De, have you gone crazy? However, no sooner had he finished speaking, a scene that astonished him occurred. Lu De's cigarette suddenly lit up, even though he hadn't touched it. The one who lit it for him was Nuoc Deep. Lu De was not flustered at all, and very smoothly took a puff from the cigarette. This anomaly made the people at the dinner table start buzzing with whispers, What is Miss Nam trying to do? Why would she actively light his cigarette? Tien Tan looked at her in a panic, his eyes full of disbelief. Miss Nam, you're not mistaken, are you? He's just a driver. Why would you actively light his cigarette? Smiling slightly, Nuoc Deep calmly said, No reason at all, it's just because this gentleman wants to smoke. Nak Long stood up in shock. Nuoc Deep, you called Lu De sir? Nodding indifferently, Nuoc Deep calmly replied, Let alone lighting his cigarette, even if the sir wants me to die, I, Nuoc Deep, am always willing. At this moment, Nak Long could no longer hide the shock in his heart. He hesitated before speaking, Nuoc Deep, may I ask, what is your relationship with Lu De? Nuoc Deep glanced at Lu De, then, understanding his thoughts, spoke up, Sir doesn't allow it, so I, Nuoc Deep, can't say. At this moment, the sudden ring of a mobile phone broke the atmosphere. It was Tien Tan's phone. He quickly answered. On the other end, someone's panicked voice quickly came through. General Chu, this isn't good. We're about to go bankrupt. Tien Tan felt as if struck by lightning. He asked incredulously, what did you say? Say it again. How is that possible? The person on the other end hastily explained, General Chu, do you know Zermini? The travel enthusiasts on Zermini just responded to us, saying that our tour routes have destroyed the ecosystem and seized people's land. Biting his lip fiercely, Tien Tan angrily said, if this evidence is released, won't our company go bankrupt? The person continued to report, along with exposing the incident, they also have to refund 120 brand new tour routes, and the key point is they want them completely free. By this point, Tien Tan could no longer remain calm. The phone in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. The voice from the other end kept coming, General Chu, someone's causing trouble, save me. Tien Tan sat down in a panic, terrified, unable to say a word. The others at the dinner table didn't dare make a sound. Waiting until he regained his composure, Tien Tan pointed at Lu De and questioned, isn't this your doing? What's your relationship with Zermini? Hearing these words, Nuak Deke suddenly thought of a problem. Sir said they should call him Denis. Could it be that the singing god Denat and the founder of Gemini Company, De Tam, are all? She hadn't even had time to confirm her thoughts when Lu De spoke up. What a coincidence. The CEO of Zermini's founding company, Truong Phien Jiap, is my university friend. Biting his lip fiercely, Tien Tan grew even more enraged. It truly is you. Why didn't I realize earlier that you had connections with other figures? Because you reap what you sow, Lu De said with a raised eyebrow and a smile, but in his heart, he thought triumphantly, because you only needed a hint of thought. At this moment, Tien Tan could no longer hold back. He suddenly jumped onto the table. Then he launched an attack, roaring, if I have no way out, you won't get to live either. Before Lu De could act, a slender foot suddenly kicked out. Nuak Deke used her foot to pin him on the dining table, then kicked him away without hesitation. Lu De narrowed his eyes at him, coldly saying, you only have yourselves to blame for insisting on profiting from the concert. As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Lu was immediately terrified. Even Tu Min was so tense he trembled. At this moment, Nak Long looked at Lu De with utter respect. He hastily spoke up, Mr. Lu, this old man truly had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I've been too disrespectful to Mr. Lu. Lu De immediately went to help him up. Elder Nak, you don't need to be so formal. Nak Long carefully said, Mr. Lu, may I ask if you have any plans for the future? How about staying at the Nak family for a few more days? Lu De gently shook his head, calmly saying, I always see things through. Once I eliminate the wicked, and my conscience is clear, I will naturally leave. Before Nak Long could speak, Hak Sun on this side began to praise, I certainly wasn't mistaken. That young man Lu De is arrogant, domineering, and values loyalty. Having said that, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu De, saying, if family matters are concluded, let's discuss national affairs. At the same time, outside the Nak family estate, many military vehicles suddenly appeared. They successively entered the estate. Not only that, armed soldiers also began to storm into the dining room. In an instant, the place was surrounded by soldiers. Hak Sun glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, today, this old man has summoned the national army here. Those whom I have always valued, yet are not qualified to earn my submission, please follow this old man and the army. Don Hoa saw this scene and couldn't help but be displeased. Hak Tien Kui, you are too cruel. To actually mobilize the army here. Cruel? Hak Sun snorted lightly and said coldly, I, Hak Sun, have reached where I am today solely through my own strength. Having said that, he looked at Nak Long again and said, Elder Nak, quickly tell your juniors to step back. They have no right to know about this matter. Nak Long quickly nodded, then ordered a Fook, butler, please escort the guests out first. Under a Fook's guidance, the people inside the dining room left one after another. Nuak Deke hadn't left yet. She stayed behind Lu De and softly called out, "Sir." He gently shook his head to reassure her, "It's nothing." Finally, only the three grand elders and Lu De remained. To break the tense atmosphere, Lu De took the lead and spoke, "General Hack's son, this junior wasn't wrong, was he? You couldn't win the chess game just now." Hack's son raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Lu De, you young man, to be able to make the younger generation admire you so much, even this old man cannot help but be impressed." At this point, Hack's son's expression suddenly turned serious. He called out loudly, "Young Lu De." The young man immediately straightened his back and replied, "Yes, Junior." Hack's son looked at him intently, calmly saying, "Consider that I have begged you." Lu De didn't understand a thing. He awkwardly scratched his head. "General Hack's son, what is this?" Hack's son hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "This old man truly wants to tell you, this old man always values talented people as much as his own life, but this time, this old man hopes what you do won't take anyone's life." The more he listened, the more confused he became. Lu De looked at him, not knowing how to react. Before Hack's son could reply, Don Hoa on this side said in a deep voice, "In my army, there's a project that's been in incubation for a very long time. For ordinary people, it would definitely be seeking death, but for you, perhaps not." Lu De glanced at him, furrowing his brow and asking, "I want to know the specifics." Don Hoa really wanted to speak, but Hack's son raised a hand to stop him. "No, this is a top national secret. As long as you hear it, you must go with this old man." Hearing these words, Lu De didn't force it. He pouted, "Then I just won't listen." These words immediately rendered Hack's son and the other person speechless. Hack's son wanted to speak but stopped, looking extremely awkward. He snorted coldly, "This old man is furious." At the same time, outside the Nak family's manor, slow footsteps approached. The guard at the gate saw the person and reminded them, "Old man, this area is under martial law. Please don't wander around." The person who arrived was actually Old De, but at this moment, he had changed into a tidy set of clothes. He smiled and spoke, "Boy, let me show you this, and then you can decide whether to let me in, all right?" The guard looked at him in surprise, asking suspiciously, "See what?" Old De said nothing, taking out a badge worn on his left chest from his pocket. As soon as he saw it, the guard immediately straightened his back and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, old hero." Chuckling softly, Old De casually said, "I got this when I was treating children on the battlefield, that's all." "Why old hero?" "Just let me in to visit some old friends." The guard nodded slightly, quickly saying, "Please wait here, sir. I'll go inform them first." At the same time, inside the manor's dining room, Hack's son gently refused, then used his authority to compel him, "Lu De, today, if you want to go, then go. If you don't want to, you still have to go." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a low voice suddenly rang out, "Little Hack Z." Hearing that familiar voice, Hack's son immediately turned to look, his face changing from anger to surprise as he exclaimed, "Big brother, why are you here?" Even Don Hoa and Nak Long respectfully called out, "Big brother." Lu De frowned when he saw Old De. He called out in surprise, "Old man." Old De raised his eyebrows at him, smiling as he said, "Wine." Before Lu De could get wine for him, Don Hoa respectfully poured him some. "Boss, please." However, Old De snorted coldly, not even taking a sip. Seeing this, Lu De picked up a bottle of wine and walked over, smiling, "Old man, I've prepared a bottle of top-grade Erguatu for you. Please have a taste." Old De nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "Lu De still understands me best. Little Lu De usually helps me clean the clinic. No one is allowed to take him away." Hearing these words, Hack's son immediately said urgently, "Big brother, I have a military mission that must be followed. You should give me some face, shouldn't you?" Old De snorted coldly and pouted, "No." Nak Long on this side also spoke up to advise, "Old Hack, if we don't resolutely remove him, those who don't know will think that I, Nak Long, have made a big mistake." Hack's son, being pushed to this point, became even more anxious. He pursed his lips and said, "Old Nak, Do you really think that young Lu De is just an ordinary person? Nak Long frowned slightly and asked, is he not? Hak Sun didn't answer. He just suddenly asked, do you know the skill level of the army under my command? Nak Long nodded vaguely in response. I do. Hak Sun glanced at Lu De, then looked back at Nak Long, and continued, before, some of my soldiers had a slight misunderstanding with Lu De. A team of 6, 43 seconds. Saying that, he pointed at Lu De, aggressively continuing, they were all knocked down by him. Nak Long looked at Lu De in disbelief. Seeing Nak Long's reaction, Hak Sun continued, don't think that just because there are many soldiers here today. If they were to truly engage, they might not be a match for Lu De. Nak Long couldn't believe his ears and stared at Lu De for a long time. After that, he bowed his head, his tone respectful, it is I who was blind. At this moment, Old De interrupted, little Hak Z, Big Brother knows about the matter you want to do. Old De sighed deeply and continued in a low voice, I know the nation currently needs this. Hak Sun exclaimed in surprise, as expected of Big Brother, you already know such a top-secret matter. It seems Big Brother isn't idle either. Don Hoa also chimed in, Big Brother is still being invited back to lead the R&D department. He must be much busier than us. Old De nodded slightly, calmly saying, the rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility. For this matter, an old man like me would also like to contribute a hand. As soon as these words were uttered, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He quickly asked, really? Nodding indifferently, Old De continued, as for Lu De, I will make arrangements when the time is right. After he spoke, Hak Sun no longer insisted, agreeing without hesitation, I'll follow Big Brother's guidance. Then, Hak Sun looked at Lu De and asked, we're discussing this matter, and you don't have any questions? Lu De chuckled softly and replied indifferently, this junior is incompetent, but out of 10 parts, I've probably guessed 9. How can that be? A look of surprise flashed across Hak Sun's face, he cried out in disbelief. Lu De slowly stated his speculation, if I'm not mistaken, old Master Nak is also involved, and even has a connection with Hai Long Group. Compiling all the special news about humanity from international websites, in other words, it's about human modification. Nak Long stared intently at him, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Hak Sun and Don Hoa also looked at each other, as if thinking of something. Guessing their thoughts, Old De immediately waved his hand in denial, don't look at me, I didn't say anything. Lu De glanced at them, curled his lips into a smile and said, judging by your expressions, I'm probably not wrong, am I? However, he advised Nak Long to best pay attention to Duong Fong Lu's room. Hearing the warning, Nak Long sighed and said, Fong Lu comes from a humble family, so it's impossible for him not to be tempted by the Nak family's assets. I was even planning to ask you to help me keep an eye on him. Me? Lu De pointed at himself in confusion, what does this have to do with me? However, thinking of something, Lu De finally curled his lips into a slight smile. He confidently spoke up, what big trouble can just one Duong Fong Lu cause? I can immediately make him suffer eternal damnation. These words made Nak Long's expression change slightly, he hesitated and said, it doesn't have to go that far yet. Realizing his disrespect, Lu De softened his tone and said, this junior was indeed a bit reckless. All the soldiers are wearing camouflage, so I have no way of discerning their identities. Hak Sun nodded slightly in praise, your observational skills truly impressed this old man. It's quite a waste that you're not participating in our modification plan. Lu De just smiled softly without replying. The one who spoke was Old De. As for the military conducting experiments, I guarantee on behalf of Lu De that it will not be revealed to outsiders. At this point, he glanced at Lu De and said, Lu De, you're tired, take me back. Yes, old master, Lu De nodded without hesitation and went out with Old De. Hak Sun also quickly followed, softly suggesting, Big Brother, why don't we accompany you back to discuss the plan more clearly? However, Old De flatly refused, there's no need for such trouble. The 3 of them, including Hak Sun, were a bit unwilling but had no other choice, so they could only obey. On the other side, in the manor's courtyard, Fong Lu and his group outside looked a bit panicked. What's happening now? First, armed forces surrounded the Nak family, then Lu De and two important figures stayed inside until now. Fong Lu bit his lip fiercely, he gritted his teeth and said, Lu De is definitely an arrogant fool who brought trouble upon himself. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the large gate suddenly opened. Old De and Lu De emerged from inside. The soldiers standing on both sides immediately saluted the two of them, or rather, Old De. The three of them, including Fong Lu, saw this scene and wisely kept silent. They also straightened their backs, looking very serious. Lu De basically ignored them. He looked at Nuoc Diet and instructed, regarding your career, I will find a way to change some things. I'll contact you when I get back. Yes, sir. Nuoc Diet nodded in agreement without hesitation. The Nak family banquet thus disbanded. Old De and Lu De walked out together. Lu De spoke up gratefully. Old master, thank you for helping me out of that predicament. He chuckled softly. Old De said indifferently, you little rascal, if I hadn't come, would they have let you off? Lu De looked at him hesitantly and asked. Then what about you, old master? Old De spoke slowly. You are exceptionally gifted, with limitless prospects. While my old reputation still holds, I will help you establish connections with the military. Lu De couldn't help but be stunned. Then he nodded and replied, thank you, old master. Just then, a convoy of cars slowly approached from behind. A white car pulled up next to Old De. It's Hack Sun's car. He stuck his head out from the back seat and said with a smile, big brother, let me give you a ride. Old De glanced at him. He snorted lightly, shooing him away, go quickly. Hack Sun sighed helplessly. Then the convoy quickly drove away. At this moment, Old De continued speaking, little Lu De. Your progress has exceeded my imagination. You are indeed capable of defeating Hack Sun's army. That year, when he saved you, he discovered your special physique, possessing such a complete genetic code. Simply put, you are a chosen one. Hearing this, Lu De shook his head in denial. I'm merely a somewhat better vessel. Having said that, he then leaned close to Old Da's ear and whispered, Old man, where did you get the prosthetic eye you gave me? Old De thought for a moment. Then he pouted and said, I forgot which hospital I got it from, but it's definitely been sterilized. These words made Lu De feel a bit helpless. He could only force a smile, all right. At this moment, Old De suddenly placed his hand on Lu De's shoulder. Then he spoke seriously. Lu De, having such talent as yours is our China's good fortune. When the country needs you, I hope you can shoulder some of the responsibility. Lu De looked at him, startled, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. After a long silence, he then nodded slightly and replied, Old man, I will certainly do my best. Elsewhere, in a small forest next to the manor, 3 dissolute men were gathered. Because of what happened at the manor, all 3 were extremely angry, especially Tien Tan. He fiercely punched the ancient tree near him. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, he made me lose everything, I will definitely not let him live well. Fong Lu frowned slightly and asked, so what can you do to him? Didn't you see the strong backing behind him? Strong backing. He snorted lightly. Tien Tan said coldly, can they protect him 24 hours a day? I'll find the most dangerous criminals to secretly take his life. The more Fong Lu listened, the more pleased he became. He truly is a brainless fool, which suits him even better. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, causing the 3 of them to be startled and surprised. They looked into the distance, only to see the forest constantly erupting in smoke and fire. Hack Sun's soldiers were enveloped in smoke, and their vision was obscured. While they weren't paying attention, a figure glided past the military vehicle. By the time the soldiers realized, it was too late. The man in black had glided past them, using internal energy to throw them far away. Immediately after, that person rushed straight towards the nearby car. In his hand, he still wielded a powerful burst of internal energy. Without hesitation, he struck the car window, causing it to shatter. At the same time, on the cliff, this entire scene fell into the eyes of Old De and Luda. Old De calmly spoke, "I'm afraid someone wants to assassinate little Heisey." Then, he looked at Luda and asked, "Can you stop her?" Luda didn't answer immediately. He was secretly observing her. Her speed and strength are not ordinary. But he wasn't afraid. He stomped his foot on the ground. Then, his figure disappeared from the cliff. He darted down like lightning. In the forest, the female assassin had broken the car door. She quickly thrust her head inside, searching for someone. However, an anomaly appeared, causing her eyes to widen in horror. Only to see Hack's son rush out from inside, striking a powerful burst of internal energy towards her. She quickly raised her hand to block it. Seizing the opportunity, her left hand pulled out a dagger, intending to ambush him. However, she didn't get her way. Someone suddenly appeared, interrupting the battle. Luda had rushed down from the cliff. His hand clenched into a fist. Without hesitation, he punched the female assassin directly in the chest. Just this one punch sent her flying far away. At this moment, Modong jumped out and spoke up. After comparing body data, the similarity to her can be estimated at 95%. Hearing this, Luda couldn't help but frown and mutter, "It's her." At the same time, on a nearby cliff, 3 flamboyant men were also observing this battle. The 3 men's eyes almost popped out. Tiantan trembled and cried out, "Am I seeing things?" 2 men pursed his lips and said, "You're not mistaken, Tiantan. Didn't you once say you wanted to perish together with Luda?" Remembering what he had just said not long ago, Tiantan became even more panicked. He trembled and said, "I didn't say that. I take back what I just said." After he finished speaking, he turned and ran. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, "Luda is someone you can't mess with, you two deal with it yourselves." Below the cliff, Hack's son was a little surprised by his appearance. He walked over to him and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Luda gently shook his head and replied. Then he suspiciously asked, "General Hack's son, can you guess who wants to assassinate you?" Hack's son thought for a moment before speaking. "It's quite normal for me to be assassinated. Based on the clothes she's wearing, she probably belongs to an international assassin organization, but it's impossible to know exactly which group." Luda frowned in thought. Just as he was about to ask something, Old Da's voice rang out, "Hack's son, you owe Luda a life now." Hack's son flinched slightly, looking at him. Then he nodded and replied, "I will never forget this life-saving grace." At this moment, Hack's son's men came to report. "We've checked all surrounding areas, but no assassin was found." Hack's son hadn't expected anything. He quickly ordered, "Clean up the scene. This matter must not be leaked to the outside." The soldiers nodded, took their orders, and left. After giving his orders, Hack's son looked back at Old De and Luda and spoke. "It seems the enemy's forces are not ordinary either." Old De replied in a deep voice, "I know, I'll investigate as soon as possible." At this moment, Luda suddenly interrupted. "General Hack's son, this incident happened right within the Nak family's compound. Don't you find that strange?" Hack's son shook his head without hesitation. "Luda, I can assure you that old Nak is not that kind of person. I can encounter assassins anywhere I go." Hearing this, Luda didn't ask any further. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "General Hack's son indeed possesses extraordinary composure. Facing such danger yet remaining so calm, this junior is truly impressed." Hack's son declined to comment. He frowned and said, "There's only one reason someone would want to assassinate me, to obstruct our China's experimental plan. Instead of wasting time looking for the assassin, it's better to spend that time accelerating the research." Luda didn't want to interfere too much either. He quickly bade farewell to those esteemed elders and returned to the Nak family manor. He called Modong to open a video about human modification for him to watch. After watching it, he fell silent. What happened at the Nak family was truly an unimaginable conundrum. He had to calculate carefully. Thus, one night passed. The next morning, as soon as Lu De left his room, he ran into Nak Lin. He smiled, looking at her, and asked, "General Lin, where do you want to go today?" Nak Lin was startled and looked at him. She quickly said, "Mr. Lu De, my father has already said that you are currently an honored guest of the Nak family, so I am not allowed to raise my voice." Lu De leaned close to her and spoke. "I have something I want to tell you today." Nak Lin hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded and replied, "All right then, please come to the Mak Gon Psychology Clinic." Lu De didn't ask much either. He went downstairs to the courtyard with her, got in the car, and left. Their car quickly drove down the road. Lu De was still driving, but Nak Lin seemed to have something on her mind, constantly clicking the pen in her hand. Lu De glanced at her through the mirror. He hesitated and asked, "Miss Nak, is there something worrying you?" Nak Lin looked up at him. She frowned and asked, "I want to know who you are." She also wanted to know how many times she had misunderstood him before. Hearing these words, Lu De hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Nak Lin sighed and shook her head. "If you don't want to say that they're fine, I also have no right to ask." Lu De didn't answer. He just curled his lips into a sneer. Status is truly an interesting thing. The way people treat you changes too. Not seeing his reply, Nak Lin spoke up again, "And about the concert, you're not planning to become a laughingstock, are you?" He gave a cold laugh. Lu De pouted and said, "Do I look like someone who likes to joke around that much?" Nak Lin looked at him hesitantly. After a long while, she firmly said, "Actually, even if you lose, I won't complain." He smiled unconsciously. Lu De said playfully, "Then just take me out for a snack when the time comes." She couldn't help but frown. Nak Lin asked, puzzled, "Snacks? What's the point of buying snacks?" Lu De glanced at her and said casually, "It's for the children to eat together, or else no one will help you perform." Nak Lin's expression subtly changed. She asked in surprise, "You mean you want the disabled children at the medical hall to participate in the performance?" Lu De nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Nak Lin became even more determined. "Then, at that time, I'll bring the children to the festival and participate in his performance competition." While the two of them were talking, the car had stopped in front of a small clinic. Immediately after that, Nak Lin led the way out of the car. She glanced at Lu De and reminded him, "Lu De, I hope you'll keep my trip a secret." Hearing these words, Lu De grinned and said, "Don't worry, everyone has their unusual moments. I'll keep your secret." Nak Lin puffed out her cheeks in anger. But there was nothing she could do to him. With no other option, she walked to the clinic door and rang the bell. Not long after, a beautiful woman walked out from inside. Seeing who had arrived, the woman's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Modong then jumped out to remind him, "Lu De, her appearance seems polite, but in reality, her heart is extremely malicious. This woman's name is Lai Mak Gon. She is 26 years old this year, a doctor of psychology at Galen University, and a senior hypnosis master." At this moment, Mak Gon walked up to Nak Lin and said with a smile, "Lin Lin, come here." After that, she only then noticed there was someone next to her. She frowned and asked, "Who is this?" Nak Lin quickly introduced him. "I already told you about him, he's Lu De." Mak Gon blinked, looking at him incredulously. Lu De politely nodded in greeting, "Hello." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw her looking at him with bright eyes, and she licked her lips with great interest. After the greetings were done, they entered the clinic. The interior was very tidy. Lu De did nothing, just sat on the chair waiting for the two girls. Just then, Modong suddenly appeared, shouting, "Lu De!" He was startled and surprised. He said discontentedly, "Why are you shouting so suddenly? You scared the wits out of me." Modong didn't mind. He hastily said, "Luda, I found some very interesting things on that wild doctor's computer." Wild doctor? Luda frowned slightly and muttered, "That woman just now?" "What is it?" Modong calmly replied, "They're all very detailed behavioral records related to you." What Modong referred to was an analysis report ranging from Luda's preferences to his recent actions. Modong slowly said, "It analyzes each aspect of behavior, including the motives behind the actions, the psychological manifestations, and finally concludes with a hypnosis plan." Upon hearing this, Luda frowned and asked, "Analyzing me? Check if there are any records for Nak Lin." Modong nodded and checked. After a long while, he said, "Nak Lin has been coming here at least 3 times a month for the past 3 years, but there's no information about her illness recorded. From the computer data, it showed that Lai Mak Gon was a real doctor." Luda couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "A real doctor, really?" "Even so." But Luda did nothing, just sat still and waited. Sure enough, right after that, the prey presented itself. Mak Nan came out from inside. She was still carrying a cup of tea, and she placed it on the side table. She smiled gently. "Lin Lin has been under too much mental stress lately, let her rest a bit." Immediately after, she also sat opposite Luda, with a slightly alluring demeanor. Luda smirked, the first step of the hypnosis plan, to destabilize his mind. At this moment, Mak Nan spoke up again, "Mr. Luda, being Nak Lin's driver must be tiring, right? Would you like to relax your mind and rest a bit?" She said she could, through psychological guidance, make him enter a deep, extremely relaxing sleep. This was the second step of the plan, to fake hypnosis as a deep sleep service. Luda didn't say anything either. Mak Nan fiddled with the remote control placed nearby. She leaned closer to him and smiled, saying, "Mr. Lu, normally others wouldn't even get the chance to experience this kind of service." She said that today, out of respect for Nak Lin, she was letting him try it. Mak Nan glanced at Luda, with a hint of coyness in her eyes, and softly asked, "Mr. Lu, is that okay?" If Modong hadn't warned him, Luda might have fallen into her gentle trap. He was already on guard, but he still nodded in agreement. "Okay." Having achieved her goal, Mak Nan became even more smug, smiling brightly as she said, "That's great, Mr. Lu. You can lie down in the most comfortable position you find." Luda casually nodded, then leaned his head back against the chair. At this moment, Mak Nan took a watch out of her bag. She held it in front of Luda, calmly saying, "Mr. Lu, please focus your attention on this watch." Luda followed, intently watching the constantly swaying watch in front of him. Mak Nan now believed her plan had succeeded. But she didn't know that Luda was already privy to her plan. He called Modong out, "She's already started the hypnosis." Modong understood perfectly, quickly integrating ancient Greek hypnotic subconscious into him, as well as the ability to resist hypnosis. Mak Nan, unaware of the actions of the man and the machine, continued her hypnosis process. She slowly said, "Luda, listen to me, your body is now relaxed, you are very comfortable." Luda's eyes immediately glazed over, her voice continuously entering his ears. "You are now walking barefoot on a very warm beach, the sunlight in the distance is getting brighter and brighter. I'll count down 3, and you will trust me completely, telling me all your secrets." Watching his eyes steadily lose focus, Mak Nan began to count down. However, right after she counted to 1, an anomaly occurred. Luda calmly lit a cigarette. He took a puff, blowing a cloud of smoke towards the woman in front of him. Her eyes were now glazed over. He reached out and stroked her chin, smiling slyly, asking, "Lai Mak Nan, tell me, are you a virgin?" Having lost consciousness, Mak Nan honestly replied, "I'm not. The first time was in the student dorm with my senior, and then several times in the patient clinic." The more she spoke, the more Luda felt he couldn't listen, so he ordered her to stop. "What a promiscuous life this is, I don't even know." Taking a deep breath, Luda continued to command, "Tell me, why did you devise this hypnosis plan for me?" Nan blankly replied, Lin wanted to know your secret, but yesterday she changed her mind. But I was very curious about you, so I came to find you while she was asleep. Lu De didn't dwell on it, and continued to ask, why did Lin come to your clinic? Nan mechanically responded, she suffers from passive-aggressive personality disorder. Every time she clicks her pen, she's battling this illness. Lu De instinctively frowned. He was a bit surprised by this. He continued to ask, so, what's her current condition? Nan calmly replied, it's very difficult to resolve. In her subconscious, she feels that her true personality is unloved, she needs someone to acknowledge her. Lu De nodded slightly, then continued to press, how did this illness of hers develop? Nan replied like a machine, there are two possibilities. One is due to being overly strong but not acknowledged by others, leading to a distorted personality. The second is congenital, multiple personalities formed in her genes. Hearing this, Lu De couldn't help but sigh. He frowned and said, with all your abilities, quickly treat her. Nan nodded without hesitation, okay. With that, Lu De stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Only then did he warn, also, don't target me again in the future. The one who hated Lu De's consciousness had been successfully hypnotized by her. As soon as he finished speaking, he put out the lighter in his hand. It seemed as if instantly, startled awake. To trick her, Lu De also pretended he had just woken up. He stretched and yawned, saying, that was a great sleep. Didn't suspect a thing. She immediately stood up and said, Brother Lu, you rest first, I still have things to do. Immediately after, she turned around and returned to her room. As soon as she entered, she went to Lin's side and joyfully said, Lin, wake up, I just successfully hypnotized Lu De. Hearing these words, Lin's eyes widened in surprise. She cried out in dissatisfaction, didn't I tell you not to do that? Didn't feel she had done anything wrong. She calmly said, don't you want to know what Lu De is really like? Lin hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, so what's really going on with Lu De? Smiled unconsciously and said, Lu De has over 80 personalities, he's simply a pervert. Lin's face instantly changed. She cried out in disbelief, you're not joking, are you? Her words annoyed She frowned and asked, don't you trust my medical skills? Lin knew she had been rude. She quickly shook her head, denying, no, I don't. So, what about his identity? Calmly replied, Lu De is just an ordinary person who happens to know many talented people. Lin still wanted to say something, but her phone suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. She didn't hesitate to reach out and answer the call. The person on the other end said something, and her face instantly changed color. Immediately, she walked out, glanced at Lu De sitting on the chair, and said, we have to go home now, something happened at home. Lu De frowned slightly and said, let me guess, did second sister Fuang get into trouble? As he spoke, he stood up from the chair, a smirk on his lips. Was it a car accident or a fall, resulting in injuries to both her shoulder and arm? Her eyes involuntarily narrowed. Lin looked at him in surprise and asked, how do you know? Chuckling softly, Lu De indifferently replied, I've noticed that second sister's glabella has been very dark lately. I figured she would encounter a bloody disaster. Lin puffed out her cheeks in anger, scolding in dissatisfaction, Lu De, you are using this trick again. But she had no other choice. Unable to force him to reveal his secret, she reluctantly sighed. Turning around to leave, she said, let's go quickly. I heard that second sister was attacked by gangsters in front of her house last night. However, Lu De refused without hesitation. He calmly said, I'm not going. If I go, I'm afraid it won't do her injuries any good anyway. Lin glanced at him, then pursed her lips and said, all right then, I'll go alone. With that, she hastily left the clinic. At this moment, Modong jumped out and said, this is the only road without cameras between where General Hak's son was assassinated and second sister Fuang's villa. Lu De fell silent after hearing that. Second sister Fuang's equipment might also be hidden in these places. Leave this search mission to Thiat too, he'll definitely find it. While he was thinking, Mak Gon came out from the room, carrying a plate of fruit. She quickly put it on the table. Lu De smirked and said, "Not bad, there's even fruit to eat." Mak Gon's eyes were now bright like the moon and stars. She eagerly said, "To be frank with you, you're the most handsome man I've ever met." Hearing these words, Lu De sighed helplessly. "Didn't I tell her during the hypnosis that I'm a man who never submits to others?" Modong jumped out again, mocking his pain, "But it seems you forgot, her hobby is adventure and exploration." Mak Gon didn't know Lu De's thoughts. She shyly suggested, "Can we be friends?" Lu De glanced at the QR code on her phone. Since she had supported his product, he decided to agree. Immediately after, he took out his phone for her to scan the code. As soon as she saw his name, Mak Gon exclaimed in surprise, "Lu De, so your name is De Tam. Impersonating a tech genius, aren't you afraid of getting your account blocked by others?" Smiling unconsciously, Lu De confidently said, "If my account gets blocked by others, then I can only perform cooking myself into a stew." His words successfully made Mak Gon laugh. She covered her mouth and chuckled, "You're really humorous." Lu De declined to comment. At this moment, his phone chimed with a message. It was from Thiat 2, "Brother Lu, I found the item." Seeing these words, Lu De smiled. He quickly replied, "Keep it safe, I'll need it after the performance is over." A few days later, news headlines were dominated by Denat's upcoming performance, which made Fong Lu very happy. Two men really helped out. He actually managed to make Denat publicly announce the performance. After that, he also held a press conference. "Hello everyone, I am Odyung Fong Lu, Vice President of Hailong Group, and also the person in charge of God Singer Denat's performance. On June 19th at 8 p.m., at the Vong Hai Outdoor Stage, God Singer Denat's performance will be held. It's an outdoor stage, so spectators don't need to buy tickets for entry." This press conference of his quickly caused a stir in the online community. Everyone was very excited about Denat's appearance. Many advertising contracts also flowed into Fong Lu's pockets because of that. But on the other hand, someone was quite confused, and that was two men. He thought he'd seen a ghost. He was a bit puzzled why Denat made a post. Meanwhile, at Nak Jia's estate, it was constantly bustling. As soon as Nak Lin entered the compound, she saw a group of people moving something bulky. On top, there was a cover cloth, which was now fluttering in the wind. Nak Lin was drawn to it and stopped to watch. The cloth was soon blown away. Revealing a piano inside, she recognized this. Wasn't this the long-forgotten antique piano kept in the basement? She remembered the video of Denat she had watched before, and it was exactly the same. She suddenly speculated that Lu De was Denat, but she quickly dismissed it, as this old piano had been out of tune for a long time. Thinking of this, she quickly said, "Wait a moment, everyone." Without hesitation, she walked over and sat down next to the piano. She had also studied piano, and with just a light touch on the keys, she realized something. This piano had been tuned, which surprised her a bit. The two people carrying it quickly reminded her, "Miss, please don't disturb our delivery." Nak Lin's doubts lasted until the 19th, the day of Denat's performance. As expected, the outdoor stage in Vong Hai area was packed with people, who were constantly chanting Denat's name. Hearing the commotion outside, Fong Lu and two men inside the auditorium were extremely happy. In contrast, there was another performance happening in a different area, but unlike the bustling noise of the other side, this side was much quieter. This was the venue for Nak Lin's charity performance. While Nak Lin was waiting, a banner was unfurled, with text inside saying, "Thank you for the gift from Big Sister Nak of Hailong Company to us." Seeing this, Nak Lin and Nuoc Deep happily clapped their hands. A moment later, two little boys ran from behind, calling out, "Sister." The boy innocently told Nak Lin, "Remember to clap later, sister." Smiling unconsciously, Nak Lin happily said, "Of course." The two boys ran off satisfied. Nak Lin then glanced at Nuoc Deek and said apologetically, "Miss Nam, I'm very grateful that you came, but the setting is a bit desolate. Please be generous and overlook it." With a soft laugh, Nuak Deek said nonchalantly, Miss Nak does such good deeds, Nuak Deek greatly admires you. It's just that she feels where there's a man, there's no desolation. Hearing these words, Nak Lin was a bit awkward, unsure how to react. In the meantime, two other guests appeared here. Nak Lin glanced over and asked in surprise, "TT, hi, why are you two here?" Nak Hai slowly said, "Third sister, your place is too hard to find, we almost got lost." Nak T, standing next to her, also nodded in agreement, "Third sister, even though we really want to see Donat, your performance has more humanity, so of course we have to support you." Hearing these words, Nak Lin was immediately touched. She hugged her two younger sisters and said, "Thank you, my good sisters." Then, she glanced at the children and said with a smile, "Kids, it's time to get ready, the performance is about to begin." But one boy raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Sister, no rush, let's wait a little longer for Brother Luda." At the same time, at the outdoor stage in Vong Hai area, everyone was still cheering ceaselessly while waiting. A moment later, the host came out and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the performance of God Singer Donat." Immediately, the area below the stage erupted with enthusiasm. The host, even more excited, shouted, "Let's invite God Singer Donat to appear." The stage curtain opened at his words. A vague figure also appeared accordingly. As soon as they saw the person, the crowd below surged again, everyone ceaselessly shouting, "Donat! My God Singer Donat!" At this moment, the person on stage picked up the microphone. He began to sing, and melodious lyrics echoed out. But it didn't satisfy the ears of the people below, they were no longer as enthusiastic as before. Some people had already started to wonder why the singing voice wasn't quite the same, and their reactions were extremely peculiar. Meanwhile, at the venue for Nak Lin's charity performance, it was almost time, and Nak Hai and T were still strolling around. They were also pushing a boy in a wheelchair. Other children were also happily playing around. Nak Lin was also nearby, playing with the kids. But as time continued to pass, she grew a little anxious, frowning as she said, "This Lu De guy. Is he just going to make these kids wait for him forever?" But she didn't know that, at this moment, the lights on the rooftop suddenly shone brightly. A figure and a piano appeared in the darkness. Without hesitation, that person's hands began to glide across the piano keys. This person was none other than Luda, and he also began to sing. Immediately, his singing voice reached the Vong Hai area, and those watching the performance were momentarily filled with doubt. Why is someone singing next door? And they're much better than this one. Someone even pointed out, this Donat is fake, the one next door is real. It seemed that, immediately, the crowd quickly left the Vong Hai area because of these words, rushing towards the adjacent area. A series of hurried footsteps rushing to this place shook the ground, frightening Nak Lin. She cried out in alarm, "What's happening? An earthquake?" She quickly ran to throw open the window to see. Before she could understand what was happening, she saw a crowd of people below surging towards this place like a tidal wave. They were still shouting, "Donat, I'm here." Not long after, a sea of people had surrounded the building below. Nuak Deek saw this scene and, calmer now, immediately ordered her subordinates, "Inform everyone, protect the stage, and protect the children well." In an instant, the situation here changed from a desolate place to one filled with people and melodious singing. Not only Donat's divine singing, but also the backing vocals from the children at Grandpa Da's hospital contributed to making the performance even more special. Beautiful, picturesque sounds continuously emanated. The listeners were extremely satisfied. Some couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of divine voice is this? I've got goosebumps all over, it's so incredibly good." At the same time, Grandpa Da was leisurely drinking wine inside his room. He looked out the window and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Go for it, kid." A moment later, Lu Da's performance finally concluded. He stood on the rooftop, his back to everyone, and spoke. "This is a hospital that treats patients who can't afford medical care, and it's also a place looked down upon by others. Compassion is human nature. Today, I'm here to thank those kind people, and also to call on everyone to act from their hearts, to live virtuously. As soon as he finished speaking, Luda threw a wooden box. It quickly flew towards the window, landing directly in Nak Lin's hand. Only then did he speak up. Miss Nak family, I give you a saying. Don Han Hao Su, Mac Van Tien Trin. After saying this, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a crowd below, continuously discussing Nak Lin. Upstairs, the two sisters Nak Hai were very surprised by this and quickly went to Nak Lin, asking, Third sister, do you know Danat? Quick, what did Danat give you? Nak Lin gently nodded, then opened the box in her hand, revealing a luminous pearl inside, which looked very familiar. Seeing this, Nak Hai immediately exclaimed, Third sister, I admire you so much. The gift Danat gave you is a pearl. Nak Lin shook her head and said, This isn't a pearl, it's called the Eye of Eternity. Nak Ti heard this and exclaimed in surprise, The Eye of Eternity? That sounds familiar. Nak Hai also remembered something and quickly cried out, Third sister, isn't this the treasure you spent millions to acquire before? Nak Lin nodded gently, replying, That's right. After that, I gave it back to Luda. Hearing this, Nak Hai was even more surprised. Then why is it in Danat's hands, and why did he throw it back to you? Nak Ti heard this and frowned, scolding, Hi, are you stupid? Luda asked Danat. In an instant, Nak Hai's face immediately showed disbelief, exclaiming, How can that be? Luda. But she couldn't say another word. At this moment, Nak Lin sighed and said, Hi, TT, you must not tell anyone about this. Luda probably doesn't want others to know his true identity. Then, she glanced at the two sisters, Nak Hai, and reminded them, Do you know why we misunderstood Luda before? The two sisters Nak Hai looked at her intently and asked suspiciously, Why is that? Nak Lin looked up at the sky, and after a long moment, spoke, Because he and I are not from the same world at all. Nak Ti heard it and nodded in agreement. When I was live streaming, just because he walked in, I became the most popular person. Nak Lin still intently looked at the sky, took a deep breath, and continued, Now I believe Luda really gambled over 100 million in cash at the casino. Nak Hai looked at Nak Ti and asked worriedly, TT, do you think Luda will forgive us? Nak Ti trembled slightly, pursed her lips, and said, Don't even mention forgiveness, he might not even care about us. The more they spoke, the more frightened they became. The two sisters, Nak Hai, looked at Nak Lin and said, Third sister, we have to go home now. Why? Nak Lin slightly frowned and asked suspiciously. The two sisters, Nak Hai, quickly replied, We have to move Luda's room to the luxurious suite on the 5th floor. After speaking, they quickly ran off, leaving Nak Lin a little bewildered. A moment later, she frowned and mumbled, Luda, will he come back? Saying that, she looked down at the wooden box in her hand. At the same time, at the Vong Hai outdoor stage. Seeing the sea of people instantly become empty, Fong Lu's expression turned ugly. 500 million is all gone, truly gone. He angrily clenched his fists, fiercely bit his lip, and gnashed his teeth, cursing, Luda, I'll die with you. Immediately after, he furiously yelled, Where did that bastard Luke two men run off to? The person he was looking for was currently fleeing with his fake Danat. The moment two men and his accomplice saw the situation was bad, they quickly escaped. They were afraid of revenge. At this moment, while desperately fleeing, the fake Danat tripped and fell. He looked up at the person running ahead and pleaded in a trembling voice, Brother two men, help me, don't leave me behind. Two men heard him, gnashed his teeth, and cursed, Get lost. I told you to practice properly, but you didn't listen. Now I don't give a damn about you anymore, you're on your own. Saying that, he lifted his feet and ran forward, feeling even more pleased. So what if the matter is exposed? 300 million is enough for me to live my whole life. However, his happiness didn't last long, he was blocked up ahead. Nuak Deek slowly approached with her people. She frowned at him, Where are you going, friend? Seeing the person in front of him, two men became even more frightened. But that wasn't all. Another group of people appeared behind him, looking rough and resembling local thugs. Nuak Deke then spoke. He said you made a bet with him. Involuntarily snorting lightly, two men sneered. What bet? I don't acknowledge it. Nuak Deke didn't care. She pouted and said, he told me to tell you. Two men's expression subtly changed, and he asked worriedly, what? Nuak Deke slowly pointed her finger at him. She coldly stated, he said, by default, it's the right leg. As soon as she finished speaking, the people beside her rushed forward. In just a moment, his miserable screams echoed in the alley. The next day, after a tumultuous night, the people from Hai Long Company gathered. News about Dinat filled the newspapers. Someone began to question Fong Lu. Deputy General Oduong, explain yourself. But his face was indifferent. He calmly said, explain what? What is there to explain? I just had no foresight. Nak Long glared at him, warning, Fong Lu, what kind of attitude is this? You've disappointed me greatly. Fortunately, there was still Nak Lin's performance, which compensated for no small amount of their losses. Fong Lu was indignant, gnashing his teeth and cursing, Lu De, that treacherous fellow, one trick to the front, another game behind the back. This attitude completely enraged Nak Long. He could no longer tolerate it and cursed, Fong Lu. I see your state is not good. Don't bother with the group's affairs anymore. Go back and take good care of Nak Fong. Involuntarily snorting, Fong Lu coldly said, suspending me, right? Fine, as you wish. Saying that, he swaggered, turned, and left the meeting room. The shareholders in the room were enraged by his attitude. This young man is getting more and more out of line. He messed things up and still has such an obnoxious attitude. Mr. Nak, you should rein in your eldest son-in-law. Nak Long said nothing, only snorted indignantly, but in fact, he had already anticipated this. Outside, after leaving the room, Fong Lu stepped into the elevator. He still carried anger in his heart, continuously pressing the down button. The elevator quickly stopped on the 4th floor. As soon as he stepped out, his men were already waiting. Oh Yang, those old men didn't give you any trouble, did they? He snorted coldly. Fong Lu calmly said, how those old men see me no longer matters. I now only want to defeat Lu De. With that, he turned and entered a laboratory. The research professor looked at him with some hesitation and advised, Oh Yang, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. This medicine has just been developed, and there haven't been any trials yet. He's afraid. But before he could finish, Fong Lu coldly interrupted, what's the predicted success rate for the enhancement? The professor frowned slightly and said in a low voice, less than 10%. 10% is enough. Fong Lu nodded without hesitation. The professor frowned slightly, then hesitantly said, Oh Yang, this hasn't been approved yet. Even if it succeeds, it's illegal and goes against humanity. Hearing this, the person beside him immediately snapped impatiently, this old man, the previous phase of the medicine wasn't approved, but didn't you still use it on Ouyang? What's all this talk about humanity now? You already did it before, you hypocrite. At this moment, Fong Lu also slowly spoke, Professor Lai, I've always trusted you. Your talent is being buried. Didn't he say that he had always yearned for success? This is a very good opportunity. Professor Li's expression was a bit grim, and hesitation still lingered in his eyes, but compared to his ambition, that hesitation was nothing. He nodded in agreement, all right. Half an hour later, Fong Lu's subordinates tied him to the operating table. Professor Lai had also finished preparing for the enhancement process, holding a syringe and walking over, still not forgetting to remind him, Oh Yang, the success or failure of this process is still unclear. You might. But before he could finish, Fong Lu interrupted, don't talk so much, just do it. Professor Lai sighed upon hearing this, then, without hesitation, walked over and injected his arm. After injecting all the substance into Fong Lu's body, Professor Lai just stood by, waiting, his face clearly showing tension. The atmosphere fell silent, with only the continuous beeping sounds of the surrounding machines. In less than 2 seconds, Fong Lu's body began to react. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He seemed to be in great pain. Seeing this, his subordinate asked worriedly, "Professor Lai, Ouyang isn't going to die, is he?" Professor Li's expression was somewhat solemn at this moment. He pursed his lips and said, "This seems to be a completely new reaction. Ouyang's physique is different from ordinary people. Once the experiment succeeds, Fong Lu's physique will far exceed expectations." At this moment, Fong Lu, lying on the operating table, suddenly let out a loud scream. His subordinate grew even more frightened. "Ouyang, he..." But before he could finish, Fong Lu suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he immediately sat up, broke free from the restraints on his body, and continuously mumbled, "Thirsty." Fong Lu's subordinate grew even more panicked, trembling as he said, "This strength is too great." At this moment, Fong Lu's body had successfully been enhanced. He continuously laughed triumphantly, "Haha, this is the feeling of becoming a demigod." At the same time, Professor Lai was observing the data displayed on the machine during Fong Lu's enhancement process. A moment later, his brows relaxed, and he said happily, "Ouyang, this medicine is incredibly suited for you, it's hard to imagine." However, Fong Lu paid no attention to these words. He jumped directly off the bed, put on his clothes, and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Professor Lai quickly suggested, "Ouyang, hurry up, let's go to the testing ground to try out your new power." His subordinate offered him another suggestion, "Ouyang, we should still go find that Lu De and get revenge first." Fong Lu shook his head upon hearing this. He curled his lips into a wicked smile, "No rush, it can't be too easy for that kid." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and crushed a corner of the operating table. A moment later, at the Hai Long Group's meeting room, Dong's meeting was still ongoing. They were reporting the company's monthly sales to Nak Long. However, Fong Lu pushed the door open and entered, interrupting them. Nak Long glared at him, his face clearly showing dissatisfaction. "Fong Lu, why are you here? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Fong Lu slowly walked over and calmly said, "Dad, it succeeded. The medicine research phase was a success." As soon as these words came out, Nak Long's face changed. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What? How can that be?" At this moment, Fong Lu's subordinate placed a stack of documents on the table and solemnly said, "Chairman, please have a look." Fong Lu slowly explained beside him, "Dad, I just tested it on myself, and it truly succeeded." Hearing this, Nak Long immediately questioned with dissatisfaction, "You're too bold. Do you know what the consequences would be if the experiment failed?" Fong Lu said with full conviction, "I know, but for the sake of the corporation, I'm willing to take the risk." He truly turned the tables. The shareholders who had just criticized him now turned to praise him endlessly. The more Fong Lu listened, the more pleased he became. He smirked and said, "Dad, we can invite General Hack Sun here to witness the successful research with us." Nak Long hesitated for a moment upon hearing these words, but the matter was crucial, so he could only comply. Soon, Hack Sun landed his helicopter on the corporation's rooftop. He hurried into the elevator, heading down to the 4th floor. Behind him was Gray Bear. He looked at Nak Long, who was waiting for him in the room, furrowed his brows and asked, "Old Nak, are you sure the experiment was successful? And that it was on your son-in-law?" Nak Long nodded slightly and replied in a low voice, "You'll know if you try it." Hearing this, Hack Sun stared intently at the person standing on the other side, then ordered, "Gray Bear, you're up." Punch once, Gray Bear immediately nodded, acknowledging the order, "Yes, sir." Immediately after, he quickly stepped out and stood opposite the measuring machine. He concentrated his strength into his palm, forming a fist and striking. This punch directly hit the measuring machine, and very quickly, the number 200 appeared. Seeing this, Nak Long couldn't help but exclaim, "The Heavenly Net organization is indeed extraordinary. This is the level of a world boxing champion." At this moment, Nak Long on the side was also prepared. He took off his outer shirt and calmly said, "It's my turn now." Then, he clenched his fist and lunged forward, also delivering a punch towards the measuring machine. Unlike last time, this time the machine's numbers jumped continuously without stopping, and before long, it showed signs of damage. Nak Long's expression immediately became panicked. He cried out in disbelief, "This has exceeded the measuring range of the computer." Hak Sun also furrowed his brows tightly and said in a deep voice, "Gray Bear, Fong Lu, you two fight a match. I want to see the effectiveness of the practical combat ability." These words made Gray Bear hesitate a little, slowly not moving forward. But Fong Lu spoke up, "Everyone, excuse my bluntness, but Officer Gray Bear is not my opponent." Having said this, he smirked devilishly again. "Isn't there a junior in the Nak family manor who is favored by the military's high-ranking officials? How about we call him over?" As soon as these words were uttered, a trace of dissatisfaction appeared in Nak Long's eyes. He gritted his teeth and reminded, "You mean Luda? Don't cause trouble." However, after careful consideration, Hak Sun nodded and said, "Old Nak, I don't think so. That kid Luda is also a little anomaly. I also want to see his extreme capabilities." As soon as these words were out, Fong Lu was delighted. He chuckled and said, "General Hak Sun's decision is correct." At the same time, on a clear beach, Lu De was leisurely resting on a nearby cliff. But someone else wasn't very happy. He was observing through the system and, after a long while, sighed in frustration. Immediately after, those beside him also grumbled unhappily, "What bad luck! Who could be so capable as to hack into the computer and control our system?" The leader stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray on the table and said in a deep voice, "It's been a whole night, yet you haven't found anyone, either First Emperor or a hacker, at least one." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone ran up to report, "Chief, we found it. The hacker's IP." Hearing this, the chief immediately brightened. He pursed his lips and ordered, "The address. I'm going to catch him myself and bring him back here." However, the person who had just reported was a bit flustered, trembling as he said, "He's at the Egyptian pyramids one moment, then at the North Pole the next." The chief knew immediately that he was being played. He angrily slammed the table, "Dares to mess with me." Seeing his reaction, the subordinates immediately kept quiet, no one daring to breathe heavily. Only that person continued, "Chief, he has left another method. We can talk to him." As he spoke, he opened the computer on the table and placed it in front of the chief. Immediately, a line of text appeared on the screen, "Hello, Chief Lai Min." In an instant, the chief's expression immediately turned grim. He pursed his lips and asked, "How does he know my name is Lai Min?" But no one answered. The lines of text continued to scroll across the screen. "I'm truly sorry. I wanted to give my friend a surprise yesterday and went a bit overboard. But, fortunately, there was no damage." Lai Min reacted then, quickly typing on the keyboard. He asked where the person was and that they had to come to the bureau to file a report. But he was met only by a long, annoying string of laughter. He angrily threw the ashtray on the table away. However, at this moment, the other person sent him a data file. Seeing this, Lai Min was a bit confused. "What is this?" As if guessing his thoughts, the person quickly explained, "This is the file for the massive money laundering case you are investigating. Based on the information I found, you could successfully solve the case. Consider it a compensation for my wrongdoing." Initially, Lai Min was a bit surprised, then quickly replied, but the other person jokingly said he couldn't catch him. But he also knew the person's identity was Fourth Emperor, which made him angrily pound the table. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "He's definitely Chinese, and a fan of First Emperor." He quickly recorded Fourth Emperor's file, his eyes filled with determination. He pursed his lips and said, "This kid, I'll definitely catch you. If not now, then the rest of my life is tied to you." On the other side, after enjoying the sea view, Lu De stretched and took a deep breath. It's time now. He should also deal with that Ouyang Fong Lu fish. Just then, Nak Long suddenly called. He quickly answered the phone, unsure why he was calling. Nak Long on the other end hastily said, "Where are you?" "There's an experiment at the company right now, please come over." Lu De slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "I'm strolling in Vong Hai area, everyone wait a moment." Upon receiving his answer, Nak Long quickly hung up. He looked towards Hak Sun and said, Lu De will arrive in about an hour. But just 10 minutes later, the elevator on the 4th floor of Hai Long Group opened again. The person who was just in Vong Hai area suddenly appeared. He raised an eyebrow, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, Hello everyone, have you been waiting long? Seeing him casually walk over, Hak Sun's expression immediately changed. He frowned and asked, Wasn't it an hour? How are you here in just 10 minutes? Nak Long was no exception. He asked suspiciously, Lu De, explain to me how you got through the Forbidden Gate. This is a security system worth 20,000 van. Lu De chuckled lightly and nonchalantly said, I know computers. I bypassed the system and conveniently improved it, adding a few more firewalls. Then, he asked suspiciously again, Did you call me here not to defeat Duong Fong Lu? Hearing these words, Fong Lu, who was behind him, immediately snorted coldly with disdain, Defeat me. You're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in a golden light, and his physique expanded accordingly. His shirt was also torn. He gritted his teeth and said, A weakling like you, I can beat you like a punching bag. Lu De narrowed his eyes at him, pursed his lips, and said, Did I say you talk so much? Are you done yet? Fong Lu heard this and sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Are you so eager to die? I'll grant you your wish. Immediately after, he took a step back, using his left leg as a pivot. In just a flash, he darted forward like lightning. Seeing this, Hak Sun immediately cried out in alarm, Lu De, run. But he still stood there, making Nak Long worried. Lu De, what are you doing? At this moment, Lu De stood there like a majestic Buddha statue, without a trace of fear. He waited until Fong Lu approached him, then casually raised his leg and kicked. Fong Lu was sent flying into the wall behind him. With a loud crash, the wall collapsed. As for Fong Lu, he was unconscious, lying in the rubble. Lu De casually retracted his leg, pursed his lips, and muttered, What kind of dimensional alteration experiment is this? It's trash. Such a powerful transformation technology should be used on people with righteous hearts. Then, he turned to look at the two big shots behind him and said sternly, Elder Nak, I've sent an email to your company's legal department. Nak Long instinctively frowned and asked suspiciously, What email? Before he could answer, his subordinate called to report, Chairman, I just received a document regarding Duong Fong Lu's abuse of power, embezzlement of company assets, and a plan to kidnap Nak Lin. Nak Long's expression immediately changed in an instant. At the same time, someone walked over to Fong Lu and helped him up, asking worriedly, President Duong, are you all right? Wake up. With his efforts, Fong Lu woke up. But he was like a fool, constantly dancing and spouting silly songs. Sunlight shone into the air, flowers smiled at me. Yu Long basically didn't care about him at this moment. What he cared about was the email he just received. He stared intently at Lu De, hesitantly calling out, Lu De, here. Knowing what he wanted to say, Lu De interrupted, Old Man De said that everyone is responsible for the nation's destiny. I'll help with the soldier reform, just give me some time. Since you've said so, the two elders won't force you to leave. As soon as Lu De stepped out of the corporation, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh, wealthy families truly are full of troubles. Next, you might be hunted by international assassins. You won't be returning to the Yu family for now. At this moment, Modong jumped out and said, Lu De, my procedures have been upgraded. I need to find a place to hide and mechanize. Lu De asked suspiciously, What do you need me to do? Modong quickly suggested a location to him. This location is the best, but it's currently owned by Haisher University. Lu De observed the place for a moment, then nodded and smiled. This place? Leave it to me. It's time to contact some old acquaintances. On another front, at Haisher University, a professor was lecturing in the auditorium. With powerful artificial intelligence, capable of combining all knowledge and gaining production consciousness, what needs to be reconsidered is the ability to control them. Lu Di listened from outside, and Modong proudly boasted, artificial intelligence also has different levels, like me, for example. Once I upgrade my procedures, I can be equivalent to the artificial intelligence he's talking about. It's just that the upgrade process is only at 1% right now, and it's uncertain how long it will take to complete. A moment later, the professor finally came out. The moment he saw him, the professor immediately exclaimed, "Lu Di." He happily said, "Is it really you, kid? Where have you been these past few years? You didn't even contact me." With a light chuckle, Lu Di casually said, "I just had a small issue, teacher." "Haven't I returned now?" The professor pouted slightly and said, "Tell me, are you here as a guest speaker for that kid, Guoqian?" "Guoqian?" Lu Di frowned in surprise. He quickly denied, "Teacher, don't misunderstand. I want to buy back that abandoned experimental product exhibition hall." Hearing this, the professor understood and calmly said, still saying it's not related, "Can you kids stop competing over who earns more money and start comparing who can contribute more to the nation?" Lu Di looked at his retreating back and urgently said, "Teacher, is it like when I was still studying? I need to bring assignments and grades to make conditions with you." Hearing this, the professor sighed helplessly, "I know your head was injured. You should still find a diligent and hard-working job. If you're ever short on funds, just tell me." Immediately after, he turned and left. Lu Di didn't press him further. He left the university, and at the same time, Modong displayed Guoqian's information to him. Lu Di couldn't help but frown. 3 years since we last met, I can't believe this kid has become the chairman of a real estate company. Thinking this, he took out his phone and called Guoqian. "Guozi, it's Lu Di." A suspicious voice quickly came from the other side. "Which Lu Di?" "Oh, what do you need me for?" He went straight to the point. "I also plan to buy that cemetery land. We can negotiate a bit." But what he received was mocking laughter. "Your brain is useless too. Who would want to be friends with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up, leaving Lu Di stunned for a long time. At the same time, in the professor's office, the professor from before was continuously reviewing files, and a moment later, he grumbled, "Could it be that my Haisher University can't even get a prestigious patent?" Just then, he suddenly received many incoming emails. He reflexively frowned. Which kid sent so many documents at once? Immediately after, he opened them to take a look. These documents contained biological seismic homogeneous materials that could absorb radar detection waves, and even invisible architectures. There was also triply refractive photovoltaic, an optimization of solar power generation technology. The professor's expression instantly became panicked, but the last letter was even more surprising. It read, "To Professor Wang Yuan Kuei, student Lu Di has achieved some academic success and is always willing to share his success with the school." Professor Wang stood up from his chair in surprise. He hastily ran to another professor's office. After reading it, that professor nodded and smiled. "Your student is truly too talented. I will be willing to help him however he wants us to." He quickly asked Professor Wang, "Quickly call Lu Di over to discuss the patent." A moment later, Lu Di actually came to meet the two. He happily said, "Don't worry, both teachers. I'm willing to publicly release these 6 patents as a student of Haisher University." Hearing these words, the professor accompanying Yuan Kuei immediately smiled with satisfaction and said, "Lu Di, with just this sincerity from you, the right to use the large experimental cemetery area is yours." Achieving his goal, Lu Di also smiled and said, "It's what I should do. I'm also willing to donate another 100 million to support Haisher University in building a science and technology exhibition hall with the most complete equipment." His actions pleased the professor. He looked at Yuan Kuei admiringly and said, "You've cultivated excellent students, truly a student who values loyalty and righteousness." Yuan Kuei nodded shyly, "This is my honor." After gaining the approval of Haisher University, Lu Di went to the forest area of Haisher. He took a look around, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder this piece of land was so highly contested." After walking for a while, he stopped. In front of him was a large experimental area. At the same time, Modong's system upgrade process had reached 99%. Lu Di pushed the door open and entered. Inside was an empty room, with only some leftover materials. Lu Di looked around, then called out loudly, "Modong." Modong quickly appeared, yawning widely, "I'm here." Lu Di nodded and replied, "Modong, let's go find something interesting." Saying that, he walked around inside. Then he was attracted by an experiment placed on a table. He frowned and muttered, "This is too special." Modong took a look and nodded. There was a small problem, leading to failure. Lu Di thought for a moment, then after a long pause, he asked, "Can I?" Modong understood immediately and integrated advanced repair skills for him. He then skillfully repaired the failed experiment. After a moment, Lu Di spoke up, "The value of these defective products is much greater than the price of the land under my feet." What he was referring to was an internet booster, capable of increasing speed tenfold and forming an independent area or network. There was also a solar simulator, capable of nurturing plants in darkness. Lu Di nodded slightly, then noticed two dog-shaped robots at his feet. Even more surprisingly, drones suddenly appeared around him. He frowned and asked, "Are these cameras?" Modong immediately replied, "Yes, these can observe this experimental cemetery area 360 degrees without blind spots." Lu Di and Modong walked around the experimental area. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door outside. It was the delivery man, who loudly called out, "Mr. Lu, are you there? Your bed and premium mattress have been delivered." However, after a long time, no one answered. The person walking next to him hesitated and asked, "Is someone playing a prank? Is anyone really living in a place like this?" But at that moment, Lu Di poked his head out from inside and said, "That's right, it's this place." His sudden appearance startled the two delivery men, who embraced each other in fright. Immediately after, the two men moved the bed and mattress inside for him. After finishing the work, the delivery man asked suspiciously, "Mr. Lu, how can you live here alone?" Lu Di calmly smiled and said, "I was hired to stay here and watch over the warehouse." Hearing these words, the two delivery men's faces showed a bit of awkwardness, unsure how to react. After a moment, they quickly wanted to leave. "Well, we'll be going now, Mr. Lu." After they left, Lu Di jumped onto the soft bed alone, comfortably exclaiming, "This truly is my own territory." He knew how to enjoy himself, turning on music. The melodious music continuously echoed in the empty experimental area. At this moment, Modong jumped out and said, "There are 1,100 types of faulty experimental machines here. Once completed, they will have infinite value." Lu Di nodded slightly and suggested, "Modong, go register an investment company. Transfer 100,000 to the researchers for the experimental products here, to encourage them to continue creating new inventions. Once good scientific research results are achieved, the company will provide investment and support." Modong agreed without hesitation, "All right, arranging it immediately." Lu Di continued to enjoy the warm bed and soft mattress in this place. He comfortably smiled and said, "Is this really a world of my own?" But everything is just beginning. On another note, at the Nak family's estate, a family meeting was taking place. Nak Long sat in the center, sighing, "After all these years, did no one realize that Oduong Fong Lu was a wicked person?" Everyone silently bowed their heads, no one answered. He then looked at Nak Fuang and asked, "You lived with him, did you not discover anything?" Nak Fuang sighed softly and apologized, "I'm sorry, Nak Long calmly shook his head and let out a breath. Fortunately, there was Lu Di, otherwise this family would have fallen apart sooner or later. Hearing these words, Nak Len finally realized, so Lu Di was protecting us. Nak Long reached up to push his glasses, and continued solemnly, "Lu Di hasn't returned for 2 days. According to him, he has a clear conscience and has helped wholeheartedly." At this point, he immediately stood up and gravely announced, "All of us must find every way to find Lu Di and thank him in person." The family meeting lasted for several hours. Nak Lin walked out, her feelings complicated. She habitually tried to call Lu Di, but then noticed the person standing in front of the car and stopped. The driver at this time wasn't Lu Di, but someone else. Seeing her, he quickly greeted, "Third young miss, it's already late, let's go." Nak Lin nodded slightly, but she had noticed the noisy sounds over there. She frowned and asked, "Who are they?" The driver quickly explained, "They are the people helping young Master Lu Di with his luggage." Nak Lin was slightly startled, then an idea popped into her head. She quickly got into the car and ordered, "Mr. Lai, follow their car." Mr. Lai dared not refuse, nodding to accept the order. "Understood, Third Young Mississippi." Soon after, Nak Lin's car followed the delivery vehicle to a laboratory deep in the mountains. Nak Lin frowned slightly and asked, "Is Lu Di here?" Mr. Lai nodded and replied, "It seems so." Nak Lin silently pondered for a long time before reluctantly sighing, "Mr. Lai, let's go." At the same time, inside the laboratory, Lu Di was unaware that Nak Lin had arrived. Airplanes were continuously flying in the sky. Lu Di was casually lifting weights, while Modong continuously reported beside him, "Lu Di, in an hour, the renovation workers inside the construction site will arrive. Confidentiality agreements have been signed, and they will complete the work in 3 days." Lu Di nodded slightly and calmly replied, "I'm very confident in your work. It's time to buy a car, me just running like this isn't ideal." Hai City has many famous car dealerships, among which the Tuduway International Car Dealership must be mentioned. Many people come and go here every day. Lu Di also chose the Tuduway dealership to buy a car as planned. As soon as she saw him, an employee spoke up, "Xiaolon, a customer's here." The employee next to her immediately looked back, then pouted and said, "Xiao Hu, don't get excited. He's not with anyone, and he's dressed so poorly, he definitely doesn't have money." Xiao Hu was unhappy hearing this, and she reminded her in a low voice, "General Manager Xie has said many times not to judge customers by their appearance. If you're not going, I will." But at this moment, Xiaolon suddenly changed her mind. "Wait, even if he's poor, he's really handsome, and his eyes are especially unique. I don't care about anything else, this customer is mine." Having said that, she swayed over to Lu Di, and with a professional smile, she said, "Sir, I am Xiaolon, the Tuduway sales manager. It's a pleasure to serve you." Lu Di nodded indifferently and replied, "I'm here to buy a car." Xiaolon quickly led him to a display area. She professionally introduced, "This is the Pharynx exhibition area, the tricep exhibition area. Would you like to take a look, sir?" Lu Di didn't even glance over and flatly refused, "Show me something else." As soon as these words came out, Xiaolan's expression changed, her tone containing disdain. "If you still haven't found a car you like, then please go somewhere else to look. I have work to do, please feel free to browse on your own." With that, she immediately snorted coldly and left. However, as soon as she turned around, she bumped into someone and called out with a trembling voice, "General Manager Xie." That General Manager Xie glared at her, then ordered, "Go pour a glass of water. I'll take care of this customer." She dared not argue and quickly left. General Manager Xie walked up to Lu Di and introduced himself with a smile. "I am the sales manager here. I can lead you to the VIP exhibition area to take a look. I hope it meets your approval." Lu Di didn't refuse and let him lead the way. When passing a display area, he suddenly stopped. Lu Di's eyes were drawn to a classic car. Noticing his gaze, General Manager Xie immediately introduced, "This is the 1970 AOBG S99, the most classic muscle car. Its mission is to race in a straight line, defeating everything that can generate speed. However, it's a vintage car they put on display and is not for sale." Hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle, "A mission to defeat everything? I like that concept. So, what are the qualifications to buy it?" General Manager Xie immediately replied, "You must be a high-level VIP with expenditures of 30 million. Lu Di didn't think much, directly took out a card and handed it to him, calmly saying, "Then I'll buy this car along with the civilian helicopter I just passed." The aircraft can be registered under the creator company's name. Taking the card, General Manager Xie smiled professionally and said, "Rest assured, I, Yuan Zhang, will do my utmost to complete all procedures." Nodding with satisfaction, Lu Di calmly said, "I'll leave it all to you." A moment later, at Vin Dang Tower, the headquarters of Creator Company. After leaving Mu Yan's clinic, Lu Di went to the company. The elevator quickly stopped on a floor. Lu Di quickly stepped out. Behind him were other people, but he didn't know them. As soon as they entered, a mechanical voice rang out, "Miss Dina from Capital, welcome." The staff inside also enthusiastically greeted, "Miss Dina, welcome to Creator Company. First, please follow me, let's go to the lounge to rest a bit." Dina quickly led the people inside. Just then, a mechanical voice rang out again, "I apologize, Gemini is temporarily unable to identify you, there is no appointment record." Hearing this, a female staff member immediately scoffed and cursed, "Good heavens, is this kid trying to take advantage of the situation?" Lu Di silently looked at her without saying a word, letting him see how Gemini's staff would handle it. The staff started whispering, but someone calmer softly reassured, "Don't panic, all visitors are guests. I'll handle it." Saying so, she walked up to Lu Di. "Sir, this is an office building." Lu Di calmly replied, "I also run an investment company. The company's name is Nuoi Lam Chung, the witness." The female staff member was quite surprised, then professionally handled the situation. "We've checked your information. Although you don't have an appointment, all visitors are clients. Please follow me to the lounge." "All right, thank you." Lu Di nodded with satisfaction. The female staff member gestured to him and led him away. Both Lu Di and Dina were led to the lounge. The female staff member even enthusiastically brought Dina a cup of coffee. "Miss Dina, here's your father's coffee, and the flowers you like. I hope you'll enjoy them." Dina nodded slightly and took a sip of coffee. Then she calmly asked, "Is Director Truong still busy? I hope you can quickly arrange for me to meet him." The professional female staff member smiled and gave a noncommittal answer, "I'll do my best." After that, she looked at Lu Di and asked, "Sir, our information database doesn't have your preferences. What would you like?" With a slight chuckle, Lu Di calmly replied, "A glass of plain water will do. After all, the person I want to meet will be here soon." The staff member nodded and left. Only Lu Di and Dina remained in the lounge. Lu Di secretly checked his phone. Tian Jiap had texted, "I'm here, let's go eat." Just then, Dina suddenly spoke, "How can you successfully negotiate a contract like this? Gemini couldn't even find your information, and you don't even use their products. There's no sincerity at all." Hearing the sound, Lu Di looked up from his phone. He smiled politely, "That's true. So, Director Dina, what do you think I should do?" Pouting and chuckling softly, Dina calmly replied, "Of course, you have to understand it thoroughly, in all aspects, whether good or bad." At this, she put down her coffee cup and seriously continued, "Look at Creator Company, it's good in every way, seemingly flawless, it's just that the ambition of its leaders isn't big enough." As soon as she finished speaking, her secretary quickly reminded her, "Director Dina, you're saying so much, will he even understand?" Smiling inadvertently, Dina chuckled and replied, "I think Mr. Lu has excellent looks, he certainly has the potential to become a PR sales executive. I wonder if you're interested in changing jobs." Just then, Tian Jiap pushed the door open and entered. Dina and her secretary quickly stood up to greet him, "Director Truong, hello." However, Tian Jiap didn't pay attention to the two of them and walked straight to Lu Di. Smiling cheerfully, he said, "The Mala Hotpot place at school." Lu Di nodded slightly and replied, "Let's go." After talking with Lu Di, Tian Jiap finally noticed the others. He quickly introduced, "Oh, right, Manager Dina, this Mr. Lu Di is the rarely present chairman I told you about." At these words, Dina's expression immediately stiffened. She apologized, "Director Truong, Director Lu, I was presumptuous just now and didn't recognize you." Lu Di gave no opinion, turned, and left with Tian Jiap. But after only a few steps, Dina quickly called out, "Director Truong, Director Lu, please wait a moment." She ran to block the doorway and softly asked, "Would the two of you allow us to have lunch together?" Lu Di refused without hesitation, "Better not. We've already made plans to eat at the Mala Hotpot place." With that, the two walked past her towards the door. But she didn't give up and continued, "Then, Director Lu, could you leave your contact information?" Glancing at her, Lu Di chuckled and said, "If it's meant to be, you can add my Gemini account." A moment later, at the Mala Hotpot restaurant, Lima came over with 2 large bowls of food, scolding as she walked, "You two kids, you haven't come here to eat since you graduated. You've gotten all skinny." The 2 kids she referred to were Lu Di and Tian Jiap. Hearing her words, Tian Jiap could only chuckle awkwardly, "Lima, we're skinny because we haven't been able to eat your food." With a dissatisfied sniff, Lima pouted and said, "You know it. You kids don't eat proper meals. Eat more today." With that, she put down the food and left. The 2 young men then started a bet, whoever ate last had to clean up. Tian Jiap excitedly shouted start, then began to eat. But his eating speed couldn't compare to Lu Di's. He cursed in dissatisfaction, "You pervert. Are you a vacuum cleaner?" Lu Di slightly raised his head, then mocked, "And are you a girl? Eating so slowly." A moment later, both large bowls of food were completely devoured by the 2. Tian Jiap patted his full belly and cheerfully said, "At 2 p.m. this afternoon, the company will hold an establishment meeting. Come back with me." Lu Di immediately shook his head and refused, "I'm not going. I'll stay and clean up." Hearing this, Tian Jiap couldn't help but scold, "This kid, what do you do every day? The company's situation is so good now, and you don't want to participate? Is it really like Professor Vong said that you're trading stocks?" Lu Di didn't explain much. He just casually said, "Jiap, among all my recent decisions, the most correct one was inviting you to run the company with me." Frowning and chuckling, Tian Jiap also smiled and replied, "Didn't you give me a chance to change my life? Your business is my business." He said it's fine to leave the company's matters to him, but there's one thing Lu Di absolutely must be present for. Lu Di instinctively frowned. He asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Tian Jiap slowly explained, "Under the name of Creator Company, I've sponsored this year's class reunion. The venue is the company's rooftop." Lu Di was a bit surprised. He mumbled doubtfully, "You don't seem like someone who craves vanity." Awkwardly scratching his head, Tian Jiap continued, "We're not, but our friends are. You don't know how they've been talking about you these past 2 years. I couldn't stand it." He wanted everyone to know that Lu Di was someone none of them could compare to. Lu Di was a bit speechless, but he didn't refuse. He nodded and agreed, "All right then, but let's keep it moderate when the time comes." Getting his answer, Tian Jiap smiled and said, "Then I'll go to the meeting first. I'm leaving the cleaning to you." With that, he turned and left, but after just 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and said, "You keep that racing car, it's too noisy, too loud. Don't forget tomorrow's friends gathering, okay?" So after that, Lu Di stayed at the Mala Hotpot restaurant and began cleaning. He sang happily, and the small restaurant became much livelier. But his joy didn't last long. Someone appeared and interrupted it. The newcomers were Si-Tu Yin's family, her father Si-Tu Chu and her mother Lai Noyet Tu. Seeing him, Tu Chu pretended familiarity and approached, taking his hand and smiling, "Xiao Lu, long time no see." Noyet Tu behind him also quickly spoke up, "Haven't seen you in years, Xiao Lu, how did you end up like this?" Lu Di didn't want to listen to their rambling. Before she could finish, he directly cut in, "What do you want with me?" Noyet Tu glared at him, then smiled meaningfully and said, "Ask your boss for a day off. Let's find a place to talk." Lu Di really didn't want to go, but he didn't want to affect Lima's business, so he had to follow them to a restaurant. As soon as he sat down, Noyet Tu started rambling about old times. "Xiao Lu, you shouldn't blame anything back then. Perhaps knowing she talked too much, her husband directly interrupted, "No yet too, don't say anything more." Then, he looked at Lu Di and said, "I'll be frank, I have a favor to ask of you." So, they wanted a favor. Otherwise, would people like them seek out a Lu Di they once despised? He said that Si Tuyen knew Lu Di had a good relationship with Tien Jiap and wanted Lu Di to help introduce her. He had come many times but still hadn't met the person himself. Hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle. "You want to acquire him? Of course he won't meet you." Tuchu put on a dignified air, sighing helplessly, "I truly have no other choice. The conglomerate has issued a death order." He still had a bit of a pleading attitude, but Noyet too didn't. Her tone was extremely disdainful as she said, "Truong Tien Jiap has such an illustrious status, he must have long forgotten a friend like you." Lu Di shook his head and pouted, "A Jiap isn't like other people." Seeing that he wasn't giving a direct answer, she reverted to her motherly tone, rambling on, "Lu Di, this is money to help with the introduction. After it's successful, there'll be another 50,000. This should be equivalent to several years' salary at that restaurant, right?" With that, she placed a stack of money on the table, no different from throwing a bone to a dog, but Lu Di didn't even spare it a glance. He stood up from his seat, coldly saying, "Out of respect for Si Tuyen, I'll discuss it with the Jiap. Good day." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. This attitude of his enraged that ill-behaved old woman, Noyet too. She looked at her husband and said, dissatisfiedly, "What is he? Can't even get things done, yet he acts all high and mighty. I don't trust him at all." Tuchu frowned slightly, sighing helplessly, "It seems there's no other way." But it must be said, this whole family was shameless enough. When someone was in trouble, they kept their distance like trash, but when they needed something, they came looking. Scene change. In the city, although the wind whistled, it was incredibly hot. The square was bustling with people coming and going. Lai Min told Lu Di, "This reunion is like a vampire family party from a movie." Lu Di chuckled and replied, "Lai Min, you don't look like you've been doing well lately." Lai Min unhappily said with a cigarette in his mouth, "Lately, I've run into an extremely skilled hacker. I want to find him, but I can't even get a glimpse of him." Hearing this, Lu Di patted his shoulder and advised, "Don't rush, take your time. Who knows, he might be right under your nose." Hearing that, Lai Min, full of vigor, pulled out the cigarette he was holding and replied, "Of course. I'll definitely catch him, or I'll quit this profession." From a distance, someone approached, making a provocative sound, "You." Quoch Tien, accompanied by a group of people, provoked, "Lai Min, what are you doing with that idiot? Can he even talk like a normal person anymore?" Lai Min angrily retorted, "Quoch Tien, are you crazy? Aren't you guys incredibly bored? Go drink your disgusting champagne and don't bother us here." Hearing that, someone from behind advised, all right, Quoch Tien, let's just drink." They turned and left, but Lai Min still angrily said, "That bunch of snobs, despising others, just point at their faces and curse them. Each and every one of them has a tiger's mouth but a rabbit's guts." Tien Jiap, dressed in a suit, approached and said, "Come here, you're so great, what's so good about standing in a corner?" He suggested to Lu Di, "Let's go over there and see." Lu Di didn't refuse, "Okay." On stage, Lai Min loudly introduced, "Welcome everyone to our annual class reunion. First, we must thank our sponsor, a Jiap, Truong Tien Jiap." Tien Jiap went on stage and began his speech, "Hello everyone, today I want to introduce an important person to you all." He smiled happily and introduced, "That is my good brother, Lu Di." A blond-haired man scornfully said, "A poor and incompetent guy, what's so great about introducing him?" Tien Jiap ignored them and continued his speech, "Classmates, I will now announce Lu Di's true identity to everyone." Elsewhere, outside the hall, shouts rang out, "What are you doing? Get out of the way." Du Yin's parents were arguing with the security guards, "Let me in, my daughter is inside. She's a classmate of your director." Tien Jiap sternly told the man, "Uncle Tu Du, we're having a class reunion. We'll discuss business privately later. Du Chu replied with a smug look, all right, General Director Truong, but you'd better hurry. I'm afraid you'll be very embarrassed in a little while. Tian Jia paid him no mind and continued his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to identity, I'm afraid no one can compare to Lu De. Noyet too crossed her arms and smiled disdainfully. General Director Truong is truly righteous. A waiter like Lu De, still talking about identity? Hearing that, one of the people below laughed loudly and said, a waiter is also worthy to compare with us. An airplane flew overhead, making a whirring sound. The image of the airplane became clearer to the crowd below. Lu De smiled and said, you know I don't have a car. And the car I like requires a high-level VIP to buy, so just keep it and play with it, it's just a complimentary gift anyway. From the plane, a man jumped down. He respectfully handed over the contract and said, Mr. Lu, the private jet and vintage car you ordered have been delivered. The car is downstairs, please inspect it. Lu De praised, Manager Ta's work efficiency is excellent, I'm very reassured. A blond-haired man walked over and proudly praised, these students are getting more and more outstanding. He shook Lu De's hand and said, the 3 patents you submitted to us are Manhua Science Award-winning patents. You are the greatest pride of our school. Holding a dazzling certificate, he said, this is a donation certificate, the only way the school can express its gratitude. Thank you for the 100 million you donated to help the school build a brand new science and technology exhibition area. Hearing the teacher say that, everyone was stunned and began discussing animatedly. Noyet too patted her husband's shoulder regretfully. After looking for a son-in-law for so long, we ended up looking down on the most outstanding one. It's truly karma. Suddenly, everyone surrounded Lu De, flattering him, a genius is a genius, always outstanding. Lu De, in college I brought you food, you still remember, right? Du Chu pointed upwards and said to Tian Jiap, General Director Truong, you must not be so disrespectful. The plane of CEO Lai Dao Duk still cannot land. Above, a private jet whirred, and a figure appeared. He shouted loudly, Truong Tian Jiap. I am Lai Dao Duk of Shina Group. I have something to discuss with you. Tian Jiap below didn't hear clearly and vaguely replied, huh? A worm wanting to board the boat? Lu De crossed his arms and couldn't help but laugh, you're quite something. The person inside impatiently ordered, enough. Land the plane on the rooftop for me. Dao Duk immediately obediently replied, yes. The plane successfully landed on the rooftop, and a figure descended from it. It was Deng Hoalong, the CEO and founder of Shina Group, and also the second richest person in Hoa Ha. He politely said, good morning, everyone. General Director Truong Tian Jiap, young and talented, able to manage creator company so well in such a short time, I am very impressed. He approached and directly stated his request, today, my purpose in coming here is to meet the true founder behind creator company. Lu De held Tian Jiap's shoulder and replied to him, General Director Deng of Shina Group indeed lives up to his reputation. Under the brilliant sunlight, Lu De confidently introduced, Junior Lu De greets General Director Deng. He began speaking with Hoalong, General Director Deng, I'm a bit surprised you came in person. Hoalong seriously replied, De Tam is so young, such a talented person, Deng Mao is also very surprised. Lu De smiled and replied, acquiring a small company like our creator is not worth General Director Deng coming in person. Hoalong bluntly replied without mercy, acquire? It's not worth spending so much of my time. I've just been resting for a long time and wanted to see something new. Lu De also stopped being polite, my Gemini may be small, but for Shina to acquire it, that's absolutely impossible. Hoalong chuckled heartily, in the past 10 years, countless companies have declared war on my Shina empire, and in the end, they all failed miserably. Lu De confidently retorted, then this time, I'm afraid General Director Deng will be disappointed. Today, I, Lu De, representing Creator Company, officially declare war on your enterprise. Hearing that, Hoalong became serious. You and I declare war. Let's bet on who wins. If you lose, call me master, and I might consider guiding you. Luda also stated his conditions. If you lose, you must go to Gemini and publicly admit defeat. If I lose, I will willingly hand over Malloy. Ho Along smiled, his voice full of delight. Excellent. The incident quickly spread at a rapid pace, with several articles constantly being published. Headline 1. These two people stood here. Two big companies made a bet with each other, finally igniting a fierce war. Headline 2. The rising business star Gemini has just encountered a formidable opponent. Destruction is the only outcome. In addition, clear photos of Ho Along and Luda were published. Tien Jiap held his phone, his eyes wide, reading the news. In just a few hours, the news has spread everywhere. I'm really curious. Who took this photo? I remember there was no one at this angle. Luda, smoking, excitedly replied, I did. Suddenly, a message notification popped up. It was from Haidina. She asked, Mr. Liu, are you free tonight? Luda cheerfully told Tien Jiap, take a break tomorrow. We'll have a lot of work to do in the next few days. Saying that, he turned and left. Tien Jiap wondered, where are you going? He just replied, on a date. Inside a large building, the sunlight was still very dazzling. Haidina sat on the sofa and said, Gemini has declared war on China. I wonder if, in this crisis, Mr. Liu would like to discuss investment. Luda did not resist, replying, 500 million in assets are included in our company. I can offer 10% of the shares, with the company as witness. Haidina crossed her arms and asked again, Mr. Liu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Gemini is about to be destroyed, and you still want to seek investment? He lit a cigarette and replied, I'm not begging you. Luda took a deep puff and continued, I'm informing you. Suddenly, Haidina's phone chimed with a message. She picked it up to check. It was from Luda. Seeing that she received it, he quickly explained, these are some documents assessing the company's investment risk level. You can refer to them, they might be beneficial to you. Haidina looked at the document she had just received and said, the company I thought was the best actually committed fraud. How did you manage to investigate that? Luda, while extinguishing his cigarette, replied, this might be the keen observation and insight you mentioned. Haidina praised him, extremely satisfied, Mr. Liu, you are truly a born investor. Outside, there was a knock at the door. Nuoc Deep entered, accompanied by a few very large bodyguards. She spoke directly, without much preamble, Sir, you said you wanted to guide our group. Nuoc Deep has been waiting for 5 days straight, not going anywhere. Luda picked up a glass of water and replied, Nuoc Deep, I've truly been very busy lately. I'll come find you when I'm free. Nuoc Deep quickly and obediently replied, you are the person Nuoc Deep trusts most. Nuoc Deep will come back and wait for you. Saying that, she turned and walked away, her clanking jewelry attracting attention. Haidina wondered, what was that just now? Luda calmly said, that's just cross-industry business experience. Among countless buildings in the city, Xinna Group grandly stood as the largest skyscraper. Ho Along said with some dissatisfaction, the battle hasn't even begun, and that kid Luda is already trending on the hot search. His face full of displeasure, he asked, what about the research plan to deal with Luda? Dao Duc skillfully replied, we have implemented a full blockade and have informed our collaborating apps to completely freeze Gemini. He then asked, what's the strategy regarding products? Dao Duc replied somewhat nervously, tomorrow, our company will launch a live streaming function to directly compete with Gemini. Ho Along heard this, slammed the table decisively, and said, I'm entrusting this confrontation with Creator to you and Du Chu. If you fail, get out immediately. Elsewhere, the classroom door was also shut tightly, with intense discussions about plans happening inside. Tien Jiap stood at the front of the classroom, introducing Luda, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the declaration of war against Xinna, I have invited the founder of Creator, and also the founder of Gemini's crucial code, here. Then he gestured into the distance, De Tam. From outside the classroom, Lu De walked in. One cannot deny, she now is very powerful. Its more than 10-year foundation is definitely not easy. As soon as he entered, he projected Gemini's great achievements. Please look at Gemini's achievements. I believe that all of you here are among the chosen few, but you have all simultaneously made a mistake. Without making everyone wait, he immediately explained the mistake. You have forgotten how capable you yourselves are. Lu De spoke forcefully to the people standing below. Everyone looks up to the strong, hoping to stand alongside them. But those who truly achieve great things are the ones who defeat the strong. A girl below wondered, Mr. De Tam, what should we do next? Lu De didn't answer immediately but asked them a question. I ask everyone, what is the most important thing for an app? A middle-aged person quickly replied, consumer needs. Lu De was satisfied. That's right, as everyone has seen, it's the friend circle function. This function can accurately pair you, and the Gemini platform can help you find a like-minded friend every minute. After saying that, he was a bit worried, but I've encountered a difficulty. Time is limited, so I only wrote the core code. To make Gemini an application, there are still many steps, such as code compatibility, product testing, and user promotion. Before he could finish, everyone below began stirring. I can. Mr. De Tam, I can. He lowered his face, his voice devoid of clear emotion. Then it will be hard for all of you. At the Creator Company office, everyone was working with utmost concentration. A young employee was typing on the computer when he encountered a problem. He said somewhat nervously, Mr. De Tam, I have a problem here. Could you please come over for a moment? Lu De immediately walked over, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Relax a bit, let me do it. Seeing Lu De take his place and type away continuously, the employee couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, with this speed, he's definitely not human, he's a god. A long while later, Lu De reached out and pressed the last key of the programming code. He let out a breath. It's done. Everyone in the office was indescribably happy. On the other side, Shina Group's product was launched, and quite a few extremely negative comments appeared. Twisted Hair said they thought they found a soulmate, but it turned out to be all call girls. Speed Enthusiast angrily asked, my hobby is off-road vehicles, but you guys are advertising cars? Hearty Beef Roll angrily cursed, my heart isn't well, and you're advertising a coffin and burial combo to me. Mud didn't say anything to blame, just said, Big Boss Shina, just wait, bad reviews are coming. Dao Duc looked at those reviews and wondered, what exactly is going on here? The employee next to him replied in a panic, Zermini's chief engineer couldn't copy it. You can do whatever you want to me. He listened, then angrily cursed, get out of here. The employee also didn't care and left immediately. While cursing, Dao Duc's phone suddenly vibrated. He wilted and answered the call, President Deng, I. Before he could finish, the other end of the line cursed him out, Exxon is a joke. I'm giving you one last chance. If you fail, it won't be as easy as just resigning. I want you to bear full responsibility. As soon as Dao Duc hung up, another employee came in to report, Zermini has just released a new update, bringing everything to our Zermini stage. Dao Duc's face darkened as he said, we can't achieve Creator's technology, but I can destroy it. Elsewhere on the screen, Zermini's activity level was steadily increasing. Lu De happily hugged Tian Jiap, it's a success. Everyone around them cheered, boss, we succeeded. The stage is a success. At a computer within Shina Group, where countless materials were stored to defame others, a smug voice rang out, don't worry, General Tuesday. Dai Gao confidently said, as long as I get paid, I'll make a small Zermini obsolete in just a few minutes. The chat screen appeared, and someone asked, Brother Gao, are your plans done? Everyone's in a frenzy. Dai Gao calmly replied, what's the rush? I'm thinking. The other end quickly answered, then hurry up, I'm playing now, I'm afraid I'll get attached later and won't be able to scold it. Despite his strong words, Dai Gao was extremely confused. This? Could it not have been made by a human? Why can't I find any loopholes? Suddenly, the app on his phone lit up. Dai Gao's eyes widened in speechless surprise. Inside the app, the words appeared, "We hope you can completely relax here and find peace of mind." After reading it, Dai Gao was deeply moved and cried loudly, "I actually don't want to harm others, but I'm out of options." He sniffed and continued his monologue, and immediately, the app responded. In this life, being kind to others is also being kind to yourself. We hope you will soon find your way back to your relaxed and peaceful soul. Finished word, no secret revealed. After that, Dai Gao messaged the group chat, "This is the last time, I ask everyone to help Dai Gao with something." The other end quickly replied, "Very willing." Finally, Dai Gao started a live stream, "Hello everyone, I am Tui Quan Vong, my online name is Dai Gao." Wiping away tears, he said, "I've done many wrong things, told many lies. It was Zermini that made me able to face myself." At Shina Group, his live stream was displayed on a large screen, where he sniffled and said, "Someone transferred me 20 million to destroy Zermini, but Zermini made me feel warmth. I can't defame Zermini." At Luda's side, they were also watching the live stream, and Dai Gao said admiringly, "Mr. De Tam, no matter who you are, I, Dai Gao, admire you." The live stream was still going strong when the police knocked on his door. One of them spoke up. "True Dai Fu, someone reported that you are accused of spreading slanderous rumors. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation." Dai Gao tried to add another sentence, "Gentlemen, I will definitely change myself and cooperate with the investigation, because the person who reported it was myself." Immediately after the live stream, a series of comments continuously appeared. Lazy Sheep wondered who paid for this, do they have a conscience? Cheese keenly replied, "Who Zermini's opponent is, you can probably guess a little." Sack exclaimed, "Thank goodness Dai Gao still has a conscience." A panicked employee walked in, "Mr. Lai," Dai Gao confessed. "What do we do now?" Dao Duc replied unhappily, "Why are you panicking? It's just a fine. The important thing is to get Zermini's core code back." He wondered, "How do we do that? Isn't it uncopyable?" In response, Dao Duc just smiled cunningly and mysteriously, saying, "Just wait and watch the show." He bowed his head, looking at the computer with a calculating expression, "This is only temporary. You all forced my hand, so don't blame me." Lu De stood before countless employees of the creator company. They were all monitoring Zermini's data. Lu De didn't forget to remind them. "With so many users supporting us, we shouldn't celebrate too soon, but rather remember our mission clearly." Then Lu De asked them, "What is the most important thing when we make software?" Everyone answered in unison, "Putting all users at the center." He was satisfied. The meaning of Zermini is to help users find their soulmates. Text and images can create emotional resonance. Combined with what, will the exchange process become more mysterious? One of them spoke up, "It's music." Lu De agreed, "Yes, music is the best representation of mood." Next, Zermini will enter the music field. An employee raised their hand and asked, "Boss, do you want to make a song to overthrow Shina?" Lu De confidently replied, "I hope everyone can allow me to be a bit autocratic. I just want to give users the best experience. After all, making a song to overthrow Shina is just a small matter." He extended his hand in a certain direction and announced loudly, "I now solemnly announce Nguyen Luong Cat, you will be in charge of developing Zermini's music project." Lu De continuously encouraged the group's employees. The strong can not only turn the tables. Luong Cat, along with the 400 colleagues here, I will be waiting for your Zermini music. Lu De snapped his fingers, and Zermini's data was projected. He confidently told them, "Of course, besides me, there are over 100 million users waiting for your masterpiece." Luong Cat immediately replied, "Boss, don't worry, we guarantee we will complete the mission." Other employees quickly echoed, "We will definitely complete the mission." After everyone was excited, Luong Cat said to Lu De, "Two bosses, please excuse my urgency. We need a place to meet and discuss." He replied to him very contentedly, "Very good." After that, Tian Jiap and Lu De went to the rooftop to give them space to discuss. Tian Jiap hesitated and asked him, "Isn't this task too difficult?" Lu De smoked and replied to him, "Why? Don't you trust our creator warriors?" He, in turn, replied very confidently, "I personally interviewed them. I know how good they are, better than anyone else." Lu De smiled and explained why he did it. "I dared to entrust this project to them partly out of trust in them, and partly out of trust in you, Truong Tien Jiap." He added another sentence, "But if you say you understand them completely, I have some reservations." Tien Jiap clenched his fists, displeased. "What does that mean? Is there a commercial spy in the company?" Lu De smoked calmly, "No rush. Even a spy can be useful to us." At Shina Group, the high-rise building still stood out, no less imposing. Dao Duc looked at his computer and said, "Daring to make music? Isn't that pointing a gun at their own head?" The employee next to him offered an idea. "Mr. Lai, once creator uses songs, they will violate copyright. We can sue them." As soon as this idea came up, Dao Duc became extremely excited. "De Tam, oh De Tam, you are too naive." On the other side, Tian Jiap thought and then said to Lu De, "If you're doing music, you need a huge copyright library. Haven't you thought of this?" Lu De held his phone and casually replied, "I'll do it now." He posted a notification on Zermini. Zermini Music is looking to acquire high-quality music content with generous compensation upon signing. Tian Jiap said worriedly to him, "You tricked me, kid. This music venture isn't something everyone can do. Now I'll immediately go contact the copyright holder." Lu De stopped him, "Don't rush, I've just developed the Music Ambassador program, you just need to upload current high and low-quality music works." Tian Jiap turned and left after hearing that. "Brother, this function is impossible, but someone still has to submit works, right? I should still go contact the copyright holders." Looking at Tian Jiap's retreating back, Lu De shouted to remind him, "Don't forget the Music Ambassador function." He turned back and smiled, "Of course I'll use it, I just worry it'll flop." The information Lu De posted quickly attracted a wave of attention. Zhang Ho eagerly commented, "Music can match moods, conversations, expectations." Miu Miu wondered, "Acquiring music, so there's no music library yet?" Fi Fi excitedly said, "Quick, look. Dinat wants to sign works for Zermini Music." Lu De was sitting in front of the piano, reading user comments. "I was once shocked by a voice. In an ordinary bar, if you have the courage to sing, you'll eventually receive applause from everyone." Then Lu De posted an announcement on the app. "I officially announce here that my future hit song and I have officially signed a contract with Zermini Music." The phone vibrated nonstop, indicating a large number of contract signing requests. Tian Jiap was overjoyed. This music master is truly a high-level, self-operating music tree. In the afternoon, in a neighborhood, the sun shone on the tall buildings. Dao Duc sat at a large banquet table with only 4 people and said, "This time we must cooperate to defeat Zermini." He frowned seriously and continued, "Otherwise, we'll have no way out." One of them agreed, "All right, President Lai, this time we'll follow you." Dao Duc's cunning face harbored many schemes and dirty tricks. "Even better, we just wait. As long as there's a copyright infringement, the 4 of us will sue together, striking down Zermini in one blow." While the discussion inside was lively, there was a knock-knock-knock at the door outside. A police officer asked, "Is this Mr. Lai Dao Duc, CEO of Shina Group?" Dao Duc stood up, a little confused, and replied, "That's me." The police officer, with several colleagues behind him, said loudly, "Your Shina Music app is accused of infringement. Please assist us with the investigation." Dao Duc broke out in a sweat and asked again, "Officer, are you mistaken? Our group's app has official copyrights." The police officer explained, "God Singer did not just sign a contract with Zermini Music, and your platform is still playing his music, so Creator has sued your company." Outside, countless people were jostling to get the latest news. As soon as Dao Duc stepped out, he was surrounded by reporters and continuous clicking cameras. A reporter asked, "May I ask why you committed such a shameful act of copyright infringement?" Dao Duk looked into the distance and saw Tien Jiap standing out there, then gritted his teeth. "Truong Tien Jiap, you're playing tricks." Tien Jiap replied fearlessly, "Vice President Lai, regarding the company that committed copyright infringement against my company, I will definitely demand compensation." Dao Duk confidently retorted, "It's just 2 songs, not even $1 million. I can afford to pay." Tien Jiap smirked and replied, "Our creator company doesn't need much, 1 dong in compensation is enough." One of them recognized the mockery in his words. "This isn't compensation, it's clearly an insult." The red-haired man spoke up, wanting to mediate. "We're all in the same business, there's no need to burn bridges, is there?" Tien Jiap responded without emotion, "Burn bridges? Don't think I don't know what you 3 are up to." He pointed at them in warning, "I'm being very merciful by not suing you." The man inquired, "So what do you want?" In response, Tien Jiap didn't make an unreasonable demand. "When Zermini Music launches, I hope you too can openly send your congratulations." The 2 of them readily agreed, "That's fine, as long as you don't sue us." Tien Jiap looked at Dao Duk and said triumphantly, "As for you, in addition to compensating 1 dong for copyright infringement, you must publicly apologize." Dao Duk frowned, extremely annoyed. "So, are you saying you're only suing me?" Tien Jiap smiled and replied, "That's right, who told you to be our opponent?" Dao Duk was unwilling to accept these words, which felt like a thunderbolt to his ears. But he couldn't do anything about it, so he had to bow and apologize in front of dozens of cameras pointed at him. News outlets constantly reported with sensational headlines, "Shina Corporation, playing with fire for 10 years, has finally stumbled." Creator company sues Shina, guilty plea. 1 yuan compensation, creator justly protects song copyright. Zeromini Music launched, the internet music industry completely disrupted. After reading the latest news, Dao Duk's face turned purple with anger, and he swept all the files and documents on the desk onto the floor. He picked up his phone, gritting his teeth as he typed a message. Soon, an announcement from Shina Corporation appeared on various forums. In 18 hours, all songs available on the Shina app will be free to listen to for 1 month. In an instant, customers flocked to Shina Corporation's homepage to leave comments. An account named UC Lala excitedly expressed, "Although Shina's quality isn't great, they have a lot of songs." User Mana's account also agreed with UC Lala, concisely praising, "Free? That's awesome." At the same time, Zeromini Music also made an announcement to protect the copyright interests of songwriters. Zeromini Music will use a membership model, 15 yuan per month. Profits will be split 50-50 with the authors. A customer with an account named Sick Cat strongly supported Creator Corporation's decision. "It's not wrong to charge money, authors have to eat too." An account named Excellent also agreed, collecting and sharing half with the singer. Zeromini is really good. A user with an account named Lazy Sheep also decisively declared, "The remaining membership fees from Shina are transferred to Zeromini, no problem." Meanwhile, in Shina Corporation's meeting room, Dao Duk sat behind the table and said sternly, "When Zeromini Music is released, we must definitely capture its popularity and draw all of everyone's attention to our side." He instructed, "Allocate 10 million for activity and prize withdrawal fees. In addition, invite the 2 hottest singers currently." In 18 hours, Shina Music will hold an online concert on time. Just then, a knock sounded from outside. Truong Duong slowly walked in. As soon as he saw him, Dao Duk was slightly startled. "Why are you here?" "I didn't call you." Truong Duong scratched his head, his expression a little flustered. "Mr. Lai, I've brought good news." Hearing this, Dao Duk quickly ended the meeting. "Everyone, go back to work first." After the staff left, only Truong Duong and Dao Duk remained in the room. Truong Duong quickly took out a USB drive and handed it to Dao Duk. "Zeromini's core code is in here." Taking the USB drive, Dao Duk patted Truong Duong's shoulder with satisfaction. "I won't shortchange you on what I promised." After that, Truong Duong plugged the USB drive into the computer, eagerly accessing Ziramini's data. Dao Duk and Teacher Kwong stood behind him, nervously waiting. After a few minutes, Truong Duong pulled out the USB drive and plugged it back into the computer. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Truong Duong typed on the keyboard, muttering suspiciously, "It was still fine when I took it out." Teacher Kwong stroked his chin. "Everyone, don't panic. Adding security to the process is very important." "I can decrypt it," Dao Duk said with a smile. "That's great, Teacher Kwong. I retract what I said earlier, that I'm useless. Please decrypt it quickly." Teacher Kwong happily walked to the computer. "This will take some time." Dao Duk chuckled, urging him, "The faster, the better. Start quickly." In another development, at Ziramini's headquarters, the projection screen displayed the content, "Countdown to Ziramini Music Launch. 10 minutes left." On stage, Tian Jiap loudly declared, "We are confident in the product we've poured our blood, sweat, and tears into." He asserted decisively, based on the following, the experience will absolutely crush Shina music. Below, creator's staff listened intently. At this point, Tian Jiap excitedly cheered, 1 minute countdown. Prepare for the free launch. At the same time, in Dao Duk's office, everyone was waiting for Teacher Kwong to hack into Ziramini's computer system. As soon as Teacher Kwong pressed the enter key, the entire Shina Corporation building immediately shook with Dao Duk's horrified scream, "Damn it, what's happening?" Shina's employees also panicked and yelled, "Did the office explode?" Ziramini's employees excitedly cheered, "This is amazing." Users didn't go to Shina's side, they all came here. Just then, a Ziramini employee received internal news, Shina's headquarters lost power, it's paralyzed. Everyone immediately buzzed with excitement, "How can that be?" One of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I heard their computers shot off fireworks." At this moment, on stage, Lu De suddenly sneered, "There were no fireworks. They had ill intentions, and evil begets evil." He said softly, "Everyone, you've worked hard today. Ziramini Music has achieved a great victory. Let's rest first, there are even tougher tasks awaiting us." Hearing this, all Ziramini employees happily shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." At the same time, Truong Duong's phone received a message from Lu De, "Comrade Truong Duong, congratulations on officially becoming Ziramini Music's first fired employee. A friendly reminder, Dao Duk is unethical." After reading the message, Dao Duk quickly instructed Truong Duong, "No one is to spread this news." Not far away, Teacher Kwong typed on the keyboard and said, "Mr. Lai, as I see it, there are thousands of units outside, and each one requires a password to be entered." Dao Duk angrily walked over, kicked Teacher Kwong to the ground, "Get out. If we listen to you, why don't you set off some more fireworks?" Suddenly, a line of text appeared on Dao Duk's computer screen, "User activity level, 3 million. Announcement, Creator Company officially announces that in 3 days, it will launch its newest live stream feature. Welcome all new users to register." Dao Duk furiously knocked over the computer and roared, "It's not over yet. You still want to copy our Shina's live stream function?" He took out his phone, gritting his teeth, "This time, if you don't die, I will." After that, Dao Duk called an influential underworld figure. He got straight to the point, "That thing you mentioned last time, can you find an international assassin who can kill anyone?" On the other end of the line, the gangster named his price directly, "If I'm not mistaken, it's Emperor 3, right? 40 million. Dao Duk was immediately startled and exclaimed, "That expensive?" The boss chuckled, "Have you heard of the modified? International level, kills without leaving a trace." Dao Duk finally agreed to the price the boss offered, 40 million, no problem. "I want you to kill Emperor 3 within 3 days. The man said crisply to Dao Duk, "Mr. Lai is indeed generous. I'll arrange it right away." At Ziramini headquarters, paid users of Ziramini Music, 60 million. Tian Jiap excitedly announced, "Colleagues, brothers and sisters, warriors, you have created a miracle. Lu De stood beside him and added, "Zero Mini music, from its beginning until now, every single one of us is a miracle." At this, both Lu De and Tien Jia bowed towards the stage, shouting in unison, "Thank you for everyone's contributions." Then, Lu De continued his speech, "Don't blame me for being blunt, each person's bonus is 300,000 and up, and those with outstanding contributions get 1 million and up." Upon hearing this, all Zero Mini employees enthusiastically cheered, "Awesome, awesome! Long live Creator! Long live Emperor 3! Long live Ajayap! We're rich!" Meanwhile, at the gathering between Luong Cat, Tu Duong, and her mother, as soon as they met, Tu Duong's mother started complaining, "Luong Cat, what kind of work do you do? I haven't seen you for 3 days and 3 nights. Are you dating or something?" Luong Cat rubbed his head, a hint of awkwardness on his face. "Auntie, the company is currently in its most crucial stage, so I'm a bit busy." His reason was, of course, not accepted by Tu Duong's mother. She impatiently snapped at him, "Quiet." With that, she looked around Zeramini's office, narrowing her eyes in evaluation. "This company isn't bad after all." Then, Tu Duong's mother turned to Luong Cat and directly asked, "Luong Cat, if you marry my Tu Duong, material things must be assured. Do you have a house?" Before he could answer, Lu De's familiar voice rang out, "Of course he does." Lu De walked over and placed a hand on Luong Cat's shoulder, a look of trust on his face. "The company has decided to reward Luong Cat with 2 houses as an incentive. A 2-story apartment in the city center, and a villa in the suburbs." Hearing this, Tu Duong's mother couldn't help but exclaim, You're not joking, are you?" Lu De calmly replied, "Luong Cat's value to our company is immense." Tu Duong also turned to her mother, gently nudging her, "Mom, I also believe Luong Cat will achieve great things in the future." At this moment, Mo Tong suddenly appeared and delivered bad news to Lu De. "Comrade Lu De, congratulations, someone wants to assassinate you again." Mo Tong quickly summarized the assassin's profile. "His name is Sake, European, an interior designer, single, orphan. 3 years ago, he had a bone fracture accident, was hospitalized for 18 months, and made a miraculous recovery." Next, Mo Tong projected a video showing Sake focused on his design work. Mo Tong shrugged. "The person in the video is Poker from the assassin organization, codenamed 9 of Spades. No information can be found online." After watching the video of Sake, Lu De's face was pensive. "He gives me a feeling very similar to someone. Yin Nak Fuang." Mo Tong seriously told Lu De, "In 3 days, he will come for your life." Lu De immediately turned and left, muttering, "It's time to clarify Yin Nak Fuang's secret." Lu De cracked his knuckles, a smirk on his lips. "What's the strength of 9 of Spades?" Mo Tong let out a long sigh. "Very weak." Seeing Lu De about to turn and leave, Tu Duong quickly called after him, "Wait a moment, Emperor 3. She handed him a paper from an envelope. "Seeing how you've taken care of Luong Cat, I suggest you increase your bodyguards in the next 3 days." Mo Tong quickly provided a brief overview of Tu Duong. 3 years ago, she graduated from Binny Box Medical Academy. He emphasized, Binny Box is also where Yin Nak Fuang specialized. Lu De secretly speculated, "I'm afraid this place is where people are modified." He directly refused to accept Tu Duong's envelope, and at the same time reminded her, "Luong Cat is a good person. Don't harm him." Tu Duong's eyebrows furrowed. "Don't you care about your own safety?" Lu De snorted coldly, "It's just a mere 9 of Spades. Even if it were a full deck, don't dream of returning intact." Hearing this, Tu Duong's face showed clear surprise. Mo Tong immediately made a judgment. Based on subconscious psychological analysis, she is connected to the Poker Society. Tu Duong stood facing Lu De, her tone sincere. "I'm not the kind of person you imagine. I truly love Luong Cat." Lu De coldly told her, "I naturally know you love Luong Cat. Otherwise, you would have disappeared already." With that, he ordered Mo Tong, "Follow her closely." He immediately nodded. After that, Lu De turned to Luong Cat and said, "Let's go." After walking for a bit, Luda said meaningfully to Luong Cat, your girlfriend isn't normal, you know. Luong Cat smiled innocently, of course, she's my goddess. Not long after, all the newspapers simultaneously reported the Zero Mini platform, Zero Mini Music, is considered an innovation in human technology, 100 million users. A super social media platform is born, limitless in the future. Who is the core of Creator Company? A tech titan, a business genius, a 3-0 score. Is this the end of the corporate war? At this moment, in Dao Duke's office, a cigarette was lit. Dao Duke puffed on the cigarette in his hand and gestured to Ho Along, Mr. Teng, how do you want to punish me? Feel free. Ho Along shook his head, Dao Duke, I don't blame you this time. Creator is too strong. He calmly offered, go do something for me. Unexpectedly, Dao Duke replied disdainfully, I'll see how I feel. Ho Along was truly furious. He stood up abruptly, gritting his teeth, what kind of attitude is that? I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Represent me and meet with Creator. Lose. A cruel glint appeared in Dao Duke's eyes. Admit defeat. No way. To be frank with you, that scoundrel won't live much longer. He laughed arrogantly, don't even dream of me admitting defeat in this lifetime. Ho Along didn't want to argue with Dao Duke. He decisively ordered his subordinates, men, take him back for me. Being dragged away by 2 bodyguards, Dao Duke still cackled like a madman. Ho Along muttered in disgust, he's insane, truly insane. In a massive factory, Lu De carried a giant pair of pliers on his shoulder, his left arm holding a roll of insulating fiber cloth. He whistled happily, time to work. Robot arms were diligently performing their assigned tasks, the clanging of metal and the whirring of tools sounding rhythmically. Just then, Luda's phone rang. It was Hadaina. She frowned and asked Luda, can you lower your camera a bit? He asked Hadaina curiously, is something wrong? She happily informed him, the collaboration you asked me to work on has all been settled. Luda was pleased, giving Hadaina a thumbs up, excellent efficiency. She clicked her tongue, now, all that's missing is the company owner, the witness to sign the contract. Luda's lips curved into a smile, wait a bit, Truong Tien Jayap will come find you to handle the specific tasks for the witness company. Hearing that, Hadaina suddenly leaned closer to the phone screen, her eyes full of affection, her tone coquettish, Mr. Lu, I've done so much. How do you plan to thank me? Luda rubbed his chin, considering, the Vin Dang building across the street has 3 floors of office space. That's the address for the witness office. Your position, CEO of the witness company. With that, he waved goodbye to her, I have work to do. Bye-bye. On the other end of the line, Hadaina puffed out her cheeks, pouting, this guy, doesn't he see my hint? A few days later, the plane carrying Sake to Hoa landed. Sitting in the airplane cabin, Sake sniffed uncomfortably. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, he put on an arrogant display, his voice scornful, the stench of inferior people is thick in the air. At this moment, the driver Dao Duke sent to pick up Sake quickly got out of the car, traffic jam, so sorry, Mr. Sake. Where are we going? Sake opened the car door and ordered, wait for me to find some girls, some high-quality girls from your Hoa. The driver smiled, no problem, but secretly mocked Sake, ignorant foreigner. Today, I'll let you experience some of the countryside flowers in this city. 22 hours later, in a cheap hotel, women's underwear was scattered everywhere on the floor. Sake held a cigarette in his hand, his face furious, did I just get played? Next to him was a curvy young woman snoring loudly. Feeling a movement, the young woman woke up, rubbed her eyes, Zoe Ca, you're awake. Sake suddenly yelled at her fiercely, get out. On Luda's homepage, a notification appeared, hello everyone, tonight at 12 a.m., I, Detam, will livestream Zero Mini on time. Unfortunately, I have many enemies, and someone even hired an assassin to kill me. So, without further ado, tonight's livestream content, online murder. Upon receiving the sensational news, the entire forum became abuzz. An account named Stingray Egg exclaimed, "Detam the Great will livestream murder." A user named Tauntaun asked suspiciously, "Can you even livestream that?" A customer with the account Does Not Eat Meat also joined in the fun. "Isn't this a bit too exciting?" In Dow Duke's office, he had just scrolled past Luda's announcement. In an instant, Dow Duke's face darkened completely. He quickly called the driver responsible for picking up and dropping off Sake. "Old Tiger, where's that idiotic assassin? He's been exposed. Quickly cancel the plan." From the other end of the line came Old Tiger's panicked voice, "I'm also in a mess. I can't contact Nine of Spades. I suggest you quickly pack your things and run." In the dead of night, the bright moon shone. Sake was fumbling his way through a forest near Luda's villa. He was like a ghost, gliding through the dense trees. On a lamppost, Tuha secretly observed Sake's every move with binoculars. The boy quickly reported back to Luda, "Brother, that idiot has arrived." Luda nodded with satisfaction, "You should rest a bit first." At the same time, in Luda's office, dozens of surveillance cameras constantly displayed a series of images capturing Sake's every move. Luda leisurely clasped his hands behind his head. He officially started DTAM's livestream, an online murder livestream. In an instant, millions of people tuned in. Luda calmly spoke, "Hello everyone, I'm DTAM." The viewers immediately erupted, "Hello, great DTAM. Your dirty mini products are really good. Is the assassination real? Where's the assassin?" Luda calmly smiled, "Next up, just wait and see. The assassin is outside my door." The viewers gasped in surprise, "Great DTAM, hurry and run. Your life is more important. Great DTAM, I want to send you a gift." This seems a bit unethical, though. At this moment, the camera angle was adjusted, giving viewers a chance to admire Luda's office. Everyone exclaimed, "Is this a god's eye view? How many cameras must be set up for this? Is this a rich person's house?" Just then, the camera suddenly stopped on Sake, right at the moment he was secretly sneaking into Luda's house through a water pipe. The internet officially exploded. "Look! The assassin! A foreign assassin! He's really there! This is the best live stream I've ever seen. It's amazing! So exciting!" Sake was still unaware that his movements had been exposed. He thought to himself, "As an international assassin, I must choose the most discreet path. This sewer pipe allows me to enter without making a sound. DTAM, you're dead for sure." Thinking this, Sake suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Luda continued to stir up the viewers' excitement by suggesting, "Friends, to make the viewing more interesting, the video has added a psychological prediction activity." As expected, the viewers were delighted. "There's even something like this? That's hilarious. If the assassin knew we were watching, how would he feel?" Sake checked his watch and calculated, "Assassinating DTAM, I must break a record." Then, he used all his strength to pull up the manhole cover. "Assassinating DTAM, I must break a record." Seeing Sake struggle, Luda couldn't help but sneer, "My apologies, this path is closed." After struggling for a while without being able to move the manhole cover, Sake clasped his hands together, looked up at the sky, and mumbled, "God help me, let this manhole cover open." Then, he tried to lift the manhole cover again. This time it worked, and Sake joyfully exclaimed, "All right." Sake carefully stepped into the pipe. After infiltrating Luda's house, Sake sneered, "The blueprint of this sewer is in my head. DTAM, you're dead." At the same time, Luda directly ordered, "Flush the water." In an instant, torrents of water surged through the drainage pipe, terrifying Sake and sending his soul flying. The viewers simultaneously burst into laughter. "Is Great DTAM flushing the toilet? Poor assassin." Rocket emoji shooting heart emoji. Seeing Sake throwing up violently, some people expressed sympathy. "This assassin is truly miserable." Sake gnashed his teeth in anger. "DTAM, I'll cut you into pieces." After regaining some strength, Sake continued to make his way to Luda's office, following his every step. The viewers anxiously warned Luda, "Great one, you can't let him succeed. When Sake reached the door of Luda's office, loud dog barks echoed from inside, making him grumble irritably, "Damn it, there's a dog." Sake quickly pulled out a silenced pistol, secretly vowing, "It's common for rich people to keep dogs. Just kill it." Inside, there was indeed a very cute second-generation woof-woof dog. The viewers couldn't help but exclaim, "A robot dog. So cute. Send me the link to buy it." Sake, of course, didn't feel the same way. He fiercely kicked the dog. "Get out." Scram. A moment later, the dog's paw suddenly underwent a significant upgrade. In an instant, the dog had completely transformed its appearance. Luda then calmly spoke, "Everyone, I will now introduce you to my demon. Woof Woof 2.0. Seeing the dog's powerful appearance, the viewers all gasped in unison, "Oh my god. Does Boss D-Tam accept henchmen?" Someone innocently commented, "This probably isn't available via a link." Facing the muscular dog, Sake hesitated slightly. Without giving him time to regain his composure, the dog charged, decisively swinging its claws, leaving him dazed. Sake had to turn around and look for an escape route. Luda cheerfully told the viewers, "Everyone, the best part is yet to come. This assassin has started running away." Sake ran to the emergency exit, hastily opening the door completely. Outside, a massive police force was already waiting for him. "Mr. Sake, you are surrounded." Sake took a risk, drew a knife, and charged to attack a police officer. Unexpectedly, a police officer standing nearby reacted in time, kicking Sake flying into the base of a tree. Witnessing Sake being beaten badly, viewers excitedly commented, "Thousands and tens of thousands of paths are not as great as our Huaxia's righteous path. The biggest failed assassin in history, the first among them. Exciting, excellent, brave." Finally, Sake was knocked unconscious. He was quickly escorted into a police car. The international assassin eventually had to pay for his crimes. The next morning, at the factory, Luda smiled and praised Chu-Ha, "Your performance today was excellent." He advised the boy, "You can be proud, but don't lose your true nature." Then, Luda took out a robotic arm and gave it to Chu-Ha. "Today, I'm giving you an extra piece of your proud nature." He told the boy, "This is my first work, technology that's at least 60 years ahead of the world. As for its limits, I'll wait for you to tell me." For a moment, Chu-Ha couldn't hold back tears. The boy whimpered, "Brother." Chu-Ha hugged him tightly, sobbing, "Thank you, brother." At 7:30 p.m., Luda met Ho Along at the Do Mini factory. As soon as he saw Luda, Ho Along spoke up first. "Mr. Lu, I've completely lost." Luda calmly reassured him, "Mr. Dang, relax. The show has begun." Ho Along's face showed clear surprise. "The show?" Just then, a system screen suddenly appeared in midair. A moment later, an image of Luda sitting at a piano appeared, fluently playing a melodious tune and an emotional love song. "I've always believed that stars can talk, and stones can bloom." Passing through the wooden fence in summer, sweet singing followed the clouds and wind, reaching the ears of the city's residents. First a young man, then a young woman, gently pushed open their windows, looking for the owner of the voice. Even Do Many staff were mesmerized by Boss Lu's captivating voice. "And with plum blossoms in winter, I have finally arrived." On the rooftop, Ho Along couldn't help but express his admiration for Luda. "Mr. Lu's mind, I am utterly impressed." He happily told him, "I just found out that your purpose, Emperor 3, was never to defeat Mycena, but to defeat all social media companies." Luda merely gave a polite smile. "Mr. Dang, you flatter me. We simply started from the user's perspective." Finally, Luda's piano solo ended, and the system screen also disappeared. Leaving behind a sky twinkling with stars, Ho Along exclaimed in admiration, "Not only Do Many impresses me, but even the screen right before my eyes is the most magnificent technology I've ever seen in my life." He directly suggested, "Mr. Lu, I want to cooperate with you. With our company's talents, capital, channels, and the appeal of your startup, we can absolutely become stronger and stronger." Luda suddenly chuckled coldly. Do you think I lack the things you just mentioned? Then, he pointed downwards. The 3 floors beneath our feet are my witness company. Ho Long exclaimed, what good is just an office address? Do you have talent? Do you have a research and development team? Luda confidently replied, to be frank with you, inventions like these. I still have a whole stash. Hua Long's expression was stunned. So, CO Lu. Luda simply shrugged, replying very naturally, the future you're talking about, as long as I want it, it can come at any time. Hua Long held a cigarette in his mouth, his tone skeptical. I'm still not convinced. I need to at least find one point, one aspect where you're not as good as me. Then you'll also reach the highest level, a high level that's not as simple as others think. Speaking of which, Hua Long calmly lit his cigarette. Gently exhaling a faint white smoke, he directly asked Luda, the reformer, have you heard of them? He pointed at him. Regarding the assassination, I'm very ashamed and disappointed, but I can't deny that you have a mind, but you have no combat strength at all. Hua Long clenched his hand, his knuckles cracking. He confidently declared, in business, there's no way I can beat you, but when it comes to physical strength, you are not my equal. Clatter, Hua Long suddenly released his hand. The lighter had been crushed in half by him at some point. Luda maintained a calm demeanor. He slowly approached Hua Long, his voice indifferent. No one can hinder technological innovation. I can understand everything about the highest level. As he spoke, Luda picked up the lighter. His hand clenched again. A cracking sound echoed once more. Luda's lips curved simultaneously. After gaining wealth, one will naturally seek out other luxuries. Soon, when Luda opened his hand, the lighter had now been molded by him barehanded into an iron sphere. This made Hua Long exclaim in surprise, Luda. You. Luda merely smiled faintly. Every word uttered from his mouth, however, was firm and sharp. It's not wrong to only care about oneself. But if this power is used to bully the weak, one will surely receive fitting punishment. Suddenly, Luda's eyes lit up, his spirit immediately heightened. With a whoosh, the iron sphere in his hand cut through the air, darting away like a spark. It directly struck a dark figure lurking on the eaves. Hua Long looked towards where Luda had thrown the sphere, his face puzzled. This is. Luda seemed unfazed. He casually said, don't worry, that person came to kill me. Probably another poker card, right? Hua Long stared intently at Luda and then carefully asked him, Luda, are you also a reformer? Luda did not answer Hua Long's question. Instead, he asked another. Right now, you're not as good as me in every aspect. Can you admit defeat now? Hua Long then took out a black ring. This is the certification for all high-level individuals. Only a dragon among humans can possess it. He placed the ring in Luda's hand, giving it to him. When you have some free time, you can go make me proud. After returning to Shina headquarters, Hua Long kept his promise to Luda. He frankly posted a status update on the group's official homepage with the main content, spoke with Datam, deeply impressed. I, Hua Long, bow in submission. Next, Creator will solidify its position, inviting all social media startups to diligently develop technology and prepare to welcome the strongest player in the market. Countdown, 1 year. Major newspapers all reported on Luda, the inventor, the witness who is creating miracles in the business world. After reading the news, Nak Long's face brightened significantly. Indeed, a hero emerges in youth. He quickly drafted a message to Luda, I want to meet and talk with you. Please agree to meet me. In an instant, Nak Long received a reply from Luda. Okay. Nak Long immediately set off to meet Luda, but unfortunately, en route, the car carrying Nak Long was suddenly blocked by another car. His driver was momentarily unable to react to the unexpected situation before them. Nak Long's car crashed straight into the car blocking its path. A terrifying sound echoed. His car was thrown up, rolling continuously several times on the ground. Nak Long was severely injured, covered in blood. Meanwhile, at the police headquarters, Don Hoa and Luda were face to face with Sake. Don Hoa turned, smiling, and said to Lu De, "We've interrogated this guy for 6 hours, and he confessed everything as soon as you arrived." Lu De smiled faintly. He received a blue electronic card, from which Lu De speculated this is probably his identity card. Black Spade 9 also has one. Mo Tong suddenly appeared, observing the card and whispering into Lu De's ear, "This might be the source of the destructive power these assassins possess, worth studying." He then turned to Don Hoa, proposing, "Chief Don, can I borrow this evidence for a bit?" Don Hoa's eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. "You know it's evidence and you still want to take it?" Lu De lowered his voice, pleading, "Agree, and I owe you a favor." Don Hoa readily agreed, "Okay." Just then, Mo Tong delivered grim news to Lu De. "Lu De, old Master Yin has been in an accident." Lu De immediately exclaimed, "What?" He quickly informed Don Hoa, "Chief Don, something's happened." At Anchi Hospital, Lu De followed Don Hoa into the hospital. Upon arriving in front of Nak Long's emergency room, Lu De told Don Hoa, "Chief Don, you go see how old Master Yin is. I need to talk to Yin Nak Phuong for a bit." Don Hoa nodded, "Okay." Lu De approached Nak Phuong, who was still burying her face in a book. Lu De resolutely snatched the book from Nak Phuong's hand. She glared at him furiously. Lu De sneered, "Miss Yin, I still underestimated you a bit, didn't I?" Nak Phuong was indeed provoked by him, her face contorting with anger, and she growled, "Give it back." Nak Phuong and Lu De maintained a tense atmosphere between them. Nak Phuong was ready to attack but still hesitated due to Lu De's strength, not daring to act recklessly. Glancing at the book in his hand, Lu De's smile deepened. "So, the real reason you regularly did charity at the Children's Welfare Institution was to transmit messages to the assassin." Nak Phuong was livid, silently staring at Lu De. He maintained a calm demeanor, slowly opening his mouth. "What surprised me most is that you even have a child. It's not Odung Fong Lu's, is it?" Nak Phuong gritted her teeth. "You." Lu De said directly, "Considering you've rejected many assassins, explain it to me, and I'll consider sparing your life." Just then, an urgent message came from Nak Long's emergency room. "The patient is in a state of brain death. The situation is critical." Lu De and Nak Phuong temporarily stopped their confrontation. Nak Phuong frantically pushed open the door and entered Nak Long's emergency room. Seeing Nak Long lying motionless on the hospital bed, Nak Phuong anxiously cried out, "Father." Nak Long's face was extremely haggard at this moment. Nak Hai and Nak Ti anxiously pleaded with the doctor, "Please, save our father." The doctor observed Nak Long's complexion and remained silent. "Now, the most important thing is for old Yin to have conscious brain activity. Only then can we find a way to treat him." Lu De secretly asked Mo Tong for his opinion. "Is there any way?" He crossed his arms and shook his head. "Not yet. Unless I upgrade the nanorobot control, but that would take several years." Lu De's left eye suddenly flashed. He asked Mo Tong, "The information I asked you to investigate, have you found it?" He immediately replied, "I found it." Next, Lu De said to the doctor, "Excuse me for a moment," then approached Nak Long's hospital bed. Lu De whispered into Nak Long's ear, "Lu Man Van." Immediately, his electrocardiogram showed positive changes. The doctor couldn't help but be astonished. "It truly is a miracle." Nak Ti joyfully exclaimed, "Is my father saved?" Lu De then turned around and instructed the two sisters, Nak Hai and Nak Ti, the Vegetative State Care Center in Hongqiao City, room 305. "Bring the woman named Lu Man Van here. This person will help old Master Yin's condition." Nak Ti turned to Lu De and expressed, "Thank you, Lu De." He smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. Old Master Yin has done good deeds his whole life, helping him is only natural." Nak Long's heartbeat finally sounded steadily. Nak Len suddenly questioned Lu De, "When my father had the accident, where were you?" Hearing Nak Len's strange question, Don Hoa frowned and asked her, "Nak Len, what do you mean by that?" Nak Len immediately took out a phone, displaying a video clip of the accident. "Everyone, look." When Nak Long's car was hit, the back of a man, who at first glance resembled Luda, was recorded. Nak T and Nak Hai couldn't help but gasp, could this be? Nak Lin continued to press Luda, the last message father sent was to you, too, Luda. Explain yourself. Don Hoa, standing by, spoke up on Luda's behalf. Nak Lin, I investigated, and this was just a normal accident. Luda, however, shook his head. This wasn't a normal accident. We all know the man in white. Thursday Back Men. After hearing Luda mention this name, everyone present was greatly startled. The most terrified person was Nak Fuang. She repeatedly muttered, Back Men. Luda calmly continued, as for why he appeared there, I invite the young miss to explain. Immediately, all eyes simultaneously turned towards Nak Fuang. She stammered in denial, how would I know? I've never met him. Luda scoffed, talking is useless. Everything will be clear once I bring Thursday Back Men back. Let's go. Seeing Luda about to turn and leave, Nak Fuang quickly stopped him. Hold on. She looked directly at Luda, defending Back Men, he has nothing to do with this. Luda glanced at Nak Fuang, so, you're not going to hide it anymore? That child is yours and Thursday Back Men's, isn't it? Nak Fuang's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. Luda's tone was sharp, you and Thursday Back Men hid it from Old Man Yin, but accidentally let your child fall into the hands of the Human Modification Organization. They used your child to threaten both of you, forcing you and Thursday Back Men to become modified assassins. Nak Fuang asked Luda, flustered, how do you know? Luda shrugged, this is just my speculation, but your reaction has proven my thoughts. He calmly explained, furthermore, you refused the assassination mission, so Thursday Back Men did it in your stead. The more Nak Fuang listened to Luda's analysis, the more fear showed on her face, and her hands unconsciously clenched. Luda stated resolutely, I won't let Thursday Back Men roam outside the law. Nak Fuang reminded him, you are not his match. I've fought him before. My rank is a 7, you're at most a 9, and he's already above rank 8. Luda nonchalantly told Nak Fuang, you don't need to worry. Just continue being filial to Old Man Yin. Luda asked Mo Tong, what's the rank of that modified human? It carefully considered, you are in the first stage of new humanity. Modified humans are different. To put it simply, you are in the sky, they are on the ground. Luda thought to himself, so I'm that powerful. Mo Tong reminded him, but you should also optimize yourself a bit. Let's go. With that, Mo Tong presented a series of Back Men's combat images for Luda to study. Luda's lips curved, it's time to grasp Thursday Back Men's talent. In a secluded rural area, densely covered with trees. Standing in front of a spacious house, Luda looked up and saw a figure on the balcony who had been watching him for a few minutes. The figure still hadn't made any move, which made Luda even more impatient. How strange, they can stand and watch for so long. So, he directly flew up and rushed into the building. Luda easily landed on the veranda. Looking into the bedroom, Luda immediately saw Back Men standing silently in front of a stranger's bed. Seeing him arrive, Back Men was not surprised. Luda, you're here. Considering time in the Yin family, you're my junior. Behind the curtain, Luda smiled dashingly, you know a lot, don't you? Back Men narrowed his eyes, and decisively extended an invitation, I know you're very talented. Join me in creating something great. Luda scoffed, you're not worthy. These words truly made Back Men furious. He roared, then you can just die. Mo Tong sat with his chin resting on his hand beside Luda, whispering into his ear, Thursday Back Men can release brain waves and directly hypnotize people. Just as Mo Tong predicted, the next second, Back Men indeed cast hypnosis. Luda, I command you to raise your fist and punch yourself. Luda calmly scratched his ear, what if I don't? Back Men immediately activated brain waves, continuously repeating a strange phrase, intensify brain erosion. While Back Men was hypnotizing Luda, Modong took the opportunity to study his method of attack. It turned out he used technology to assist in releasing brain waves. Luda stood still. Let me study this for a bit. Following Modong's instruction, Luda did not resist. His left eye slowly lit up. Seeing Luda stand still, Bachmin smiled smugly. Luda, that's all you amount to. Suddenly, the door burst open. Nak Fuang pushed the door open and rushed in. She quickly stopped Bachmin. Bachmin, don't kill anymore. Luda isn't a bad person. He immediately turned around, reminding her. Nak Fuang, don't be foolish. If you don't kill him, the poker organization will kill you and harm the child. Just then, a terrifying sound suddenly rang out, and the entire wall suddenly collapsed. A tall, muscular man suddenly appeared. Nak Fuang immediately recognized him. It was Dac Dao Xie. Dac Dao Xie sneered. Queen of Clubs, chasing you for 3 days wasn't in vain after all. You've given me a lot of surprises. Bachmin hastily used his brainwaves to hypnotize Dac Dao Xie. To his surprise, the man was completely unharmed. Instead, he calmly scoffed. This thing is indeed very powerful. But it can't do anything to me. After saying that, Dac Dao Xie fiercely stomped on the bricks and stones under his feet to show his power. Luda was very displeased with Dac Dao Xie's appearance. He grumbled, "You're really annoying. Interrupting my scientific experiment." Dac Dao Xie turned to Luda, a cold smile on his face. Don't rush, your turn is coming. At the same time, Modong urged Luda. Release your battle consciousness for 3 seconds, try it. Following Modong's advice, Luda directly released his battle consciousness. His eyes flashed, and powerful electric sparks emanated from his entire body. His figure was as swift as a flash. In just an instant, Luda kneed Dac Dao Xie in the chin. His astonishing speed left the man no time to retaliate. A moment later, the mighty Dac Dao Xie was knocked down by Luda. He lay sprawled on the floor, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Modong then asked Luda, your body's energy isn't enough to maintain consciousness release for 177 seconds. Can you beat Bachmin? Luda shook his head, I won't fight anymore. He happily told Bachmin. You continue corroding brains so I can keep researching. Bachmin angrily shouted. Nak Fuang didn't kill anyone, I did it all. With that, he lunged to attack Luda. With just one punch, he struck Bachmin's solar plexus. His entire body was sent flying straight out the window. Luda was about to chase Bachmin, trying to run. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly grabbed Luda's ankle. It was Oduamfong Lu. He pleaded with Luda. Don't go, stay and play a bit first. He angrily kicked him, making him cough up blood. Get lost. Luda hurriedly ran to the balcony. But Bachmin had already swiftly escaped, leaving no trace. Modong looked in the direction he fled and lamented. This Thursday Bachmin is like a ghost. He can bypass all kinds of surveillance. Luda also nodded, not bad. He's truly an interesting opponent. Just make up for it, quickly complete the first stage of control for me. Get your battle consciousness ready. In Luda's laboratory, Modong suddenly appeared. Hello, Modong is back. Seeing Modong's slightly different attire, Luda pointed at it doubtfully. Modong, is that you? Modong coughed a few times. I've leveled up. Now it's your turn, Luda. It explained briefly. To control battle consciousness, the most important thing is the body. Your current mortal body can't handle it. So that means I need to change bodies. But how do I change it? Modong quickly helped him answer. Based on metabolism, blood, gases, internal organs, bones. A 7-year cycle. Luda rubbed his chin, a pensive look on his face. That long? How can I speed up metabolism? Modong immediately pointed out, there are 3 ways. 1 is to absorb a lot of energy. 2 is to frantically expend energy. 3 is to use external forces to enhance cell activity. Just then, the voice of a fast food delivery person called from outside. "Mr. Luda, are you home? I have a delivery." Modong chuckled. "I, being such a kind person, ordered a whole cart of food for you. Those two machines are still in the control process." Luda glared at it. "You devil." Next, the system continuously updated. Digestion function upgraded. Absorption efficiency upgraded. Muscle conversion rate upgraded. Luda had to increase his food intake to prepare for body regeneration. Go-Go Dog number 2 brought him a black jacket. Modong enthusiastically introduced. "A masterpiece is born, electronic circuit clothing. It can create resistance against your muscles, helping your body expend energy." Then, it pointed towards a glass cylinder and continued. "This is called the Hell Bath. It can increase cell activity and speed up metabolism. When you soak in it, you'll feel like your cells are being torn apart, and your whole body will feel refreshed." Luda's lips curved into a smile. He quickly put on the electronic clothing. Modong stood by, smiling sinisterly. "Is it hard yet?" "Just a friendly reminder. The Hell Bath is going to be quite painful." Luda smiled confidently. "Then I'll show you human quality." With that said, he directly immersed himself in the Hell Bath. Seeing Luda's expression remain calm, Modong couldn't help but admire him. "Luda, your endurance surpasses 99.99% of all humanity. Is this called perseverance?" It smiled contentedly. "Next, I'll prepare enough food for your training." "Luda, keep it up." The fast food delivery staff muttered as they ran to Luda's house. "How many people can this house hold? I've delivered here a dozen times." At the scene of a fatal accident that had been cordoned off. According to the forensic report, the deceased was Thursday Bok Min, 30 years old. His right chest and shoulder were heavily impacted, with fractures in multiple places and internal organ hemorrhage. The injury occurred 20 days ago, and death occurred approximately 3 days ago. Listening intently to the police officer's summary. "Why hasn't that kid Luda arrived yet?" "It's been an hour." The police officer standing next to him suddenly added an important detail. "Observing the muscle condition and skin, it's clear this person is a modified human." Just then, Luda's familiar laughter came from outside the cave entrance. "Chief Don Hoa. I've been a bit stressed lately, but I'm here." Don Hoa pointed to the corpse. "Look at this body. I was about to catch Thursday Bok Min, but he died." Stepping beside the corpse. With just one glance, Luda directly refuted it. "He's not Thursday Bok Min. He's just a substitute who voluntarily had his consciousness implanted." "Why do I feel like you're a bit excited?" Luda didn't deny it. He smiled calmly. "Is that so? Maybe it's because I like training lately." At the same time, at Ontrai Hospital in High City, Nak Long is still unconscious after serious injuries from a car accident. On popular news sites, news was continuously updated. The leader of Ontrai Group accidentally became a vegetative person. Ontrai Group's stock plummeted. In the meeting room on the top floor of Ontrai Group, Nak Lin sat in the center. Her face clearly showed fatigue. The key employees in the group kept urging her. Lin, we have families to feed. Please understand." Hearing that, Nak Lin's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. "Everyone wants to sell their shares at a low price to Sin Vat Oi DAC. Are you trying to destroy this company?" She asserted. "Please trust me. I will definitely salvage the situation." Suddenly, Phong Lu's mocking laughter echoed from outside the meeting room door. He taunted Nak Lin. "How do you plan to salvage it?" Nak Lin coldly glared at Phong Lu. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down. "I am in charge of Sin Vat Oi DAC's merger department, and I'm here today to acquire it." With that, Phong Lu took out a pre-drafted contract and arrogantly held it up. Ladies and gentlemen, I've prepared the stock transfer agreement. Everyone can sign it now. Immediately, Entrei's senior employees all picked up their pens simultaneously, signing Fong Lu's contract without hesitation. Ngoc Lin cried out in despair, watching the backs of those who were once veteran members of Entrei Group. Ngoc Lin helplessly collapsed to the ground amidst Fong Lu's triumphant laughter. Ngoc Lin painfully collapsed onto the floor, her face blank. A Fook gently helped her up. "Third young miss, cheer up." Ngoc Lin sadly looked at him. A Fook carefully chose his words to comfort her. "Third young miss, don't be discouraged. You still have a chance. Let's acquire shares before OIDAC Group collects its funds." Ngoc Lin lowered her head, her voice full of sadness. "You're right, uncle, I can't give up yet. But this money won't be easy to find." Just then, Ngoc T and Ngoc Hai ran in from outside the door. "Oh, Duong Fong Lu is a scoundrel. He took our house and kicked us out." Suddenly, Ngoc Lin's phone screen displayed a notification. The investment company under Creator once again invested money to reacquire internet businesses. Ngoc Lin seemed to see a light at the end of the tunnel. She exclaimed, "Yes, Detam, I can find Detam." At Creator's headquarters, Lu De leisurely walked into the office. As he walked past the reception desk, the employee immediately bowed and said, "The boss is here. Boss Ajayap has gone out for social engagements." Lu De nodded. "If someone comes looking for me later, just let them straight into my office." She obediently replied, "Yes, boss." Just as Lu De predicted. A few minutes later, Ngoc Lin led Ngoc Hai and Ngoc T into the lobby. The receptionist invited them into Lu De's office. "Hello, ladies. Mr. Detam has given instructions. Please follow me." When they arrived at the office door, the receptionist then said, "This is Boss Detam's office. Please, feel free." From behind the swivel chair, Lu De's familiar voice slowly rang out, "Have a seat." Ngoc Lin was in no mood to sit down. She hastily cut straight to the chase. "Mr. Detam, our corporation is facing difficulties. We would like to ask for your help to retain our shares. Under any conditions." Lu De slowly lit a cigarette and replied indifferently, "What you've said holds no appeal to me." Ngoc Lin's eyes showed determination. "Excuse me, Mr. Detam. What must we do for you to help us?" Lu De still didn't turn around. He simply spoke indifferently. "There's a document on the table. Answer the questions in it. If you satisfy me, then I'll help." The content of the document was only 2 lines long. The first line, "Weaknesses in Entrei Corporation's traditional model. How to resolve the issue of low internal efficiency within the corporation." After reading it, Ngoc Lin was secretly startled. These issues all target the critical weaknesses. It's terrifying. At this moment, Lu De spoke coldly. "If these issues aren't resolved, Entrei Corporation will sooner or later be finished." He reached out and put out his cigarette, then told Ngoc Lin, "My email is on the document. Send me a satisfactory solution before the share transaction, and I will help you. Now, you may leave." Ngoc Lin quickly walked over, pushed open the office door, intending to leave. Suddenly, she instinctively turned her head back, thinking to herself, "The sound of the lighter just now was exactly like Lu De's 1-million limited edition Zippo." Behind the office door, Lu De was indeed sitting behind his desk, watching Ngoc Lin and her sisters. Reaching the elevator, Ngoc Lin suddenly stopped, her expression thoughtful. The singing idol De Not, the business mogul De Tam, are both Lu De. Seeing Ngoc Lin deep in thought, Ngoc Hai softly called her third sister. Ngoc T next to her also asked, "Third sister, did you see De Tam's face?" Ngoc Lin smiled. "Yes, he's very handsome." even more so than Lu De. Nak T and Nak Hai both cheered in unison. Really? Then De Tam is for third sister. We'll take Mr. Lu De and De Nat. Hearing the naive words of her two younger sisters, Nak Lin only felt dizzy. Meanwhile, in Lu De's office, he curiously asked Modong, why wasn't Nak Lin's consciousness infiltrated? Modong pushed up his glasses, offering an analysis. Other shareholders of Entrac Corporation all have one personality. But Yin Nak Lin has multiple personalities. If the personality changes, then the consciousness infiltration is ineffective. Lu De then took out his phone, typing a message while smirking. Thursday Bok Min, heaven isn't helping you. So don't blame me. On the other end of the line, Hoa Long's voice quickly came through. Hello, Boss Lu, any instructions? After hearing Lu De's suggestion, Hoa Long was slightly stunned. Borrow money? I didn't mishear, did I? Lu De smiled. I want to buy some things. I don't want capital to get involved. I want to do it myself. Hoa Long was silent for a moment. He reached for his water bottle and took a few sips. On this side, Lu De stated directly, 260 billion, right now. Hearing that, Hoa Long immediately spat out all the water in his mouth. Without hesitation, he agreed with Lu De. Okay, when will you pay it back? Lu De answered vaguely, we'll talk about it later. Consider it me owing you a favor. Hoa Long didn't ask further. He told Lu De, give me some time, I'll try to be as fast as possible. He curtly said goodbye to him. As soon as he hung up, Hoa Long immediately pressed the call button, telling all departments to gather capital, deposits, and reserves. I need 260 billion in 2 hours. Immediately, all departments of Shina Group mobilized all personnel to raise 260 billion as quickly as possible. 2 hours later, Hoa Long sat in his office, muttering, this calculation method can accurately target customer needs and provide personalized suggestions for them. It's too powerful. Just then, Hoa Long's phone screen showed a message notification. After reading the message, Hoa Long's eyes gradually lit up. So that's how it is. He rubbed his chin. Wouldn't it be better if he owed me a favor? At the intermediary share auction center, Nak Lin, Nak T, and Nak Hai arrived very early. Phong Lu and Boss Pham were also already seated in the waiting area. Phong Lu secretly snorted coldly. Nak Hai turned to Nak Lin, whispering in her ear, third sister, what if De Tam isn't satisfied with the plan you worked so hard on all night? Nak Lin sighed, let's see how it goes. At this moment, on stage, the auction host clearly announced, distinguished guests. In 5 minutes, 52.13% of Entrac Group's shares will begin auctioning, both online and in the hall. Please be prepared. A few minutes later, he struck the gavel on the table and loudly announced, let the bidding begin. Phong Lu gestured to Boss Pham, we're making a huge profit this time. As soon as the auction began, Boss Pham decisively raised his hand. Soon, the host made an announcement, online bidding successful. The gavel in his hand struck down forcefully, congratulations on the successful bid, congratulations. He excitedly announced, congratulations to Mr. Lu De for successfully bidding on 52.13% of Entrac Group's shares. Just then, the auction room door swung open. Lu De congratulated himself, congratulations to me for successfully bidding. Upon seeing him, the two sisters Nak T and Nak Hai joyfully exclaimed, Brother Lu De. Boss Pham, on the other hand, was not pleased. He snorted coldly. Nowadays, any kind of person can enter here? Security, get him out. Lu De calmly sat down, security has no right to kick me out. As he spoke, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out an object. In Lu De's hand was a square box. The entire hall suddenly buzzed with excitement. Phong Lu, sitting below, clapped his hands and praised, quite formidable, isn't it? The guests suddenly became dazed, turning to each other bewildered, asking, where is this? Why am I here? Lu De calmly stood up and introduced himself, I, Lu De, am currently the largest shareholder of Entri Group and also the only one with the right to make decisions. The host also confirmed Lu De's words. He was the one who bought back 52.13% of Entri Group's shares for $260.3 billion in just 0.03 seconds during the online auction. After the auction ended, Nak Lin came to Lu De's side and softly said to him, "Thank you, Lu De. Don't worry, I'll gather the money and recover the shares quickly." Lu De's lips curved into a smile. "Since I've already bought Entri, I don't intend to let go. But I guarantee I'll keep Ing at Entri." Nak Lin then asked him, "Lu De, what exactly are you planning to do?" Lu De didn't answer her. Instead, he gave crisp instructions: "You have no right to know, just follow my orders. 2 things. First, immediately send Duong Fong Lu to prison. Open your eyes wide. Second, notify the group's senior members to attend a meeting in an hour. And you, Yin Nak Lin, revise the plan for me. At Entri Group, 29th floor." As soon as the elevator door opened, Lu De bumped into Tien Tien. Seeing Lu De, Tien Tien teased him, "You stinky little brother." She asked him, "Where have you been running off to lately?" Then, Tien Tien suddenly pressed close to Lu De, her voice seductive, "Did you miss your big sister?" Lu De quickly raised both hands, forcing a smile. "Tien Tien, let's catch up another day. I have something to do today." With that, he hurriedly ran into the meeting room. Tien Tien called after him regretfully, "Hey, the new boss is here today, so Boss Nak Lin isn't free." Lu De finally safely entered the meeting room. He turned around and closed the door. At this moment, all the senior staff of Entri Group were present. Nak Lin stood up and greeted Lu De, "Welcome to the new chairman of Entri Group, Mr. Lu De." Everyone simultaneously applauded, warmly welcoming him. Just then, Tien Tien also arrived. She was stunned when she realized Lu De was the new chairman of the board. Nak Lin then handed him a stack of documents. "Chairman, this is the revised plan I made. Please take a look." With just a glance, Lu De coldly cursed, "Garbage." Nak Lin was unconvinced. She seriously asked Lu De, "This is the result of our hard work. What do you mean by that?" Lu De stood up, tossed the documents aside, and indifferently replied, "A plan on paper is just garbage in my eyes." He addressed all the staff, speaking loudly, "You do nothing but want to stand by and watch how I save the situation. Then why should I keep you? This is the garbage attitude of the week." At this point, Lu De turned to Nak Lin, asking her, "Do you know why I only intervened at the last minute?" Nak Lin pursed her lips, looking down in shame. Lu De then continued, "Because only by experiencing despair can people truly grow." He said sternly, "I announce 2 things. First, I will only participate in Project M069 of Entri Group. Second, Yin Nak Lin is the new chairwoman of the group's board of directors, fully responsible for operations. Everyone, please assist her." Lu De instructed, "Remember, from now on, only seek me out if there's good news." He also didn't forget to remind them, Entri Group doesn't keep idle people. If you want to stay, prove your worth to me. After being enlightened by Lu De, all the staff of Entri Group unanimously shouted, "Thank you, Chairman, for awakening us." Seeing Lu De about to leave, Nak Lin softly called out to him, "Lu De." Then, she bowed to Lu De, "Thank you." One day later, amidst the freezing snow and ice, Lu De calmly performed a handstand. Mu Tong observed and evaluated, "Lu De, your body's breakthroughs are happening faster than I calculated." Lu De's lips curled up. "Have you seen my persistence yet?" Mu Tong nodded in satisfaction. "Your consciousness liberation has now reached 75%. I'm really eager to test it out." Just then, a swarm of drones appeared in the sky, like a giant hive, arriving in droves, Mu Tong introduced. These drones carry air-compressed cannons, which, within a 50 m firing range, possess impact force capable of causing unconsciousness. Hearing this, Lu De flipped over, kicking the ground with his feet. He smiled confidently, "Then come on." Immediately after, the drones simultaneously released air-compressed cannons. A few minutes later, Mu Tong asked with concern. Lu De, what do you feel? Lu De calmly replied, my skin is slightly numb, but nothing else. Mu Tong explained, this is the initial sense of danger. You haven't detected the target because you haven't felt a threat of attack. Indeed, a second later, the drones suddenly changed their flight path. Lu De immediately heightened his vigilance, the pupils in his eyes contracted. Suddenly, a powerful laser beam shone onto Lu De's body, and his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Mu Tong, standing nearby, explained, Lu De, your body's intensity has increased significantly, and the sensation of pain will also be greatly reduced. Hearing this, Lu De's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Watch this. Following this, thousands of laser beams continuously fired at Lu De. His figure was as swift as a flash, turning left then right. Ordinary human eyes could not clearly see his movements. Lu De said to Mu Tong, I feel like my body can't keep up with my thoughts, like it's being restricted. Mu Tong smiled, that's because you're being constrained by this hellish armor. After a while, Lu De was drenched in sweat, constantly panting, this is truly intense. Mu Tong enthusiastically revealed, the closer you get to your limit, the more comfortable you'll feel. Once you unleash your combat consciousness, no one will be your opponent. But to unleash your combat consciousness, you need to gain insight from actual combat. Lu De then told him about his current feelings. I just saw some vague things in my brain, like a very intense light. Mu Tong's expression became serious. He pushed up his glasses. Perhaps that is the future of humanity, because you are considered the evolution of humankind, a new human. Lu De curiously asked Mu Tong, so what is a modified human? He rubbed his chin, it's going against nature, against the laws of evolution. Lu De continued to ask, so, besides me, are there any other new humans? Mu Tong shook his head, no, one appears every 2,000 years, and this chosen one will drive the world's evolution. Your mission is to increase the technological dimension of the entire world. Listening intently to Mu Tong, Lu De's expression became thoughtful, the chosen one. He looked up at the radiant sunlight on the horizon as if seeing the light of hope, the hope of all humanity. 2 months later, Mu Tong watched Lu De practice and commented with satisfaction, your evolution speed still exceeds my imagination. System update, Lu De's current transformation level has reached 99%. Just then, the buzzing sound of a mosquito reached Lu De's ears. He could feel the mosquito hovering around his bicep. Slap! Lu De accurately slapped the mosquito dead. Mu Tong suddenly called out to him, hey Lu De, it seems your stepchild is in trouble. At the same time, the system screen quickly displayed the current situation at Misa headquarters. An hour ago, a fierce battle broke out at Misa Club, the top headquarters in High City. Lu De's lips curled up, just in time, I'm itching for a fight. Let's test out the new human skills. Seeing Lu De's excited expression, Mu Tong quickly reminded him, don't get your hopes up too much. The opponents are just small fries, they won't be of any use to your plan. Lu De, however, countered, even small mosquitoes are still meat. Meanwhile, in Okwak, a small town by the Lao River in Duk Kok Chau, Mr. Box was diligently drafting a document on an old model computer. The main content, Dear Kafida, are you well? Suddenly, the room door burst open. His subordinate cried out in alarm, it's bad, Mr. Benny. Mr. Box calmly adjusted his glasses, his tone tranquil, no rush, tell me what happened slowly. His subordinate obeyed. He steadied his breath and calmly reported, Hak Dao Ca was arrested in High City of Hoa Ha. The culprit is Target De Tam. According to observations, De Tam is a modified human. Mr. Box softly said, come here. His subordinate replied, yes, sir. 1 second later, a gunshot rang out, and fresh blood splattered. Mr. Box coldly looked at his subordinate's corpse. He scoffed, foolish. How many times have I told you not to come looking for me, and to call me Mr. Box? Suddenly, the computer on the desk displayed a notification, Dear Mr. Box, access control in Hoa Ha has been relaxed. We can continue our operations. He walked over and pressed a key. Then, Mr. Box decisively shot the computer to pieces. The computer screen showed the last lines: Poker Death List, Hagdow CA, Hagdow 9, Hagdow 7. The more he read, the tighter Mr. Box's teeth clenched. Damn de tam, you killed my child. I'll bury you alive. 5th floor of Misa Club, after the surprise attack. Rue Van broke his arm and had to wear a cast. Rue Van's subordinates were indignant, gritting their teeth in resentment. Boss, they've come to our doorstep. This insult cannot be swallowed. Rue Van remained silent. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Uncle Seven's voice came from the other end of the line. Aho, we already know what happened. Those people also came to cause trouble for us and injured your Uncle 3. Hearing that, Rue Van angrily growled, how dare they lay a hand on our uncles? Uncle Seven's voice was heavy. Aho, listen to Uncle Seven's advice for a moment. They're not of small origins. Just yield the territory to them. Rue Van naturally wouldn't accept. He hung up the phone and ferociously ordered his subordinates. This old man has never been humiliated like this in his entire life. Brothers, mobilize our men. Today, we'll kill them all. Rue Van's subordinates shouted in unison, all right, boss, we'll go with you and risk our lives. Rue Van turned, softly saying, this time, let the men handle it. That's enough. He frowned, carefully choosing his words to advise her, quickly pack your things and go home. Whether you're a young mistress or a wife, just don't stay here. Nuak Deep disagreed. She stepped closer to Rue Van, her tone firm. If you want to risk it, I'll risk it with you. If you want to die, we'll die together. Suddenly, Lou De's familiar voice echoed from outside the door. What's all this talk about dying? He boldly declared, no one is going to die. Everyone, sit down. Seeing Lou De arrive, Rue Van, still feeling wronged, complained to him, Third Master, you must stand up for us. His subordinate also chimed in, Third Master, a gang has suddenly appeared in High Tea. Their leader is a foreigner, and they act extremely arrogantly. Lou De leisurely took out a cigarette. Nuak Deep helped him light it. At this moment, Lou De's gaze suddenly stopped on the wound on her cheek. His brows unconsciously furrowed. Lou De gently touched the wound on Nuak Deep's cheek. Who did this to you? She looked away. It's nothing, just a superficial wound. Nuak Deep didn't speak, but Rue Van couldn't hold back. He angrily accused, they are the Mad Dragon Society. Led by 3 brothers. The second and third brothers are martial arts masters. The boss has never shown his face, but he's rumored to be a divine being. As soon as he heard the name Quang Long Hoi, Lou De immediately remembered Thuong Long, Thuong Ho, Thuong Bao, the martial arts family. Thuong Long had returned from abroad 3 months ago, an A5 level augmented human. He gritted his teeth. You've touched Lou De's inverse scale. All of you, die. Lou De softly asked, who injured Nuak Deep? Nuak Deep sadly did not answer. Rue Van, however, angrily reported, it was the third brother, Thuong Bao. He led his men to attack us and injured Nuak Deep during the chaos. Lou De said coldly, then we'll start with him. Seeing Lou De turn to leave, Nuak Deep quickly stopped him. Master, don't go. If you interfere, it might affect your future. Lou De lowered his eyelids, his tone indifferent. Someone dared to injure you. This is Second Master's business. I won't ignore it. His words touched Nuak Deep. She softly called out, Master. Lou De slowly picked up a cotton swab. While applying medicine to Nuak Deep, he reassured her, Nuak Deep, trust me. Hearing Lou De's firm tone, Rue Van felt even more confident. He also comforted Nuak Deep, it's nothing. A hero deserves a beauty, after all. Afterward, Lou De ordered his brothers in High Tea, let's go, to a foot massage parlor. Just as Lou De was about to enter, Rue Van's subordinate rushed in, urgent report, all bosses, it's not good. Thuong Bao led 30 subordinates today. Lou De maintained his calm demeanor. He told the brothers in High Tea, wait for me. Everyone disagreed, each taking turns to stop him. Second master, you alone? The opponents are all masters. Lu De paid no mind. He still entered the foot massage parlor alone. 2 minutes later, Lu De still hadn't come out. Nuak Deep began to worry. Second master has been in there for so long. Is he all right? Ru Van scoffed. Never mind. Let's all charge in together. Before they could enter, Thuong Bao was already dragged out by Lu De. Seeing the muscular young man, naked and with vacant eyes, everyone was stunned. Lu De pointed at him. This is Thuong Bao. He casually puffed on his cigarette and instructed, take him back. Ru Van's subordinates couldn't help but admire Lu De. It's done. Second master is truly extraordinary. Strong men don't waste words. Afterward, 2 of them quickly ran to Thuong Bao, dragging him back to the Misa headquarters. After being taken back to the Misa headquarters, Thuong Bao had his hands tied behind his back. He continuously cursed, where did this brat come from? Attacking me by surprise while I was getting a massage, despicable. Lu De rubbed his chin, just saving time. Thuong Bao gritted his teeth, threatening him, do you know who my brother is? My brother will come settle scores with you. Lu De was naturally not afraid. He snorted coldly, perfect timing. Die, all of you. Ru Van brought the phone in front of Thuong Bao, then fiercely yelled, call your brother. 12 a.m. tonight at the abandoned stadium in the north suburbs. Don't leave until we meet. Thuong Bao arrogantly warned, you're the ones making the appointment, don't back out then. Ru Van angrily kicked him, we, the Black Fox Gang, never back out. Tonight, it was drizzling. The subordinates of both gangs arrived on time. From above, it could be seen that the Mad Dragon Gang outnumbered the Black Fox Gang. Thuong Bao was gagged at this point, only able to make a few grunting sounds. As soon as the Mad Dragon Gang arrived, they sneered and ordered, Thuong Bao, boss. Ru Van furiously pointed at his face and cursed, Thuong Long, Thuong Ho came. They really don't show anyone respect. Lu De maintained a relaxed demeanor, puffing on his cigarette. On the rooftop of the building opposite, Uncle Bay sighed at the scene before him. The Black Fox Gang is already small and now they're injured. It looks like they're doomed this time. Seeing Uncle Bay's distress, Ngusier tried to reassure him. I heard the Black Fox Gang invited a boss named Second Master. His methods are extraordinary. Uncle Bay just sadly shook his head. Ngusier, it's best not to hope too much. The disparity is too great. Seeing that time was running out, Lu De slowly stood up and instructed Ru Van, Black Fox, tell the brothers, if I fall, then you all charge. Hearing this, Ru Van hesitated slightly. This. Lu De calmly handed his jacket to Nuak Deep. Holding his jacket, Nuak Deep was flustered. Sir, you. Lu De gently told her while warming up his joints, don't worry, I'll go easy. Lu De leisurely took a black silk strip and blindfolded himself. On the rooftop, Uncle Bay saw the formidable subordinates of the Mad Dragon Society, and Lu De's strange actions made him exclaim, if he doesn't die, he'll become a hero. And so, under the pouring rain, Lu De alone confronted over 600 armed thugs with gleaming weapons. Mo Tong, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, Incredible! 600 people with willpower, plus the rain making it difficult. What a good way to temper one's will. A moment later, the battle officially began. Hundreds of thugs fiercely charged to attack Lu De. He lightly leaped, using lightning-fast speed to rush towards them. Shouts and the clashing of weapons echoed, the momentum soaring. Lu De was lightning quick, a punch with the right, a kick with the left, swiftly taking down one by one in an instant. He thought to himself, slow, too slow. Even Mo Tong had to exclaim, neural transmission speed reached 240%. In a flash, a powerful surge of strength was unleashed by Lu De. His shout contained mighty internal energy, and at the same time, his attack speed reached a new level. His overlapping movements made it impossible for ordinary eyes to discern how Lu De was striking. Mo Tong excitedly cheered him on, overall conversion rate is 99%, keep it up. The thugs, beaten by Lu De until their jaws and teeth broke, still didn't understand why they were hit. Soon, they were all knocked unconscious, falling one by one like ripe fruit. Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Lu De heard the bullet whistling past his ear. He easily tilted his head. The bullet just grazed his ear. With a fox sound, Lu De disappeared. The shooter holding the gun was stunned, wondering, where did he go? Suddenly, from behind, he heard Lu De's familiar voice, right here. Before he could even turn around, Lu De directly pushed his head, face down to the ground, and sneered coldly, sending you off. After eliminating all the Mad Dragon Society's subordinates, Lu De slowly removed the silk strip covering his eyes. Mo Tong happily reported, body conversion rate is 100%, Mo Tong can continue to upgrade. Uncle Bay watched Lu De from afar, mumbling, the underworld of High City will now be unified. Nuak Deep joyfully ran to Lu De with an umbrella. Sir, the Black Fox Gang has now made a name for itself throughout the land. Lu De smiled. This battle was one to train himself, and two, to let others know the consequences of touching her. His words truly moved Nuak Deep. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured, "Thank you, sir." At this moment, Uncle Bay loudly declared, "The Black Fox and Mad Dragon War, the Black Fox is completely victorious. Truly worthy of being High City's #1 gang, second master, a hero." Hearing that, the entire Black Fox gang simultaneously cheered in joy. In Don Ho's office. At this moment, he was focused on reading the report obtained from the battle between the Black Fox Gang and the Crazy Dragon Association. Nida, alias Street War God, blindfolded, 1 against 600, quickly escaped the line of fire, captured the assassin. Don Hoa looked up and softly asked the police officers, "Is there a video?" A police officer honestly replied, "Coincidentally, all the nearby cameras were broken." Another person quickly added, "Everyone was injured." Don Ho's gaze became distant, as if he had guessed Nida's identity. Playing as a gangster? What is this god planning? Get the car ready. Don Hoa drove straight to Lu De's house. He politely reached out and knocked on the door. After a few knocks, Lu De finally opened the door, chewing on an apple, and asked, "Who is it?" As soon as he saw Lu De, Don Hoa warmly greeted him, "Respected Boss Denis, did you sleep well last night?" Lu De immediately denied, "Chief Don Hoa, you've mistaken me for someone else." Don Hoa nodded, "You're right. You are Lu De, the esteemed boss of Gemini, a darling of technology. How could you be so muddled as to become a gangster boss?" Lu De casually said to Don Hoa, "See, you've contradicted your own opinion." Don Hoa, of course, knew Lu De was pretending, so he was willing to play along. "You heard about the hero Denis' feat yesterday, didn't you? I've ordered a temporary suspension of the investigation. That kid Denis should thank me." Lu De quietly chewed his apple. Before leaving, Don Hoa deliberately said to Lu De, "If I were Denis, I would help my benefactor investigate the international human trafficking case." He turned back, his words implying, "Kid, do you want to know about the case?" Lu De decisively shook his head, "No, I don't. I'm not Denis." Don Hoa then teased Lu De, "You brat, I bet Denis doesn't have a girlfriend, does he?" Hearing Don Hoa's sarcastic implication, Lu De angrily pointed at him, "Chief Don Hoa, doing that is not professional conduct." Then, Don Hoa took out his phone. The screen displayed a picture of a young, beautiful girl. He smirked, "How about it? Good?" Lu De stroked his chin, "How about this, Chief Don Hoa, after you retire, you could open a matchmaking service." Don Hoa angrily scolded Lu De, "You brat, you really repay kindness with enmity." Lu De stopped teasing Don Hoa. He seriously told him, "If I were Denis, I would handle the current matter first before helping you. Catching them all in one go. This comes entirely from Denis' good heart." Seeing Lu De agree to help him investigate, Don Hoa nodded with satisfaction, "Good, very good. Then I will reluctantly give Denis a chance." Lu De happily said to Don Hoa, "Lu De, I have a gift for you today." Don Hoa curiously asked him, "What gift?" Lu De slowly replied, "An international assassin." Don Hoa's eyebrows furrowed instantly. "Where?" Just then, a car suddenly sped madly straight towards Lu De and Don Hoa. Fortunately, Lu De reacted quickly. Both he and Don Hoa leaped up at the same time, escaping the car's path. Lu De decisively kicked, shattering the car window, and directly stomped on the head of the international assassin driving the car. In an instant, the car lost control. The international assassin had to break out of the car and rush out. He rubbed his head and cursed, "Damn it." Before he could recover, he was hit with a powerful punch from Lu De. The international assassin immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Lu De took a six of clubs card from his person. Don Hoa came from behind and teased Lu De. "Tell me, what level of modified human are you?" Lu De chuckled. "If Chief Don wanted to give me a rank, it would probably be." Don Hoa thought seriously, but there's no such rank in the system. This time it was Lu De's turn to tease him. "Chief Don, I'm giving you an assassin. Will you award me a contributing citizen medal?" Don Hoa coldly snorted. "You kid, you've messed with an assassin. Or perhaps I should send people." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly shook his head. "Never mind, you're so twisted, my people would be useless anyway." Lu De then suggested, "Chief Don, you could send a few masters to my lab." Hearing that, Don Hoa curiously asked Lu De, "Did you receive a legacy and make a breakthrough in the field of modified humans?" He firmly stated, "Within a month, I can help you create 10 super soldiers, a 7 class and above, who can completely suppress General Hack Sun's Tien Law organization." Don Hoa nodded with satisfaction. "I like this idea." Then, Lu De turned, bidding farewell to Don Hoa, "So it's settled. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Don Hoa called after him, "Where are you going?" Lu De didn't turn around, simply waving his hand, to the Black Lake Gang's place. "There's trouble today." Don Hoa angrily yelled, "You said you weren't Emperor D." Lu De brazenly declared, "If you have proof, then I'll admit it." At Misa nightclub headquarters, seeing Lu De arrive, Du Van's subordinates rejoiced and greeted him. "Sir, Mr. Dini has arrived." One of them stepped forward, explaining the current situation to Lu De clearly. "Mr. Dini, Black Lake boss is locked in the office, his life or death is unknown." Lu De calmly stepped inside. He boldly kicked open the door. Inside was a battlefield. Black Lake gang members lay scattered on the floor. Du Van himself was restrained by Tu Xian, and in the center, one of Thuong Long's subordinates sat brazenly on the table. Seeing Lu De enter, the man laughed smugly. "Big brother is here." Du Van was heavily injured at this point, with Tu Xian's hand tightly gripping his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Lu De silently sighed. Tu Xian suddenly let go, and Du Van immediately fell to the ground. Thuong Long's subordinate scoffed. "The street warrior is only SOSO, isn't he?" He arrogantly declared, "Today, with this gang, I'll cripple whoever I want." Lu De slowly rubbed his chin. "Tu Xian, come here. The name gang doesn't suit you." Hearing the name Tu Xian, the subordinate was briefly stunned. He had no idea that Tu Xian was already behind him, dislocating his jaw in one move. Thuong Long's subordinate immediately vomited blood, his eyes rolling back, and fell to the floor. Tu Xian shyly told Lu De, "Brother, they said they'd help me investigate my background, that's why I agreed." Lu De gently patted her head. "I don't blame you. They're human traffickers, so they're very good at deceiving people." At the Black Lake Gang headquarters, a series of high-ranking members, wearing black glasses, entered one after another, and the room was instantly packed. Thuong Bao was bruised all over, crying pitifully, and even Thuong Long's subordinate was tied with his hands behind his back, looking extremely disheveled. Uncle Bay exclaimed, "Mr. Dini is so fast, he's already rounded up 2 bosses from the Thuong Long gang." On the armchair, Lu De calmly tapped his foot. "Don't rush, everyone, one more guest hasn't arrived yet." Indeed, less than a minute later, a member of the Black Lake gang ran in frantically to report, "The Thuong Long gang's boss, Thuong Long, has arrived." Hearing this, Uncle Bay couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Soon, from outside the door, two young men pushed in a wheelchair covered with a red cloth. One of them spoke on behalf of the other. "Our boss said that with Emperor Di's ascension, Quan Long should also offer a congratulatory gift." With that, both simultaneously pushed the wheelchair straight forward. The red cloth instantly fell, revealing a blood-soaked goat's head underneath. One of the two young men continued, "Our boss said this fresh flavor would be even more special and celebratory." Chu Xian immediately rushed at the two young men. Her right hand directly punched one of them in the face, while her right foot simultaneously kicked the other. In an instant, the two young men fell to the ground, unconscious. Lu De calmly spoke, "These two are too arrogant. They must have come prepared." Indeed, a second later, the room's window was shattered, and the Quan Long gang's boss officially appeared. He brazenly walked in, and as soon as he saw Lu De, Thuong Long pointed directly at his face, loudly criticizing, "You are Emperor Di. A person of status like you, yet you look down on ordinary subordinates. I'm ashamed for you. Today, I'll deal with your little insignificant self." His words made everyone in the room break out in a cold sweat. Chu Xian angrily lunged to attack him. Unexpectedly, Thuong Long struck Chu Xian directly in the solar plexus with one move. He roared, "Don't blame me for eating food that's brought right to my mouth." Chu Xian painfully clutched her stomach, quickly retreating. Lu De then stood up, gently saying, "Chu Xian, go rest." Just by glancing at Thuong Long, Mu Tong recognized that this person had activated subconscious power. It was Thursday Back Men's hypnosis, reaching 810 level. Lu De immediately understood, no wonder Chu Xian lost. He coldly snorted, "I wasn't going to get involved in your business, but you're like moths flying right into my face." Thuong Long scoffed at Lu De, "Trash is still trash, why bother with such grand pronouncements? Today, you must die, give up your life." Saying that, he aggressively made his move. Lu De's lips curved, "We'll have to see if you have what it takes first." In an instant, Lu De easily defeated Thuong Long. His entire body slammed hard into a wooden cabinet, completely losing consciousness. After defeating Thuong Long, Lu De turned to the members of the Black Fox gang and sternly ordered, "Sit down." His expression instantly turned grim, "I just want them to know, if they touch my people, I'll make them pay 10 times over." Lu De sat before the tied-up people. He heard Mu Tong say, "Your hypnosis ability combined with my sound diffuser can definitely achieve Thursday Back Men's hypnosis effect." Lu De thought to himself, "Then let's try it." He pressed the pen, and immediately a circle of energy radiated out. He ordered, "Thuong Long." Hearing his name, he replied, "Yes." Lu De used his power to interrogate, "Thuong Long, have you met Thursday Back Men before?" Thuong Long quickly bowed his head. "Thuong Long of the Dark Web greets the leader of Back Men. Thuong Long swears to fulfill your prophecy even if it costs my life." The system displayed, Back Men Pavilion, a folk cult organization associated with divine beings. Seeing this, Lu De delightedly thought, "How interesting, Thursday Back Men actually established a superstitious organization." Lu De recalled what Fong Lu had said, "I will report to my superiors so they can reward you for your merits." He thought to himself, Mu Tong investigated the transaction between Thuong Long and Lam Kintan, chairman of Wazir Group. Mu Tong deduced, every 5 days, Thuong Long and Lam Kintan will both come to this church. Lu De realized, he looked at the ring and marveled, how interesting. Lu De thought, Dang Hoa Long said this is the key to the highest level. Is even heaven helping me? A moment later, Don Hoa looked at the documents, so fast. This is the case file for child abduction. He sighed, too bad, this is only the tip of the iceberg of this criminal syndicate. Don Hoa's subordinate ran over with a stack of documents. Team leader, there's new news from the underworld. Many gangs in the underworld have suddenly closed all their nightclubs, bathhouses, and casinos. Don Hoa was puzzled. What do they intend to do? He reported back, I heard they want to do legitimate business, like pubs, cafes, restaurants, bookstores, and high-tech ones at that. Don Hoa frowned. Do those scoundrels even know how to read? And high-tech too. Don Ho's subordinate said, according to the informant, it's said to be the decision of the new boss, Emperor too. Don Hoa reasoned, if that's the case, it's possible. There's no need to monitor the underworld anymore, just let them do their thing. After all, it's legitimate business. He asked, where is Miss Lisa? Don Hoa's subordinate reported, since she arrived in High City, she's been enjoying herself all day. We can't do anything with her. At the cafe, the waiter placed a cup of cappuccino on the table. Sir, your cappuccino is here. Lu De picked up the drink. Thank you. He calmly took a sip in front of the church. The church bells rang, dong, dong. A pair of feet stepped before the church door. The guard asked, please present your token. Lu De didn't hesitate to raise his hand, revealing the ring. The devotee pointed to a device on the wall. Welcome, esteemed devotee. Please surrender your communication devices for verification by the Eye of Fate. The system displayed, this is an iris scanner. It can match with member information. Don't worry, I can do it. I will replace Thuong Long's information with yours. A sound came from the Eye of Fate, ping. Esteemed divine being, welcome to this sermon. Lu De confidently walked in as the two guards bowed their heads. Welcome, divine being. He thought to himself, it seems Thursday Back Men's organization is quite strict in protecting the identities of its visitors. Lu De was given a cloak by a devotee. The messenger on the podium raised his hands to the sky and shouted, devotees of the ninth sect of the divine web, Back Men God is currently spreading doctrine outside, so I will fulfill this mission. Lu De blended into the crowd of devotees and secretly marveled, this Back Men pavilion's influence is quite significant. The messenger ordered, devotees, one by one, report the progress of your missions. A devotee below spoke up, reporting, great messenger, the arrangements at the bank have been completed. Lu De looked at the man's resume provided by Mu Tong and thought to himself, this person is the president of Huabei Bank. The blonde devotee said, reporting, messenger, the work of the 12 media companies is ready. Another devotee reporting, messenger, I have arranged for 3 divine beings to enter the army. At that time, they will stir up public opinion. Kenton, in his robe, stammered, reporting, messenger, on my end, the acquisition of the medical equipment group has been thwarted. But please give me another chance, I will quickly find a better new target. Lu De realized this person was Lam Kenton, the chairman of Wazir Bio. The messenger calmly said, North Min Shen, a terrestrial deity, has a benevolent spirit that allows his followers to make mistakes. This time, there will be no punishment, consider it a warning. After speaking, he raised both hands and shouted, please, everyone, prepare well. Welcome the unification of the North Min Palace. Lu De thought to himself, such a grand chessboard, with all sectors intertwined on this game board. Lu De cast off his robe and approached the messenger. He used his hypnosis ability and the pen's assistance. Everyone, I am the heavenly emperor of the divine realm. North Min Shen is my subordinate general. Under the influence of the power, the disciples bowed respectfully. Greetings, heavenly emperor. Mu Tong joyfully said, Lu De, the effect of this hypnosis seems pretty good, doesn't it? Lu De spoke up. Today, I specially appoint you all as supervising messengers to oversee the training of North Min Shen's descent this time. He continued, to avoid affecting Min Shen, this matter must not be revealed to him. From now on, upon seeing this purple magic eye of mine, all devotees of North Min Palace must obey unconditionally and follow my orders. The devotees immediately clasped their hands. We must obey the divine decree. May we ask what is the divine name of the deity? Lu De replied, Divine Emperor Ngu. Voices echoed throughout the church, we must obey the orders of Divine Emperor Ngu. Mu Tong praised, Lu De, this is good. We just need to sit back and wait for the fishermen to profit. Lu De thought to himself, Mu Tong, that phrase you used is good too. A moment later, Lu De closed his eyes to cultivate, while Moto flew around, saying, humans in the first stage achieve the liberation of their subconscious combat abilities. In terms of physical combat, no one is my match, but Thursday Back Men's special abilities are quite difficult to deal with. It pouted, if you're interested in these small tricks, you can learn them too, but you must reach the second stage of new humanity to unlock the restrictions. Moto then crossed its arms, but it can only happen after I upgrade the program, analyze, and compile the genes. Luda turned to command it, then why don't you hurry and upgrade the program? Moto got annoyed at this, pouting, you only know how to rush. I'm still a child, what if I miss a few exercises? I'm not paying attention to you, I'm leaving. A hand knocked on the door from outside. Mr. Liu, your food is here. Luda immediately opened the door, only to see the delivery person say, comes with a complimentary drink. Enjoy your meal. Without hesitation, Luda gave the person a strong and decisive kick. He grabbed the bottle of water and praised the person, your Chinese is quite good too. Afterward, Luda shoved the bottle of water directly into the delivery person, and you're using such a clumsy method of assassination. He looked at the corpse and smugly waved his hand. Suddenly, a person carrying a spiked club appeared. He introduced himself, hello, I am Kan Tang. I joined the poker club to challenge the strong. Let's duel. Luda adjusted his collar, refusing with an excuse, I have something to do today, I don't have time to play with you. The system displayed a message, this name is B rank or higher, possesses a sixth sense, and can support precise attacks. Luda walked past him and got into the car. Kan Tang gnashed his teeth in anger, Emperor De, a strong warrior, if we don't duel today, don't think about leaving here. Luda put his hands in his pockets confidently, say that after you defeat my younger brother. At Hongjiang High Market Beach, in a place crowded with nobles and wealthy young ladies. That was Kiss 2. Luda stepped out of the car and looked directly at the main entrance. Two hostesses, seeing this, were envious, he's here to see that escort again. As Luda entered, he was stopped by a Kiss guard, sir, our venue is very exclusive, so we need to verify assets. You must have 30,000 Van to enter. Luda didn't hesitate to give him his card to scan. Looking at the number displayed on the scanner, the Kiss 2 guard's jaw dropped in astonishment. He thought to himself, over 100 million Van, this is a big shot, can't offend him. The Kiss 2 guard immediately let him in, sir, please. On stage at this moment, Na Fai was singing. She was engrossed in her work. Luda took a sip of water and praised silently, her singing isn't bad, but it lacks the soul of D-Not. Suddenly, a hand was placed in front of him, brother. Na Fai sat next to Luda and struck up a conversation, you're so handsome, my name is Na Fai, what's your name? He cheerfully replied, Luda. Do you also want to know what I do for a living? Luda said confidently, I'm a program researcher, and my part-time job is being a gangster. Na Fai was amused, hee, that's really interesting. After coming to Huaxia, I have my favorite divine singer D-Not, and the miraculous Gemini. Today, I also met an interesting man, Luda. This trip wasn't in vain. Watching Luda and Na Fai walk away hand in hand, some men were envious, how did that poor guy manage to take the goddess? Is he even worthy? Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. A man with a group of bodyguards, resentful that Na Fai was with Luda, blocked their way and challenged them, you punk, don't you want to live? How dare you steal my woman? Luda saw trouble brewing and quickly made an excuse to leave, Miss Na Fai, I'll leave these guys to you. I have some matters to attend to. Na Fai looked awkward on the surface, brother, aren't you going to be a hero and save the beauty? Luda, wanting to avoid prolonged trouble, quickly ran off, I trust you. A moment later, one guy had his head slammed into a wall by Luda until he passed out. He released his hand, letting the body fall heavily to the ground. Luda looked at the system and saw that Na Fai had easily dealt with the thugs. He thought to himself, this girl is pretty good at fighting. When he turned around, he saw Na Fai had already arrived. She smiled, those guys suddenly found their conscience and left. Luda lit a cigarette, then I hope they see the light of day soon. Na Fai leaned towards him, brother, where did you go just now? Why did you leave me alone in front of those bad guys? Luda replied, I took the opportunity to beat up a few assassins. Now Phi's eyes sparkled as she praised him. You're really mighty. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you got scared and ran away. The two walked together. Now Phi said, then let's go home. Luda led Now Phi to a car. She said, this kind of car, how can it be worthy of your aura, brother? Now Phi suggested, drive mine. Luda was delighted and very willing. At this moment, Moto appeared. This girl's wealth is immense. She's from one of Europe's oldest business families. A moment later, a luxury car sped down a winding road. Now Phi delightedly held her hand up to the cool breeze, arriving at the hotel entrance. Now Phi said, brother, I have a presidential suite. Let's go up for a few drinks. Luda immediately refused. It's hard to explain a single man and woman together. I should go home. Now Phi sighed, looking disappointed. Brother, will you come with me tomorrow? I want to go to the underworld. Luda turned and said confidently, I can. A moment later, the car sped down the road, and he suddenly received a notification. He opened it to find Now Phi had sent a picture of pajamas with the question, brother, do you think I look good in these pajamas? Moto appeared from behind him, revealing 90% skin. Mr. Lu, what kind of human nature is this? Luda looked troubled. Moto, don't look around. Drive. I need some quiet. Later, Tu-Ha and Kun-Tang were attacking each other back and forth. Suddenly, someone approached. Excellent, Luda calmly said. It seems you two have had a lot of fun. Tu-Ha excitedly said, brother, this guy is so persistent, truly captivating. Kun-Tang maintained his composure. The three strongest emperors, I admit your younger brother is very strong, but I believe I can defeat him in 3 days. Luda pointed into the distance. Tu-Ha, Kun-Tang, if you're thirsty and tired, go inside for water and food. Moto said, Kun-Tang's absolute accuracy is also a form of awakened subconsciousness. Luda communicated with it through thought. I see Kun-Tang is constantly optimizing. He rated Tu-Ha's ability quite highly. Even though Tu-Ha doesn't have special abilities, it won't be easy for Kun-Tang to defeat him. Moto sighed. Human perseverance is truly terrifying. In the morning, Kun-Tang sat eating cake behind a tree. As for Tu-Ha, the boy was cleaning his robot arm. Luda and the second-generation Gao Gao dog arrived. Come on, you two must be tired from fighting. Have something to eat first. The second-generation Gao Gao dog opened the bag on its back, revealing it was full of delicious food. Tu-Ha and Kun-Tang immediately devoured it. Luda spoke up. I still have things to do, so I won't stay here to enjoy your horrific eating display anymore. Even though Kun-Tang's face was covered in food, he didn't forget about fighting. Tonight, after I deal with this guy Tay, I'll challenge you. A car parked in front of the hotel. Now Phi stroked her long, silky hair. She sat in the passenger seat and asked, Big brother, how do you think I can win your heart? Moto appeared and said something that made Luda embarrassed. Luda, your heartbeat is speeding up again. This girl has an unusual magnetic field. She has the ability to charm. He immediately cleared his throat, regaining his calm demeanor. Now Phi, resting her hand on the door, asked, all right, it's more fun to find the answer myself. Big brother, do you like female bosses of the underworld? Luda replied, it's all right. Hearing that, she happily slung her arm over his shoulder. Then let's go, let's deal with the rampant Quan Long gang first. Luda tried to curb her excitement. No, I'm driving. The car swerved erratically on the overpass. A moment later, a high-heeled shoe gently touched the ground. Now Phi walked ahead. Big brother, you just stay behind me. She boldly pushed the door wide open. A group of injured people were sitting inside. Now Phi approached one of them and asked, where's your boss? He replied, our boss was defeated. We were defeated by a devil. Hearing that, Now Phi thought helplessly, could the intelligence be wrong? Was Truong Long abolished? Suddenly, a slick-haired man approached. Beautiful lady, have you been bullied? We'll help you get revenge, and then we'll go celebrate with drinks. He smiled obscenely. Luda walked up from behind her. Hey! The two men saw him and panicked. It's him. He killed the leader. Immediately after, the group scattered and run fast. He turned to her and said, Miss Naofai, it seems the person you're looking for isn't here. Naofai asked, are you the devil they were talking about? Lu De immediately denied, they've got the wrong person. Naofai turned away, is that so? Big brother, I'm going to reapply my makeup first. In the women's restroom. Naofai typed on her phone, sending a message to someone with a serious expression. She asked someone to investigate Lu De's identity. The car drove along the winding road within the mountain ranges. Moto appeared and announced, Lu De, the organization behind Lisa is investigating your personal information. Lu De didn't seem to care and ordered, just fabricate an identity for me. On this side, Naofai looked at Lu De's information provided by her contact. He's named Lu De, 26 years old, a normal citizen of Hoa. An employee of Entry Group, single, no bad habits, owns a house and a car. They even investigated Lu De's height, measurements, and hobbies. Naofai looked at the information on her phone and thought smugly, following his hobbies, I've won this time. She turned off her phone and proposed to Lu De, if the Quan Long gang isn't it, then let's go to High City to find the biggest gang. He immediately agreed, no problem. Later, Lu De dropped Naofai off first while he went to park the car. I'll go park the car first. Naofai walked in alone. The receptionist asked, name, work experience, position applied for. Naofai said, I want to see your boss. The receptionist agreed, all right, I'll take you. He happily said, excellent, excellent, Miss Naofai wants to join us, it's our honor. He pointed his finger, my boss here now appoints you as. Before he could finish, Lu De walked in from outside. Naofai didn't recognize him and asked, appoint me as what? Lu De gestured for him to be quiet. He said, appoint Miss Naofai as a section leader. Naofai linked arms with Lu De, big brother, next, we should go do the real business. Let's go, next. At the Vin Dang building. Naofai suggested, your company's algorithm leads the world, and our special task force hopes you can help us search for some children. Tien Jayap was puzzled, this isn't a small matter, why not contact the hospital directly? Naofai crossed her arms, I'm willing to trust my friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Tien Jayap and Lu De exchanged ambiguous glances. He said, I need 2 days. A moment later. Naofai stood in front of the hotel entrance, I can go up by myself, thank you for accompanying me today. She didn't hesitate to ask directly, big brother, you like policewomen, don't you? Once I solve the case, I'll come find you to hang out. Lu De wished her, then I wish you good luck with your mission. Hearing him say that, Naofai couldn't help but think, after doing so much, Lu De must like me too, right? The car slowly drove off, Naofai stood waving goodbye, bye-bye. A notification popped up on her phone, Chief, preparations are complete. The plan remains unchanged. In 3 days, we'll apprehend the child-eating demon. In the car, Moto teased Lu De, are you really in love? Helping her so smoothly like this? He didn't seem to mind, considering it repayment for the favor he owed Don Hoa. The sound of wind blowing on a hill. Kontang spoke up, hey, Tay, let's pause for a bit. We need to conserve some energy. Tuha turned around and looked, as you wish, you're not my opponent anyway. He looked at his beloved staff and thought to himself, once I kill those losers at the Poker Association, I'll show how strong I am. So there's hope to fight Emperor 3. Lu De looked into the distance. Kun Tang, don't you have anything to tell me? Kun Tang confessed, Emperor 3 expert, this didn't escape your notice either, huh? Tonight at midnight, 26 assassins from the Poker Association will arrive to carry out the assassination. He continued, I originally didn't want to tell you, I intended to handle it all myself. Lu De smiled faintly, then lit a cigarette. Actually, it's 30 people, foreigners. 27 males, 3 females. He pointed into the distance, what's more, they're split up over there, and over there too. Lu De pointed towards the forest, furthermore, there are 2 others, unmoving, hidden in the grass on the other side. Kun Tang affirmed, Emperor 3 expert, you must also have some awakened subconsciousness. Lu De turned to look at him. Kun Tang, haven't you always wanted to fight me? Today, I'll give you a chance. Kun Tang was a bit wary, based on the number of assassins killed, but I don't know where they are. Xiao Xia then put something on his hand, put it on. Kun Tang marveled at this advanced hacking technique. Yafei looked at the notification on her phone, SS level alert, Special Agent Liza, a large number of modified humans have appeared in the city you are in. 25 A-level modified humans, 5 B-level modified humans. Please cooperate with the High City Special Police Team quickly to avoid a large-scale incident. She worried, Section Chief Duan, we need to take necessary action. Duan Hua calmly said, no need to worry, we have a divine being who can resolve it quickly. He ordered, Team Leader Wei, everyone listen up. Prepare many rescue vehicles, stretchers, and also 30 empty cells. Prepare to welcome our international friends. Duan Hua turned to Yafei, Miss Liza, forget about your SS level alert. We should still focus on how to catch that child-eating demon. Yafei hesitantly admonished, Section Chief Duan, if you're so lazy, it will lead to disaster. Our organization. Before she could finish, Duan Hua interrupted, tonight will be a big harvest. Kim Fat was enjoying himself with beautiful girls by the pool. He didn't forget to instruct, girls, tonight I have to go kill a little rat. I'll play with you all when I get back in a bit. The girl in the pink dress lying next to Kim Fat complimented him, making him blush, Mr. Kim Fat, your muscles are so bulging, and you're very strong, aren't you? Kim Fat's pride flared up, and he lifted the girl next to him with one hand, of course, I am a god among humans. Lu De looked down from the rooftop. He quickly rushed towards Kim Fat. When he noticed a sound. But because Lu De's attack was too sudden, he couldn't prepare in time. He dove straight into the swimming pool, sending both him and water splashing everywhere. Kim Fat was easily defeated by Lu De. He calmly walked away amidst the girl's terrified screams. Poker's card number 5 has been dealt with. On this side, Kun Tang also leaped from a high floor. He aimed straight at the white car and swung his staff. With just one strike, Kun Tang completely shattered the car. He was excited, 3 of spades solved. Kun Tang was stunned, the Emperor 3 expert is so fast. He quickly pulled out a grenade, I have to save time. With that, Kun Tang used his staff to hit the grenade, sending it flying. The grenade exploded in the direction it traveled, directly hitting the building across the street. Kun Tang smirked, first floor, 6 of hearts solved. While he was rejoicing, Lu De's cursing voice echoed from the phone, Kun Tang, you madman, you are not allowed to use grenades in the city, harming innocent people, points deducted. Kun Tang helplessly, got it. 20 minutes later. Ambulance sirens blared. Duan Hua watched as many injured people were put on stretchers and loaded into ambulances. Yafei realized, 26 people, these are all A-level modified humans. Duan Hua took a sip of water, ultimately, it was all caused by one punch. Perhaps it wasn't very high level. Yafei worried, the 4 strongest B-level assassins haven't appeared yet. I don't know if the divine being you mentioned can handle them. Duan Hua glanced at her, do you know what rank that divine being is? Let me enlighten you a bit. The 27th letter, the letter N. He bent down. Duan Hua pointed to the symbol on the ground, this is the N rank of the divine being. A rich aroma wafted from the grilled skewers. Lu De and Xiao Xia camped together again on the mountaintop. Xiao Xia turned to say, bro, Kun Tang seems to be injured. Lu De reassured him, don't worry, he's fine, he just got cut by a piece of broken glass. Kun Tang, holding a bottle of wine and sitting behind Lu De, growled, I've checked for you, the assassins I've killed didn't have small tattoos. He raised the wine bottle, seeing that you still remember this assassin's long-held wish, I really respect you. Lu De asked, how much do you know about the Poker Society? Kun Tang moved closer to the fire and honestly said, are you looking for Mr. Ba and I? I've followed their members before. He recounted, in Europe, Texas discovered a telegraph machine. Lu Di was pleased. What you've said is enough. The sender's range has also been locked. Mo Zong appeared and took responsibility. I can handle this. Kun Tang advised, Strongman D. San, you'd best think about how to deal with the Poker Society's kill order. The 4 aces and 2 strongest jokers of the Poker Society haven't appeared yet. Hearing this, Xiao Xia couldn't help but sob. Kun Tang, ugh, what joker, aces, or whatever. With my brother, ugh, they all die too. Lu Di looked up at the faint moonlight in the night sky. Those 4 aces should arrive soon. Kun Tang stood up, leaning on his staff. Then I'll have to warm up. Lu Di warned, there's killing intent. Suddenly, Xiao Xia squeezed and shattered a wine bottle. The system announced, an unknown change is occurring in Xiao Xiao's body. His physical strength is surging. He has special genes. Kun Tang was stunned. Is this little shrimp going to transform? Lu Di quickly slapped Xiao Xiao's neck, knocking him out. Xiao Xia, you should go to sleep for a bit, to avoid harming innocent people. In the distance, a group of people was monitoring Lu Di's every move, Wu Xiang and the Chain Gang. They spoke in unison. Without an ace, everyone else seems to be afraid. There's only you and us. Wu Xiang affirmed, Chain Gang, you guys are also superfluous. No one but me will get D-San's head. The Chain Gang chimed in, after I've dealt with D-San, then we'll decide the victor. Wu Xiang ignored them and left as bright moonlight shone down on the forest. The fire blazed fiercely. The Chain Gang and Wu Xiang had already been standing there for some time. With their eyes fixed forward, Lu Di and Kun Tang were undaunted, standing with full composure. The Chain Gang frowned and criticized, Hey Zhou, you traitor. You're siding with the target? Your assassin career ends here today. They became more aggressive, saying, Wu Xiang, you kill D-San first, then I'll deal with Heizhou, and then I'll kill you. Wu Xiang confidently declared, D-San, today you can only die by my sword. He called out again, D-San. Then he split into multiple clones, rushing forward and yelling loudly, I, Wu Xiang of the Poker Society, have come to take your head by the order of the Divine King. Mo Zong announced, initiating monitoring of amphetamine neutralization. Wu Xiang carries an anesthetic spray machine, which can cause hallucinations in the brain. His throat is mutated. It can resonate from 3 chambers, which is why there's an echo. Hearing this, Lu Di was disappointed and thought to himself, I thought I'd meet a master. How boring. So what's wrong with his voice? So he spoke up dismissively, so it's a freak. Boring. Then he wondered in his head, Mo Zong, what are these names all about? It replied, these guys are connected in a line, they can control the magnetic field. Meanwhile, the Chain Gang fought fiercely with Kun Tang. Each strike he made burst into flames, shattering the sharp blades they created. Kun Tang gripped his staff tightly, gritting his teeth, and charged, break the link, die. The Chain Gang had to combine their efforts to create a shield to block him. Their eyes widened in anger, then we'll see if you have the patience. Suddenly, a trembling hand appeared on the ground. It turned out to be Xiao Xia, who had just woken up and immediately rushed over. The boy frowned and said, Bai Wu Chang, what's going on? Then a punch sent both the shield and the Chain Gang flying. What are you doing, suddenly running out to scare people? Go die. Witnessing this, Kun Tang burst out laughing, little shrimp, this link was broken by you just like that? Xiao Xia seemed to have lost his mind, his face expressionless as he spoke, Kun Tang, don't you want to fight? Come fight. Seeing this, he hesitated slightly and refused, Xiao Xia, no rush. Let's talk after you sober up. But the boy didn't care, immediately rushing over and laughing wildly, come here and let's duel. Kun Tang had to block with his staff and then cursed, you little shrimp, you pervert. Kun Tang and Xiao Xia then engaged in a martial arts spar. Lu Dai watched with a smile, thinking to himself, old man De has proceeded with Xiao Xiao's transformation. Suddenly, a foot approached. It turned out to be Wu Xiang, holding his sword tightly, charging furiously and shouting, you damn brat, how dare you look down on me, watching other people's fight. Look at me. certain kill, shattered blossom burial. He, however, calmly turned around, one hand firmly gripping the opponent's sword tip. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot you and I were fighting. Then with a little force, he crushed the sharp sword tip. Lu Dai swiftly thrust something close to Wu Xiang's face. Go experience your own knockout drug yourself. Affected, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. He said disdainfully, that's all there is to it. On this side, Kun Tang was in a disadvantaged position, running and screaming, help me. I don't want to die like this. So Lu Dai stepped forward to take his place. Xiao Xia, fight me. The boy excitedly accepted right away. Brother, okay. Kun Tang, still panting, reminded him, Emperor 3 strongman, be careful. The little shrimp is not like before. At this moment, Xiao Xia, pumped up, charged forward. He saw it and broke out in a sweat, saying, this is too cruel. Emperor 3 strongman killed by a drunken younger brother. But Lu Dai easily parried the blow, still feeling it wasn't enough, and resolutely demanded, Xiao Xia, more force, again. The boy became more and more energetic, striking harder. Okay, brother. As the attack came, Lu Dai jumped high to dodge it. Mo Zong announced the opponent's current strength, excluding the auxiliary power of the metal gloves. Xiao Xia's strength was a 7. Now it's at least B4. Hearing this, his mouth twitched, and he secretly exclaimed, how terrifying. It increased 7 levels in an instant. That night, after the fight, the boy lay fast asleep on the ground. Kun Tang witnessed the event and sat curled up by the fire. Perverts, the whole Emperor 3 family are perverts. Lu Dai approached and said, come here, Kun Tang, let me test your strength a bit. He was already intimidated but still spoke defiantly, no, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Then he handed him a stack of small papers. They're too heavy for me, they're all yours. Lu Dai took them, his expression twisted in confusion. What are these poker cards number 2? Kun Tang sadly lowered his face and recounted, my wife was the real Heizo. She died, killed by Joker. Hearing this, he understood the situation and smiled, saying, so you've been constantly challenging masters to improve your strength. To avenge your wife, that's honorable. You're a friend I've made. If there's an opportunity, I'll take you to meet old man De. You can keep the poker cards. He curiously asked, how powerful is old man De? Lu Dai turned around and softly said, Xiao Xia and I were raised by old man De. Take good care of Xiao Xia. Seeing the other person walk further and further away, Kun Tang asked himself, can I also become as strong as them? The cards were laid out on the table. Mo Zong spoke, the black substance is poker's anti-counterfeiting technology. Lu Dai heard this and asked, what's its purpose? It smiled and requested, wait for me a moment. An hour passed, and a concentrated liquid appeared in his hand. Mo Zong behind him explained about it, this is metal, from an illegal mine in North Africa. It continued seriously. This substance, its atoms are extremely active, with positive and negative charges in between, affected by magnetic fields. It can transform into any shape, and it's also incredibly sturdy, but can also be as flexible as flowing water. Hearing this, he smiled and thought to himself, no wonder Yan Yufang's gloves are so sharp, able to pierce through car doors. Mo Zong presented, using this substance as a coating is its most obvious application. In addition, its research value is also extremely high. Lu Dai suggested Mo Zong take some time to buy that mine in North Africa. It enthusiastically agreed, understood. Mo Zong came closer and slowly analyzed, the gene chain's linkage is very special. This is also the key for them to control magnetic fields. It solemnly stated, the difficulty lies in copying the gene chain, but we can store it in advance. Once you reach the second stage of the new human, the genes will not be restricted and can be analyzed. Lu Dai pointed at his face and wondered, do you mean I can obtain that linked gene? Mo Zong nodded in response, that's right. If you can collect B-grade modified genes, then you can use all of their abilities. He was very satisfied to hear that. Finally, I understand what you mean. New humans don't need to admire anyone's abilities. On a winding and dangerous mountain road, 3 cars were driving. Now Phi spoke from inside the car. Commander, we've received the reports for yesterday's assassination incidents today. You should prepare yourself. According to the data, those assassins aren't easy to deal with. Duanhua frowned and replied, I hope that kid spared some of them so we can study them. In the forest, a man was lying face down on a tree trunk. Wu Xian was motionless on the ground. Kun Tang was still training his body. 1923, 1924, 1925. Now Phi, witnessing the scene, said, the situation here is a bit complicated. Duanhua stared in shock, thinking to himself, this kid is too formidable. It would be great if he could work for me. Then he ordered, clear the scene. The people behind him complied, yes, sir. The scene shifts to a region across the ocean, Texas, Europe. A voice from the communication device echoed in the office, Dear Mr. Barn, I regret to inform you that out of the 30 assassins we sent, all have been captured by the Huaxia police, except for those who died. Mr. Box clutched his chest and cried out, how could this happen? My poor children. He poured several round pills into his hand and gulped them down. Then he calmly spoke, contact our workshop. It's time to bring some new blood into our poker association. The voice spoke again, Mr. Barn, I've contacted the workshop, but just in case, should we contact the 2 Lord Jokers? He gritted his teeth and said, one is an out-of-control lunatic, the other requires your sacrifice, my dear Mr. Coffee. It hasn't come to that yet. Even if that demon D-San is very strong, so what? He can't find us. What we have is time to deal with him. The scene shifts to Texas. Cholop questioned with a frown, what's going on? An employee turned around and reported, Commander, our system has been hijacked. We can't do anything. Another employee exclaimed in shock, it's a hacker. They've infiltrated the surveillance system. The frequency is the wireless transmitter band. He frowned and said, the hacker left a message, saying they borrowed the system and there's no need to panic. Cholop ordered loudly, everyone, go find the hacker's identity. 5 minutes later, the system restrictions were unlocked, and the word success appeared on the computer screen. The employee said again, Commanding Officer, he's gone. Control of the system has returned to us. At this moment, the desk phone rang, someone was calling. Cholop immediately answered. The voice from the other end said, Commanding Officer Cholop, fortunately, this time it was only a scare, no danger. Otherwise, your life would be hard to save. He spoke seriously, your subordinate is willing to accept all punishments. I will find DC at any cost. The voice on the phone angrily scolded, idiot. It's Huaxia's hacker DC. If you don't even know his name, how will you find him? The employee bowed and said, yes, Commander, you are absolutely right. If there's anything you need, your subordinate will do my best. The voice announced, I have gathered 168 senior hackers in Europe, preparing to launch an anonymous attack on Huaxia's network. At that time, if DC has any patriotic spirit, he will definitely act. Cholop's eyes widened. He declared solemnly, if DC's location is determined, please trust me again. I will personally apprehend him. Back at Duanhua's office, he praised contentedly. Lisa, you're truly skilled. You became the Black Tiger Gang's head within such a short time. She placed her hand on her chest and smiled, isn't this about prioritizing the mission? With this identity, it's easier to gain the trust of the child-eating demon. He said sternly, that kid still won't show his face. Nevertheless, I'll send people to protect your safety. After discussing everything, Now Phi got into the car and sped off. Duanhua looked up at the figure standing on the rooftop and smiled contentedly, thinking, this kid has been secretly protecting her all along. Then I can rest assured. At the Sunshine Welfare Institute, she stopped the car and got out, feeling displeased. These bastards, daring to use a welfare institute as a cover. Suddenly, Lu Day appeared behind her, coughing a few times to make his presence known. Na Fi was a bit startled and quickly turned around. Brother Lu Dei, you spoke. I'll go with you. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, this isn't a game. I'm really a special agent here to solve a case, and it's very dangerous this time. Lu Dei confidently said, I know, but with me here, danger will turn into nothing. Na Fi seemed uninterested, only reminding him, all right, your heroic charisma is very attractive, but now is not the time to show it off. She put her hands on her hips and said seriously, listen to me. Now, you obediently leave. After I complete the mission, you can do whatever you want. At this moment, a man flung the door open. He respectfully said, Boss Na Fi, I apologize for the improper welcome. He pointed at Lu Dei and questioned, but earlier we agreed for you to come alone. Why did you bring a kid? She didn't know what to say at the moment and only stammered, this is. He pondered for a long time and then offered his own explanation, I understand. For a beauty like you, bringing a bodyguard is normal. Boss Na Fi, let's go inside now. She forced a smile, all right, then let's go in. They're all our trustworthy people. You can relax and follow along. Let's go. After that, both of them entered a spacious office. A pair of slender legs approached. Halman opened the door and entered, greetings, boss child-eating ghost. Na Fi was extremely surprised at the sight, thinking, why is it a woman? Halman sat down properly, her expression gentle as she began, it's an honor for us at Veen Phuc Loi to cooperate with Hai Ti's largest gang. Na Fi handed her a folder of documents, this is the merchandise we brought. Take a look first. She took it, smiling in satisfaction, as expected of the Black Tiger gang. With a casual flick of the wrist, you have over a dozen top-tier documents. I'm very curious as well. Suddenly, Halman's expression changed, her eyes gleaming as she questioned, who exactly are you? Hearing something amiss, Na Fi pressed, what's wrong? Is there anything strange about this? Halman smiled again, saying, no. Lisa, or rather, Special Agent Na Fi, I'm very curious what position you hold in Hai Ti's Special Operations Organization. Then she snapped her fingers. The bodyguards in black suits immediately raised their guns, aiming them straight at Na Fi, making her eyes widen in shock. Halman approached and warned, I advise you not to act rashly. Outside, there are 4 Barrett M95s. Even if you're a modified human, they'll shoot you until you're a beehive. She glanced at Lu Dei and blamed herself, I've put him in danger. Meanwhile, the boy was quite excited, so the real boss is here. She suddenly bowed respectfully, I am Halman. Greetings, Lord Denis. Na Fi was stunned and turned her head back, Denis? Lu Dei chuckled, I didn't expect to be so famous already, even people in the capital recognize me. She said, your reputation has long spread far and wide. Meeting you today, it's truly deserved. He then walked over and sat right next to Na Fi. Halman spoke up, Lord Denis, in my opinion, I'm not sure if this female police officer is genuinely tough or a double agent for both sides. Lu Dei, with a cigarette in his mouth, slowly replied, after I supply you with the goods, where do you transport them? She smiled calmly and said, I understand. But Lord Denis, you're truly impatient. Earlier, you announced you would purge the Black Tiger gang, and now you want to do business with them. That angered the boy, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his tone sharp as he questioned, where exactly are you transporting these goods? Halman then got to the point, we transport these goods to the Benibers Medical Institute in Europe, but only us. Lu Dei angrily threw his lighter, enough. It created an explosion in the middle of the room. The lighter flew quickly, grazing the cheek of a bodyguard, knocking out his teeth. Then it crashed straight into the chest of another man, making him cough up blood. He mercilessly slapped Halman hard across the face and cursed, damn it. Lu Dei quickly caught the lighter. Na Fi next to him hastily questioned, Lu Dei, what exactly is going on? He turned and calmly replied, as the child-eating ghost said, I am Denis. She said incredulously, how can that be? I investigated you, you're just a normal person. Lu De explained as he walked, nothing is impossible. What you see are all things I want you to see, even FCs are like that. He actually opened the safe with his bare hands. Now Phi saw the scene and broke out in a sweat, thinking, he's not a modified human too, is he? At this moment, many footsteps were approaching. Lu De sensed it and made a request, Officer Lisa, please deal with these ruffians approaching. They burst through the door and questioned, what are you doing? She immediately rushed forward and kicked one in the face, Mr. Lu De, you have to tell me what's going on. Why did you hide your identity from me? He said sternly, oh, I didn't hide it. The first time we met, I told you I was a programmer, and my part-time job was being a gangster. Now Phi was astonished, thinking everything he said was true. 3 minutes later, he put the stack of papers he found on the table and cursed, a bunch of beasts. Seeing Lu De raise his leg in front of Hong On, now Phi flinched, what are you doing? She's a criminal suspect, she must face the judgment of the law. His foot decisively stomped down, a terrifying loud bang echoed. Only a large hole was seen under his feet. He spoke, she's a Huaxia citizen, she can be judged by the law. Lu De angrily declared, but not a single one of those evil Europeans will survive. So the two of them left together. At this moment, Thiat Tam jumped down from above. He smiled and introduced, hello, Lu De, hello, Agent Lisa. I'm the sniper squad leader of the capital's Special Forces Detachment, codenamed Spearhead. I received orders from Commander Don Hoa to protect both of you. He praised with satisfaction, your shooting skills aren't bad, 4 lives in 3 seconds. She smiled and replied, thank you. Thiat Tam rubbed his head and said, it's a good thing Lu De reminded me, otherwise it would have been very difficult for me to find all targets. Now Phi was startled when she heard this, secretly thinking, no way, just the light from a lighter reflecting a sniper's position, this is too abnormal. Thiat Tam, carrying his gun on his shoulder, spoke, I've long heard my brother say that Lu De is a member of that unit. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. He frowned when he heard this and asked, brother? He then introduced his identity, I am the 3rd son of the Thiat family, you can call me Thiat Tam. After hearing this, Lu De turned and left, making Thiat Tam wonder, Lu De, where are you going? He replied, Europe, the den of devils. He insisted, Lu De, I'll go with you, I'll help you. Lu De bluntly commented, your sniping ability is indeed very good, but it's still not enough to deal with those European scoundrels. Thiat Tam was unconvinced and immediately retorted loudly, sir, you mustn't underestimate me. He held up a bullet and said, you were still 0.3 seconds too slow just now. If I hadn't intercepted the bullet, Lisa would be dead by now. Lu De continued, however, you're also a good seed. When I return, I'll recommend you to someone. He placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled, Commander Don sent you to protect Lisa, and after this raid on the welfare institution, you still have a lot of work to deal with. Thiat Tam now understood and solemnly declared, as long as it's a matter of child trafficking in Huaxia, I will deal with it thoroughly. I won't let you down. Now Phi, from behind, spoke up, wait for me, Lu De, you must take me to Europe with you. He nodded in agreement, all right, you're a European agent, you can help me with the final tasks then. She heard this and said, Lu De, if you don't have a car, ride in mine, this place is very far from the airport. He decisively refused, no need, I have a private jet. Lu De urged, Lisa, hurry up, as he stepped onto the stairs. She was astonished and fell backward, secretly thinking, no way, he's not just number 2, but also number 3. Scene shifts to Peterborough Academy in Europe. A deserted hallway with countless closed rooms. In one room, 2 children huddled together. The boy whimpered, Sister, do you think we'll die here? After we die, will we be able to meet Grandma in heaven? The girl heard this but only looked sad and didn't reply. Just then, someone entered. He looked at the 2 children with fierce eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Good kids, Uncle is taking you to do experiments. If they succeed, Uncle will buy you hamburgers. At Peterborough Medical Institute, a helicopter landed, and Lu De and Na Fai slowly stepped out. The people around them buzzed with excitement. They looked like big stars. Are they perhaps filming a movie? Modong announced, anomalous data from the ground elasticity. There must be some secret hidden beneath your feet. He wondered, Modong, what are these components? It replied, these are ashes after being cremated by humans. Na Fai, standing beside him, anxiously asked, this place is so big, where do we find it? He seemed to have found the direction and instructed, follow me. Upon arrival, a man in a black suit loudly stopped them. What are you doing? This is a restricted area. He was immediately taken down by Lu De. He opened the large door. Na Fai looked around and said, this room is covered in dust everywhere, but the path underfoot is spotlessly clean. It's a bit strange. She said, you're still the best, let's find the entrance together. Lu De rejected, no need. Then he approached and smashed the glass under his feet, decisively jumping down below. The two continued to move along the long corridor. Na Fai uncomfortably said, the smell of blood is so strong. Lu De opened a door, and his eyes widened in astonishment. In front of them were 3 doctors conducting experiments. Modong reminded, their success rate for modification was too low compared to reality. The others then noticed their presence and questioned, who's there? Before they could even grasp the situation, he punched one of them to death. One of them went to press the alarm. At this moment, Lu De seemed to go insane, his eyes burning with hatred. No one's escaping. You'll all die, you devils in human skin. Then he charged forward, punching and kicking those people wildly. Na Fai watched the scene, freezing in shock. She asked herself, is this still the gentle, polite young man I remember? Satch was sitting in his office when he heard a loud commotion and found it strange. Is someone intruding? A person ran in, breathless, to announce, Professor Satch, this is bad. Someone broke in and is killing people. They're massacring our scientific researchers right now. He stood up with a serious face and ordered, Lieutenant, take 10 men and go check it out. They might be able to unlock genetic limits. Footsteps echoed down the long corridor. The lieutenant walked ahead of the group, radiating killing intent. From the vent, a toxic gas spread. Na Fai collapsed to the ground, coughing continuously. Modong explained, this thing can emit bioelectric waves and osteopeptidase, especially for those with high physical constitution. Immediately, the door was broken open by someone. He stepped inside and declared loudly, the modified person has infiltrated. Now you've lost all your strength. The lieutenant, with an expressionless face, warned, if you don't surrender, you'll only be killed. Lu De's mouth curved into a sneer. Who told you guys I'm a modified person? Unaffected, he continued, you people, your strength isn't bad. You must have packed quite a lot in this place. One of them spoke up, Lieutenant, isn't something wrong with this guy? The one next to him added, it seems he's not affected by the limiter device. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and roared, impossible. He's killed so many researchers, he's definitely a modified person. He thought to himself, good thing I listened to the professor. This kid is really strong. Lu De strode forward confidently and said, today, I'll show you what a true devil is. The lieutenant charged forward furiously with a thunderous punch, pretending to be a god or demon, you ugly yellow dog, die. He easily caught the punch, then used an iron headbutt, making the lieutenant feel like his brain was being ripped out. The lieutenant couldn't withstand a single blow and lay sprawled on the ground. The people behind him, eager for a fight, rushed forward, kill him. Lu De easily took down one person after another, I won't kill you guys that easily. I want to show you what. He laughed sinisterly, hell on earth is. Lu De resolutely kicked a guy who didn't know his place. One of them, seeing their side failing, ran away as fast as he could. Of course, he wouldn't let such a prime target escape, so he charged forward like lightning and eliminated him. Blood flowed like a river from those people, and flames slowly rose violently, engulfing them in an instant. Luda held up a lighter and said, "Burn. Feel their pain for a bit." Now Phi, still motionless behind him, thought to herself, what kind of person is he, after all? He turned his head back, making her jump. Luda moved closer and said, "I know you can't understand my actions, but—" Now Phi had already collapsed to the ground. He walked over and picked her up. "This is how we survive." Then both of them left the room engulfed in flames. At that moment, he kicked open Satch's office door. He yelled, "How can this be? How did they get here?" Luda, with murderous eyes, declared, "Now it's your turn." Satch, still fearless, arrogantly shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Seize them!" Two bodyguards obeyed and charged forward like madmen. He knocked both of them down in an instant with just a swing of his fist. The old man stood up and questioned, backing away, "What exactly do you want to do?" Luda strode forward confidently and declared, "I want your life." By now, Satch was trembling, nearly wetting himself, and humbly pleaded, "Spare me. All my achievements, I can give them all to you." He rejected it all, stop with the nonsense, and feel a little despair. Finally, one move sent him flying out, falling into the sea of fire. Modong displayed a notification. This base is called Hakwin, with demigod origins from Greece. The reason it doesn't use the internet is to adhere to the Last Age Treaty. Luda replied solemnly, therefore, they want to create demigods. He looked up and asked Naofai, "Lisa, what's the name of your modification base?" She frowned in confusion but still replied, "Medusa." Modong stroked its chin and spoke up, "I've discovered something special. Before Yin Nak Fuang underwent modification, she was pregnant. After the modification, she gave birth without any signs of genetic defects, a true innate god." Hearing that, Luda questioned, "Is the boy in this room?" It nodded and replied, "To be precise, he's behind that hidden statue." Modong pointed directly opposite, and a secret base opened up. Both of them entered without hesitation. The space inside was incredibly vast, adorned with countless children's toys. In the distance, a boy sat. The little boy was playing by himself. Seeing this, he approached and sat down beside the boy, playing with him. Naofai, thinking he wanted to tease the child, reminded him, "He's just a child." "What are you doing?" Luda explained, "He's playing international chess against himself. Now I'm playing with him." She was astonished, thinking, he can imagine chess with just these things? Suddenly, Naofai heard someone groaning in pain. She quickly followed the sound to a room with a large cage holding a person. She covered her mouth pitifully, "I can't believe there are still modified people being experimented on in here." Cobalaria lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth. Naofai opened the cage, her voice gentle, "Another pitiful soul. Rest in peace." She then turned and left, unaware that his hand was still moving. Over here, the little boy rubbed his head and said, "The black ghosts never won against me, not even once, but you beat me 13 times. You won, so I'll follow you." Luda asked, "What's your name, kid?" The boy, expressionless, replied, "My name is Modong." "That's the name they gave me." Modong appeared, puzzled, "Modong? Exactly like my name." He smiled and suggested, "That name isn't good. How about I give you a new one?" Luda enthusiastically said, "My name is Luda. You're following me, so how about Lutuda?" The boy grimaced, mercilessly criticizing, "The name you gave is really too ugly." Hearing that, he could only offer a wry smile, secretly justifying, "My nickname is also quite unique." At this moment, Naofai entered and said, "I think we should go. Otherwise, the fire will reach us soon." The boy bluntly replied, "What you said is straight to the point and very practical, but that pink dress doesn't suit an auntie." Annoyed, she corrected him, "What auntie? Call me." The little boy shrugged awkwardly and agreed, "All right, sister. Even though I don't truly accept it, I know that only the wise adapt to circumstances." Luda decisively tore down the iron door with one hand. He put an arm around Naofai's waist, while she held the little boy. Time to go. Then all three quickly ran outside. Flames erupted, engulfing everything in the area. The helicopter was still parked outside. He patted the little boy's head and advised, "You stay with Auntie Pink Dress for a bit. I need to take care of some things." Nafi anxiously exclaimed, "Luda, don't abandon us." He turned back and smiled, explaining, "I'm going to meet an old friend of mine. Besides, you have your own mission now. Use your connections with FIC to block all news." Then the helicopter began to take off, and a hand rose amidst panting sounds. Cobalaria, beneath the rubble, felt no pain but laughed with delight. "The goddess saved me. Wait for me." The scene shifts to the Texas Vegetative Rehabilitation Hospital. Luda had just stepped out of the elevator. His eyes met two approaching figures, and a small smile played on his lips as he thought, as expected, there are still a few modified individuals here. Before they could react, he knocked them flying. Luda, unperturbed, walked forward leisurely. Coffee lay on the hospital bed, looking extremely frail, stammering, "Target Emperor 3. Sitting beside him, he couldn't help but lament, as a spy leader of the poker organization, "I didn't expect his life to be so tragic. He doesn't have much longer to live, so why is he still ordering assassinations?" He laughed and asked, "If you already knew I was a spy, then why did you still come looking for me?" Luda glared and replied, "For peace and quiet, to eliminate future troubles." Hearing those words, Coffee laughed maniacally, "Don't you know? No one dares to kill me." At this moment, a letter printed from the machine beside them caught both their attention. Luda picked it up, scoffing as he read it aloud to the other person, "Dear Mr. Coffee. Any news from Chains and Formless yet? When D-Tam's head can be obtained, you'll be loved by 3 people." He excitedly sat up and said, "You're so foolish, you'll never know the true power of the Poker Guild, it will kill you." Coffee grabbed the wires attached to his body, a smile curling on his lips as he declared, "I'll be waiting for you in hell." Then he decisively pulled them out. When Luda saw this, he said with satisfaction, "All right, at least you didn't die without atoning for your sins." Then he walked over to the machine and began typing a reply, "Chains and Formless have gathered and are on their way to meet you." Mr. Box received the news and believed it, pondering what reward to choose for them. "My children want to come see me, bringing D-Tam's head. I wonder if they like candy." Just then, there was a noise outside. "Hey, we're here. Let's play cards. Open the door quickly." He cautiously held his self-defense gun. "These old guys, whoever beats me today, I'll send them to heaven." As soon as Mr. Box opened the door, he said threateningly, "Hey, I don't have wine at my house, only fresh white flowers on a grave." The opponent immediately cursed, "Hey, your mouth is still stinky. Today I brought my own wine, I'm going to finish you off completely." An hour later, 4 people were playing cards very enthusiastically. One of them spoke up, "You should play your card now." At this moment, Luda suddenly pushed the door open and walked in, "You all should go home and water your plants." Mr. Box, in the middle of a gambling spree, was extremely annoyed by the interruption. "D-Tam, why are you here?" the man asked. "This kid, did you invite him?" He immediately pulled out his gun and fired continuously forward. The panicked crowd screamed and fled. He calmly sat down at the table, pulled out some cards, and said placidly, "Let's play a round, I brought a new poker set." Mr. Box was still frowning and questioning, "How did you escape the pursuit of Formless and Chains, and even find this place?" He placed the cards on the table and sneered, "Tell me, do you now resemble yourself when you received the order to hunt me down, contemplating which card to use to assassinate me?" Luda grabbed those cards again and said, "You've played many cards, but—" A smile curled on his lips as he pronounced a chilling line, "I only threw 1 punch." Mr. Box was so provoked that he clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. He gritted his teeth, full of anger, and questioned, "That damn D-Tam, did you go see Mr. Coffee?" Luda answered nonchalantly, "I did. He's dead. He committed suicide." Upon hearing this, Mr. Box flew into a rage and yelled, you devil, D-Tam, you will definitely be punished. The cards in your hand, there's no joker. He kept babbling, you don't understand the mission of the Poker Guild. He decisively landed a heavy punch on the opponent's face, making him collapse to the ground. Luda held 2 cards in his hand and said, there are still 2 joker cards. His eyes glanced at them. They are at least B-class reformers. How could they be brought in when jealous? Right now, at the hospital, Coffee was lying in agony on the hospital bed. It turned out he wasn't dead. He could even sit up and open the door to go outside. Coffee walked to another room where a young man lay motionless. He mused and then, satisfied, said, this body doesn't seem bad. As soon as he grabbed the opponent's arm, his own body fell headfirst. Coffee, in the new body, sat up abruptly and laughed loudly. Lin neighed. All right, from today onwards, my name is Lin neighed. A cunning smile spread across his lips. You want me to kill people? No, 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 it was so hard to get here. I have to have some fun first. The scene shifts to the medical institute, still engulfed in a huge fire. A hand engulfed in flames reached out. Robin stepped out, completely unharmed. Na-Fi anxiously pressed, Captain, is it confirmed? She questioned, do you believe what I told you? He answered decisively, no, I don't. A normal person, not even a reformer, killed 14 A-class reformers in just 1 hour. Robbins rubbed his chin and said, Agent Liza, have you been drugged or something, to have such delusions? Na-Fi immediately spoke up loudly to defend herself, Captain, let me clarify once more, it wasn't just an hour, it was less than 10 minutes. She continued to explain, furthermore, in Huaxia, the military didn't call him a person, but a god. The more he listened, the less he believed, his tone sharp. Don't talk to me about these things. Look at what you've entered into the document, level 27. That's utterly absurd. Facing his skepticism, she remained very serious and didn't change her words. I'm not lying, it's all true. If you don't believe me, you can go meet him. Just then, a young man rushed over, waiting for orders. Commander Robbins, what should we do next? He turned and calmly replied, do what? Just burn everything below that needs to be burned. Robbins continued, after burning everything, announced to the public that it was a spontaneous combustion. Na-Fi, on her side, frowned and replied, understood. At this moment, he noticed the boy sitting in the distance, Agent Liza, who is that child? She didn't hesitate to explain, my child, who was lost for many years in Huaha. Hearing that, Robbins immediately said rather sarcastically, Agent Liza, is your private life really that undisciplined? Na-Fi smiled and said, this doesn't violate the organization's rules. He wasn't too rigid, and said seriously, all right, I'll allow you to bring this child with you, but now, follow me back to headquarters. After that, all 3 boarded the helicopter and left. Below, at this moment, an arm appeared. A long while later, the helicopter had landed in the European capital, in the northern suburbs of Hayton. Na-Fi carried the boy inside, followed by Robbins and his subordinate. Robbins then demanded, Agent Liza, put the child down, go inside for a full body check. She frowned, having no intention of complying. A full body check takes at least 3 hours. Captain, what exactly do you mean? He calmly replied, didn't you say the war god of Huaha would come looking for you? While you're here getting checked, I'll wait for him. Na-Fi was displeased, seriously reminding him, Captain, it's best you be careful, he is someone from Huaha's military. Robin said without changing his expression, don't worry, I'll treat him courteously. Of course, if he's very strong, I'll have to keep him for data research. Hearing that, she became even more uneasy. Captain, don't be so unreasonable. If you force him to stay, the consequences will be unimaginable. He spoke up, you're worrying too much. Suddenly, the ceiling lights glowed red, beeping loudly. A subordinate rushed in, frantically reporting the situation. It's bad, Captain Robbins, someone has broken in and is attacking. He looked down at the approaching trouble. Now who is this modified person from? He has some strength. Send a team over there. The subordinate immediately obeyed, yes. Now Fi recognized this person. She thought to herself, didn't he die a long time ago? How is he still alive? And so strong? Robbins cast a probing glance backward. Agent Liza, do you know this person? At this moment, the boy suddenly said, he is to Valeria. Robbins, of course, dismissed it as child's babble. What to Valeria? What is this child talking about? Now Fi said seriously about the identity of the one below. Captain, this is someone who escaped from the experimental base. Hearing that, he wasn't too worried. Is that so? Then he has some value. On the screen, Valeria was now surrounded by 4 people. Robbins downplayed the issue, his tone very confident. The danger has been resolved. Go for your checkup. He said, I'll go make some coffee and wait for the war god of Waha. But just then, a strange sound was heard. Looking back at the screen, all his subordinates had been easily defeated. How can this be? Robbins now realized the seriousness of the situation, resolutely demanding, Agent Liza, take this child and run. I'll deal with this monster. The emergency exit door slowly began to show cracks. Then Valeria kicked it wide open, laughing madly, satisfying. Robbins lunged forward with a flaming fist, you bastard. But he knocked Robbins out with a single blow, don't block my way. Now Fi hugged the boy tightly and pleaded, don't harm the child, aim for me instead. Valeria's eyes glowed fiercely, as if he had lost his reason, I came here for you, my queen. At this moment, the boy shouted loudly, to Valeria. He immediately recognized who was in front of him, my neighbor kid, so you're here too. The boy jumped down, sternly warning him, I advise you to leave quickly. If the violent bear comes later, he'll beat you to a pulp. Valeria, however, took it as childish play, violent bear. My dear neighbor kid, I told you not to read violent comic books. Now you're hallucinating, aren't you? But the boy stood firm in his words, this isn't a hallucination. If you continue, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Valeria now spoke with a hint of anger, growling, out of respect for you being my neighbor for the past 4 years, I won't kill you. The boy paid no mind to those threats, he's almost here. Making him clench his fist in annoyance, for years, this is the first time I've heard you talk so much, but it's really annoying. Just then, Luda appeared like a hero. The door glass shattered into pieces, scattered on the floor. Now Fi breathed a sigh of relief, Brother Luda, you finally made it. Little brother complained, Violent bear, you're too slow. Valeria loudly questioned, do you want to ruin my good thing? He pointed directly at his opponent, domineeringly declaring, no, I just want to kill you, black and white joker. Luda darted forward, throwing a punch at Valeria's left arm. But look, he wasn't harmed at all. Now Fi was utterly astonished, thinking, an immortal body? Witnessing his opponent's power, he was like a beast seeing delicious prey, I'm finally a little excited. But Valeria was still bewildered, what are you talking about? Who exactly are you? Luda delivered another powerful punch, who I am isn't important. What's important is that I've finally found someone for whom I can throw a second punch. He launched a flurry of punches at him, continuously punching and saying, you really surprise me, to make me keep throwing punches. On this side, Robbins was watching the developments, his eyes showing extreme shock, questioning himself, this man. Is this the rumored god of Huaxia? After punching, Luda rotated his wrist. Blood on the floor flowed like a stream. Little brother calmly said, I told you, you'd get beaten to a pulp. After the battle ended, Robbins approached and spoke, I am the captain of the North American branch. Your strength truly earns my respect. He smiled and suggested, on behalf of the organization, I'd like to urgently ask you something, join our small hero organization. Robbins was determined to recruit this genius, so he explained in detail, the hero organization has our special privileges, unlimited credit limits. Modified humans are the future trend. If you join us, you'll still have freedom, we won't force you to do anything. Luda asked somewhat skeptically, what's the current situation of this hero organization you're talking about? He slowly explained, currently, everyone in the hero organization is B-level. They are scattered across various countries worldwide to handle difficult missions. But number 6 was just killed. If you don't mind, you can replace number 6. The numbering doesn't differentiate rank. He rubbed his chin and accepted the invitation. All right, then I'll join. From today onwards, my alias will be Emperor 6. Robbins looked ecstatic, his attitude clearly brightening. On behalf of all humanity, I thank you for your decision. He then handed him a golden badge. Emperor 6, you can use this badge from now on and utilize all our resources. A system appeared, updating information. It contained a communication module, an identity recognition module, and a GPS module. Luda wondered, how did you know? At this moment, he turned to Now-Fi and little brother and said, come on, let's go home. Robbins watched her retreating figure and wondered, Agent Lisa, where are you going? Now-Fi winked, half-jokingly replying, meeting such a master, shouldn't we try to have some kind of relationship with him? Then she also left. He then looked at his phone, having obtained Luda's contact information. Robbins solemnly asked himself, did I just bury an uncontrollable superhero? The scene changed. A helicopter landed in the middle of a dense forest. Little brother looked around, beaming with excitement. Tu-Ha and Kan-Tang, who were grilling meat, saw them. The boy happily shouted, brother. Then he rushed over and asked, what happened? Luda reassured his younger brother, don't worry, everything's taken care of. He looked behind him and smiled, saying, it's just that we have a new family member. Luda began introductions for them to get to know each other. Tu-Ha, this is Lu little brother. He's had a tough life. Come here, call him Big Brother Tu-Ha. The boy eagerly complied. Hello, Big Brother Tu-Ha. Tu-Ha, seeing the well-behaved child, patted his head in welcome. Hello, little brother. He continued to introduce the remaining member. This is Big Brother Kan-Tang. He's a baseball player. He gnawed on the grilled meat and then asked an utterly tactless question, Third Emperor, the strong one. This kid isn't your perverted child, is he? With a competitive spirit, then I guess I can defeat that kid. Little bro irritably pointed at the other person and declared. Luda heard that and was helpless. At this moment, he threw something to him. Kan-Tang, this is for you. Seeing the hand with a clown figure, Kan-Tang immediately realized. He stammered. Then, extremely moved, Third Emperor, the strong one. Luda waved his hand and said. He led little bro inside their residence. The kid looked on in awe. Your house is amazing. Luda smiled and announced. At this moment, a robot dog approached the kid's feet. Little bro picked it up and smiled happily. I really like this house. Hearing that, he felt relieved, slowly moving towards the shelf filled with large and small boxes and saying, but you must follow these rules. First, do not climb on the shelf. Second, do not go near the water pipe. The excited kid asked. Luda handed little bro a robot and made a deal. The kid eagerly accepted it. It's a deal. Now-Fi poked her head in. Luda saw her and wondered. She explained with a little embarrassment. Agent Luda, I am now with FC. I am also considered your combat teammate. I am responsible for protecting you. He immediately retorted. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ruo Dai entered and looked up at the robot display shelves, exclaiming in her mind. Luda saw her and called out. She spoke. Her eyes, glancing at Now-Fi, showed no affection, wondering in her mind. He then pointed to his new invention and requested. Look at this. It can even talk. Ms. Nam Ruo Dai, welcome to our bar. She was astonished. Luda explained. Now-Fi, standing behind, secretly rejoiced. He, on this side, said. Ruo Dai smiled and accepted the responsibility. Sir, please leave this matter to me. Among my connections, there are several tech factories, and the price will not be an issue. Luda smiled and clarified. You have full authority to acquire any factory you are satisfied with. She immediately obeyed. Yes. At this moment, a phone call came in. As soon as he picked up, he asked rapidly. Thursday Van on the other end of the line said. He was no stranger to this scene. He calmly asked, "How much do you want this time? 50 or 100? She frowned and recounted the situation. Today I won 100, but that girl Tru Xian Lan, she provoked me, saying my son couldn't find a wife. Upon hearing this, Lu De also made a plan. Mom, I'll come home tomorrow to check things out. Thursday Van replied, that's fine. Tomorrow I'm going to work. You wait for me at home first. I'll come back and make you something delicious to eat. After hanging up, he let out a sigh of relief. Now Phi, grasping the situation, excitedly cheered, Agent Lu De, are you going home? Take me with you. Nuoc Deep next to him also spoke with interest, Sir, I want to go too. In the familiar vast forest. Lu De wondered, Lisa, Nuoc Deep, what are you two carrying? Both opened a bag, full of gold. I heard that you have to bring gold the first time you visit someone's home, is that right? Seeing this, he broke out in a sweat and replied, Gold, that's something a son should prepare. Lu De smiled and said, you don't need to prepare so much, we're just normal friends. I just want to prove to my mother that it's not that I can't find a wife. Nuoc Deep helplessly thought to herself, your incredibly straightforward nature. Suddenly, someone lamenting walked over. A footstep was approaching. Kan Tang was now kneeling, holding his head and looking around. The gift I prepared for Paula, I can't find it anymore. He gripped Lu De's hand tightly. Emperor Tier 3 powerhouse, that arm you gave me yesterday, I buried it here yesterday, and now I can't find it anymore. Mo Tong appeared and warned, too careless. Tapiria is the most powerful regenerating plant in the world. I bet that arm has escaped and is starting to recover. Tuda stood still and said, Violent Bear, I told you, he was Tapiria from the start. Finally, he burst out laughing and said, Kan Tang, congratulations, you have a chance to kill him and get your revenge. This left him dumbfounded and startled. Emperor Tier 3 powerhouse, what are you saying? The fruit I gave to Paula disappeared. Lu De placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, don't worry, it will come back. Then the three of them drove to a large factory, then got out of the car. At the factory manager's office. A voice echoed, I intend to buy your factory. Do you think this much is enough? Seeing the pile of gold on the table, the man was thrilled. Enough, it's enough. After the transaction, Lu De turned and left, thinking to himself, my mother will need to gradually take over these things. Outside, Na Fai spoke up, this is the gift I prepared for Auntie. He calmly replied, what's the difference? This factory is the gift my mother loves the most. Nuoc Deep next to him heard this and chuckled, saying to herself, Sir, you are truly too straightforward. That afternoon, the sunset dyed the sky red. Thursday Van stepped off the bus. Lu De was still pondering, today is really strange, when I met that factory manager again, why did I feel like I was seeing my mother? She walked into the yard and saw the car on the grass, wondering, does my son have his own car now? But it seemed so old. Then she opened the front door and entered the house. As soon as he saw his mother, he flattered, Mom, you've become even more beautiful. Thursday Van happily caressed his cheek, Son, you've become even more handsome, 10 times more handsome than Tru Xian Lan's son. Lu De said, this time I've prepared a surprise for you, Mom. She asked, a surprise? Did you bring a daughter-in-law home? Thursday Van tilted her head and saw the beautiful girls. She asked in extreme surprise, Son, am I old and having delusions? Lu De put his arm around her shoulders and slowly introduced, Mom, these are two of my friends, Lisa, Nam Nuoc Deep. Both smiled and said in unison, Hello, Auntie. Thursday Van pointed at the other person and asked, and this child is? He lifted Tuda up, Mom, this is the child I adopted, your grandchild. That made her head spin. Oh my God. But then she turned and left, not forgetting to instruct, Lu De, set up the mahjong table for me. Nuak Deep asked, Sir, what is this? He immediately explained, Mom is preparing to make a display of power. Lu De chuckled and reminded, Lu Tu De, you must perform really well later. The kid replied stone-faced, Today, I'll give you some face, violent bear. 20 minutes later, the mahjong table had gathered enough people. Xian Lan asked quietly, Thursday Van, did Lu De really bring back these two girls and this child? Thursday Van closed her eyes smugly and replied, If they're not my children, are they yours? I already told you, my son is 1 in a million, and he has plenty of daughters-in-law to choose from. Tuda, watching the game from the side, suddenly said, Grandma, I don't think you should play that tile. The grandma opposite already called out, 3699. The grandma on the left already called out, Wu Xiao. The grandma on the right hadn't played any tiles yet. Hearing that, she smiled and patted the kid's head, praising, my grandson, this intelligent child. Making everyone who saw him exclaim, he's just like a little genius. A while later, the dishes were beautifully presented and incredibly abundant. Xian Lan, seeing this, couldn't stop exclaiming, Kid, your cooking skills aren't bad. Just then, Dai Trang pushed open the door and burst in with a joyful laugh, Lu De, Dai Trang is here. He walked and talked, you little brat, you came back without telling me, my mom had to inform me. As soon as he entered, he teased him, you're as skinny as a monkey, and you even changed to glowing eyes? Dai Trang even showed off his bravado and asked, have you found the scumbag who blinded you? I'll go beat them up for you. Lu De heard that and chuckled, this silly Dai Trang, all you know is fighting every day. At this moment, a red car pulled up outside. Kai Tang stepped out with a meaningful smile. Kai Tang walked past Lu De's car and exclaimed, Chevrolet SS454-1970, truly excellent. As soon as he entered the house, he questioned, Lu De, where did you rent that car? Can't you live in the city anymore? He turned and smiled, replying, Truong Kai Tang, you're still as cunning as ever. He pretended to offer help but secretly boasted, if you can't make a living, come find me. I've already told the old man, the vice manager position is still there for you. Xian Lan added, Truong Kai Tang, why does every sentence that comes out of your mouth have a hidden meaning? He glanced at the group at the mahjong table, smiled, and said, the flowers of Ha Tui Town are here too? Kai Tang's recent project earned 200,000. Just count all the wins and losses on the table to me, she frowned, you wretched kid, go wherever you want. He looked at Lu De again, continuing to show off, brother, take a good look, stay in Huentan, and when I have free time, I can even introduce you to a girlfriend. Just then, Nuak Deep brought out the food. She gracefully and gently placed a plate of food on the table. Kai Tang stared blankly, this person is. Lu De replied, my friend. He questioned, this friend of yours, she's a model, right? At this moment, Na Fai also walked out of the kitchen. Kai Tang asked again, what about this person? Is she also your friend? She's biracial, I've only seen her on TV. He still casually replied, that's right, she's also my friend. Then he noticed Tu De below. Where did this child come from? Lu De simply replied, my son. Which made Kai Tang break out in a sweat, son. He chuckled and reminded, Kai Tang, you're smoking your cigarette backward. He was so envious that he threw the cigarette on the ground and yelled, I despise this. How can this be? I'm so handsome, dashing, and rich, and I don't even have a wife yet. Then everyone took their seats and slowly enjoyed the delicious food and wine. They enthusiastically shouted, cheers. Lu De urged, try it, I stir-fried it myself. Kai Tang then dismissed it, you stir-fried it? Is it even edible? But after a few bites, his eyes were opened. It's really good, but I'm still not convinced. I'm so angry, and so envious. Dai Trang, make him drink until he's wasted. He confidently declared, Dai Trang can't drink as much as I can. Hearing that, he boasted, what are you kidding about? I was called the king of alcohol at 13. Lu De, you're not as good as me. Nonsense, Kai Tang. Bring on the wine. An hour later, even the strong drinkers were sprawled on the table, with only him remaining sober. Luda went to the next table and announced, "Mom, I've found a job now, and I'm earning quite a lot of money too." Thursday Van heard that and was relieved, praising, "That's great. So which company are you working for? If I have time, I can come visit you." Luda asked, "Mom, do you still remember Ajayap?" Thursday Van pondered for a long time, then replied, "Of course I remember. That kid, every time he came to our house and picked apricots from the tree, his bottom almost broke completely." He smiled and said, "That's the kid. Now he's opened a very big company, and I'm a senior manager there." She fed the younger brother some food and praised contentedly, "Well done, son, that's great. I really didn't misjudge him. What kind of business is your company in?" Luda explained, "Creator. We do software." She shook her head, "Never heard of it." Kai Tang, who was sound asleep, suddenly sat up and spoke, "Creator Group does Gemini." Ajayap opened it. "You're a senior manager?" He calmly replied, "That's right, that's my company, your brother's company." This left Kai Tang so bewildered and stunned that he forgot his native language, asking, "What?" Thursday Van saw that and laughed teasingly, "Truong Kai Tang, all day today you've just been surprised and astonished. My little house here can barely handle you anymore. Are you envious that my Luda works at a big company?" He seriously reminded her, "Auntie Van, Creator is no ordinary company." Luda spoke up, "Mom, I have quite a bit of savings. I'll build you a new house, okay?" Hearing that, she remained silent for a long time, thinking, at this kid's pace, this small house won't be able to handle it much longer. In the end, she agreed, "All right, I also have some savings." He requested, "Mom, tell me your standards. It must be a tall house." Kai Tang stepped forward and said, "Auntie Van has great taste. The first 200 square meter house in our town is unparalleled. Luda, leave this to me, at cost price." She smiled and said, "I don't want our Luda to lose face." At this, he leaned close to Kai Tang and whispered, "I'm leaving this to you, but increase the area by 5 times, and the garden by 10 times. He then transferred the money to him without hesitation. "Your bank card just received exactly 10 million, sent from Lu." Kai Tang broke into a sweat, "You don't need that much money." Luda smiled and said, "Materials, design, safety, and security systems must all meet the highest standards. It must also be able to connect to the internet." This made him give a thumbs up and exclaim, "You're amazing, I'm completely impressed." Luda then turned and spoke, "Mom, from now on the first day of every month, you'll receive 1 million. This is your allowance." The scene shifts to Europe, the outskirts of Hayton City, in a crowded office. Hoover stood solemnly, thinking, "Emperor 4, you won't escape this time." Hoover then called out, "Everyone, I want to say a few words," but the surrounding noise continued, completely ignoring him. Hoover had to fire a bullet into the air, and everyone immediately turned to look. Hoover loudly threatened, "Everyone sitting here, none of you have clean hands. In my hand are all your case files, so for the next few days, you must obey my command, or else prepare to rot in jail." He then continued, "If you can capture Emperor 4, I can help you clear all charges, and there will even be generous rewards." Hoover instructed very carefully, "Remember, hide your identities well. I don't want an actual war with them." An employee enthusiastically said, "All right, hiding our identities is our specialty. Breaking network systems is also our specialty." Hoover then turned to someone and questioned, "Skull, what did you find out about the IP I gave you?" He solemnly announced, "I couldn't find anything. No one is stupid enough to use their real IP address. Give me 10 hours, and I can catch Emperor 4. Hoover was very pleased to hear that. "Excellent, so what's your plan?" Skull, smoking a cigarette, explained, "To find a trace, the first step is provocation. We'll hack into the Huaxia hacker forum, leave a provocative message for Emperor 4, so he retaliates. That way, we can track him down." Hoover thought of a disadvantageous scenario and asked, "What if he decides to play dead and hide?" But Skull said, "Then it'll be fun. We'll infiltrate Huaxia's network enterprises and tap their phones. The people behind, hearing the plan, excitedly cheered like children. That's what's thrilling, that's fun. Messing with those primitive internet users. Hoover still vigilantly reminded them, but you absolutely must not reveal the European military side, otherwise, you will become unidentified corpses. They all responded in unison, understood, Commander. At this time, on the Geek Legion forum, a message was sent, Huaxia hackers, you are a primitive people, your technology is like rotting animals, utterly disgusting. Your firewall is just a torn piece of paper. Emperor Four Turtle, poke your head out, you must want to curse us, right? Too bad. In the next 48 hours, your Huaxia hacker forums will all be controlled by us. Oh, and to let you know, we are from the alien geek army. That made the other hackers unhappy. I said, brothers, they're too arrogant. B immediately responded, exactly, we have to mess with them. H asked blankly, who is Emperor 4? Such a big shot, has he already shattered their organization? M urged, everyone, calm down a bit. D shouted excitedly. Scorpion Boss is here. I asked, is it the Scorpion God, protector of the Huaxia network, right? M explained, this time, I don't represent the state, but rather the Huaxia people. This time I've come down from the mountain because I couldn't bear it. E enthusiastically replied, okay, Scorpion Boss, we'll follow your orders and fight together. At this moment, Skull was continuously typing on the keyboard. Hoover frowned and said, Skull, don't tell me you can't even handle the regular Huaxia hackers. He smiled cunningly and replied, I'm just attracting the attention of those foolish Huaxia hackers. What's fun about taking over a few hacker forums? I want to play something more satisfying. Then Skull stood up abruptly and ordered loudly, Team 3, listen up. 2 minutes from now, attack the Huaxia Network Enterprise. They immediately acknowledged, understood. At the headquarters of Shina Group, the computer screens were running many dazzling programs. An employee pushed open the door and frantically announced, CEO Tan, it's bad. Our system has been infected with a virus and is stealing our user data. Hua Long loudly instructed, gather the White Hat hackers and initiate recovery immediately. He thought to himself, it definitely isn't Lu Di. My users aren't as many as his. Who could it be? At the small fish pond, Xiao Di was happily playing in the water and feeding the fish. Suddenly, Lu Di received a phone call. Dong Min, why are you calling me? He frantically announced, it's a big problem. Where are you? He replied, I'm in the countryside. Dong Min, very panicked, requested, come back quickly. The Huaxia network has been infiltrated by hackers. Now Shina is paralyzed, and I guess next will be. Hearing that, Lu Di said, Xiao Di, we should go. When they both entered the house, Xu Yun was already waiting to ask, son, what's wrong? Our factory manager said you bought our factory? He smiled and explained, Mom, my company and Ajia made a lot of money. I hope your work can be a bit easier and more free. She looked down sadly, son, are you being reckless? How can I run a factory? Lu Di placed a hand on Xu Yun's shoulder and confidently affirmed, Mom, you can do it. He closed his eyes and said, I believe in you, Mom. Then he turned and left. My company has some urgent matters, I have to go back. Take good care of yourself, Mom. The scene shifted to the Huaxia Network Security Bureau. Just a few minutes later, he arrived. As he entered, Dong Min saw him and said, Lu Di, you finally returned. He continued seriously, that computer is yours. Quickly contact your company to deploy defenses. Lu Di immediately sat down in the chair to work. My eyes met the pink-haired person opposite, and I couldn't help but wonder, the network security agency is quite strong, to be able to invite such an expert here. She once hung China's 5-star red flag in the European Pentagon building system. Lin Di, the most beautiful female hacker in Huaxia. He secretly marveled, truly not an ordinary person. Scorpion, on this side, disdainfully thought to himself, this person is merely the boss of a network company. Lin Di also didn't think much of him. He only knows how to make money through software. Once there's a big incident, he's useless. Dong Min then said, Lu Di, quickly see how long your Gemini can hold out. The other employees, hearing this, couldn't help but turn their heads and wonder, Gemini? Is this kid from Gemini? Impressive. Hua Long approached with a smile and asked, CEO Lu, do you still remember me? I lent you money once. He smiled and replied, if I recall correctly, the algorithm I proposed for your advertisements helped your company's stock increase by 12%. He continued, CEO Lu, for old time's sake, please help us at China. He was very calm, reassuring them, don't worry, I've said it, every enterprise has its own mission. I won't just stand by and watch. At this moment, Motorbike appeared and said, Lu Di, wait for me to upgrade the program, upgrade the algorithm, and implement universal control on the PC side. He urged, go, go. Now the program is slowly running at 1%, 3%. In the Huaxia Hacker Network chat room, a new member has joined, registered with the nickname Emperor 4. Lu Di used the identity of Emperor 4 to send a message to the general chat group, hello everyone, I'm very sorry for causing trouble for everyone. But others were extremely surprised, how did you get in here so easily? Master, he then said, everyone, I want to use this opportunity to prove to the whole world that our Huaxia network is not a place that can be easily trampled upon like this. One account declared, we won't just stand by and watch either. Lu Di continued to message, everyone, I've decided to counterattack first myself. When the time comes, I hope you'll all lend me a hand. Just wait for my news. The computer screen immediately showed red and blue symbols. He stared intently, thinking to himself, I'm waiting for you all to arrive. I want to see what skills you really have. A hacker under Hoover spoke up, Gemini is Huaxia's leading network company. If we can deal with it, we can make history. Suddenly, he panicked, what the devil, I can't find any vulnerabilities. The person next to him laughed excitedly, it's time to use my firewall attack tool, the drill. But when he took action, it didn't solve anything either. It made him so angry that he broke his keyboard and yelled loudly. Skull calmly ordered, Team 2, Team 3, join forces for me. Attack the Huaxia civilian network. I want their cities paralyzed. On Lu Di's side, the staff were full of admiration for what he had created. Gemini's firewall is too strong. Scorpion approached and asked, Mr. Lu Di, please tell me, did you build the Gemini firewall yourself? Lam Di also curiously asked, what's the name of this firewall? On the computer screen, countless red fragments covered the left corner. He saw it and exclaimed in alarm, this is bad. It's a script-based attack, disguised as an advertising plugin, invading various websites. Dong Min, sweating profusely, said firmly, their target is the traffic command system. We absolutely must stop them. Lam Di frowned and said, if they arbitrarily interfere with traffic data, then train accidents, plane crashes, all these things could happen. Scorpion, sweating profusely, said, Captain Sun, this virus has infiltrated over tens of thousands of plugins. If we want to clean it all up, it will take at least 4 hours. He was horrified when he heard that and gritted his teeth. What? You two are both SS-level hackers, is there no other way? Dong Min then thought of someone, Emperor 4, you are all hackers, who can contact Emperor 4? He excitedly tugged Scorpion's shirt, through your organization, quickly contact Emperor 4. Lu Di irritably reminded, Dong Min, stop shouting. He unhappily retorted, Lu Di, stop causing more trouble, just protect your mini. He then admitted, I am Emperor 4. Dong Min asked blankly, you are Emperor 4? He then irritably reminded them. Lu Di, you're too reckless. Emperor 4 is an SSS-level hacker, the bounty on them is equivalent to a murderer's. Dong Min, of course, didn't believe it, turning his back and leaving quickly, Lu Di, I'll go explain to the higher-ups. If you can resolve this internet attack, I will fight for you to get the punishment you want. At this moment, Lu Di continued typing on the keyboard. Dong Min walked over to entrust the important task. My friend, this time we can only rely on you. When he heard that, he said, just don't get yourself arrested in a hurry. The space became silent now. Suddenly a golden light converged at a central point, creating the image of a tall, muscular man holding a sharp spear. Lam Di saw it and asked in surprise, what is this? The man quickly threw the spear at Hoover's. The staff frowned and cursed. Damn it, the opponent has someone set up defenses. This isn't good. Quickly disperse. Breaking this script could simultaneously create a new script with an attack command, capable of tracing the origin and finding our IP address. On the screen, all the blue frames were stable at this moment. She exclaimed, too strong. He wondered, what kind of program is this? Lu De was satisfied with his own achievement. Slowly explaining, this program is named Zhang Fei. The Three Kingdoms General, Zhang Fei, vanquisher of 10,000 enemies. Minnie's firewall is named Gu Zhao Lai, the Three Kingdoms General Dian Wei. Scorpion gave endless praise with a thumbs up. Zhang Fei, Dian Wei, Emperor 4, this program is amazing. He turned and said, Master Scorpion, Jix's program has now failed. Please inform the brothers, we must press on with our victory. When he heard that, he agreed, okay. Scorpion then went to the group chat and messaged, brothers, Master Emperor 4 repelled Jix's virus script in 10 minutes. An excited account asked, are you with Master Emperor 4? Who is he? Tell me quickly. He didn't pay much attention and just focused on announcing, everyone, we can now go into battle. Quickly sweep the battlefield, prepare for a counterattack. Another account replied, after the victory, spill the tea, it's truly exciting. Scorpion reminded, boys, put your curiosity aside, get ready, coordinate at any time. That account then followed, okay, I'll go along with a gentleman's bet. A charismatic man appeared through Lu De's hand. He satisfyingly declared, let them see my new program, the #1 general of the Three Kingdoms, Guan Yu. A cunning smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. It can quickly trace IP addresses. On the European Army side at this moment, an irritated voice echoed from the office, Teams 3 and 4 have been traced. Skull frowned and said, luckily we were disguised individually. At this moment, Hoover pulled a group of people and burst through the door. Making him tremble slightly, team leader, it's okay, we've only lost a combat unit, the battle isn't over yet. Hoover pointed a finger, and the entire group charged ferociously. Then they took control of everyone in the office, ordering them, don't move. He growled, you still have one chance, steal Russia's data and bring it back to me. Skull asked, sweating profusely, do you want to spread the worm virus? You're violating the hacker treaty, violating the limits of humanity. Hoover reassured with a sinister laugh, don't worry, I won't harm the world. I just want to overthrow Huaxia civilization. He flatly threatened, if you don't do it, then there's only one path, death. He frowned and hesitated, but I'm not sure I can deploy the worm virus correctly. Hoover said sternly, you don't need to. I've already gone and found the strongest hacker in history, left shoulder. The computer screen suddenly turned blue with floating numbers. Skull looked at it, utterly stunned, remote control left shoulder? The butcher who commits serious crimes using the internet. He said, Skull, if you can steal Russia's data and bring it here, it'll count as a great achievement. He was immediately blinded by capital, thinking, high reward, legal identity, no need to worry about the rest of my life. He then immediately agreed, okay, mission accomplished. The scene shifts to Haisher Network Security Bureau. Hualong spoke, CEO Lu, please save Russia. Russia's data has been stolen by those bastards, and now we don't know where it's been transferred. He calmly replied, got it. He said sadly, CEO Lu, if the stolen data is exposed, and you stand by and do nothing, I'll come beg at your doorstep. Hearing this, he repeated helplessly, I know, I know. At this moment, Lin Yi came over to comfort him. CEO Deng, don't worry too much. Russia's data is extremely large, it'll take 10 hours to transfer successfully. As she finished speaking, Lu Di also completed the task at hand, done. She wondered blankly to herself, what program did God-tier Emperor see right now? Dong Ming opened the main door, revealing 3 unfamiliar men. He solemnly introduced each one. These 3 gentlemen, one is the director of the Haisher Network Security Bureau, one is the commander-in-chief of the Huaxia Security Bureau, and the other is General Zhao, a 3-star general from the Ministry of National Defense Command. Lu Di responded with a polite nod. Dong Ming leaned close to his ear and said, whether you can turn things around depends on your performance now. Lu Di raised his hand high and shouted, deploy the program, then pressed a button on the keyboard. The screen immediately showed accumulating purple light, breaking through the trap. Lin Yi saw it and couldn't help but exclaim, these hackers are truly cunning, they've divided the stolen data into 7 parts. Lu Di smirked, leaned back in his chair, and said, let me introduce you all to my tracking program, Zhao Yun. Hearing this, she approached admiringly and praised, God-tier Emperor C, a program of this level, you only took 30 minutes? He replied seriously, no, only 10 minutes. I also wrote several counterattack programs. Then Lu Di turned and requested, Scorpion, order the brothers to block all paths Zhao Yun finds. We'll press on with our victory. Next up, it's my Lu Bu's turn. He was also very excited to hear this, thinking, finally, a counterattack. He immediately agreed, okay. The screen then displayed the text, our magnificent Huaxia, with over 5,000 years of history, is not a place for you rats to meddle with. Those who offend us shall die. Skull on this side began to panic, shouting, you guys figure out how to break the trap for me, restore the website. Go investigate Huaxia's history, find the customs of those characters, there might be a way to solve this. An employee immediately went to investigate, okay, the boss is checking. There's good news. Russia's stolen data is going smoothly and is on its way back to headquarters. Hearing this, he relaxed considerably, excellent, that's also good news. At this point, Lu Di created the character Wukong, targeting the European National Network Security Center. Chief Zhao couldn't help but wonder, kid, what are you doing? Do you want to start a war? Hearing this, he explained thoroughly, don't worry, gentlemen. I'm just preparing for a decisive blow to demonstrate the strength of us Huaxia hackers. Lu Di's mouth curved up with delight, if we keep giving in, I'm afraid the opponent's ambition will only grow greater. He asked sternly, I don't see anything. How about you guys? The old man next to him replied, we don't see anything either. Scorpion enthusiastically shouted, we in Huaxia cannot lose face. Play it. Hoover's side gradually weakened. Boss Skull, this is bad, a formidable new player has emerged among them. He was stunned as he approached, what? Wukong was still boldly moving straight ahead. Skull frantically ordered, quickly use the antivirus program. The frightened employee said, boss, it can't be eliminated, the opponent's program can change itself. MO Zone's notification appeared, the bronze version has finished upgrading. It continued, group control is ready, Lu Di, you can attack now. Lu Di looked at the computer screen and said, when the Jik army steals Shinao's fake data, that will be their moment of death. He quickly messaged in the group chat, brothers, I need to attack the lair. I need a zombie IP to counter their zombie IP and break through their firewall. Immediately, someone messaged back, Great God DC, I trust you, I can contribute 300 zombie IPs. Another person also responded, I'll risk it too, I can contribute 200 zombie IPs, plus 2 more servers. The chat room became lively, I have some too, Great God DC, my IP address is. Lu Di sent another message, just authorize it, no password needed. The opponent was extremely impressed, amazing, I've never seen this operation before. Immediately, the entire computer system screen turned black, and large buildings burst into flames. Lu Di continuously operated the computer with the words, Shan Gong Sun Qi, Sha Shen Bai Qi. Under Hoover's thick-soled foot was the unconscious face of a young man. He coldly turned his back and angrily said, these fools have been exposed. Do not keep them. Make them all vanish. Hoover recalled the scene of continuous gunfire in the computer room. Just then, he received a message. Hello, Minister Hoover Walker, I've incidentally found out you are using a pacemaker, a Hooter 005 network synchronized pacemaker. I have hacked it. Now your network is in my hands. Signed, DC Huaxia. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Demon. DC is a demon. At a military base, the entire Army Corps was focused on the missiles. Countdown to launch Intercontinental Cruise Missile M417. Coordinates, latitude 28 north, longitude 112 west. Dozens of large ships were slowly heading towards the harbor of a major city with towering buildings, the European White House. Rip sat at a large table, his tone somewhat angry. I told you to put pressure on the network in Huaxia. What kind of situation have you created now? Who exactly is the opponent? Hoover said apologetically, his name is DC, a person who wrote 7 sets of programs, named after 7 ancient heroes of Huaxia, directly overwhelming us. Rip clenched his fists and said, if that's the case, does Huaxia really have talented hackers? Hoover softly said, I admit, I underestimated Huaxia. Han anxiously reported, Mr. Rip, there are 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the countdown. Rip turned back and shouted, why are you panicking? Huaxia doesn't have the guts to declare war on us. Han, worried about his life, once again persuaded, there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left. I advise you to go to the safe bunker. Rip folded his arms, leaned back in his chair, and took a deep breath. Am I afraid of him? Dream on. When the time comes, he'll automatically withdraw it. Han's tone became even more urgent. 30 seconds left. At this moment, Rip impatiently stood up and shouted, stop repeating that stupid countdown. He turned around and ordered Han, Secretary Han, quickly contact General Carmen of the Cobra Force. Han could only helplessly obey. Yes, Mr. President. The missile was also quickly launched. The chief anxiously turned around and ordered his subordinates, hey! Quickly calculate the destination of this missile and immediately sound the alarm. The subordinates quickly reported the information. Chief, the missile's target is the White House. It's expected to reach the target in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The chief, in a panic, ordered, quickly connect me to the phone. Han received the information and was also stunned. What? He quickly said to Rip, this is bad, the opponent has really launched the missile. It was then that Rip panicked and said, quickly protect me, arrange for an interception. Han was about to run but stopped and turned back to look at Rip. He stammered as he informed Rip. President, the weapon systems and defense systems near the White House have long been paralyzed. Rip exclaimed in surprise, what? He quickly drafted and sent a message. I'm terribly sorry, I was in the process of a cybersecurity experiment and accidentally interfered with the internet system of the Huaxia Empire. I, Rip, on behalf of the negligent staff, extend my sincere apologies to Huaxia, hoping that the relationship between our two countries will always remain good. The missile had flown straight towards Rip's building. Lu Di sent a cold message, still not enough. Rip anxiously continued drafting a begging message. To compensate, I am willing to sign an internet peace treaty with Huaxia. Never violate it again. At the same time, I am also willing to reduce import tariffs for Huaxia and support Huaxia's economy. Lu Di immediately sent a message, reluctantly accepted. Please enjoy the celebratory fireworks. Outside, the missile from earlier exploded into a dazzling display of flowers. Rip sat stunned in the room, watching the fireworks outside. This Emperor 4 is a madman, he almost destroyed my entire Europe. The entire company, seeing this magnificent fiery display, happily said, this counterattack was incredibly satisfying. Lu Di smiled and said, everyone, sometimes you don't need to follow the rules when playing cards. On the contrary, the results can be extremely effective. Chief Zhao praised Lu Di with satisfaction. It was truly effective. You almost started an international war. Just then, an employee ran in to report, Chief Zhao, Central Leadership is calling. Chief Zhao calmly asked, what did the superior say? The employee awkwardly scratched his head and said, "The superior criticized our match this time as meaningless and said he wants to meet the young man, Emperor 4, if there's a chance." Seeing this, Lu Di spoke up, "Chief Zhao, rest assured, I will use my abilities for legitimate purposes. Moreover, from now on, no one will dare to touch our Huaxia again." Another employee suddenly spoke up, his voice a little anxious, "Team leader, we've detected a worm virus attacking our central system. It's very difficult to crack, and the system is under serious threat." Lu Di sat back down at the table and said, "Everyone, look, it's my turn to act again." His hands rested on the keyboard as he softly said, "To deal with this person, I plan to use physical means." Dong Min, standing nearby, curiously asked, "Do you know who the intruder is?" Lu Di didn't turn around, simply stating calmly, "I not only know who he is, but I also know where he is." He turned around and grinned slyly. "He's the left shoulder hacker wanted by many countries, currently in Haixi, Huaxia. At 1,000 meters from Haixi Cybersecurity Bureau, he has hijacked the nearby fiber optic cable, preparing to destroy Huaxia's Cybersecurity Bureau." Then Lu Di calmly stood up and said, "Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Chief Zhao sternly said, "I don't see anything." Dong Min quickly instructed, "Someone, quickly open the windows, open the doors, get some fresh air in here." Lu Di smiled slightly and bid everyone farewell, "Well, until next time." He quickly left the office. Chief Zhao turned to Dong Min and instructed, "Dong Min, from today onwards, many people will want to kill Emperor 4. Therefore, Emperor IV's identity must be kept secret." He quickly accepted. "Yes, sir." Chief Zhao instructed, "I heard Lu Di is your classmate. Haixi Cybersecurity Bureau still needs a deputy chief, so you go." He carefully told Dong Min, "Our demands for you are not high. Apart from your daily work, it's just to maintain your old classmate relationship." Dong Min raised his hand and seriously accepted the order, "Yes, I will do my best." Chief Zhao quickly left. Lam Di, standing behind, cautiously said, "Team leader son, I want to be friends with Emperor 4. What do you think?" Dong Min sternly adjusted his glasses and said, "Who is Emperor 4? I don't know him. I only know my friend Lu Di, who has some abilities." Lam Di, flustered, quickly changed her words, "Then I want to get to know that Lu Di person." At the European White House, Han was cautiously reporting the situation to Rip, "Sir, all the information on the computer has been viewed by Emperor 4. This includes the true cause of death of the previous president, the process of space exploration, the private history of the royal family, and collected data on alien flying saucers." Rip cut straight to the chase, "Tell me the important points." Han awkwardly reported, "Missiles, fighter jet deployments, naval defenses, heavy weapon deployments, everything has been exposed." He continued to report, causing Rip more distress, "Emperor IV's program has withdrawn, but he left a back door that our technical staff can't block, which means Emperor 4 can return at any time." Rip angrily shouted, "Damn it! Quickly contact Huaxia and draft the treaty immediately. Also, order the Jin Tin-Chuk Company to officially prepare to enter Huaxia." Han exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, so this is the situation you arranged?" Rip smiled, pleased with his plan. "Didn't I promise to invest in Huaxia? Jin Tin-Chuk Company is one of them." The more Han heard, the more impressed he became. "Sir, you've really prepared everything. Are you planning to bring the era of modified humans forward?" Rip calmly said, "In the field of cyberspace, Huaxia has Emperor 4, I have no way to compete." His eyes held a hint of mischief, "But in the field of human evolution, there is no Emperor 4. Rip stood up and instructed Han, "Tell the Jin Tin-Chuk Company to win over the people of Huaxia first for me, promote it with heroism." He turned and continued, "Inform Cameron's Cobra Force to infiltrate Huaxia and coordinate with Tin-Chuk." Rip sneered, "What good is a skilled hacker? I'll show him who the real overlord of the world is." Han smiled happily, "Sir, your vision is truly grand. I admire you greatly. I'll go arrange it now." Rip pondered for a moment and then instructed, wait, from now on, my modified human plan, and even the plan related to Yama, disconnect all of it from the network for me. Han quickly complied, yes, Mr. President. Rip still had a request for Han, also, bring me all the books related to the history of Huaxia, I want to see what's so formidable about it. Immediately, the documents were brought to Rip's office. He quickly asked, Han, are you sure these books aren't duplicates? Han replied, that's right, Mr. President. Rip lightly put on his jacket and said to Han, I want to go outside for some fresh air. Han, let's go. Han seemed completely relieved and happily accepted, yes, Mr. President. Both stepped into the elevator. Rip was both frustrated and contemplating that hateful Emperor 4, but this era isn't just about the internet, there are other things too, things you can't imagine. The elevator quickly descended to the 150th floor. The two of them stepped out of the elevator. Rip stood before a giant robot and exclaimed, my supreme Yama, the colossal robot is gradually taking shape. Rip smiled, satisfied with his creation, my trump card, enough to astonish the entire world. Percy also arrived just then and said, it's fortunate you haven't activated Yama yet, otherwise our only controller would also suffer a backlash and die. Rip turned back and affirmed, Professor Percy, don't worry, I know the success rate of modifying the controller is very low, I won't use it carelessly. He also quickly urged Percy, I can buy enough time, you must ensure Yama's completion progress, and also try to create as many controllers as possible. Other parts continued to be assembled onto the robot, creating metallic sounds. In a brightly lit room of an apartment complex, Giada stared intently at the computer, smiling contentedly, you dog, Emperor 4, still want to find my hideout? I've set 36 identical fake signals nationwide, let's see how you find me. Giada said sarcastically, what kind of guardian Emperor 4? You wouldn't think even in death that I'm right next to you. Immediately, the sound of knocking on the door outside made him think, was I discovered? No way. Giada walked to the door and said worriedly, if it's a delivery driver, just leave it at the door. Lu Di kicked the door open, sending Giada flying. Lu Di taunted Giada, how can a physical attack like this be left outside the door? Modong quickly scanned the informant, this person must also be a modified human, likely specializing in human organs, a professional hacker builder. Lu Di was a little surprised, it can be like that? That's a bit twisted. Giada gritted his teeth in anger, are you Emperor 4? How did you find me? Lu Di immediately provided his reasoning, excessive electricity usage, abnormal internet usage, single apartment, and delivery orders numerous enough to feed a pig. Do you think that's normal? Giada quickly thought and said, Emperor 4, we hackers have our hacker creed, you can't attack offline. If you're skilled enough, let's have a life and death battle online. Lu Di happily accepted, all right, he then forcefully smashed Giada's computer. Lu Di calmly walked up to Giada, now that there's no internet, we can discuss a bit, how are you modified? It was then that Giada stammered, are you also a modified human? Lu Di smiled and said, well, I don't really know how to explain it. Strange noises began to emanate from behind Giada. Explosions started popping around Giada, puzzling Lu Di. Modong quickly said, there are electronics in his brain, they just exploded directly. Lu Di immediately speculated, it's not simple. Modong, retrieve all his data. Modong quickly found information on Giada, his name is Giada, a former European soldier, who joined a secret European experiment 3 years ago. After failing, he became a wanderer. The reason his brain exploded is that whenever he feels sufficiently terrified, it detonates. Giada fell to the ground smoking, Lu Di casually walked out. Against the backdrop of the vast sky, a piercing scream rang out. Kan Tang was stuck headfirst into the hard ground. Tu-Ha jumped onto Kan Tang and said, brother, Kan Tang wasn't paying attention, ambushing from the building window, wanting to wait for a chance to attack little brother Lu. Kan Tang raised his head, aggrieved, and said, I just wanted to challenge your family, starting with the youngest. Lu Di knelt down and analyzed with Kan Tang, I'll give you a riddle. A baby drops one strand of hair and breaks one of your legs. 2 strands of hair break 2 legs. 3 strands of hair break 3 legs. So, how many legs do you, Kontang, need to have? Kontang awkwardly and regretfully said, well, Kontang doesn't have that many legs. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and said, good that you know. Then he turned and left, leaving Kontang rubbing his head and stammering, this. Lu Di walked into the office. Ruo Yi came out to announce, sir, Little D is on a hunger strike. Lu Di was a little surprised and wearily thought, I'm so tired. Lu, not only helped the country defeat hackers, but now I also have to deal with this brat at home. He approached Little D and softly asked, buddy, what's got you down again? Little D, holding the robot, said seriously, Violent Bear, you told me that as long as I fix this robot, I can play with the production line. Modong quickly provided information to Lu Di, this kid is really talented. With this skill level, he could reach the level of a mechanical expert. Lu Di was also surprised by this skill level. The assembly line is full of heavy machinery and high-precision tools. To still want to use a high skill level to limit him, it seems I miscalculated. He immediately instructed Modong, shut down the production line and also set up a password lock. Modong held out his hands in defeat and said, but I was preparing to emit radiation to accelerate your body's evolution. Lu Di quickly arranged, let's put those aside for now. He sat down to negotiate with Little D, kid, I'm going to find a school for you. If you can score 100 points on the exam, I'll let you play with the production line. Little D casually retorted, Violent Bear, I'd be surprised if I believed you. Suddenly, Lu Di's phone rang. Black Mountain's tone on the other end of the line was a bit tense. Lu Di, Little D, I, an old man, have wronged you. Big Brother has been captured by a group of Tanzanian reformed mercenary soldiers. His fate is currently unknown. He also quickly informed Lu Di of his location. Lu Di stood up, turned around, and instructed Ruo Yi, Liza, take good care of the boy. Xiao, you call Miss to come with me now. A helicopter had started in the sky. Miss, fully equipped with necessary tools, turned to bid farewell to Lu Di. Brother, I'm leaving first. Both Lu Di and Xiao instructed, be careful. She quickly jumped from the helicopter. Miss confidently spread her arms, enjoying the atmosphere embracing her. Old Chio, sitting in the control room, turned back and wondered, Mr. Lu, we're currently at an altitude of 1850 meters. How could she just jump down like that? Loud explosions quickly appeared on the ground below. Via the comms device, Miss reported that she was safely in position. Brother, I'm ready. With me here, you guys can act freely. Lu Di smiled and said to Xiao, let's go. Xiao, already in a ready stance, gave a soft Old Chio turned back, his voice a bit worried and curious. Was that the girl's voice from earlier? Lu Di reassured him, Old Chio, just focus on flying. She's my younger sister, she'll be fine. At a military base, a group of people stood neatly in 2 rows. Lu Di's helicopter was preparing to land nearby. Grizzly Bear observed the approaching guest and said worriedly, we're maintaining this formation just to welcome a business owner. Isn't that a bit? Black Mountain immediately dismissed his thought, what's wrong? Did you forget the 10 punches at the bank? Recalling that incident made Grizzly Bear even more regretful, that was my carelessness. If I had another chance, then. Black Mountain stopped Grizzly Bear's next words, showing absolute trust in him, say no more. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it, but you're TNLA's Grizzly Bear. How could you ever be off guard? Sydney stepped out of the ranks and voiced his opinion, Instructor, I admit, Old Da's capture was our negligence. But the opponents are just reformed mercenary soldiers. We can handle it ourselves, why bother asking for help from outsiders? Black Mountain calmly said, I know all of you have your pride, but Sydney, when he arrives later, you should still rein in your temper. Sydney was stunned and a little annoyed after hearing that. On what grounds? The plane quickly landed, and Lu Di and Xiao confidently stepped out. The members of the Thien Law Organization immediately started discussing when they saw the two figures, a handsome kid and an 18-year-old. With that soft skin, does he look like a truly strong warrior? Lu Di stepped forward and immediately asked the question directly, Commander Black Mountain, where is Old Da? Deploy the rescue immediately. Black Mountain calmly said, Kid, there's no rush now. We still have 3 hours left. Lu Di was a little puzzled. What do you mean? Black Mountain smiled and clarified the situation. Kid, who do you think Old Da is? Do you think our Thien Law Organization is just for show? If it were truly dangerous, would we still be waiting for you? He handed Lu Di a secret scroll, saying, see for yourself. On the paper was a message left by Old Da, little hack, tonight I'm going up the mountain to look for mineral deposits. Tell that kid Lu Di to come here. Remember to come back and save me 8 hours later. I'm off now. Lu Di gradually understood the story, so. Black Mountain recounted, with the message left behind, Big Brother left when I wasn't paying attention. He then expressed his real concern, but Big Brother is an expert in human modification technology. Even if they capture him, at most they can only persuade him to conduct research on modification technology. His life shouldn't be in danger. But this time, I can't figure out what scheme Big Brother is hatching. Lu Di calmly accepted, all right, but I won't wait that long. In at most an hour, Little Xia and I will act, tie him up and bring him back. Black Mountain continued, although I don't understand Big Brother's intentions, I can at least guess one of his goals. Lu Di was a little surprised. What? Black Mountain said proudly, of course, it's these young soldiers of mine. Lu Di's smile was a little mischievous as he said, what? You want me to seriously train with them? Black Mountain said somewhat happily, only half right. Mainly, I want these soldiers to be modified, but they refuse to accept it. Lu Di asked, a little puzzled, why? Black Mountain explained, I'm very confident in their abilities, they're absolutely the best among humans. Precisely because of that, they look down on gene modification. Lu Di immediately wondered, so you haven't met modified humans yet? Black Mountain continued, we have, but those modified humans all lost. None survived. Looking at his strong young soldiers, Black Mountain was still not at ease. Although they're very strong now, I know the future will be a world of modified humans. I don't want my soldiers to die at the hands of modified humans in the future. Only then did Lu Di understand his main purpose, so you want to use me to change their mindset, right? Black Mountain breathed a sigh of relief, that's right, I think Big Brother also has this intention. After all, you're the strongest modified human I've ever met. Lu Di glanced at the group of young people in front of him and said confidently, in this matter, you've found the right person. I will definitely help you complete this mission. Moreover, I will give these defenders of Hoa Ha a chance for a true awakening. Grizzly Bear approached and politely greeted, Mr. Lu, hello. Lu Di also politely returned the greeting, Officer Grizzly Bear. Grizzly Bear smiled courteously, we're old friends now, wouldn't you say? Sydney laughed heartily and came forward to greet, I'm here to arm wrestle Mr. Lu, oh no, to welcome Mr. Lu. He warmly grabbed Lu Di's hand, an honor, an honor. Lu Di also politely replied, hello. Sydney felt the strength from Lu Di's hand pressing against his. Very strong. There are truly two possibilities. He quickly invited Lu Di to compete, Mr. Lu, your strength isn't bad. Interested in competing with us? Lu Di humbly said, no rush. After I rescue Old Da, I'll compete with everyone. The military zone was fully equipped with facilities and resources for a powerful army. Guards were observing the surroundings everywhere. The floor was littered with empty liquor bottles. Old Da, already tipsy, held a funnel and said, Lizard monster. What other liquor do you have here? Bring it all out for me. Don't try to hide it from people anymore. Aiden, on the side, said angrily, I'm not a lizard monster. I'm Aiden of Dead, with a bounty of 3 million. He pointed his gun at Old Da's face and sneered, Old man, you've almost drunk all the base's liquor. When are you going to get to work? Old De calmly chuckled, no rush. We'll talk more after I finish drinking. The door was immediately kicked open. The kidnapper stormed in and said aggressively, Old man, you'd better not play any tricks. We've agreed to your conditions. I'm giving you 3 days to create the modified human antidote. Otherwise, Old De cut him off, hold on. First, one must rest well to work. Understand? The impatient kidnapper grabbed Old De by the collar. Are you trying to stall for time with me? Old De didn't back down and directly challenged him, come on. The kidnapper bared his claws, angrily intending to attack the old man. You old geezer. He pushed Old De onto a swivel chair and turned to order, bring him in. Molly, exhausted and powerless, was dragged away by the kidnappers. He was painfully thrown onto the floor. The kidnapper approached, grabbed Molly's head, lifted it, and said, look closely. If you don't do the research for me, this will be your end. Old De just closed his eyes and prayed for his friend. May you go to heaven, my old friend, Professor Molly. The impatient kidnapper threatened, remember this, old man, 3 days, or you'll end up headless. Old De opened his mouth and looked at him with contempt. 3 days? 2 hours is enough. Someone will come here, and then there'll be no more wine to drink. The kidnapper sneered, reinforcements? Don't worry, I won't let them come and go. He turned and instructed, Aiden, keep a close eye on him. Old De calmly negotiated with Aiden, lizard monster, give me your wine, and then I'll tell my son to spare your life. The kidnapper turned back and warned, this old man, are you crazy? Just do your job. Deep within the vast mountain forest, Lu De looked at his watch and hurriedly said, it's time. He calculated the time and concluded, Old De has waited long enough, he should go back and rest. Tu Ha next to him immediately interjected, it's only been 10 minutes, you're a man of your word. Hak Sun turned around and commanded the whole team, soldiers, listen up, prepare to depart. The whole team responded in unison, understood. They immediately ran, one after another. Lu De looked at the time on his watch and exclaimed, 1 minute 50 seconds, very fast. Basic quality is not an issue. Depart. With that, Lu De and Tu Ha led the team and set off. Someone running along wondered, Sitmi, why do I feel like Lu De and Tu Ha are going easy on us? Sitmi spoke disdainfully of them both, then quickly looked surprised, are you kidding? This is our territory. Those city people, where'd they go? Lu De quickly landed, and the Tien La army had also caught up. The whole team was exhausted and gasping for breath, secretly admiring, amazing. They galloped here in an instant. Isn't this like a battlefield? Lu De observed the enemy base and sensed something. He said to Tu Ha, this is the first time I've sensed so many B-level modified humans, at least 20 of them. The enemy isn't weak. Gao Xam spoke about his plan to Hak Sun, Commander, my combat plan is as follows. I'll lead teams 1 and 2 in a frontal assault, teams 3 and 4 will flank from both sides, team 5 will encircle, and other members will provide fire support. He turned to look at his teammates, none of whom dared to look Gao Xam directly. Modong immediately provided information about the area, Lu De, this place is a bit strange. The plants aren't normal. There must be some radiation chamber causing their genes to mutate. Lu De turned around and reminded everyone, don't act rashly yet. Tu Ha and I will go check it out first. Sydney heard that and angrily spoke up, what nonsense are you talking about? Going in there alone, do you want to become a diced piece of meat or what? Lu De turned back to reassure him, don't worry. With that, he and Tu Ha jumped down into the enemy's military base. Gao Xam above was a bit worried, this guy's really crazy. Prepare fire support. Hak Sun quickly stopped him, don't be so hasty. Sydney anxiously said, Instructor, if he dies in there, how will our Tien La ever face anyone again? Hak Sun immediately stood by him, Lu De isn't an ordinary person. He knows his limits. Lu De landed and called out, Tan Truong. Tu Thursday received the signal and immediately fired a shot. The enemy's guard team was immediately attacked. Lu De and Tu Ha thus entered the enemy base while outside. Tu Thursday continuously attacked the soldiers, giving them no time to react. Sidney, seeing the scene, couldn't help but admire. Amazing. So he has a massive sniper team behind him. Gao XAM observed the sniper's unusual speed in surprise. No, at 9 o'clock, there's definitely only one sniper, but with this sniping speed, how in the world is that possible? Hack Sun clearly knew the mysterious person attacking the soldiers. Indeed, this time even Tu Thursday is taking action. A beast-like foot stomped heavily onto the ground. The kidnapper stepped out and roared aggressively. A shot was immediately fired. Immediately, the kidnapper took the full impact of the bullet, making him cry out in pain. Immediately after, he was repeatedly attacked by several more bullets. He collapsed shortly after. After he fell, small monsters immediately appeared. Seeing this, Lu De immediately signaled Tu Thursday. Tu Thursday, that's enough. Move position. I'll buy you a gun when we get back. Tu Thursday quickly left her hiding spot. Lu De signaled Tu Ha. Tu Ha, let's go, time to get some practice. Tu Ha excitedly clenched his fists and said, okay, brother. Tu Ha darted forward. Every blow he dealt knocked out a monster. Seeing this, Lu De felt satisfied. Tu Ha has made some progress and can hold his own for a while. Hack Sun reminded him, kiddo, have you seen your own shortcomings yet? Sidney, with his competitive nature, was naturally not convinced. No, I haven't, sir. I request permission to enter the battle. At this moment, old De worriedly thought to himself, oh no, Tu Thursday is here, and that kid Lu De is here too. Perhaps Tu Ha is here too. The old man insisted, quickly, give me your wine, there's no more time. Aiden felt belittled and fiercely gritted his teeth, responding, old man, don't fuss with me. Your rescuers will soon die at the hands of our mercenary regiment. Amda chuckled and said, you're about to die, don't you know? As soon as he heard, he was furious. Claws grew on his hands, and he charged forward ferociously. He should just let the old man sleep, he's as good as dead. Suddenly, on the ceiling, something crashed, creating a shocking explosion. Someone's foot kicked Aiden squarely in the face, dislocating his jaw. It turned out to be Lu De, who was smiling happily and said, old man, you are living quite comfortably, aren't you? The old man coughed a few times. He teasingly asked, old man, tell me, what trouble have you caused this time? Amda frowned and replied, what are you talking about? Tu Ha and them have arrived too? Lu De said. Old man, don't tell me you just wanted to drink. Do you know that if you hid any deeper, this whole border would have been overturned? The old man turned and refuted, that's not true. Suddenly, Tu Ha fell from somewhere, like a sack of salt. Then the child sat up as if nothing had happened. Hello, Amda. The old man smiled and replied, Tu Ha, my dear grandchild. A horde of monsters entered through the hole. Lu De held out his hand and said, Amda, the wine. The old man frowned and questioned, what for? He looked at the bottle of wine he had just taken and laughed, saying, do you want Tu Ha to get hurt or something? Amda questioned, if you already knew, why didn't you act? Lu De replied, I just don't want you to drink it. Your alcohol level has been over the limit for a long time. He decisively threw the bottle forward. Tu Ha caught it, looking confused, brother. Lu De excitedly cheered, Tu Ha, prepare for an all-out battle. Tu Ha immediately gulped it down like water. Then his entire body erupted with terrifying power. A monster, overestimating its strength, charged forward and was instantly sent to meet its ancestors. Amda saw it and greatly regretted, my wine. Then he sighed and said, little Lu De, you've changed a lot in just a few days, you have the aura of a strong one now. He chuckled and replied, Amda, tell me, what exactly are you doing here? The old man casually replied, of course, I'm here to drink. Then he added, and while I'm at it, to teach the kid a thing or two. The modified people outside have skin like lizards. Omd mused, humans have existed for millions of years, and the next stage of evolution is about to begin. Luda frowned and asked, Omda, are you talking about modified humans? The old man closed his eyes and sighed. Modified humans are, at best, just a means for humans to achieve rapid evolution. The evolution of humanity will be divided into 4 ways. The old man explained in detail: first, artificial humans; second, artificial life; third, genetically mutated humans of the future; fourth, humans with innate genes. Then he said seriously, if I, Omda, am not mistaken, then you definitely belong to the rare 4th type. The old man observed carefully and deduced, these guys must be low-level modified humans, but because they've been entrenched here, they've been affected by radiation. Omda looked down at the corpses below and said, if they were normal people, they would have died of illness long ago. But these modified people have very strong genes, and in just a few short years of being exposed to radiation, they've evolved. The old man said, if I, Omda, am not mistaken, radiation is only for humans, or rather, it is the key to genetic evolution for people with innate genes like you all. Mo Tong appeared at this moment and spoke, Luda, Omda is right. He truly is worthy of being a top scientist in humanity's 2nd stage of new human evolution. Indeed, radiation is needed. We must find the source of the radiation to aid your evolution. The old man wondered, Tu-Hi's robot arm, did you make it for him? He nodded. The old man praised him, very satisfied, good, I, Omda, was right about you. The evolution of humanity is not just about the body, your brain is also different from ordinary people's. Omda slowly moved forward and softly said, I've already told you the principles, and I've found the place for you. The rest is up to you youngsters to figure out. At that moment, Lu De's eyes widened, his gaze scanning like a robot, found it. Hack Sun felt something amiss and immediately ordered, that's it, he's gone mad from killing people. Arrange for me a versatile defensive formation, but don't cause any harm to his life. Sydney immediately obeyed, yes. At this moment, Luda stepped forward and called, Tu-Ha. The kid wasn't conscious anymore, he attacked anyone he met. Luda and Tu-Ha charged into battle, exchanging moves. He struck the boy's vital point, Tu-Ha immediately passed out. Omda, standing nearby, was full of regret, if I had known, I would have saved half a bottle for myself. Tu-Ha got too drunk. Hack Sun then came closer to tease, Big brother, could it be that you came here just to drink alcohol? He nodded in agreement upon hearing that. He turned and saw an acquaintance, Tu Thursday. At this moment, Luda spoke up, help me take care of Tu-Ha and Omda. I still need to go get a few things. Everyone, don't come near. Hack Sun reassured him, you can go without worry. In an area within the large forest. He approached the large stake driven straight into the ground, a xenogenic attachment connecting to the main body behind it. Then he took off his outer coat and threw it aside, gripping the stake tightly with both hands. And with all his strength, calmly, he pulled it up. It turned out it wasn't a stake, but something that looked quite like a large tank. Omda, standing nearby, said, no need to be so surprised. During World War II, strange machines like this were already seen, it's just that you all don't know about them. The young man on this side threw it to one side, and a large pit was formed in front of him. Luda immediately jumped straight down without hesitation. Below were countless machines exactly like the one he had just pulled out. Luda, these things are all obsolete. He glanced at the large barrels and thought, found it. Duum element, the strongest radiation in the world. Omda smiled, looks like you found it. Hack Sun pointed and ordered, everyone, move out. The group immediately obeyed, yes. As soon as they went out, they saw the young man bringing all 3 barrels into the base. Luda spoke up, still need to ask General Hack Sun to mobilize the army to transport these items to High T, ensuring they are not exposed. He questioned, what do you need all this for? Omda didn't hesitate to explain to him, he knows what he's doing. Hack Sun still hesitated, saying, but this is a national border. Transporting such large items will be a bit difficult. Luda reassured him, Commander Hack's son, rest assured, I will stay here for a few days to help you solve this difficult problem. He heard that and smiled contentedly, responding, that's good then. The scene shifts to the camp where everyone is resting. Amda is sitting on a chair, relaxing. Luda, on this side, is extracting monster blood into test tubes. He looked at them and thought, I need to carefully research these materials when I get home. The next morning, Hack's son gathered his legion and shouted, prepare. Luda smiled and praised, not bad. If they hadn't been modified, they really would be the best among humans. Hack's son turned and spoke, kid, you promised me to make these kids acknowledge fear. He naturally remembered, Commander Hack's son, rest assured, I will do my best. He turned his head back and said to his subordinates, didn't you say you wanted to challenge Luda? Today is a good day for a break, your chance has come. Just then, Gray Bear suddenly pulled a person who intended to step forward, calm down. Hack's son asked, is there anyone else who doesn't accept a modified person? He heard that and gritted his teeth, saying, Luda's strength, I'm afraid, is at the highest level among modified people. We are warriors who rely only on our own training. How can we fight him? Luda spoke, everyone, times are different now. Gray Bear replied, we've heard words like that many times. He closed his eyes tightly and began to speak, everyone, there's always a higher mountain. I once met a high-level modified person who knocked me out with a single move. Their strength was 10 times greater than mine. Tu-Ha, on this side, felt strange and wondered, who is it? On this side, Luda was presenting, this person is a master from Thailand, with a handsome face, wearing a tracksuit, and carrying a metal staff. He was utterly serious. He and I fought for 5 seconds, and the victor was decided immediately. And he was only ranked last in the International Assassin Organization's leaderboard. At that moment, the boy on this side realized who Luda was talking about, Kan Tang. He also enthusiastically introduced him as if it were true, yes, it's Master Kan Tang. The people around were astonished, asking each other, is he really that strong? He's not just making it up, is he? At this moment, Hack's son heard something familiar and thought, wait a minute, this name Kan Tang, I think I've heard it somewhere before. He suddenly realized, it seems Don Hoa mentioned that some guy came to Luda's house and then got crushed, losing all his confidence. That guy's name seemed to be Kan Tang. After hearing this, everyone pondered, are international individual strengths really that great now? Are we really that limited? Hack's son was helpless, too annoyed to speak, damn it, this guy is seriously spouting nonsense. Is this how he said he'd make his Thien Law organization fear him? Luda was still performing convincingly, placing his hand on his forehead and saying, there are countless masters internationally. I'm afraid that one day I'll encounter a strong enemy who will directly kill me. He added, that's right, the international situation is dangerous everywhere. Luda spoke words of encouragement, everyone, based on our own strength, it seems we can reach a 3-level modified person. I truly admire that. If we can undergo further modification, our future will surely be even greater. He clenched his fist, his tone resolute, therefore, everyone, you must always maintain your strength. Moreover, as Thien Law, if we are ultimately cast aside by the new era, will we truly be content? The group felt 100% re-energized and said one after another, I agree to accept modification. I agree too. Me too. Hack's son glanced over, couldn't help but sigh in admiration, this young Luda's trick is quite clever. Sidney then raised his hand and spoke loudly, I still have some reservations. Luda's strength is not bad, but the strength of our Thien Law organization has yet to be demonstrated. So he pointed at Tu Thursday and challenged, I want to challenge someone from Luda's team. I also come from a sniper background. I admit I can't shoot long range as well as Tu Thursday, but close range shooting is a different story. A young man wondered, Sidney, what are you doing? She's only 18, she's just a kid. He pointed at himself and said, I'm only 20 myself, just a bit rougher, that's all. Another person, seeing it as despicable, interjected, a grown man with thick skin challenging someone else's daughter. That made Sydney furious. He yelled, "Nonsense. I just want to show the strength of our Thien Law organization. We can't be underestimated." Hack-san also felt helpless and thought, this young Sydney, he's clearly showing off in front of someone's daughter. How undignified. Thursday, on this side, wasn't afraid of anyone. Sydney isn't wrong. A good sniper should have good close-quarters combat skills. A young man spoke loudly, reminding him, "Sydney, you should properly demonstrate the spirit of our Thien Law, but you must not hurt her." He looked confident he would win and laughed triumphantly. "Miss Thursday, please." She slowly stepped forward. Hack-san crossed his arms and said, "All right, it's good to adjust the atmosphere in the army a bit." He continued, "Now all the soldiers' moods have been swayed by Luda, willing to accept modification, but the success rate of modification." Ongda turned around and requested, "You two, follow me." The old man walked into the barracks. Luda questioned, "Ongda, what is the current success rate of modification?" Ongda held a test tube and replied, "Theoretically, it's 50 to 60%. If it fails, it's very difficult to survive." Hack-san spoke from behind. "This is also the reason I have never forced soldiers to participate in modification." Outside, cheers continuously rang out. "Ambush! Go!" Luda smiled and said, "Every soldier is a national treasure, the best among thousands. There must be absolutely no mistakes." He smiled and volunteered, "Ongda, in the next few days, I will work with you to improve the medicine." Ongda turned and questioned, "You, kid, do you know about these things?" Some of these materials were obtained during Hakwin's modification, the rest were modification methods he summarized after optimizing them. Luda knew he was best at those things. He affirmed confidently, "Yes, the method of immortality by consuming cancer cells, intervening in the DNA sequence." Ongda felt quite satisfied and praised, "Very good, but these methods also bring endless troubles." Luda reassured him, "Don't worry, Ongda, I've also thought of a way to improve it." Suddenly, Zichmi flew in and fell with a thud on the ground. He was sweating profusely, trying to save his honor. "I accidentally got knocked away by Thursday. It was just a mishap." Then he rushed out again. "Continue." Hack-san sensed trouble and frowned. "Is that so?" Thursday is no ordinary person. This time, the soldier's confidence must have been completely shattered. He sighed sadly. On this side, he spoke up, "Ongda, we can utilize the inherent strength of the soldiers' bodies." Outside, Thursday and Zichmi were fiercely engaging in battle. He said loudly, "Thursday, I want to be friends with you. I've decided to undergo modification, and if I don't say these words today, I'm afraid there won't be another chance later." Upon hearing that, Hack-san thought to himself, "I'm afraid this reform will involve some soldiers sacrificing themselves. All right, let them play." 3 days later, Ongda exclaimed, "Nearly 100 samples, the success rate is 98%. He was very surprised. Luda's method had solved this critical problem. Then, completely satisfied, he took a sip of water and said, "This old man now has an heir." A 98% success rate, looking at the whole world, no one can compare. Hack-san was somewhat relieved to hear this. "With such a success rate, all my soldiers can be preserved." Luda, from behind, spoke up, "Ongda, I'm back." Excited, he held a small glass cage containing 2 strange creatures and said, "I also brought back something good." He immediately recognized the creatures. "Giant tree ants?" "Kid, why did you catch them?" Luda explained, "The formic acid of ants, the pain index it causes humans, is at least level 11. Ongda couldn't stop exclaiming, "You want to use this pain to stimulate the defensive reaction of the cells inside the experiment subjects, originating from the subjects themselves, eliminating the 2% failure rate. Kid, you're brilliant." He smiled and said, "Ongda is indeed Ongda." Hack-san next to them wondered, "Are you two saying the modification success rate is 100%? Luda smiled and said, "To be precise, with the physical condition of the Thien Law soldiers, the success rate is 100%. Ongda stroked his chin and added, to be even more precise, it's a 100% success rate for Phase 1, just like with Tu Ha and them. To successfully reach the fourth phase, that's what's truly impressive. Luda was genuinely impressed. 4 phases? Ongda is really far ahead, huh? Hack-san turned to leave at this moment. I will report to my superiors immediately. Once approved, we will proceed with the modification right away. He spoke up, we can take research samples here, but if we want to proceed with the modification, it might be a bit rudimentary. He turned his head back and explained, you kid don't know, if my spirit goes to the modification experiment center, it will definitely be absorbed by Long Oi, which would be a huge gain for that old man Chow Tan Ha. Hack-san adamantly said, Big brother, Luda, tell me what equipment you need. I'll have it delivered here for you two immediately. He didn't hesitate to produce a piece of paper. Don't worry, I've already prepared it. Then he placed it in Hack-san's hand. Just arrange for the dispatch based on this list. He agreed, all right, I'm going now. Then he decisively left. Luda then wondered, Ongda, what is that Long Oi? He replied, that's a national secret. Little Hack 2 really doesn't consider you an outsider. He continued, all research data on human modification in Hoa Ha is concentrated within the secret Long Oi project. Ongda smiled contentedly and said, you kid will soon become a famous person of Long Oi too. Luda firmly stated, fame and reputation don't matter. He entrusted them with a heavy responsibility. In the future, whether our Hoa Ha can gain a foothold internationally depends on you kids. The helicopter was flying high, followed by 2 or 3 others, all carrying large containers. One side of the helicopter had a drawing of rose thorn vines and a sword piercing through them. Upon seeing it, Luda immediately thought, this is the Hoa Ha Special Forces team, the true Eastern Divine Sword. 1 hour later, at the camp. He stood solemnly and spoke up, everyone, to ensure the success of the experiment, we've added formic acid to the dosage. There will be a high level of pain. Can you endure it? The resolute crowd unanimously shouted the slogan, even a single cry is useless in Tien La, useless in the Hoa Ha combat team. Ongda laughed heartily, praising their spirit. Excellent, let the experiment begin. The enthusiastic group responded in unison, yes. At this moment, many people were lying on beds, securely restrained. The doctor held a syringe in his hand. He turned and asked, Ongda, please name this medicine. He replied, this is the modification dosage for us, descendants of Hoa. Let's call it. He solemnly declared, Yin Huang Generation 1. The doctor injected the syringe into a young man and announced, injection started. The young man's entire body immediately reacted violently. Sounds of painful screams continuously echoed in the room. Luda spoke up, this formic acid is a leading toxin, even 0.016 is enough to make an adult faint instantly. The pain lasts for more than 3 days. Ongda next to him added, the formic acid in this dose is highly purified, and the dosage is more than 0.016. Hack-san said with great anticipation, this is also the time to test the soldier's endurance. The heart rate monitor kept beeping. A young man, with bright eyes, gritted his teeth and let out gasps of pain. The doctors hurriedly urged each other, quick, hurry up. Lu Di couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of Tian Luo, he has spirit, truly admirable. Based on different physical constitutions, the transformation takes 10 to 30 minutes to complete. A young man ran over to report, Instructor Hack-san, it's bad news. He continued, Instructor, about 3 meters beyond the border, many unidentified moving objects have appeared. After hearing it, he couldn't help but panic, oh no, there are enemies. There's an army of 2,000 people, including armored vehicles and tanks. Just then, a huge explosion occurred in the sky outside. A strange device hovered in the sky. Hack-san recognized it at a glance, the European 94 high-altitude observation device. Damn it, it's the Tanzanian mercenaries. The young lady immediately got into a fighting stance, gripping her gun tightly. One shot hit the target, and the European device was shot down. Hack's son angrily shouted, "How dare you trespass into my Huaxia, arrogantly opening fire in my territory? Damn it, you've got guts." He turned back and angrily urged, "You kids, just continue your transformation without worry. I'll lead the charge." Countless rockets rained down from the sky. Ongda saw it and understood the enemy's intent. They want to blow up the base. The young lady below continuously fired her gun. Hack's son loudly announced, "With the young lady here, this base is like an iron battleship." "But, young Lu Di, we can't keep going on like this either." He rolled up his sleeves, preparing for battle. "With me here, everyone doesn't need to worry." Lu Di began assigning tasks to his two younger siblings. "Young lady, guard the top well. Little Xia, stay at the base to guard against surprise attacks." Hack's son worriedly reminded him, "Kid, this time you can't let your guard down. The enemy has heavy weapons and over 2,000 people." He replied, "You're old, stop acting." Making him angrily frown and shout, "Kid, don't mess around, this is not the time to show off." Lu Di shot into the air like a rocket, quick as lightning. Making Hack's son below gasp in astonishment, thinking, "Is that even human? This kid is going down this monstrous path, getting stronger and stronger." He turned to the people beside him and ordered, "We can't just watch. Follow me in charge." Ongda appeared and spoke, "Little Hack Z, this fellow, don't cause any more trouble for young Lu Di." In the forest at this moment, countless tanks lay silently. A soldier opened the tank hatch and popped out, asking, "Captain Hiu, are you sure you want to cross this white line of death?" He angrily cursed, "Line of death my foot. They killed my eldest and third brothers. I'm going to grind them into dust." Hiu loudly ordered, "You kids, charge for me. Kill those leading soldiers of Huaxia. One head, 100,000 yuan." Hundreds of people and tanks then started moving, shouting loudly, "Kill, kill." At this moment, another soldier pointed straight at the sky and reported, "Captain Hiu, they have rockets. Look, they're coming." He immediately carried a large gun and said, "Shoot it with the machine gun. Shoot it down for me." Then he madly fired bullets into the sky, his tone mocking, "Huaxia's trash rockets." Only then did he realize the problem, screaming in astonishment, "Captain, that's not a rocket. It's a man in a white shirt." Hiu, of course, didn't believe such a ridiculous thing. Nonsense. That kid must have been scared by Huaxia, huh? He turned back, trying to see clearly. "Whatever it is, one shot from me and it will." Just then, Hiu's eyes widened in horror as if he'd seen a ghost. Before he could fully realize what was happening, Lu Di swooped down and delivered a painful blow to Hiu's head. Two soldiers froze in disbelief at the sight. "Captain, is he dead? Damn it!" Seeing this, they aimed their guns at Lu Di and fired continuously. Bullets flew straight into the tank where he was hiding. But who would have thought that Lu Di, with a single force, tore the tank into two halves? The soldiers were now scared, sweating profusely as they exclaimed, "He's a Huaxia reformer. He can tear a tank apart with his bare hands." Lu Di said nothing, but directly threw the tank parts at them. The European soldiers stood stunned as their commander was incapacitated. What the hell? Can a reformer be that powerful? Mo Zong appeared and reminded him, "Lu Di, your body still can't withstand these heavy weapons." A terrifying shell was fired from a distant tank, and someone gasped in astonishment, "It's an armor-piercing round." The place where he was standing exploded, but luckily Lu Di managed to dodge in time. He sat up, wiping sweat from his face, and thought to himself, that was really a bit difficult. Mo Zong laughed and said, "It's done." It shrugged and announced, "In a place with such backward internet, it's very difficult to hack into tanks. For me to shut down those tank systems, I had to hack into several satellites." The corners of his mouth turned up as he thought to himself, "Luckily there were still satellites, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack." Mo Zong reminded him, "Lu Di, after you return, quickly proceed with the phase upgrade. If you can control liquid metal, then even fighting like this again won't be a problem." Just then, another bullet flew in. He quickly jumped to another spot to dodge, thinking, I'll deal with this first, then we can talk. The tanks were suddenly controlled by countless electric beams. Lu Di took the opportunity to rush forward and destroy them. The European soldiers screamed in pain. He thought to himself, they're just anonymous mercenaries, I'll finish them quickly. At this moment, Lu Di sensed something and turned his head. Seeing a group of shirtless people standing in formation, he immediately realized, these are the latest super-enhanced individuals, 283 of them. He was very satisfied. It's Tian Luo, excellent. So, Lu Di stepped back to let them showcase their new talents. The corners of his mouth curved up. Then let's see what capabilities the Tian Luo organization truly possesses after their enhancement. That energy source spread everywhere, and even the European soldiers could feel it. The members of the Tian Luo organization, with fierce expressions, declared, touch my Huaxia border, and leave your corpses here for me. The Tian Luo organization members and the European soldiers charged forward simultaneously, shouting, kill. Go! The warriors of the Tian Luo organization were well-trained and delivered precise blows. Despite the numerical disparity, the Tian Luo members gradually gained the upper hand. Lu Di stood aside, observing the battle. He nodded, C-class enhanced individuals, this is Tian Luo. 10 minutes later, as expected, the European soldiers were completely wiped out, with corpses scattered everywhere. Sydney hurriedly searched for Lu Di. Where's Boss Lu? Could he be? He frantically fumbled through the piles of bodies, calling out loudly, Boss Lu, don't die. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll tell Miss. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Lu Di was lost in thought. These C-class enhanced individuals, it feels like something's still missing. Just then, Old Manda and Black Mountain also arrived. Black Mountain praised the Tian Luo warriors' performance, the actual combat results are very good. Lu Di also flew down to meet Black Mountain. Seeing him completely unharmed, Sydney breathed a sigh of relief, that's great, my brother-in-law is fine. Black Mountain expressed his gratitude to Lu Di, thankfully you helped us resolve this hidden danger. Not only did you help our Tian Luo complete their enhancement, but you also saved our lives. Sydney also stepped forward and spoke on behalf of the Tian Luo organization to Lu Di. On behalf of the Tian Luo organization, I promise you, if you ever need anything in the future, just send a message, and all 283 of us from Tian Luo will be there, even if it's 1,000 miles away. He pledged, as soon as the message arrives, we'll be there, no matter how far. With that, all the Tian Luo warriors bowed in unison before Lu Di. He smiled in response, you're all too polite. I can see the military spirit of China. This trip wasn't in vain. At the same time, Lu Di's helicopter arrived. Black Mountain's tone held undisguised regret. What? You have to leave already? Lu Di nodded, the wadium we found is stored in the barracks. It's difficult for ordinary people to withstand it, so I still need Section Chief Black Mountain to dispatch the Army's radiation-proof transport team to help me transport it back to High City. Black Mountain immediately agreed, that's a small matter. Lu Di turned to Old Manda and asked, are you coming back with me, old man? You is waiting too. He quickly waved his hand, I can't just up and leave like you young punks. Old Manda stroked his chin. The Tian Luo kids haven't shown their special abilities yet, I still need to observe them. He told Lu Di, little Lu Di, the Huaxia central government wants to confirm the experimental researcher. There's no need for an old man like me to show up, so I want to put your name on it. He said seriously to Old Manda, my name must be written after yours. With that, he whispered into Old Manda's ear. The more Old Manda listened, the more astonishment showed on his face. 1, 2, 3. All right, kid, you've got quite a few aliases. After everything was arranged, the helicopter carrying Lu Di quickly departed. Black Mountain surveyed the battlefield and slowly asked the Tian Luo warriors, you guys, approached by a force of 2,000 men with heavy weapons, and I got here quickly, and you've already wiped them all out? One of them honestly replied, Instructor, when we arrived, there were less than 1,000 men left, and all the heavy weapons were already destroyed. Sidney, standing nearby, added, moreover, the enemy was completely terrified and had lost all will to fight. Hearing this, Black Mountain couldn't help but be shocked. If that's the case, Lu Di alone eliminated nearly 1,000 men and destroyed all the tanks. The helicopter finally brought Lu Di back to Huaxia. He, along with Xiao Qiu and Xiao Xia, slowly disembarked from the helicopter. Yufei and Ruoyi led the junior brother to greet Lu Di. As soon as she saw him, Ruoyi happily reported, "Sir, the junior brother has wanted to open the production line many times, but I stopped him." Modong proudly reported to Lu Di, "In 3 days, a total of 10 times, 6 times hacking the defense system, 4 times bypassing firewalls, all were stopped by me." Lu Di bent down and gently patted the junior brother's head. "The matter of taking you to school might be interrupted for a bit. I have to do some experiments in this graveyard, and it would be harmful to your health if you stayed here." He told the boy, "Can you go stay with Sister Ruoyi for a few days?" The junior brother stubbornly refused. "I'm not going. I want to stay here and watch the experiment." Lu Di softly coaxed the boy, "Sister Ruoyi's place is the underworld. There are gangs. They'll chop people up for no reason. It's really interesting." The junior brother asked him doubtfully, "Really?" Lu Di replied decisively, "Then that's how it is." Yufei frowned, muttering, "Brother, recently many labs are undergoing thorough renovations, without hiding the existence of modified humans. FIC still has many things to deal with. I can't stay with you." At this moment, Modong reported to Lu Di, "News about modified humans is spreading rapidly online." Lu Di speculated, behind this intriguing news, someone must be pulling the strings. He thought to himself, this kind of news will cause public unrest, yet the military actually tacitly agreed. A few days later, in Lu Di's lab, he calmly picked up a test tube. On the shelf, there were already 3 test tubes, each clearly labeled, containing the Lizardman's radiation ability, the Lynx metal control ability, and the Black and White Rock Ball's regeneration ability. Lu Di secretly calculated, "Next, I have to start building a radiation room." Modong carefully assessed, "This is a complex project. Besides sophisticated equipment, we also need to work hard to control the spread of radiation." 4 days later, Lu Di was drenched in sweat, holding a screwdriver in one hand and wiping his dripping sweat with the other. "Finally, it's done. It can isolate 90% of radiation diffusion, and the zadium element has been placed inside." Modong also had to commend Lu Di, "You're really good at restricting radiation diffusion through decay inhibitors." Lu Di put a test tube down, and the chamber door officially closed. Modong quickly began the analysis. "This is the second stage of New Humanity, unlocking limits, possessing many soft characteristics." Lu Di told it, "I seem to have felt its power already." Modong continued to instruct Lu Di, "Next, you just need to use the DNA's electrolytic effect on a strong radiation source, and then, based on your own second-stage new human DNA, reconstruct the sequence. After succeeding, try to simulate the DNA structure of the Link people to acquire that ability." Hearing this, Lu Di's lips curled into a smile. He asked Modong, "Are the Wadiums we currently possess enough to help me evolve?" Modong wasn't sure. It suggested, "We can try first to determine the theoretical feasibility of the technology." Then, radiation rays began to shine on Lu Di. His entire body was instantly enveloped by the strong light released from nuclear energy. Modong also exclaimed, "Lu Di, you're the first person to come into direct contact with zadium radiation at close range." Lu Di gritted his teeth, "Modong, I feel a surge of power preventing you from modifying my DNA." Modong advised him, "Lu Di, the radiation force isn't strong enough. The endurance of the DNA in your body is only enough for stabilization. If we continue like this, your body won't be able to handle it." However, Lu Di resolutely disagreed. "Don't stop, let's try experiencing the Link's DNA model." Modong reminded him, "You can only last for another 70 seconds. Immediately after, Lu Di cried out in pain, and Modong hastily stopped the degeneration. At this point, Lu Di was completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees, panting continuously. Next, Lu Di pushed open the door of the radiation isolation room and quickly activated his perception ability. The button on the shelf immediately moved thanks to Lu Di's telekinetic power. He shouted, "Up!" The button immediately flew up. Lu Di assessed, "This is the Link's ability, Metal Control. My DNA changed by 10%. The ability to control metal is still limited." Modong praised him with satisfaction. "My good boy, Modong's prediction was right. Lu Di, you've evolved even further." Lu Di clenched his hand into a fist around the small bracelet. "If used properly, its power will be unimaginable." Modong carefully instructed Lu Di, "But don't forget, it's a type of metal, sturdy, sharp, and very ductile." Lu Di rubbed his chin, a pensive look on his face. "If it could be used to create machines, weapons, robots, then it would be like having a god existing." Modong shrugged. "Even if the weapon is shattered, it can restore itself." Thinking it, Lu Di tried using the bracelet to apply pressure to a nearby iron shelf. From this, he concluded, controlling other types of metal is not even half as effective as controlling liquid metal. Lu Di pointed to the bracelet. "Modong, I've named it Void, because it has no form, it's infinitely transformable." Modong also felt the name was very fitting. "That's right." Lu Di asked Modong, "How do I upgrade the shaping sequence of my DNA to enhance my metal control ability?" Modong started the system screen and replied to Lu Di, "Next, we need to find more radioactive metals, preferably those that have undergone natural decay." It explained, "Continuous explosions will release a large amount of highly radioactive substances into the atmosphere. This area is listed as a forbidden zone." An industrial area appeared on the system screen. Modong pointed to the screen, "Find wealth and danger. To obtain perfect radioactive material, we must explore this place." Modong told Lu Di, "Before the exploration, you also need to use gene-fused zadium from the lizard man to acquire radiation resistance." Lu Di then suggested, "While we're at it, let's go to Africa, to the mines to collect liquid metals." Modong immediately agreed. "All right, after all, this material cannot be regenerated anymore." Modong told Lu Di, "You should eat first, your metabolic capacity has strengthened again. Modong will thoughtfully order food for you." Lu Di then sat down. Just then, a golden dog suddenly walked out of the radiation room. From the dog's condition, Lu Di deduced that it had probably been exposed to radiation for a long time. He guessed it was probably a stray dog. The dog showed friendliness, actively approaching Lu Di to make friends. He gently petted its head, telling it, "From now on, just consider this your home." The food ordered by Modong was soon delivered. There were cakes and chicken drumsticks, very plentiful. The dog hadn't had a full meal in a long time, so it ate very enthusiastically. Modong also had to exclaim, "This dog's eating ability isn't bad, huh?" Meanwhile, in a dense jungle, a black hand suddenly appeared from behind a bush. Then, a shadow with two glowing eyes unexpectedly emerged. It bit its own arm. The shadow gritted its teeth to tear the arm from its body. Next, the shadow's severed arm fell to the ground. In an instant, that arm transformed into another shadow, identical in form to the main body. It laughed maniacally, "Anyone who blocks my path must go to hell." The main shadow narrowed its eyes. "What did you say?" Both shadows stared silently at each other. At Luanda International Airport, inside a car, Modong asked Lu Di, "How do you like it? In such a poor place." "I've arranged the most luxurious car for you." Lu Di just smiled. "Since when did you start doing such extravagant things?" The taxi driver turned around and offered Lu Di a cigarette. He thought to himself, "This must be a big client. One trip is enough to feed my family for half a year." Lu Di calmly put the cigarette to his mouth. He happened to notice the taxi driver sincerely praying before a picture hanging in the car. The picture depicted a beautiful young woman with golden hair. After praying, the driver turned to explain to Lu Di in an African language. Modong helped him translate. "This is the saint of Africa, Zuber. Her boundless magic helped them control the locust plague." Modong made a judgment. She is one of the recently appeared extraordinary ability users in Africa, 50% likely a modified human. Lu De unconsciously looked up, with a pensive expression. Recently, modified humans have appeared all over the world. This is not unusual. Soon, the taxi driver brought Lu De to a remote village, in the center of which was a giant bagua. Lu De leisurely got out of the car. He was momentarily stunned. In front of Lu De, a pretty young woman in a red dress was already waiting for him. He was surprised and wondered, who is this girl? The young woman in front of him was beautiful and dignified. The young woman proactively introduced herself to Lu De. Mr. Lu, my name is Misa. Welcome here. I can be your guide in searching for the mineral deposit. Misa kindly told Lu De, Mr. Lu, it's getting dark. I'll arrange a house for you to stay in first. Lu De smiled, no rush, Miss Misa. Do you know anywhere in the village where a black, liquid, water-like metal can be dug up? Misa's eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. You're here because of the demon blood, aren't you? She reminded Lu De, Mr. Lu, that liquid can harm people. The elders in the village say it's an ill omen. But I believe in science more. It must be some kind of substance or mineral metal. As she said this, a hint of a smile appeared on Misa's lips. She recounted, some people say they've seen shadows inside that mineral and heard very scary screams. There might be monsters in there. Lu De raised an eyebrow slightly. That's a bit interesting. He reassured Misa, Miss Misa, don't worry. I'm not an ordinary person, I won't get hurt. Where is the mineral deposit? Misa rubbed her chin, it's in my family's fields. But you'll have to get my father's permission first. He has a very peculiar temper. Lu De was secretly delighted. Excellent, I must use a method that requires no effort at all. So, he directly suggested to Misa, your father, right? Take me to meet him. Misa then led Lu De to her house. Arriving in front of Misa's house, Lu De noticed a mound of earth. He whispered to Mo Tong, I can sense its presence beneath this burial mound. It's definitely here. Misa pushed the door open and entered the house. Misa's father, named Muda, was engrossed in counting prayer beads. Misa hesitantly told him, Father, there's a guest who wants to see the ore deposit under the field. Muda's face instantly contorted. He grumbled angrily, that cursed demon blood is not something to touch. Then, Muda pointed at Misa, scolding her, you useless daughter, all you do is read books, you don't know how to farm. I'll beat you to death, you good for nothing. With that, he furiously picked up a piece of wood, intending to hit Misa. Fortunately, Lu De reacted quickly. He grabbed Muda's arm, stopping him. Lu De negotiated with Muda, I won't use the land outside for free. Unexpectedly, Muda roared fiercely, money. You're just like those scoundrels, wanting to sell demon blood. The gods will punish you. Misa knew her father too well, so she pulled Lu De's arm. Mr. Lu, I apologize on behalf of my father. Let's go. After leaving the house, Lu De and Misa walked together in silence. After a while, Lu De suddenly spoke first. Misa, you don't seem like the other villagers. Misa honestly shared her dream with Lu De. I want to go to university, study agricultural knowledge, and then come back to help the farmers. But it's very difficult to achieve. Misa's voice was sad. Here, girls have no status. My ultimate outcome will only be to marry someone else and have a litter of children. Lu De shook his head. It won't be like that. Just then, they both came across a large, crackling bonfire. Misa joyfully exclaimed, Mr. Lu, you're really lucky. Today is the day the villagers hold a sacrificial ceremony. I'll take you to see it. Around the blazing bonfire, a large crowd had gathered. In the center stood a blond young man in black attire, with a serious expression. Misa introduced his background. This is Ambassador Dip. He recently came to the village to preach. He's here to perform a ritual for the villagers. He's here to help us. Lu De secretly speculated, could he be a modified human? But I don't sense any energy. Meanwhile, the villagers were sincerely clasping their hands and praying. Dip then spoke, Children of the gods, plants cannot grow in your land because this place has been cursed. His expression suddenly turned grim. Someone has provoked the evil god. He is on this land. Today, I will show everyone the evil god. Next, Depp raised his hand, muttering strange incantations. Luda observed him, wondering, what is he doing? Depp suddenly picked up a piece of wood and shouted, "Messenger of the evil god." "Appear," he said, then he threw the piece of wood into the bonfire. Immediately, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the flames. The villagers all cried out in alarm, "Ambassador, save us!" Depp smirked, directly reaching out to block the dark shadow. "I have used magic to kill it." Witnessing Depp's foolish actions, Luda couldn't help but sneer, "What evil god? It's just a trick of chemical reaction." Truly a charlatan pretending to be a god, deceiving ignorant villagers. Depp continued to boast, "To kill the evil god in this entire land, I need to strengthen my magic power. For my magic power to grow, I need metals and precious stones." The deluded villagers quickly knelt before him, cheering, "As you command, messenger of the gods." Only now did Depp notice the presence of Luda and Misa. He glared at both of them. "You see the messenger, why don't you kneel?" Luda sneered, "Kneel your ass." Depp carefully assessed Luda. Judging by his appearance and skin color, he must be from somewhere else, not as ignorant as these villagers. What if he exposes me? Thinking this, he coughed softly, "You're from somewhere else. It's fine if you don't believe in our faith. We are tolerant and won't mind your disrespect. Please leave the village quickly." The deluded villagers also began to whisper, "This outsider doesn't respect our gods, disturbing our ritual. Drive him away." Misa immediately stood in front of Luda. "What are you people trying to do? Please respect my guest." Just then, the village chief's phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered, "Hello, Mr. Defong, he's here." Yes, all right." After hanging up, the village chief loudly ordered the villagers, "Everyone, stop what you're doing." He happily walked up and shook Luda's hand. "You, Mr. Lu, from now on, you are our biggest landowner." These words from the village chief made all the villagers' eyes widen and jaws drop, exclaiming, "What? So I'll be working for him later? He must be so rich." Depp continued his charlatan act. "If the evil god isn't destroyed, the crops won't grow. Everything will be in vain." Luda calmly told him, "You're coming here tomorrow to exorcise demons for everyone, right? I'll join in the fun too, to show everyone what a real miracle looks like." Hearing this, Depp thought to himself, "This foolish outsider, is he in the same business?" Luda turned to the village chief, "Then let's go see my land." The village chief politely made way for him. "This way, please." Night fell, the moon shining brightly in the sky. In the darkness, three figures walked together. It was Luda, Misa, and the village chief. Luda carefully examined the soil in the fields. Misa stood beside him, slowly speaking. "The seeds were sown many days ago, but due to drought, there's no sign of germination. Mr. Lu, I'm afraid you won't have much of a harvest." Holding a pebble in his hand, Luda's tone was indifferent. "Drought is only one of the causes." "Misa, what other problems do you think this land has?" Luda's words surprised Misa slightly. "Is Mr. Lu testing me?" she wondered. So, she carefully presented her assessment. "The soil here is red clay. I guess the mineral content has too high acidity, making it unsuitable for plant growth." The village chief looked confused listening to Misa's explanation. "Misa, what are you talking about?" Luda, however, was very pleased. He praised her. "Excellent, Misa. You should be more confident from now on." At this point, Luda turned to the village chief, entrusting him, "Village chief, I need a warehouse, a large number of iron buckets, and water too." The village chief nodded. "All right, I'll go arrange it." Soon, everything Luda needed was fully arranged. A delivery man approached, reporting to him, "Mr. Huaxia, I've delivered everything you asked for." The delivery man told Luda, "Mr. Huaxia, my car is broken. You said you'd give me a new one." Luda calmly replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, Misa walked around the newly delivered materials, carefully examining them: lime, fertilizer, calcium hydroxide, magnesium, phosphorus. Mr. Liu, do you want to neutralize the soil's acidity? Luda smiled. Misa, tonight I need to make fertilizer. Observe carefully. Misa exclaimed happily, all right, Mr. Liu, I'll remember it carefully. The next morning, the fertilizer had been mixed and put into barrels. Misa happily discussed with Luda, Mr. Liu, I'll go find the village chief now and mobilize the villagers to help you fertilize the fields. However, Luda had other plans. The villagers are too slow. Wait a bit, our tools are almost here. An hour later, at the Air Traffic Radar Command Center, a high-ranking officer reported to the commander, 4 of our agricultural spray drones have been dispatched and are being used. The commander sternly ordered, all technical personnel, resolve this quickly. At this moment, the computer suddenly announced, report, Commander, 2 ground survey drills and the suspended cargo drone are preparing for flight. The commander angrily jumped to his feet, roaring, who's the blind fool that dared to steal my aircraft? An officer quickly spoke up, the person who hacked into our system left a message. The message read, borrowing your equipment for use. Will return within the day. After reading it, the commander wearily slumped into his chair. Everyone listen carefully. DC is someone we cannot provoke. Whatever he wants, just give it to him. Do not obstruct him. At the same time, as the villagers were still groggy, what's that in the sky? At this moment, a series of drones were deployed, and Luda led Misa to the fields. Muda saw his daughter approaching, grabbed her hand, and shouted, Misa, come back with me. You've been chosen as an assistant for the ritual. Misa turned to look at Luda, her face flustered. Mr. Liu, you alone. He immediately reassured her, go, don't worry, I can complete this irrigation by myself. Soon, at the place where Depp performed his wicked ritual, the deluded villagers knelt before him, clasping their hands in prayer. Misa stood next to Depp, holding a ceramic pillar in her hands. Depp stood on the platform, shouting, oh, my people, this has been forged from the metal you offered. He instructed the people, after you go into the fields, every 100 steps, stake this into the soil. 10 days later, it will ward off the evil god. But, skip the outsider's plot of land, he will not receive my protection. Those kneeling immediately shouted, yes, Ambassador Depp. On a nearby rock, Luda quietly observed Depp playing God. He silently calculated, 10 days from now, this impostor will probably have already fled. Meanwhile, Depp was still passionately beguiling them with his words, that outsider's plot of land will be the most barren land in this village. At this, he loudly provoked Luda, outsider, didn't you say you'd show everyone a miracle today? Where is it? From the cliff, Luda waved his hand, right here. Instantly, 4 drones carrying fertilizer containers flew in. Depp gritted his teeth, what power does he have to even deploy drones? Misa watched the drones, thinking to herself, it's the compound Mr. Liu formulated. In an instant, the entire barren field was widely fertilized. Depp snorted coldly, it's just an agricultural sprayer drone. Is this what you call a miracle? The villagers agreed with him, fertilizer won't work. We tried spraying it before, but the seeds still didn't sprout. Luda remained calm, slowly opening his mouth. A so-called miracle, of course, must be awaited. I will patiently wait along with Master Depp. 4 hours later, the villagers, still following Depp's instructions, were diligently but hopelessly staking wooden poles into the ground. They sighed in exhaustion. One of them involuntarily looked towards Luda's side. There, Misa, with a worried expression, ran to Luda, Mr. Liu, water. There's no water in the ground. Luda calmly smiled, water will naturally come, it just needs time to be led through. Just then, a cone-shaped iron object suddenly appeared from behind a cloud of dust. The cone-shaped iron object was a giant drill, which powerfully drilled deep into the earth. Before long, an abundant spring of water immediately erupted. Where the seeds had been sown, they gradually began to sprout. The village chief exclaimed in surprise, "The seeds have sprouted." The villagers were all astonished. "It's a miracle. Heaven has eyes." The village chief hastily knelt at Lu De's feet. "Mr. Lu, you possess great power. You must help us." Lu De calmly said, "Misa, you explain it to everyone." Misa was momentarily flustered. "Me, Mr. Lu, I." Lu De looked at her with eyes full of trust. "It's you." Encouraged by Lu De, Misa spoke out loudly. "Everyone, this is not supernatural power, nor magic. This is science, the power of knowledge." After hearing Misa's explanation, the villagers cheered happily. "That's wonderful." At this moment, Lu De's gaze sharpened. He glanced at Depp, Ambassador Depp, trying to run? Lu De directly exposed him. "You used science to deceive the villagers for money. Return it all to me, and I might give you a way out." Knowing there was no escape, Depp quickly knelt down, pleading, "I'll pay it back, I'll pay it back. Please spare me." The angry villagers shouted, "He deceived us. He must be punished. Seize him. Feed him to the pigs. That's right, let him see the pigsty." With that, everyone rushed forward, grabbing Depp's limbs. He cried out in terror, wailing miserably, "Help me! Help me!" Suddenly, two black cars approached from a distance. Lu De was slightly startled. A group of people dressed in black stepped out of the cars. One of them stepped forward to explain, "We are from the Luana War Bureau. This person is the commander of the War Bureau. This person is the deputy mayor of Luana. Which one of you is the village chief? Speak quickly." The commander of the War Bureau continued, "Our War Bureau has detected planes, reconnaissance planes from Arabia. What exactly is going on here?" Lu De calmly replied, "The planes are for spraying fertilizer, and the reconnaissance drone is for finding water sources. They are all for this land." Seeing the fields blooming with crops, Deputy Mayor Luana was also astonished. "These young sprouts. Are you a Huaxia scientist?" Misa stood beside Lu De and confirmed, "That's right, it's all Mr. Lu's doing. This is specially formulated fertilizer, and through irrigation, the seeds have sprouted." Lu De continued, "I will tell Misa the location of the water source." Receiving the documents from Misa's hand, Deputy Mayor Luana was delighted and expressed gratitude to Lu De. "This is truly salvation from God, Mr. Lu. You've solved a huge problem for our country." Lu De smiled, "It's nothing, really. I originally came here to prospect for mineral veins." At this point, Lu De turned to Muda and asked, "Mr. Muda, the mineral deposit in that field, can you sell it to me?" He replied decisively, "Mr. Lu, from now on, I only believe in science. I'm willing to give that mineral deposit to you." Those who witnessed Muda's complete change in attitude couldn't help but admire Lu De. This young man from Huaxia could actually awaken these superstitious villagers. Next, Lu De told the people from the Luana War Bureau, "Everyone, regarding farming techniques, you can ask Misa. I have to go complete the purpose of this trip." Deputy Mayor Luana enthusiastically said to Lu De, "Mr. Lu, if you need any cooperation, I'll do my best." Lu De then asked him, "Please help me seal off that mineral deposit. Don't let the villagers get near it." Deputy Mayor Luana immediately agreed, "Okay, I'll arrange for some bodyguards to accompany you, Mr. Lu." After making proper arrangements for Lu De, Deputy Mayor Luana silently watched his departing figure. At the entrance of the mine, Lu De instructed the bodyguards, "You guys wait for me here." "Yes, sir." Misa hesitated slightly, "Mr. Lu, this mine is still too mysterious, you alone." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu De interrupted, "Don't worry, Ms. Misa." Lu De gradually realized that where he stood was not just a simple mining area. A strange feeling crept in as he stepped into a deep, dark crevice hidden underground. This wasn't a normal mine, it was an underground fissure. Lu De extended his hand to use his inner strength. He unleashed a powerful move that made the cave shake and rocks fly everywhere. He put his hand in front of his face to shield himself from injury. The darkness seemed to swallow all sounds, and then a low hiss echoed from the depths. Luda softly whispered to Modong, his worry rising as the mysterious sound resonated in the dark cave. Could there really be a monster? Modong laughed, reassuring Luda, trying to explain everything scientifically amidst the strange sound in the cave. Luda, don't be scared. It's just the airflow in this cave's fissure creating that sound. Luda sighed, but his vigilance remained as he was acutely aware of the dangerous position he was in. I thought someone would suddenly appear. Modong spoke up, we've now descended 60 meters below the surface. Luda felt something waiting for him ahead, something undefined, an invisible and terrifying void. I can feel that ahead is nothingness. Luda slowly moved forward, each step incredibly cautious. Before him was a strange space with a transparent membrane separating him from an exact likeness of himself. Luda raised his hand and gently touched the transparent spatial membrane. The person in that space stood motionless, neither moving nor speaking. Luda couldn't help but be suspicious of the strange phenomenon before his eyes. Modong, what's going on? Modong replied, he truly exists. He has no ill intent. The moment Modong finished speaking, the person in that space vanished. The surrounding magnetic field twisted the space, distorting it as if it were overlapping. Modong described the strange phenomenon. The moment he left, there was a change in the magnetic field, a spatial collapse, and even an overlap of three-dimensional spaces. Luda was surprised by what he heard and asked, you mean he's from another dimension? Did he travel back through time and space? Modong immediately replied, that's right, he broke through the fifth multidimensional space. Modong's worldview has been shattered. Luda mumbled in confusion. He seemed to feel a strange connection to what was about to happen. I have a very strange feeling. That feeling is me. Modong voiced his dissatisfaction. Modong, you've confused me too. Suddenly, Modong grew serious and raised his index finger in warning. Luda, according to Modong's prediction, this mine will collapse within 10 minutes. Luda seemed to realize something, his eyes filled with confidence and a hint of mystery. Modong, I feel this is something I left for myself. Both of them were looking back at a glowing technological information block floating in mid-air. I hope we survive to study it. A dazzling yellow energy vortex appeared. Around the vortex were streaks of light and shadows, giving a sense of intense movement. A golden necklace with an orange-red rhomboid crystal, glowing, gradually emerged from that energy vortex. Luda's eyes were filled with excitement as he saw the crystal necklace. Modong stated, the programming quality of this object is formidable, its power is incredibly terrifying, and its structure far surpasses current technology. This thing has absorbed at least 1,000 tons of liquid metal. Its quality is definitely a program that will shock others. Luda closed his eyes, trying to use his inner strength to move it, but he discovered it was completely unmovable. As Luda was about to touch the glowing necklace, Modong immediately warned, Luda, its power is too great, be careful not to break your bones. Luda ignored the advice and reached out to grab the necklace. His face was determined. It's really heavy, but not impossible to control. Modong said in a displeased tone, I really need to upgrade. My current functional level can't even comprehend the existence of this thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space vibrated slightly for a moment, and a string of glowing characters like green light beams swept across the air. It twisted into a spiral shape, then solidified in front of Luda. 864 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds remaining. Modong immediately spoke up, this is a countdown timer. Luda took half a step back. His doubtful eyes stirred an uneasy premonition within him, and he mumbled, as if asking himself, but also as if trying to decipher the message. After 36 days, something will happen. What is it reminding me of? What exactly is it? Suddenly, a loud bang resounded, and the entire space violently shook. Outside, cracks left by the recent explosion were easily visible. Misa stood on the surface of the mine, her face panicked. Oh no, the mine is about to collapse. The ground cracked open, stone dust billowed, and a gigantic deep hole appeared right in front of Misa. One of the Luana War Bureau members yelled, that's below the mine. The mine is about to collapse. Misa exclaimed in horror. What? The Luana War Bureau commander raised his hand and decisively gave an order, his loud voice echoing across the area. Everyone, run far away. The Luana War Bureau personnel quickly ran out of the collapsing area. Misa suddenly froze, feeling something wasn't right. It seemed a huge power was surging out of the ground. The Luana War Bureau commander broke into a sweat, surprised, thinking to himself, what's happening? Underground water? Or lava beneath the ground? He exclaimed, everyone, spread out. Just then, a blinding cloud of white dust flew straight up from the bottom of the pit into the air, then settled on the ground. It was Luda. He landed with such force that the ground shook. As soon as Luda landed, Misa immediately rushed over, her eyes filled with worry, hugging him tightly, her voice trembling. Brother Lu, you're still alive. Luda gave a slight, helpless smile and told her, Misa, you don't need to worry. Didn't I tell you? I'm not an ordinary person. The Luana War Bureau commander's expression was stern, his eyes scrutinizing. Mr. Lu, I am, after all, the guardian of Africa. You need to clarify your identity to me. Luda's eyes briefly showed understanding, and he calmly replied in a low voice, so, it was already like this. He slowly spread his hand, and in his palm lay a light brown rectangular object with a circular decorative pattern in the middle and a border of 5 yellow stars. The Luana War Bureau commander was stunned, his voice trembling with surprise. FIC? You're an FIC heroic agent? A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, like a drowning man being pulled from the brink. This is great. Finally, you guys sent someone to help us. Luda turned away, his other arm gently wrapping around Misa's waist, his eyes reflecting a determined, cold, and indifferent look. I think that helping you people should still be handled by my other colleagues. I'm just here to retrieve this thing. Luda spoke calmly, but his eyes held a hint of nostalgia. Everyone, I must return home now. We'll meet again if fate allows. The Luana War Bureau troops stood in neat formation, the atmosphere heavy as if seeing off a hero leaving the battlefield. The sleek black car rolled away, leaving a trail of hazy dust in the fading sunlight, with eyes following its retreating shadow. Inside the car, flickering lights from the integrated control panel illuminated the interior. Luda sat silently, his eyes gazing out the window. But his hand gripped a necklace which now displayed 863 hours 12 minutes 37 seconds remaining. He mused, time is indeed still ticking. What secret does this pendant hold, after all? He couldn't help but think about the strange phenomenon in the mine. What exactly was that me in the mine? The car accelerated, speeding through the winding forest roads. The driver, Modong, suddenly yelled, My God, what is this? Pests? Luda calmly looked at the pitch-black space ahead. Among those insects, there's a beam of light. It must be a fairly strong modified human. Ahead was a swarm of mutated black insects, like a flying wall, covering the entire dusty sky. The car was speeding directly into that swarm of monstrous insects. The driver, Modong, clutched his head as if about to cry, Oh my God! My car! My precious! Luda immediately opened the door and jumped out of the car. Just then, the wheels screeched to a halt. Luda opened the door and stepped out. Before him was an unbelievable sight. A woman lay on the ground, her pink dress tattered, long blonde hair spread out, her body covered in wounds, eyes still closed. Luda couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, A woman? What's going on? Modong's eyes widened, stammering, Isn't this Saint Zuber? Luda observed thoughtfully, There's a very strange scent on her. It seems she's injured all over and has lost her ability to control herself. Luda helped Zuber to her feet. Zuber opened her mouth and let out a soft groan. Zuber whispered weakly, You too, run. Luda quickly picked her up and placed her on the car roof. Zuber urgently warned, Someone is chasing me. You too, run. Modong's voice was filled with determination, But you are our saint. I can't just run away like that. Suddenly, Zuber lost her strength and collapsed forward. Luckily, Luda quickly caught her. Suddenly, a thick smoke billowed around where the three of them stood. Moto gritted his teeth, his voice full of caution. "Lu, that rogue is over there. We need to prepare carefully." Just then, a whistling sound echoed from the forest, a modified warrior. He charged forward at terrifying speed like a whirlwind. His eyes were only whites, a horrifying sight. That was Hound 32. Lu De narrowed his eyes, observing. He secretly assessed, this guy's killing intent is very clear, and he's also a modified person with decent strength. To prevent the situation from becoming disadvantageous, Lu De quickly thought of a distraction for Moto, suddenly pointing towards the distant forest and asking, "Moto, look over there, isn't that a flying saucer?" Moto looked intently in the direction Lu De pointed. "Where's the flying saucer?" Seizing that brief moment, Lu De hissed coldly, "Die." With no wasted movement, he lunged forward like lightning, delivering a full-power strike aimed directly at Hound 32. The sharp, forceful attack was like a storm, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly and sending Hound 32 flying far away. Meanwhile, Moto was still bewilderedly searching for the flying saucer Lu De had pointed at. "Lu, there's no flying saucer." Moto turned his head back, couldn't see Hound 32, and asked, "Where's that rogue?" Lu De gave a faint smile, his eyes calm. "He was probably scared off by your aura and ran away." Moto chuckled, half believing, half doubting, then shook his head helplessly. "Well, if you say so." Lu De, Moto, and Zuber got into the car. Lu De looked at Zuber, who had her eyes tightly closed, and asked anxiously, "Moto, can you find a small, secluded house with no other houses around? All problems can be solved with money." Moto, a little worried, turned to look at the two people in the back seat and replied, "My house is just a 15-minute drive away, and the rent is 300. Lu De's eyes lit up with joy. "That's good. We should keep the benefits within our group." The car sped along the deserted road, wind whistling past their ears. At the same time, at Leader Perseus's mansion, the shepherd was sitting on a chair in the grand hall, a dark purple aura radiating from him. A man approached, reporting gravely, "Sir, this attack on Africa was extremely successful. I've already dispatched people to hunt down Zuber. Within 3 days, Africa's modified people will be completely wiped out." The shepherd sneered, "From now on, we won't need to pay attention to such small countries. Once this is dealt with, we will advance into Huaxia." His face tense, the old man said, "Sir, people from FIC have arrived. They are the International Modified Person Surveillance Organization." The shepherd calmly lit a cigarette, his lips curling slightly. "They have quite a few people too. Have they come to throw their lives away today?" A group of people kicked the door open with a bang, sending the large door flying. A team of 12 people wearing FIC's black uniforms entered imposingly, stepping closer to the shepherd. One person shouted loudly, "Shepherd, you won't escape today." The shepherd growled, sneering, "Escape? I've never thought about escaping." Immediately, FIC agents simultaneously drew their guns and pointed them directly at him. The rapid click of cocking guns echoed through the grand hall. His face darkened, and he roared, "Dogs, kill them all." Rustle, 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 sounds came from behind the chairs. Many dark figures lunged out, howling like wild beasts. The frenzied modified people charged at the FIC agents like bloodthirsty hounds. An FIC agent yelled amidst the gunfire and blood, "We'll fight to the end with only our physical strength." The shout echoed through the grand hall. It seemed the battle had already been decided. Along with that, splatters of blood stained the grand hall red. The shepherd roared, his eyes triumphant, "No one can stop our Perseus." The man from behind approached the shepherd and whispered in his ear, "Sir, Hound 32, who was tracking Zuber, is overdue to return. It's very likely." The shepherd frowned, his sharp eyes sweeping around. He spoke in a low voice with a hint of self-mockery, "I was careless. I should have sent more hounds there." He nodded slightly, a sinister glint in his eyes. "That beautiful woman has a very fragrant scent, very easy to track." They walked out and stood before the hall entrance. In the courtyard, mad dogs snarled like demons, having successfully repelled the FIC team. The shepherd glanced at them, a satisfied smirk on his lips. At the same time, at Moto's house, it was not an overly luxurious home. The space was quiet, midday sun piercing through a gap in the curtains, shining on the slender body lying still on the wooden bed. Zuber was still unconscious, her face pale, her eyes tightly closed. Luda sat on the edge of the bed, 2 fingers on his chin in contemplation. First, I must treat her wounds to prevent infection from the hot weather. He gently leaned down, reaching out to untie her clothes to disinfect the wound. Suddenly, with a click, the door burst open. A girl in a purple dress shrieked shrilly, her eyes wide with horror. Before I could even ask, she immediately grabbed a nearby vase and charged forward, intending to throw it at Luda. She yelled angrily, "This pervert dares to disrespect our saint." Luda panicked, "Miss, please let me explain." Bang! The vase shattered on Luda's head, porcelain shards scattered across the floor. She snarled, "Explain my ass. Get your hands off the saint's chest." Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed again, and Moto walked in from outside. He secretly panicked, "Oh my God, what happened? I just went to buy medicine." Seeing the chaotic scene before him, he quickly intervened, "Let the saint rest first, we'll go downstairs to sort out this misunderstanding." Down in the living room, Luda sat silently on the sofa, while Moto, Sin, and that girl stood before him, full of tension. She was indignant. Who told him to take off her bra right when he got caught? Luda sighed dejectedly and helplessly, "Great, now what was clearly normal treatment has been misunderstood as me being a pervert." Moto stepped forward to clarify the situation for her. "Mr. Lu here is a benefactor, he's the one who gave me the car." She suddenly paused, her eyes wavered, then she picked up the medicine box and softly said, "I'll go bandage the saint first." A few minutes later, the steady clacking of shoes echoed on the floor. The door opened, and a young man with chestnut brown hair, cold eyes, and gun holsters on both sides of his pants, looking like a police officer, walked in. That person was Sin. Sin angrily questioned, "Sister Saint went missing, so why is she at your house? And there's someone here dreaming of disrespecting the saint." She wiped her hands and replied to him, "I've finished treating Saint Zuber's wounds." She accused Luda to him, Sin, that Huaxia Brat has ill intentions towards the saint. She continued, "My brother, you must punish him." Hearing this, Sin threw handcuffs at Luda and yelled, "Put them on yourself. You'll come with me in a bit." Luda caught the handcuffs and frowned. Sin continued, his voice sharp as a knife, "Don't even dream of pretending to be smart." Sin turned and said sternly to her, "Sister, lead me to see the saint's wounds. My colleagues will quickly surround this place, so there's no need to worry." Footsteps left the room, the door closed, and Luda was left alone in the room. He quietly held the handcuffs in his hand, his eyes contemplative. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the trees outside the window. Outside the window, in the forest, low-crawling figures with terrifying saw-like mouths, the shepherd's modified mad dogs, appeared, bearing their fangs like monsters escaped from hell. The girl looked out the window, somewhat surprised. She asked Sin, "Is this how you police officers disguise yourselves?" He stood behind her and asked back, puzzled, "Disguise what? My people haven't arrived yet." Then both of them looked down through the window, seeing a pack of modified mad dogs. Luda's voice echoed, "This place is surrounded, quickly get out of here." Luda looked at them, assessing, "They're all B-grade modified humans." He stood by the door, secretly observing and evaluating the shepherd's modified dogs. Modifying the genes of vicious dogs. To create an army like this, I wonder how many experimental subjects had to be sacrificed. Luda clenched his fist. Could it be that such power is flaunted to the point of challenging the modified people of various countries? It's truly inhumane. The mad dogs all charged at Luda, their footsteps like thunder, claws tearing at the ground. Moto covered his head in fear. "Oh my God, Lu is about to be torn to shreds." Sin loaded his small-caliber gun and growled, "Huaxia Brat, they're not normal people, quickly retreat into the room." The girl helped Zuber up, staggering backward. Zuber forced her eyes open, her voice weak but resolute. Everyone, don't act. Let me go. She gasped, her eyes stern. Luda, in their eyes, you are a mortal threat, which is why they attack in a pack to deal with you. Hearing this, Luda became even more amused, laughing defiantly. Then let's see if they have that ability. Zuber weakly whimpered, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. Boom, a modified dog was kicked straight into the wall cracked, and debris fell everywhere. Luda seized the opportunity and rushed in like a whirlwind, and in an instant, 5 hound dogs fell. Luda stood amidst the swirling dust, hands in his pockets, looking very cool. He raised his hand and threw a punch. With your normal strength, everyone knows the result. With a thunderous bang, the punch struck the modified hounds. The hounds flew out like torn scarecrows, flung far into the forest, their heads hitting tree trunks. Some flew onto the roof, tiles falling like rain, others hit the wall, their backs slamming hard against the solid surface, in agonizing pain. Luda slowly walked up to a surviving dog, hands in his pockets. Keep your dog life and go back and call your master here. The mad dog tucked its tail, scrambling on all fours, not daring to look back. Witnessing the scene just now left Zuber stunned. This man's strength is 30 times greater than mine. Who is he? Suddenly, Zuber felt unwell, her body gradually losing strength, and her face turned pale. Zuber faded and then passed out. No one had time to catch her. Inside the house, Luda sat silently on the sofa, while Moto, Sin, and that girl stood before him, full of tension. She bowed her head sincerely and said to Luda, Huaxia Saint, the disrespect towards our Saint Zuber was just a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. Luda calmly replied, it's fine, but there might be a fight next, and I'll compensate everyone for any damage I cause. Sin yelled in frustration, compensate? That's 30 lives, you have to come with me for an investigation. Luda lightly raised the handcuffs and asked him back, come with you? Sin was flustered, because this person invites you to cooperate with us. Luda thought to himself, not bad, he knows how to seize the opportunity. Luda smiled and replied to him, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. 15 minutes later, a man in military uniform approached and shook Luda's hand. Mr. Lu, thank you for your help. It turned out to be Commander Manhua, who continued, saving our Saint Zuber. Luda humbly replied, Commander Manhua, it's just something that needed to be done, there's no need to be overly formal. It's just this scene here. Commander Manhua assured him, the scene will be taken care of. Mr. Lu, rest assured, this is a small matter, I'll find someone to handle them. Luda suddenly lowered his voice, his face stern as he continued, Commander, after you've dealt with this scene, please get everyone except Zuber out of here first. Commander Manhua was startled, are you saying there are still people coming to assassinate? Luda replied coldly, that's right. In the room, the warm, dim light, Zuber lay still on the bed. Luda stood by, looking at Zuber and gently sighing. He carefully reached out and pulled the blanket up to cover her. Suddenly, a smooth, white hand grasped his wrist, holding him back. Zuber's voice was light as a breeze, Huaxia Powerhouse, I want to cultivate the next generation with you. Luda was startled, forcing a smile as he said to her, Ms. Zuber, have your nerves not recovered yet? Zuber's eyes shone brightly, her face flushed but full of determination. No, my mind is very clear right now. She placed her hand on Luda's chest, her eyes blazing. It is our duty to combine with true powerhouses to give birth to generations strong enough. Luda's heart was in panic, and he called out to Modong in his head, Modong, it seems I've encountered an attack I've never seen before. Modong smiled reassuringly, don't worry, it's just a nervous reaction to an ambiguous situation. A black limousine sped like an arrow on the road. Chan Q's face was cold, radiating intense murderous intent. In front of him was a living, modified dog kneeling prostrate at his feet. The driver said to him in a serious, committed tone, Sir, please don't be angry. Give me 3 months, and I will create a new dog army. Chan Q's voice was like an angry beast's roar, he wasted my time, he must die. As the car was speeding along, 2 strangers stood blocking the road. The one-eyed man introduced, "We are members of the Indian Pharaohs." The man next to him announced, "Today we were sent here to take your dog's life." Chan Q opened the door and looked, scoffing, "Are there two more clowns here for entertainment?" Screech! The car braked sharply, stopping by the roadside. He dashed out like lightning, grabbing the heads of the two men with both hands. He slammed the two men onto the road, and their bodies lay motionless. In the distance, in the forest, the scenery was utterly peaceful, as if nothing had happened. On the hilltop, Commander Maluel looked through binoculars, surprised by the scene before him, thinking to himself, "Is this the leader of Perseus? He's a true monster." Chan Q suddenly screamed madly. Then he ran like a flash into the nearby forest. Commander Maluel looked through his binoculars but couldn't see Chan Q anywhere. Oh no, where did he go? He turned back and ordered his subordinates, "Everyone advance 1 kilometer, find an opportunity to immediately deal with Chan Q." Back in the room, Zuber stood up and put her leg down. "Even if you don't agree now, powerhouse of Huaxia, I have made up my mind. No matter where you go." She placed her index finger on her lips, her face flushed and alluring. "I will follow to combine with Lu." Lu Day broke into a sweat, his expression full of helplessness as he thought, "I'm suddenly caught up in a troublesome situation." Lu Day suddenly stopped, realizing something, and glanced sharply at the window. He quickly shook Zuber's shoulder. "Saintus, wait. The enemy has attacked. I must go fight back. Who knows, I might lose my life to the enemy soon." Boom! An explosion shook the entire forest, dust billowed, and walls shattered. Chan Q, filled with dark energy and blood-red eyes, roared, "Who killed my dogs? Come out and die!" Lu Day ran out, light shining behind him like a war god descending from the heavens. He gritted his teeth, murderous intent rising. "I never thought Huaxia still had a master like you, but today is your dying day." In Lu Day's mind, Modong's assessment of the man echoed, "He has the speed of a leopard, the strength of an elephant, and the ferocity of a sun bear. The nose of a dog." Lu Day thought to himself after hearing this, "He's a composite entity of beasts." Modong quickly said, "You must collect his blood, it will be beneficial for us to integrate his abilities." Lu Day scoffed, asking Chan Q, "Does your organization have no one else?" Chan Q didn't answer, just punched the nearby wall forcefully. He charged like lightning, throwing a punch at Lu Day and roaring, "Arrogant worm." Lu Day tilted his body, deftly dodging. His agile movements surprised the man. "You're very strong, I can't quite fight you." The one hitting, the other dodging, continued incessantly, as if the two were playing, never getting tired. Chan Q frowned, thinking, "He can easily avoid every punch of mine. What is he doing, feigning weakness?" Lu Day's back hit the wall, his eyes flashing. The fierce battle intensified, each attack destroying the surrounding landscape. Lu Day gasped, his eyes serious as he threw a punch. "You're too strong, I have no choice but to use a death blow." Chan Q roared, also unleashing his powerful punch. Both swung their fists, boom boom boom. Rocks exploded, the ground cracked, and dust enveloped everything. Dust flew everywhere. Chan Q said angrily, "That cheating braggart trying to escape? No way." A golden ring spun and shot out at incredible speed. It unexpectedly flew past him, clanging. The ring grazed Chan Q's chest, creating a long gash. Lu Day stood in front, hand raised, and the golden ring returned to his hand. He lay sprawled on the ground, stunned. What happened? Chan Q collapsed to the ground motionless, his breath fading, the rubble behind Lu Day becoming a backdrop for his imposing stance. Commander Maluo and his soldiers only then appeared, surrounding them. Commander Maluo was surprised but also let out a sigh of relief. To kill such a strong opponent, Mr. Lu must also be seriously injured. From afar, Zuber secretly observed, thinking to herself, that battle just now was very strange. Mr. Lu seems to be hiding his true strength. Zuber knelt down, her eyes full of doubt, looking at Chan Q's corpse. Did he just log out like that? It's strange that there are no wounds. She carefully lifted his shirt, her eyes suddenly freezing. This wound definitely has a problem. Zuber lightly touched his chest. A small area of skin was slightly sunken. She was stunned as she realized his heart has been completely pulverized. This is the real cause of death. Zuber turned, looking at Lu Dai standing far away amidst the rubble. She mused, could it be that Mr. Lu possesses some kind of spatial attack ability? He's truly too powerful. Zuber stood up, turning to Commander Manhua with determined eyes. Commander, I am willing to participate in the International Modified Human Tournament you mentioned earlier. Commander Manhua was surprised. What? Didn't you refuse to participate in such a fight before? Zuber placed both hands on her chest, bowing her head bashfully. I want to face Huaxia. No one in Huaxia can compare to Mr. Lu. I must find him to have children and nurture the next generation. The commander's walkie-talkie dropped to the ground with a thud. Commander Manhua looked at her with a petrified face, thinking to himself, what is this saint saying? News from the world's first modified human monitoring organization, FIC, defeating Perseus, the organization posing the biggest threat to international modified humans. Chief Robin secretly wondered, which organization defeated Perseus? Why aren't they coming here to explain? Suddenly, the desk phone rang nonstop. Commander Manhua spoke through the phone. Captain Robbins, we will always remember the help you've given to the people of Africa. Captain Robbins frowned and asked again, Commander Manhua, are you sure it was one of our people? Commander Manhua laughed heartily and reaffirmed, of course, I saw with my own eyes that he is a member of FIC, but he also has another mission and told me not to reveal his identity. Chief Robbins thought to himself, the misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger, this won't do. If the truth is exposed, our FIC organization will have an even harder time coping. I must explain. The team members entered the room, happily praising, Captain, your move was brilliant. An FIC member added, blocking all information, secretly sending someone to directly defeat Perseus and log him out. Did you send Hero Assassin Team Number 5? Another member spoke, only he can do all that without anyone knowing. Chief Robbins muttered, I also thought of the assassin, but he refused to take the order even if it meant death when he heard that the leader of the Hero organization was crippled. He forced a smile. An FIC member spoke up, that's right, Captain, the chairman said you did a great job this time and announced a reward. Chief Robbins calculated in his head, I can only gamble. I need to find time to coordinate my story with the assassin. A notification sounded from the computer, and Robbins quickly sat down. The notification on the computer displayed, this is our duty. The internal broadcast voice sounded, our FIC high-ranking leaders have been urged by the International Modified Human Alliance to become judges for the International Modified Human Tournament. We will definitely put the assassin on the stage to compete so that our great Eagle Empire can achieve glory. Chief Robbins secretly analyzed, with the assassin's strength, he's probably not strong enough for the international stage. At that point, we'll just have to deal with it as it comes. Luanda International Airport, planes were taking off in sequence. Lu Dai closed his eyes and leaned his head back in the seat. I didn't expect this trip to Africa to end up being a fearful escape. Modon laughed heartily. According to data, men in the advanced stages of being straight develop retarded reactions and water on the brain when pursued by women. Lu Dai glared at Modon. His face darkened as he pointed at himself. Modon, what do you know? Who's pursuing me anyway? Modon scoffed, satisfied, at Lu Dai. You see, that's a retarded reaction right there. Lu Dai sighed helplessly. What can I do? Can't I even run away? Lu Dai pulled out a crystal necklace from his pant pocket, a pale orange light reflecting off his hand, an unexpected harvest. Modon stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he observed, the metal flow inside seems to have been introduced in a very special way. He pondered, if that's the case, then this small necklace is nothing more than a gateway. A small screen appeared on the necklace, only 852 hours, 59 minutes, 3 seconds remaining. Lu Dai whispered, what exactly will happen after the time runs out? The plane Lu Dai was on landed at High City International Airport. He looked at the crystal, deep in thought. 20 hours have passed. thinking about how he'd have to travel all over the world later, searching for radiation in various places along that route. Who knows how much more time would be wasted? Bing! A system notification popped up. White House Confidential Files number 122 from 1997 and 2007. 2 UFOs from outer space infiltrated Europe. The completion rate of the machine frame reached 94%, stored at a secret base in Florida, Europe. Maudon rubbed his nose excitedly. This is confidential data from the White House floppy disk from the last system intrusion. To actually get this kind of data, this thing could become public property. Lou Day sternly shouted, "Maudon, stop messing around. How big of a deal will this cause?" Then he did a complete U-turn, placing his hand on his chin, stroking it with delight, and said to Maudon, "But let's go take a look sometime, it should be fine." It smiled contentedly, then it's a happy decision. Suddenly the plane encountered a problem, and countless miserable screams echoed inside. The flight attendant tried to calm them. "Passengers, no need to panic, there's a pressing issue with the landing approach. Once the problem is resolved, we will attempt to land again." Lou Day opened his eyes, looked up, and assessed, although this is unexpected, it's not something that can't be resolved. Bang! There was a sound, the surroundings were blown to smithereens. It's clear the damage is definitely not small. Thud! A sound. Someone's foot landed on the ground from above. Boom! A muscular, pink-haired man appeared. Passengers looking through the plane window exclaimed. The passenger in a stylish black suit cried out with an O-shaped mouth, "Iron Rhino." The blonde passenger said in surprise, "That's the superhero Iron Rhino." And the passenger with hair covering his eyes cheered excitedly, "Brother Iron Rhino is here to save us." Lou Day looked amused. Another modified human appearing before everyone? Interesting. The plane successfully landed at Haiti International Airport. Passengers and reporters rushed forward, surrounding Iron Rhino, taking photos furiously. A passenger demanded his autograph. "Iron Rhino, please sign for me." A reporter held up a microphone to interview him. "Mr. Iron Rhino, where did your superpower come from?" But Iron Rhino's face remained cold. He didn't answer. Lou Day observed from a distance. Maudon spoke up, "I just got the surveillance footage. Iron Rhino didn't have any flights. He'd been waiting near the airport early. Seems like he intentionally came for this rescue." Iron Rhino approached Lou Day, his sharp eyes asking, "Sir, is there something wrong?" At that moment, 2 girls nearby were recording a TikTok video. The short-haired girl in a red, low-cut dress held her phone, taking a photo of Lou Day with fascinated eyes. "Wow, that boy is really handsome." The long-haired girl in a purple dress standing next to her covered her mouth and chuckled, "Younger boys aren't trendy anymore this year." Lou Day waved his hand, decisively replying to Iron Rhino, "Nothing is wrong." The airport was bustling with people coming and going. Hot news flashed on the airport's LED screen. Tin Chuck Biological Group has discovered a mysterious enhanced human, opening a new journey. Lou Day looked up, frowning as he wondered, a mysterious Tin Chuck enhanced human? What exactly happened during the few short days I was gone? Maudon appeared on his right shoulder and replied. "Lou Day, the hacker, the modified human with the left shoulder that you discovered before, is a member of the Tin Chuck Group." Lou Day sighed gloomily. "Gretton, that kid, I just hope Europe doesn't go too far. Otherwise, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing." The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland in the suburbs. Lou Day's car stopped in front of 2 luxury cars. A group of men in black suits were already waiting. Lou Day got out of the car and walked towards the group in suits and the blonde boy standing there. Quan Tang, shivering from the cold, told the group, "My elder brother said you guys aren't suitable for 3 reasons to kill. Get out of here quickly. If you forgot, Quan Tang is a member of the poker club who appeared in Chapter 153. Seeing Lou Day arrive, the young boy was surprised. The boy immediately went in front of Lou Day, pointing at the people behind and recounting the situation. "Brother, these guys want to buy the graveyard and the surrounding land." At that moment, a person from Tinchuk Group approached, his voice cold. Our Tinchuk Group wants to buy this place to become a genetic modification research center. Any price is not an issue. Lu Day put both hands in his pockets and chuckled softly. It's been a long time since I met such rich people. The Tinchuk Group member put his hand on his chest assertively, replying, that's natural. We, Tinchuk, will become the most brilliant company in the world, making you Huaxia people tremble in fear. Lu Day raised his index finger and chuckled in response, 10 million yuan. The Tinchuk Group member scoffed at him, stupid poor man. Lu Day clarified, in our Huaxia, we use square meters as the unit of measurement. He flashed a dangerous smile, this place of mine is about 50,000 square meters. At 10 million yuan per square meter, that's 500 billion yuan. Hand over the money, and it's a deal. The Tinchuk member frowned, gesturing towards an SUV behind him. If you're so stubbornly misguided, then let our hero Iron Rhino personally talk to you. Lu Day quietly thought, Tinchuk is indeed no ordinary character. If they can't acquire it, they're preparing to force it. He walked past the Tinchuk representative, his eyes like electricity. If hero Iron Rhino has personally come. Crack, the sound of knuckles cracking echoed. Lu Day walked towards the car, a dangerous smile on his face. I think I should proactively greet him. Lu Day pulled the car door handle. A firm click echoed in the tense atmosphere. The door opened. Inside sat Iron Rhino, his eyes cold, his back straight as an iron rod. Light from outside streamed in, creating a faint halo around his solid body, like a warrior resting before battle. Lu Day observed him, secretly assessing, wow, just an A-class modified human. Just some small fry in the Tinchuk Group, I guess. Lu Day placed his hand on Iron Rhino's shoulder. You can just patiently wait in the car. Iron Rhino felt a great force on his shoulder. He lamented, such immense power. There's truly no way to resist. Suddenly, the scene outside became chaotic. The car's wheels deformed as if paralyzed. Gradually, then abruptly, boom, boom, each wheel successively exploded as if crushed by an invisible force, and the car body swayed as if wanting to lift off the ground. Before the eyes of the Star Function Corporation's people standing around, their mouths hung open in disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. They had never witnessed such an illogical scene. A man, with just one touch, had rendered the entire car immobile. Lu Day quickly slammed the door shut, the bang echoing in the space like a warrior's declaration. Iron Rhino, sitting inside, didn't dare to budge or step out. He turned his sharp gaze directly at the bewildered Star Function Corporation's people behind him. Hero Iron Rhino said he wasn't coming out. The Star Function Corporation's people stammered, opening their mouths to reply, You are a reformer of Huaxia. Lu Day crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth curving slightly with arrogance, his voice cold as iron as he spoke to the Star Function Corporation's people, You people better not provoke me, or I'll make sure your Star Function has no place to stand. The Star Function Corporation's people gritted their teeth, their voices resentful, You just wait. This graveyard of yours will bury you sooner or later. The Star Function Corporation's motorcade departed in a cloud of dust. Lu Day stood still inside, his gaze following the motorcade speeding down the road. This Star Function will definitely be a nuisance in the future. Inside a cozy dining room, the table was laden with an abundance of beautiful, rich dishes, steam still rising, warm lights illuminating the entire space. The three people, Lu Day, Quan Tang, and Lu Day's younger brother, wearing green jackets, sat together eating, their eyes fixed on the screen displaying the live broadcast of the Star Function Corporation's meeting. On the screen, brilliant stage lights shone on a dapper middle-aged man standing at the podium, his deep voice saying, I am Buram Gary, CEO of the Star Function Corporation. Applause echoed throughout the hall like thunder, clap, clap, clap. Buram Gary continued in a deep voice, the evolution of humanity is not far from us. Our Star Function Corporation has undergone 3 generations of inheritance, with a history of research. For over a decade in human genetics, we have achieved a major breakthrough. Today, I am here to announce that the Star Function Corporation officially leads the world into the era of superhumanism. Murmurs of discussion filled the hall. Suddenly, a person in a head-to-toe green suit appeared, their sharp gaze like a ghost stepping out from the electronic screen, silencing the entire room for a moment. The murmurs in the hall grew louder. A man in a white shirt recognized him. "Isn't that the electric man from the internet?" A man in a black shirt exclaimed in disbelief, "He really exists." A man in a red shirt added, "He is an evolved human created by star function." Ho Kwang stood beside the CEO, looking down at the hall. Buram Gary smiled confidently. "Our Star Function Corporation's slogan is to provide humanity with the best living conditions, so all our superhumans are here to serve everyone." Suddenly, Iron Rhino, carrying a 1-ton electric pole, appeared and greeted the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Iron Rhino. Unfortunately, I was out on a rescue mission and couldn't make it to the announcement in time." The audience in the hall erupted in excitement. "So these heroes have been protecting our people all along." The audience cheered and praised the Star Function Corporation even more. "Star Function is great. Star Function is amazing." Buram Gary continued his introduction on stage, his voice full of confidence and charisma. "Next, please welcome the world's strongest internationally recognized organization, FIC." Buram Gary assured, "They are the overseers, ensuring that Star Function's powerful heroes will not cause any harm to anyone." Loud applause. Clap, clap, clap. FIC North America Division Captain, Officer Robbins, appeared and waved to everyone. FIC's introduction played through the microphone, with nearly 200 offices in various countries and nearly 1,000 special agents. Below the hall, murmurs of discussion rose again. FIC is indeed powerful. So the field of superhumanity has already advanced this far. Buram Gary stepped forward, arms outstretched as if anticipating something grand. "Ladies and gentlemen, I solemnly introduce to you, our Star Function's strongest hero." Light shone down from above as if someone was rapidly descending, flashing. The sound of helicopter blades roared, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A figure rapidly descended from above, a pair of wings on his back. His speed reached at least several hundred kilometers per hour. In the hall below, someone yelled, "Skywalker!" Skywalker gently spun, then slowly landed near Ho Kwang, Buram Gary, and Robbins. He removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face with golden hair, a high nose, and a smile. The audience erupted at this ostentatious appearance. A seductive woman in a black dress exclaimed, "He's so cool." Her friend in a pink shirt next to her screamed loudly, almost leaping out of her seat, "He's so handsome." In the room, the three were still watching the screen. Quan Tang held a giant drumstick, chewing and saying sarcastically, "Tisk, TSK, Tisk, look at these girls, they're screaming their lungs out." Quan Tang turned to Lu Dai, speaking mockingly, "You're the second strongest person in the world, so why don't you have any fans?" Lu Dai calmly replied, "Just pandering to the masses." Suddenly, Lu Dai's phone rang. A familiar voice spoke, "Kid, congratulations on your reward. Do you have time? Let's meet up." Lu Dai raised an eyebrow, thinking, Don Hoa looking for me must be related to the Star Function Corporation. It's a good time for me to find out what's going on. He quickly replied, "Okay." The scene shifts to a small, quiet restaurant with a classic style. Lu Dai sat opposite a middle-aged man wearing a loose shirt, with graying hair but keen eyes. That was Don Hoa, the veteran instructor of the GeoNet organization within the Heaven's Net and Earth's Net intelligence system. He said, "Kid, you and Lisa Fai solved the child trafficking case and even burned down their stronghold." Don Hoa smiled, pulled out a stack of money, and placed it on the table. "Not bad. This is a reward for enthusiastic city residents, which I personally went to collect, 2,000 yuan. He glanced at the kid, who was pouting. "Complaining it's too little? This is already the highest reward for officials." Lu Dai took it and nodded, "Thank you for the organization's recognition." Don Hoa suddenly sighed, "I'm afraid I won't have the chance to collect rewards anymore. The sudden appearance of our special forces modified humans is also becoming less popular." Lu Dai's expression grew serious. "With such blatant promotion, what's our Huaxia government's stance?" Don Hoa raised a finger, hinting for him to lean closer. Don Hoa whispered, "To be frank with you, what our country is currently building is modified human technology." Don Hoa held his phone and sighed softly, "Our Huaxia's modification technology is outdated. We have no choice but to import new, improved techniques from other countries." Lu Day's eyes sparkled. He immediately understood. It seemed the Huaxia government didn't intend to reveal the existence of Heaven's Net to outsiders. Don Hoa continued, his voice full of worry, "But this really annoys me. If this goes on, the people will idolize foreign goods, and then we'll be in trouble." He looked seriously at Lu Day, every word like a nail hammered in. "Aren't you going to step forward and bring some glory to our Huaxia?" Lu Day was silent for a moment. He understood that the Huaxia government was merely biding its time. He decisively refused him, "No." Don Hoa pointed directly at him, his voice full of disappointment. "What? Kid, why aren't you patriotic? Didn't you tell me you'd help me research modification technology? When do we start?" Lu Day rubbed his head, giving a forced laugh. "It hasn't even been a month yet." Suddenly, ring, 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 the phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. Lu Day stood up and bowed slightly, "Instructor Don Hoa, I have something to do. Let's talk another day." With that, he put the 2,000 yuan in his pocket and left the restaurant. Behind him, Don Hoa gave a faint smile, his eyes following him meaningfully. "How could I not understand you? Calm on the outside doesn't mean you won't act." Lu Day stood in front of the restaurant, phone pressed to his ear, watching the bustling crowd. A familiar voice came from the phone. "Lu Day, the superhero, they just contacted me to discuss an endorsement deal." Lu Day raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. Had this superheroism already affected him so quickly? The caller was Zhang Tianjia, Lu Day's college best friend, currently the CEO of the startup company Lu Day had invested in. Ajia called. "I'm not that interested, but other businesses are vying for endorsements, so I can't help but protect my brand image." Lu Day said casually, "Just sign it. If the company needs it, I'll create a few heroes for you." Tianjia yelled, "Lu Day, you're spouting nonsense again. Just like that? We can't even negotiate with just one person." The scene shifts to the largest gang in High City, the Pentagon of the Catholic Church. In a spacious room, a young boy stood before a tall, burly man and a modern machine, surrounded by bodyguards standing rigidly at attention. The boy was Lu Xiaodi. He sat with his legs crossed on the machine, dangling his feet. He said to the person in front of him, "Dainyu, have you learned all the operating methods for this machine yet?" Crazy Nyo, the big guy next to him, scratched his head and chuckled, "Hee, little brother, no problem at all." Suddenly, the room door opened and Lu Day appeared. The bodyguards, seeing Lu Day, all shouted in unison, "Sir Day." Lu Day walked closer to Xiaodi, frowning slightly when he saw the tattoo on the boy's forearm. "What's going on?" Xiaodi cunningly held up his hand, showing off the tattoo to Lu Day. Crazy Nyo laughed awkwardly, constantly stroking the back of his neck. "Little brother said he wanted to follow local customs. That tattoo is just a sticker, hee." Lu Day ruffled Lu Xiaodi's hair, his voice full of teasing, "Kid, following local customs and having fun, huh? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've already become a gang leader?" Lu Xiaodi spread his arms proudly, his eyes glinting mischievously. "There's no other way. Born into the underworld, if the top isn't righteous, the bottom will be chaotic." Lu Day was momentarily startled by the boy's mature words and couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise, "Huh?" Just then, a long-haired woman in red approached, her gaze serious yet retaining a gentle demeanor. "Sir, the factory has produced many in safe stores." It turned out to be Nan Ruomye. She continued in a calm voice, clearly confident, "For the past few days, we've been researching and testing." As she spoke, she ruffled Xiaodi's head, her eyes full of praise. "Little brother is incredibly good in this area. He can teach us how to use these devices." Lu Day looked at Lu Xiaodi thoughtfully. The kid's genius in electronics had manifested itself more than once or twice. He would be even better in the future. Lu Dei suddenly spoke sternly to the boy. I'm giving you 3 minutes to clean off those tattoos. Lu Xiaodi quickly pointed to the tattoo on his forearm and smiled mischievously. This is ink printed firmly onto my skin. I can't wash it off in 3 minutes. Lu Dei raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, then you'll return when it's clean. After saying that, he turned his back and faced Crazy Nyo. Crazy Nyo, take him away. Without a word, Crazy Nyo immediately hoisted Lu Xiaodi onto his shoulder. The boy struggled vigorously, shouting loudly, let me go, let me go. A moment later, in the internal meeting room, Lu Dei opened a meeting, his voice ringing out clearly. Today, the content of our conference is to understand the technology, followed by specific details on promoting its implementation. As he spoke, he held a remote control and turned on the large screen behind him, inviting everyone to view the documents. With a beep, the screen lit up brightly, displaying various types of smart machinery from different industries. Lu Dei pointed at the screen and continued, behind these machines is a control system called Butler. He continued, his eyes sparkling with pride, you can also think of it as a security employee that can collect user information. The employees below were stunned, each thinking to themselves, I thought it was just a mechanical assembly line, but I didn't expect it to be such a high-tech system, truly amazing. Lu Dei continued, his voice a bit graver, I'm not worried about these manufacturing machines, but about the internet technology aspect. Just then, the phone rang, ring, ring, ring. Lu Dei picked it up and saw the name displayed, Haisher Cybersecurity Bureau, Sun Dongmin. As soon as he pressed answer, the familiar booming voice immediately rang out from the other end, Lu Dei, save me. You're going to be the death of me. Lu Dei chuckled cunningly, me? What did I do? Captain Sun said sternly, Lin Yi, you remember clearly. But immediately after, Dong Min shouted in annoyance, the #1 hacker beauty of Huaxia keeps pestering me every day, she wants to meet you. His voice boomed through the phone, find some time for the two of you to meet. I'm about to be bothered to death. Hearing this, Lu Dei thought to himself. What's missing is what arrives. Hasn't someone skilled in the internet just arrived? With Lin Yi's ability, protecting an industry service system would be easy. Dong Min's voice urged again, location, Pentagon Building, Christian Church. Time, now. 20 minutes later, a young woman with light pink short hair gently pushed open the door, exuding an aura that was both adorable and sharp. Lu Dei quickly stood up and politely invited, Miss Lin, please have a seat. We're discussing our company's software system, so your guidance would be very helpful. Lin Yi gently sat down, her eyes betraying her unease as she saw Lu Dei's company members, who looked truly like gangsters. She replied nervously. The meeting continued, with Lu Dei continuously explaining the functions of the Butler system. As Lin Yi listened, she thought to herself, her heart filled with astonishment, this is too amazing, too miraculous. This Butler system is truly astonishing. Suddenly, she boldly stood up, her voice firm but determined, Mr. Lu, is your company still hiring? This was the question Lu Dei had been waiting for. He immediately replied, of course, Miss Lin Yi, we welcome you to join. 3 days later, all of Bai Hufeng's stores changed to the same signboard. Overnight, signs proclaiming the future comes to the present appeared throughout Haisher, shocking the entire city. In the meeting room, Lu Dei was seriously appointing Nan Ruoyi. From now on, Nan Ruoyi will be the overall leader and general manager. Meeting adjourned. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to leave when his eyes caught a familiar figure, who let out a provocative humph. It was Lu Xiaodi. The boy felt uneasy. Before he could react, Lu Dei grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. Come with me. Xiaodi panicked. Hey, hey. Xiaodi struggled vigorously. Let me go, you violent bear. Let me go. Not long after, the two arrived at a private office. Lu Xiaodi was thrown onto a chair by Lu Dei, his face contorted. Ouch. Lu Dei pointed at the computer screen, which displayed several schools, and said sternly to the boy, choose one. Lu Xiaodi protested, violent bear, I won't go to school. Lu Dei pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and put it in his mouth, saying calmly, "You have to choose one." The boy raised both hands, showing determination. "I want to stay here and research machines. I can even be a free machine research employee for you." Lu De coldly replied, "That's not an option." Lu Xiaodi jumped off the chair and stood facing Lu De, his eyes glistening as if about to cry. "Violent Bear, I know all that knowledge. I even understand dissertations on quantum mechanics. Don't make me go to school, I'll go crazy." Lu De sighed, bent down, and stroked the boy's head, saying slowly, "I know you're a little genius. You need to learn to interact with people your age so you can integrate into society more easily later on." Lu Xiaodi was silent for a moment, then pointed at the computer screen, his eyes shining as he saw the words Heisher Ace Primary School. "That one. The environment is elegant and safe." Lu Xiaodi sat slumped on the cold floor, tears welling in his eyes, his mouth twisted. He looked up resentfully at the person opposite him and shouted in his heart, "No. Violent Bear, you're too cruel." The boy crossed his arms, pouted, and declared firmly, his voice sharp as if outlining a conspiracy. "Then I won't hesitate to tell you my plan. I'll cause trouble and get expelled very quickly." Hearing this, Lu De merely raised an eyebrow, his eyes still calm and indifferent. He slowly replied, his voice neither fast nor slow, but firm. "Then I won't hesitate to tell you that I'm on the school's board of directors. No one will dare to expel you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xiaodi immediately despaired, struggling and rolling around like a small worm in hot water. Ah! Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the chaotic atmosphere. Lu De put the phone to his ear, his voice gentle, "Mom." The woman's voice rang out from the other end of the line, her tone both stern and worried. "My unruly son, is my precious grandson doing well?" Lu De glanced at Lu Xiaodi, who was sniffing back tears, then nodded and replied, "He's very healthy. He'll find some friends very soon." From the other end of the line, Mother Shu Yun's voice suddenly became more serious. "That's good. I have something to ask you. Do you know about the Hero Academy established by the Tin Chuck organization?" Lu De's gaze swept over the news headlines appearing in his technological vision, and he thought to himself, "I didn't expect them to start so quickly, Shu Yun's soft laugh rang out again over the phone. "My unruly son, let me tell you a secret. Your long-lost father was once a renowned gene expert in Huaxia." The word struck Lu De like thunder, astonishing him. For all these years, Mom had never mentioned his father, not even his name. He blurted out, "What?" Moto immediately activated search mode. The screen scrolled through a series of information. Lu Zhengqing, internationally renowned gene expert, neuroscientist, in 1998 declared the discovery of the mystery of the human brain, reflecting humanity's envisioned brain world, then disappeared. On the other end of the phone, Shu Yun continued in a slow, resolute voice, "My unruly son, you should go become a hero too." Lu De gripped the phone, his voice unchanged but his gaze slightly darkened. "Mom, I'm not suitable to be involved with them right now. Your son is much better than them." Shu Yun sighed, her voice quiet but full of conviction. "I'm not one to care about appearances. Your father once said that you were the most perfect creation of his life." A slight smile flashed across Lu De's lips as he listened to her continue. "Your father said that from your very essence, you are no ordinary person." Moto continued to update the information in a steady, robotic voice. From 1999 to 2004, Lu Zhengqing served as a consultant for the Scientific Gene Department at the European Tin Chuck Corporation. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lu De spoke, "Mom, then I agree with you. I'll make a trip to the Tin Chuck Corporation." Shu Yun seemed to have a burden lifted from her heart, laughing heartily, "Haha, good, my unruly son. Just pay your respects to your ancestors, no need to be too emotional." Lu De replied succinctly, "All right, I know." Then he hung up the phone. Moto reminded him in a deep voice, "Tin Chuck, like other reform organizations, does not keep core data on the network at all." Lu De nodded slightly, having already made his calculations. "To understand and research, I can only infiltrate." Lu De gently carried Lu Xiaodi out of the towering Pentagon building. As soon as they stepped into the grand hall, a dazzling image caught their eyes. On the giant screen appeared a radiant blonde young man, none other than Heavenly Walker, the figure who was currently taking all media by storm. Strangely, not just one, but all the surrounding skyscrapers seemed to simultaneously display images of Heavenly Walker, creating an incredibly impressive scene. Liu Xiaodi looked up at the large screen in front of him, tooted with delight, then turned to Liu Dei and said, "Tisk, TSK, he's a bit handsome. Violent Bear, look at him." Liu Dei thought to himself, winning over the people. Just then, a sleek white luxury car stopped right in front of them. Liu Xiaodi's eyes widened with curiosity as he asked, "Violent Bear, where are we going?" Liu Dei mysteriously replied, "You'll know in a bit." The car took them to a small store with a simple signboard. As soon as he saw the two enter, the store owner, a nimble middle-aged man, approached them warmly and asked, "Little friend, are you looking for stationery? My place has lots of good stuff." The owner said, holding up a pencil case printed with Heavenly Walker, enthusiastically introducing, "Here, this is the best seller in the shop." Both Liu Dei and his brother silently thought in their hearts, a speechless feeling of annoyance, why are they everywhere? Liu Xiaodi walked closer to the counter, looked up at the store owner with his big, round eyes, and said with a mischievous tone, "Uncle, just give me a SpongeBob set. Otherwise, someone might get jealous." Liu Dei also stepped beside him and said gently, "Owner, I'll take the Heavenly Walker set. From pins to erasers to backpacks, the full set." The shop owner quickly replied, "All right." Liu Dei turned to the boy, "I told you, I don't pay attention to these things." Liu Xiaodi gently turned and walked away, muttering a meaningful phrase, "Explanation is concealment." The two were then taken to a polite reception room. In the room, a young woman, simply dressed but exuding intelligence, Lion D, Xiaodi's future teacher, was waiting. She looked at Liu Dei and said, "Mr. Liu, the normal age for enrollment is 7 years old." Then she looked at Liu Xiaodi with a hint of worry, "Your son is too young. I'm afraid he might get bullied." Liu Xiaodi immediately raised his index finger and pointed at himself, confidently saying, "Don't worry, teacher. I'll be restrained and try to protect their self-esteem. After all, they're just kids." Liu Dei sat beside him, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of weariness. And Dee coughed lightly, trying to hide her surprise. Even though he's a child, he's very knowledgeable. He talks as if it's all true. She turned to Liu Dei and politely said, "Mr. Liu, please leave your contact information. It will be convenient to discuss the child's matters later." Liu Dei nodded and replied, "Ms. Lai, I may have to bother you a lot in the future. This child of mine isn't easy to raise." Hearing this, and Dee chuckled, a little shy, "Mr. Liu, rest assured. Leave the child to me. I will definitely not let those kids bully him." All three stood up. And Dee looked at her watch and said, "It's getting late, Xiaodi, let's go with me." Liu Dei quietly watched Dee hold Liu Xiaodi's hand and leave, a vague sense of worry rising in his heart. He softly said, as if to reassure himself, "I hope so." Liu Dei's phone vibrated slightly. A friend request from an account named Gemini Lion D appeared on the screen. He accepted the request. Immediately after, the phone screen switched to the chat interface. The first message appeared with enthusiastic words, "Welcome Liu Xiaodi's dad." "Welcome, welcome." Liu Dei quickly replied politely, "Thank you, everyone. If my son makes any mistakes in the future, I hope you'll all be generous and forgiving." The other side replied immediately, "No way, Dad Xiaodi, you're being too formal." Liu Dei softly muttered to himself, his gaze distant, "Xiaodi's enrollment is next, then it's my turn." Before Liu Dei's eyes, the Hero Academy gradually appeared behind the lush green trees. He stopped the car, opened the door, got out, and looked up at the massive school with its imposing architecture. A bustling scene met his eyes. Countless people were gathered in front of the school gate, forming a dense sea of people. Liu Dei thought to himself, I didn't expect the Hero Academy to be so popular already. Just then, a young man in a dark purple shirt approached, patted Liu Dei's shoulder intimately. "Hey, buddy, you're lucky. The young man continued, his voice full of expertise. The first test is to punch out a blow weighing 180 kilograms. Do you know? Luda was a little surprised, his mouth slightly agape. I've seen the selection criteria online. The young man in purple suddenly glanced around furtively. He quickly pulled a small pill from his pocket, held it up in front of Luda, and whispered, "This pill of mine can increase your strength in a short time. 50,000 per pill, how many do you want?" Immediately, Moto's robotic voice echoed in Luda's head, "Starch, narcotics, powerful pigment." He still tried to persuade him, continuing, "Brother, we can negotiate the price." Before he could finish, Luda shook his head and walked away, thinking, such a stupid scam, surely no one would fall for it. After only a few steps, a plump figure wearing dark glasses blocked his path. The fat man smirked. "For 500,000, you can proceed with the test right now." Luda couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, this touting business really developed fast. While the two were haggling, the screeching brakes of a car pierced through the noisy crowd. A dapper man in a brown suit stepped out of the luxurious car, saying authoritatively, "No matter how much he bids, I'll double it. This spot is mine." The fat man narrowed his eyes at the man, his voice full of challenge, "Young master, that kid just bid 1 million. Do you have enough money?" This man was Lam Tok Nan. He looked up and answered the fat man, "Isn't it just 2 million? I'll take it." Luda stood with his arms crossed, thinking, I need to teach him a lesson. He stated firmly, 3 million. Tok Nan smirked, without hesitation, "I'll double that too, 6 million. The fat man chuckled, turning to Luda, "Brother, why not go a little higher?" Luda feigned weakness, "I give up. I'll let him have it." Just then, Moto announced, "Luda, I've finished fixing the registration system. It's your turn in 5 minutes. Luda thought to himself, then I need to hurry. Luda began pushing through the dense crowd, trying to find his way to the registration area. The instructor's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, cutting through the surrounding noise, "Limited spots available. The required punch weight has increased to 230 kilograms. He held the list in his hand, his voice echoing loudly through the speaker, "Next up, Luda." Amidst the noisy crowd, Luda raised his hand and loudly called out, "Here." Luda thought to himself, this is Huaxia, I'm afraid personal influence can't privatize this place. Behind him, Lam Tok Nan gritted his teeth, witnessing the entire scene. He cursed under his breath, that damn kid dared to play me. Next time I see you, I'll definitely break your legs. A health check staff member told Luda, "Mr. Lu, first step of the examination, blood test." Luda frowned and replied, "I saw on the notice that this step can be skipped." The staff member shrugged and said, "I'm just being kind by reminding you. HL blood type receives special treatment." He continued, his tone a bit resentful, "But if you don't cooperate, I'll assume you're passing up this opportunity." Luda looked him straight in the eye and firmly replied, "I choose not to cooperate." The staff member gritted his teeth, thinks he's a Huaxia citizen. He marked a tick in the ledger with his pen. Then he turned to Luda with a shallow smile, "Young man, your choice is very clever. The outcome will be the same either way." Luda paid no mind to the sarcastic remark, turning and quickly walking towards the strength test area. Standing before the testing machine, Luda silently evaluated it. This is exactly like Mr. Trias' underground lab. A staff member standing nearby spoke up, "Test taker Luda, there's grape juice over here, and the start button over there. You only have 5 minutes to adjust the time." Luda shook his head gently, "Thank you, no need." Moto's robotic voice echoed in Luda's head, "Luda, your test is here. You need to control your strength to between 0.35 and 0.38%. Luda subtly stretched his wrist, thinking, so, hiding my strength is difficult too. Suddenly, from above, a captivating purple-haired woman in a tight red dress was intently observing the field. That was Lai Bakvai, one of the instructors at the Hero Academy. She looked down at the contestants and sighed softly, "No talented individuals have appeared in the past 2 days. Luda took a deep breath, his knees slightly bent, and a soft whoosh could be heard. The testing staff member saw this and thought, he's just throwing one punch, does he really need to be so dramatic? In reality, Luda was struggling immensely, unsure how to control his strength. He swung his arm high and punched the machine directly. The numbers on the electronic screen continuously danced, soaring nonstop. From above, Tu Noyet observed and couldn't help but be astonished. This person's strength isn't bad. The large screen displayed the final number 223. Everyone around whispered, full of regret. What a pity. If he had arrived earlier, he could have easily passed the selection. Luda, sweating, thought in his panicked heart, what? Control failed? How am I going to talk to Mom? Will Luda laugh at me? This won't do. Luda punched forward, thinking to himself, it seems I can only resort to foul play. Along with that, his punch created an enormous vibration in the machine. The machine displayed a message, congratulations, you have passed the strength test. One of his opponents wondered, the number can still change? How did he do that? Tu Noyet, observing from above, wondered, is this a supersonic boom? Another person in the stands couldn't help but be surprised, this kid could become a hero in the future. Luda also successfully passed the running portion with a time of 49.8 seconds. Coming to the bullet dodging segment, Luda was no less capable, dodging 10 consecutive bullets and achieving a valid score. After the competition, Luda rubbed his aching body and cursed inwardly, these test data aren't for normal people, this is truly an act of robbery. The system displayed a notification, Stellar Corp is recruiting the top 0.001% of physical geniuses. A person holding a form couldn't help but sigh in admiration, I didn't expect such divine beings to truly exist. Tu Noyet looked at Luda, extremely puzzled. All his scores are barely valid. Is he hiding his true strength, or has he used up all his power? She was filled with determination, no matter what, I must recruit this person. Tu Noyet approached to introduce herself. Hello, Luda. I'm Tu Noyet. You've passed this test, and you're now a member of my team. From today onwards, I'll be your instructor during your training. Luda happily extended his hand to greet her back, hello, Mississippi. As soon as they shook hands, her full information appeared for Luda to see. Moto stroked his chin and said, her data for the next 6 years is blank, but there's information indicating her last boss was Tao Tanha. Luda tried to recall, Tao Tanha? It seems he's the person in charge of Longway that General Black Mountain mentioned, and also someone in the research center, a modified human that Huaxia is hiding. Looking at Tu Noyet in front of him, Luda seemed to guess something. Huaxia seems to be experiencing the influx of Stellar Corp, but isn't enduring it passively. In the distance, a man ran over and said, Mr. Liu, next, you need to sign a contract with our Stellar Corp company. Then you can stay in the Academy dormitory for free and also receive various valuable medicines. Luda asked again, sign a contract? Stay in the dormitory, huh? The man calmly replied, that's right. Unexpectedly, Luda replied without hesitation, I refuse. He was a bit displeased, what? Mr. Liu, we're not begging you, this is a mandatory clause. Tu Noyet blocked him and said to the man, let's discuss the procedures later. I'll take responsibility for anything. The man's face showed hesitation, this. Tu Noyet said to Luda, I recommend you accept the medicine Stellar Corp provides. Luda casually put his hands in his pockets and replied, that's a given, but I don't accept rules. However, how could I miss out on the benefits? Upon hearing this, Tu Noyet thought suspiciously, why does this person seem so shameless? Another person said discontentedly, how can this be? You must follow the procedure. Tu Noyet ignored him and said to Luda, never mind, we'll talk later. Please follow me. She led him to a room. Tu Noyet proactively opened the door for both of them to enter. As soon as they entered, she ordered the others, open it. The other person obeyed her and opened the iron chest. Inside were small vials, seemingly containing some kind of medicine. Lu De quickly and deftly grabbed the chest door and opened it wide. The man next to him grumbled, "Be careful, those are very precious." Moto on the side observed, "This medicine is a bit strange. It's a plant system or microorganism with humans as hosts." Lu De was a bit surprised upon hearing this. So he picked up a vial and opened its lid. The man panicked, "Don't touch it. Be careful." A small amount of the medicine flew out. It was a strange-looking green smoke. Lu De quickly closed the lid and replied with a smile, "All right, if I shouldn't touch it, I won't." He whispered, "The color of this medicine really makes one lose their appetite." Lu De turned around and said to Tu Noyet, "I refuse to use it." She angrily replied, "Don't push your luck. I'm protecting you because you're a Huaha person." Lu De waved his hand and replied, "Don't say that. You're a model teacher, of course, you have to be a bit lenient with your students. What if I bring you a surprise?" He walked closer to the door, then waved and said, "Call me when your group has gathered. Goodbye." Tu Noyet thought irritably, "This one is also a difficult master to deal with." Lu De walked out of the building. There were many people outside. One of them was surprised, the kid in the white shirt who just went and actually passed. The person next to him spoke up, "This is too impressive." Lu De paid them no mind, just smiled cryptically. Tak Nan in a corner thought to himself, "That kid actually passed the entrance exam." He clenched his fists, clearly unhappy. "All right, fine. I'll wait for you at Hero Academy. I'll make you regret provoking me." In a strange circular room, under the dazzling sunlight, tiny cells were constantly moving. They were blue, like the medicine from earlier. Lu De stared at the microscope, thinking, the activity of these cells is very strange. Moto explained to him, "These are enzymes that will soften the DNA strands, making future modification easier." It spoke with some concern about the mechanism of this medicine. If the softening process isn't inhibited, the DNA will be completely altered, and the subject will either disappear or develop into a deformed monster. Lu De immediately understood, so Tin Chuck wants to use this method to control the Huaha people. Upon realizing their intentions, he resolutely thought, "If that's the case, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing." Moto put its hands on its hips and said to him, "I can try to find a way to neutralize this enzyme." Lu De looked at his watch and thought to himself, "Lu Tu De is about to finish school, I need to go pick him up." At school, the dismissal bell rang, ding dong ding dong. Outside, countless people were picking up students from school. Tu De was playing with a group of kids. They surrounded him with great interest. Lu De looked over, sighing with admiration, "It seems this kid adapts very quickly." Soon after, he picked up Tu De and returned to his house. Lu De opened the creaky door, and the two of them entered with an air of confidence. A small dog quickly ran out, wagging its tail. Tu De happily picked it up. "Do you have a name? If not, I'll call you Hong Boy." Tu De ran around hugging the dog, and Lu De reminded the boy, "Lu Tu De, don't mess things up randomly." The boy turned back and retorted, "This is to prepare for the handicraft class at school." Lu De was helpless, "That reason is reasonable." Tu De smiled happily, no longer paying attention to him. Moto appeared and said to Lu De, "Let him torment himself. We still need to research medicine and the modified people's techniques. We can't take care of him." In the lab, Lu De was constantly tinkering, sometimes holding test tubes. Sometimes he glued his eyes to the microscope to examine things. After a long while, he picked up a pen and wrote something, seemingly a prescription. Lu De held a test tube in his hand, and Moto joyfully said, "The medicine to deal with Tin Chuck is finally complete." He stared at the bottle of medicine in his hand, thinking, "These past few days, while researching the medicine, I also examined human DNA." Lu De stroked his chin, "Everyone's DNA is different. To evolve, we might have to try fusion." Moto stroked its head, speaking with confusion, "I don't quite understand." Lu De reached out, grabbed the remote, and pressed a button. Immediately, a screen full of parameters appeared on it. He began to explain to Moto, "Simply put, these are like individual blocks in a Rubik's Cube. Injecting a specific DNA characteristic into each block, when rotated, they will form a combination. Moto stroked its chin, expressing its thoughts. It also means selecting the best genes for recombination, but this process still carries risks. Luda agreed, therefore, the fusion process must avoid the risk of elimination and mutation. Looking at the screen in front of him, Luda said to Moto, for the combination to be complete, it must go through countless rotations. Moto responded with interest, this method is very good, we can give it a try. Luda smiled and assigned it a task. First, you need to collect enough DNA data. I will then create a new rotational sequence model. Moto happily gave an OK sign, assuring, don't worry, just leave it to me, it'll be quick. Countless DNA gene combinations were displayed on the screen, looking incredibly confusing. Luda sat in front of the computer, constantly tinkering. After an unknown amount of time, he finally let go of the keyboard, exhaling deeply. The computational work was finally done, and the next steps could be completed automatically by the program. Moto sat with his arms crossed, exclaiming, now we just need to conduct the manufacturing experiment. Defeating the star officials will only be a matter of time. Luda was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, resting. He then asked, how's the sleep? Outside, the sun was still blazing, with no sign of cooling down. Suddenly, a voice rang out, brother, wake up. Brother, quickly wake up. Luda looked up at the boy in front of him and asked, Chuha, what's wrong? The boy shyly said, brother, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Little brother's school needs you to come over for a bit. He rubbed his eyes and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Did he get into trouble at school? Chuha then explained, today, little brother's school is holding a handmade invention awards day. Luda jumped up enthusiastically and said, then I must go cheer him on. I'll go brush my teeth first, wait for me. He turned on the faucet to brush his teeth and wash his face thoroughly. Looking at himself in the mirror, he decided not to shave, thinking to himself, it's better to keep the beard, being a bit scruffy avoids a lot of trouble. Soon after, Luda arrived at Onket Primary School, where little brother was studying. Girls with flushed faces praised, is that a parent? He's so handsome. The beard makes him so masculine. I want his contact information so badly. Walking along, Luda silently cursed, my damn charm. As he walked, countless parents couldn't help but turn their heads to look. After a while, Luda finally spotted his little boy. He happily patted the boy's head and asked, what are you doing? Little brother retorted, you violent bear. I thought you weren't coming. You would have missed my world-shaking invention. The boy pointed to the person next to him and said, let me introduce you, this is Fan Ba. His parents are busy with work and couldn't come with him. Luda smiled and greeted the boy, hello, Fan Ba. The boy replied very politely, hello, Uncle Lu. Little brother is very righteous. I'm very silly and don't have an invention, but little brother was willing to let me join. He patted the boy's head and praised, you're all good kids. In my heart, you've already won first place. Little brother crossed his arms, frowned, and replied, who needs your award? I'm going to amaze the teachers. Luda unhappily retorted, you little rascal, that's the strongest recognition from the world. The boy paid little attention, but no one knows. The competition quickly began. A boy held his invention and introduced, the countries and the equator are marked on my basketball globe. Below the stage, the judges and parents applauded continuously. Another boy introduced, my handicraft is a wind power generator that can light up a lamp. Little brother watched disdainfully, such childish things. Luda wondered and asked the boy, where's your work? Little brother crossed his arms and said mysteriously, it's a secret. The host on stage announced, next, please welcome inventor Lu Tuda. Following the introduction, applause echoed continuously. Little brother confidently stepped onto the stage, with Fan Ba pushing their group's product following him. The boy introduced proudly, next, I will present an invention that will astonish the world. One of the judges silently assessed, this child is a bit boastful. Little brother began to introduce on stage, my invention is a set of clothes. It's not only abrasion resistant but can also withstand high temperatures below 900 degrees Celsius, and furthermore, it's bulletproof. The boy proudly held up the curtain covering his invention. Its name is. Another judge was surprised. How can such a young child know so much? Little brother crossed his arms and asked, don't you believe me? The boy continued arrogantly, then I'll show everyone. Fan Ba. The boy next to him quickly replied, yes. Fan Ba grabbed the curtain and pulled hard, wanting to reveal the invention for everyone to see. But before he could finish pulling, a loud crash sounded from outside. The parents were all startled. One person cried out, help me. Lu De quickly grabbed both children's hands and comforted them, don't be scared, you too. From outside, thugs carrying guns entered the room. The bandit leader shouted loudly, don't move. Stay here obediently, or I'll shed every single one of your blood. The people immediately squatted down on the ground in fear, tightly hugging their heads. The bandit warned, you guys cooperate obediently with me. Wait until the Haiti government transfers the money, then you'll all be safe. After saying that, he ordered his henchmen, tie them up for me. Outside, the parents and teachers had also been completely restrained. Lu De sat among them, secretly musing, this is really strange. Huaxia security is #1 in the world. He stroked his chin, evaluating this action. Even if they succeed in the robbery, this is the city center, so escaping will be a problem. Modong, by his side, spoke up, if you want, just a few seconds would be enough to deal with this trash. Lu De smiled, stopping him, I still want to see whose play this is. He closed his eyes as if foreseeing that people from the Star officials would come to rescue them. Lu De smiled disdainfully, so that's how it is. It's another play by the Star officials. The younger boy timidly asked him, Violent Bear, aren't you going to do anything? Fan Ba immediately replied to the kid from the side, little brother, what are you saying? Why would your dad go get himself killed? Someone who heard them making noise scolded, stop talking, you guys. You'll attract the attention of those robbers, and we'll all be dead. Lu De comforted the two children, it's okay. Soon, heroes will come to save you. The younger boy unhappily said, are we just going to let them take all the glory like that? Lu De smiled in response, I don't want to participate in such a low-handed scheme. A bandit saw them making noise and reminded them, hey, stop talking. But what he received in return was Lu De's murderous aura. The bandit broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this man seems hard to provoke. With that thought, he turned and left, I'd better just ignore it. Outside on Ket Primary School, many people were gathered around. A reporter held a mic, reporting, currently, the criminals have set up an impenetrable defense, and the special forces have no way to infiltrate. Both sides are at a standstill. She worriedly wondered, I wonder if our Star official heroes, our protectors, will be able to arrive at the scene and resolve this crisis. As she spoke, a figure suddenly flew down from above. The practitioner said nothing, but delivered a painful kick to two of the robbers. A parent joyfully exclaimed, the heroes are here. The children are saved. Outside, Thiate stormed in, beating the robbers mercilessly. The robbers were hit, their minds dazed, unable to react in time. A girl, with eyes full of admiration, said, oh my God, they really came. The others, as if by agreement, thought, superhumans are indeed mighty. 2 or 3 punches were enough to break through the criminals' defenses. The bandit leader was subsequently defeated as well, lying motionless on the ground. The 3 superheroes stood among the robbers, looking incredibly imposing. All the parents expressed their gratitude, the children are saved. Thank goodness for the heroes. The practitioner spoke up, everyone, there's no need to panic. Maintain order. Punishing criminals and protecting Huaxia's security is our duty as Star official heroes. Lu De looked at the crowd surrounding the heroes and couldn't help but feel disdain. The younger boy spoke knowingly, Violent Bear, I've seen through it early on. You just don't want to reveal yourself. Luda explained to the boy, "You're still young, you don't understand the game they're playing is public sentiment. I need an opportune moment for them to climb higher, so they'll fall harder." Fanba called from a distance, "Little brother, this exhibition probably can't continue. After we finish tidying up, could we ask your dad to take you home?" The younger boy readily agreed, taking a jab at Luda, "Sure." Violent Bear's ambition now was just to be a driver. The scene shifted to the Star Official Group headquarters, a large skyscraper in the city center. Boss Ram sat on a chair and asked, "Lawson, how are things progressing with Dichiao's side?" Lawson replied confidently, "We can start anytime." Boss Ram pushed up his glasses and continued, "Our heroes in the school, under everyone's watchful eyes, quickly rushed to the next disaster scene to rescue. Thinking about it, it feels truly grand, doesn't it?" After saying that, he chuckled smugly. Lawson replied worriedly, "But the scale of this matter isn't small, yet no specific plan has been set. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it." Boss Ram gripped the paper on the table tightly. He seemed displeased with that comment. "Indeed," Boss Ram angrily asked, "what do you mean won't be able to handle it? Will it make people log out?" Then he corrected himself, "Without losing a few people, how can the people of Huaxia realize the greatness of our star officials?" Lawson immediately agreed, "Sir, your move is brilliant." Boss Ram, pleased with the praise, laughed cunningly. At Ankit Primary School, Luda's car quickly left the scene. Sitting in the car, the younger boy and Fanba were happily eating ice cream. Fanba didn't forget to tell Luda his home address, "Uncle Lu, my house is in Haiduong District, thank you." He replied to the kid while driving, "I know I have to cross the bridge over Hoi Hai River." Not long after, the car went onto that bridge. On the bridge, countless vehicles were speeding by nonstop. A thump sound rang out. It seemed a support beam of this bridge had broken. A strange buzzing sound rang out, as if some power was controlling that bridge support. Immediately, a dreadful cracking sound rang out, and countless cracks quickly appeared on the bridge surface. Vehicles moving on the bridge had to quickly brake hard to stop. Someone stepped out of their car and warned, "The bridge is about to collapse. Run." Hearing that, everyone quickly abandoned their cars and ran in the opposite direction, shouting in fear, "Run." The abandoned cars quickly fell into the Hoi Hai River. Rescue services quickly received reports from the public. The person on the phone, sweating profusely, asked, "What? The Hoi Hai Bridge collapsed?" Others who received similar calls quickly replied, okay, we're coming right away." The three heroes from earlier appeared again. The Wanderer walked past everyone and said, "Everyone move aside, we'll go to the front to help." Then the three heroes flew like lightning towards the Hoi Hai Bridge. Others were manipulated into exclaiming, "Luckily, the heroes are here." A person with a backpack instructed the others, "Everyone quickly pack your things and report the scene first." Luda looked at the disaster in front of him, wondering, another incident? He looked up at the hero flying like a bird above his head. His mind was full of questions. What a coincidence, heroes appearing just in time. The Hoi Hai Bridge was thus broken. Someone unfortunately fell from the bridge, shouting in despair. The Wanderer quickly caught him. He comforted him, "Don't be scared, we're here." Iron Rhino forcefully lifted the bent car door. Inside, a girl sat in the car, weak and unable to move. Everyone outside cheered and praised them. "The heroes are here. We're saved." With a crash, the bridge seemed unable to bear the weight and continued to collapse further. The cars that were just on the bridge now fell into the river without hesitation. Above, a helicopter was flying, seemingly observing the situation. Boss Ram frowned, pretending to cry, "I have to apologize to the people, it's truly regrettable. Our heroes are really too few to overcome such great difficulty." Lawson beside him reminded him, "Sir, I suggest you reinforce your expression. You don't seem too distressed." Boss Ram laughed heartily and replied, "It's tough for me too, my heart is blooming with joy, yet I have to fake sorrow." His face contorted, looking utterly despicable, as he said, "The Oscars still owe me an award." Luda stood near the collapsed area, looking at it full of apprehension. The younger boy called out from inside, "Violent Bear, those professional heroes are no good. They can't handle it." He rested his chin and thought, I can't just watch the Hoa people die. The younger boy opened the car door and jumped out, as if wanting to do something. The kid smiled and asked him, Violent Bear doesn't want to be too conspicuous, right? It's okay, I've already prepared. The kid went to the back of the car. Luda wondered, what are you doing again, younger brother? The younger boy took out the invention he hadn't introduced earlier. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. The younger boy pulled back the curtain, and Luda was surprised. The kid had played such a chess game. The kid put his hands on his hips and said, this was made based on your stats. Luda quickly reached into that outfit. Putting it on, he casually praised, not bad, it can solve an urgent need. Fanba in the car excitedly exclaimed, so handsome. The younger boy was very satisfied. Making armor for my dad wasn't a waste of my effort. Fanba suddenly yelled, are you sick? Why are you telling your dad to die? Even heroes can't handle this, let alone him. The younger boy contemptuously replied to the kid, blind as a bat. Just wait and see the real hero. Then the kid pointed outwards and said to Luda, Violent Bear, go for it. He didn't forget to warn the two little kids. The two of you stay put in the car, don't go outside. Then he soared towards the horrific accident. Panba smiled and praised, little bro, your dad is amazing. The younger boy proudly replied, the even more amazing part is yet to come. Luda quickly approached the collapsed bridge area that needed rescue. A reporter surprisingly asked, another hero has arrived? In front of Luda, two steel reinforcement cables were slowly breaking. Not long after, they snapped completely, seeming beyond saving. But Luda was quick and alert, grabbing one end tightly. Later, he landed, still holding onto the steel reinforcement cable. Bystanders were quite stunned. How is that possible? That's hundreds of tons of reinforced concrete. But to Luda, it wasn't heavy at all. He pulled it very gently. Thayate looked at the person in front of him with some doubt and immediately asked, brother, which organization are you from? Seeing this, Luda immediately threw the steel cable to him. You came just in time. Hold this steel cable for me, I'm going to inspect the bridge surface. He had no time to react and could only respond, okay. But unexpectedly, as soon as Luda let go, he was flung into the air by the steel cable. Seeing this, Luda couldn't help but scoff, what a waste. The reporters also ran out of words to describe it. Bertram hugged his tablet, watched the incident, and angrily shouted, what's happening? Who is this? Lawson also broke out in a cold sweat, I don't know either. Luda stood on the recently collapsed area, thinking of a repair strategy. He raised his hand, accumulating energy in his palm. Then Luda flicked his hand forcefully forward, releasing that energy far away. The debris from the bridge, falling down, gradually came under his control. The debris was gradually patched together into a small boulder. The hero in green looked at this, speechless. D? No, 2D might be stronger. The boulder was placed into the water. Its immense weight caused water to splash very high. Everyone who had just fallen was caught by that boulder. Luda calmly stood, watching the rock fragments gradually reassemble. He seemed relieved. Finally, the danger has been resolved. I can leave with peace of mind. The reporter, who had been wondering all this time, asked, who exactly is this hero? Then Luda leaped over the cars on the road to move back to his own car. When he arrived, he tidied his clothes a bit. Then he opened the car door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the younger boy praised, Violent Bear, your performance wasn't bad. Luda also complimented the kid in return, kid, this invention isn't bad. It allows me to go all out without holding back. The kid smiled happily and replied, that's what you should do. Panba suddenly spoke up and asked, Uncle Lu, do you need another son? Luda quickly corrected the kid. Kid, how can you just casually adopt a dad? Panba loudly replied, my mom is pretty, my family has a lot of money, and the inheritance is in my hands. Hearing this, Luda was helpless and didn't argue with the kid anymore. Whatever, it's just a child's words. Suddenly, he realized something, and his face became much more serious. Traffic on the bridge seemed to have gradually returned to normal. Luda leaned his hand on the car door frame and thought, these people must be members of Long Way, here to assist because of the bridge incident. Looking at the scene where someone was being arrested in front of him, he thought, Long Way is indeed biding their time. Xenoyet saw that everything was settled and also let out a relieved smile. She walked to his car. Luda, if you're already at the scene, coming to lend a hand like this would live up to your reputation of being chosen by the Hero Academy. Luda replied bluntly, sorry, but I still have to take my child home. Xenoyet asked, do you have 2 children? Fanba from inside quickly called out to him, Daddy. Luda bent down and said, I'm not your dad. But contrary to that, Fanba wasn't obedient and instead said, my mom is just as beautiful as you. He admonished the kid, Fanba, there's an outsider here, can you please not talk nonsense? Tudor folded his arms and answered Xenoyet's question, I wasn't born from him either. Xenoyet put her hands on her hips and said, Luda, I truly underestimated you. Not a bad trick, starting things off with a child. Luda smoothed his hair and replied, they're really not mine, but I have to take them home. Before he could finish, Xenoyet cut him off, don't say another word. Her tone was a bit angry, who knows what you're going to their house for? She turned and left, not forgetting to remind him, watch your conduct. Also, I retract what I said earlier, your strength is so weak, I'm afraid you'd just cause more trouble. Looking at the retreating figure, Luda let out a long sigh. He turned back and said, somewhat reproachfully, you kids, my record hasn't even been established yet, and it's already ruined. Looking at the slow-moving traffic, Luda secretly estimated it should clear up in about half an hour. Moto, sitting in his hand, examined the item he was holding. This is high-density elemental metal, often used to create resonance machines. Hearing that, Luda understood. It seems the people who committed the school robbery before have been identified as escaped European criminals and have been taken back to Europe to be dealt with. Luda felt a bit puzzled. Why is Huaxia still enduring and keeping silent? If this continues, I won't be able to stand it either. At the building housing the Star Power Group, Bertram was in a fit of rage. He slammed his hand on the table, seemingly unable to control his emotions. Bertram's voice was filled with resentment, such a good plan, and then an unknown man in black appeared, exposing the uselessness of the Star Power heroes. It's infuriating. He ordered Lawson, start the mutation plan immediately. The young man hesitated slightly, sir, that technology isn't mature yet. Starting it rashly will be dangerous. But he no longer cared, we can't worry about that much. Even if it's a desperate measure, this plan must be carried out. The bridge collapse incident was quickly reported by the news. Everyone quickly sought out the identity of the black-clad hero. Who is this hero who lifted the bridge with his bare hands? Compared to the Star Power's Iron Rhino, he's too weak. The child commented, fortunately, he appeared in time. He must be a local hero. Please give him the center position, he's much stronger than those foreign heroes. Because of this, there were many changes in the Fortier ranking. The employee reported. The chairman, the man in black being circulated online, currently has no one buying a ranking for him, but his online reputation is very high. The employee hesitantly said, not including him might not be fair. The chairman rubbed his temples, his voice a bit helpless. We can't just think about making money, we also have to respect authority. Another employee worriedly said, currently, the black-clad hero has 500 million supporters, seemingly enough to crush all heroes on the ranking board. The chairman thought for a moment and made a decision, put him at number 4. Skywalker at number 2 cannot be moved. Star Power is our biggest client. The employee felt a little sad, thinking, it seems this winning bonus is gone again. The Fortier ranking was quickly announced, with the man in black in 4th place. But netizens were not satisfied, commenting, unfair. Why is the man in black only ranked 4th? Is Skywalker really stronger than the man in black? At this moment, in a villa named Cheng Mansion, Fanba got out of the car and said, "I'm here, thank you, Uncle Lu." Cheng Long saw the boy and immediately yelled, "This precious grandson, you scared me to death." He anxiously hugged the boy. "The school was robbed, the bridge collapsed, but luckily you're safe." "Thank goodness." Fanba smiled and replied, "Dad, I'm fine. Uncle Lu saved me and brought me home." Cheng Long stroked Fanba's head and thanked Luda, "Brother, thankfully you were there. Otherwise, our Cheng family would have no descendants." He politely replied, "Just lending a hand, no need to be so formal." Cheng Long proudly introduced himself, "Brother, my name is Cheng Long. My family has been selling sweet potatoes for generations. Leave your name, it will definitely be useful to you later." Luda bowed and replied, "Hello, Brother Cheng Long. I'm Luda. I hope for your continued support in the future." Cheng Long enthusiastically pointed to his house and said, "Since you're here, take a cartload of sweet potatoes before you go." Luda waved his hand, politely refusing, "No need." With that, he opened the car door. "I still have things to do. Brother Cheng Long, I hope we meet again." Cheng Long rubbed his head and wondered, why is this kid so formal? Fanba behind him asked curiously, "Dad, where's Mom?" He turned around and replied, "Your mom went to a meeting." "Why?" The kid smiled and said, "Can Mom take me to school tomorrow?" The scene has shifted to Luda's house. Luda and his younger brother went inside. The kid, holding something, spoke up, "Don't bother me. I need to prepare my revenge plan." He agreed instantly without any hesitation, "All right, I'll listen to you." Luda went to another area, looking at the machines in front of him. He secretly calculated, the progress is halfway done, but it would be great if I had the equipment. He looked at the equipment he had, assessing it. These devices are too outdated, they're not capable enough to perform Rubik. Moto thumped his chest and said, "Leave it to me. I'll order high-precision tools, both domestic and international. Of course, those are just preliminary components." Upon hearing this, Lu De immediately perked up, "That's enough. I must personally create a machine to perform Rubik." Suddenly, someone's phone received a message, "The initial team of the Star Function Academy has been formed. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., gather at the base." At the renovated basketball court, it seemed this place had become the Star Function Academy's base. Cagnan, among the assembling crowd, grunted, not very pleased. Luda looked at the scene before him, thinking to himself, this situation is too clear, one side is Huaxia, the other is international. Ziyu led the way inside. She said, "Everyone's here. First, let's get to know each other. I'm Ziyu, in charge of 2 teams, and also the instructor for the Huaxia team." Someone complained, "Damn it. Are those foreigners one team? Isn't this Huaxia?" Ziyu continued to share information, "Not only that, but in the future, everyone will also have to compete against each other. The strong will prevail over the weak, vying for the right to transformation." The young man in the green shirt suddenly spoke up mockingly, "Instructor, your figure is so good. Do you have a boyfriend?" She didn't reply, but slowly advanced towards the young man. Then, the young man's neck was gripped tightly by a hand that wouldn't let go. Ziyu lifted him high with one hand, effortlessly. Everyone around secretly broke into a sweat, thinking, this instructor's methods are too domineering. The young man was so uncomfortable he couldn't breathe anymore. It was only then that Ziyu flung him to the ground. She coldly lectured, "The first lesson when you come here is to know how to respect others." She ignored the young man and said, "Next, I invite all students to introduce yourselves." The students then obediently sat on the rows of seats in the basketball court. A chubby student introduced himself, "I'm from a rural area of Huaxia. I farm every day, so I have a bit of strength. Everyone can call me Tu Yuan." Upon hearing this, Kak Nan immediately turned to the person next to him and said, "Tu Yuan is the name of a type of beetle that buries itself in the soil all day. It's also called a soil turtle." The person next to him immediately burst out laughing and asked, "Really? A figure appeared and retorted, "What's so funny?" A distinctive blonde girl introduced herself, "You don't need to know my real name. My nickname is Cap Keck." After introducing herself, she calmly put a lollipop in her mouth. Another dignified young man introduced himself, "My name is Tai San, and I'm a former soldier." After introducing himself, he solemnly sat down next to Tu Yuan. Lu De looked at this person, secretly wondering, could he be a bodyguard for the Yin family? The Tai family brothers, Oregon. Then it was the turn of two people wearing traditional Chinese clothing to introduce themselves. "My name is Luo Long." "My name is Jian Hu." Cagnan and the foreigners below all scornfully mocked them, a bunch of weirdos. Ziyu walked over to Lu De and said, "It's your turn now." Cagnan saw him and whispered, "That kid just barely passed all the tests." He proudly spoke before Lu De, "Kid, you don't need to introduce yourself. I've already thought of a nickname for you, Barely Passing Guy." The foreigners below burst into laughter again. Lu De calmly replied, "What right do you, a snob for foreigners, have to judge me?" Cagnan proudly said, "I have HL blood type, I have the potential to become the best reformer. You idiots aren't worthy to be on my team." Lu De asked Ziyu, "Is there a competition among us students?" She thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, there is, but we have to wait until after training is complete." He remembered something and added, "My name is Lu De, the De is similar to the De in De, younger brother." Cagnan burst out laughing when he heard that, truly a kid. Ziyu glared at him, "That's enough of that." He heard that and immediately fell silent in fear, his cheeks covered in sweat. A green-haired guy stood up, there seemed to be a strange power flowing in his hand. He clenched his hand, easily controlling that power. Though Nguyen wondered, is this a special ability? Cap Kitch was also a bit surprised, he hasn't even undergone modification yet, has he? He confidently introduced himself, "My name is Lam Pham. I was born with the ability to control electricity. And what's more, the superhero Ho Kwang is my biological brother." Lac Long thought to himself upon hearing that, a heroic bloodline, limitless future. Kim Ho thought similarly, I'm afraid someone must have escorted him during the test as well. Tag Nan grinned excitedly, saying, "It's my turn now." He boldly left his seat and walked up to the center of the stage, where everyone had introduced themselves earlier. While performing martial arts, he introduced himself, "My name is Lam Tag Nan, born into a martial arts family in Hoa Ha." Thiat 33 sweated, thinking, I have to say, his martial arts are really good. Though Nguyen, elsewhere, had similar thoughts, after modification, he will definitely be a master. Only Lu De didn't praise him, Lam Tag Nan, no wonder your character is as rotten as your name. You were lucky enough to be born into a martial arts family, representing Hoa Ha culture, yet you ran to the international side. It's truly difficult to be a person. He angrily pointed at the boy and cursed, Lu De, don't show off here. When we compete, I'll definitely break your bones in an instant. Lu De stood up, his voice full of challenge, let's choose right now, today. Though Nguyen kindly advised, brother, calm down a bit. If we cause trouble now, we'll be at a disadvantage. He thought for a moment and agreed, all right then, I'll listen to you, brother. A burly foreigner introduced himself, my name is Jack, my specialty is boxing. My name is Skate Boss, my specialty is parkour. Though Nguyen wondered, Instructor Ziyu, why does the international team have 7 people while our team only has 6? She smiled proudly and said, our team has 1 more person. She's very strong and doesn't need basic training. At this moment, a muscular person in all black interrupted the students' conversation. Hello everyone, don't forget about me. I am the instructor for the international team, from the StarCorp Corporation. He extended his hand towards Lu De and said, I, Leonard, am very happy to meet everyone. As their hands touched, a surge of power seemed to erupt. Lu De also noticed this, his eyes widened in surprise. He secretly told Mo Tong, this feeling is like a kind of probing. It speculated for a bit and replied, when you came into contact with him, your brain seems to have been affected. Thinking of this, he ordered it, Mo Tong, investigate him. Very quickly, Mo Tong replied, crossing its arms, already investigated. Linnet, European, a normal professor who was in a car accident, fell into a coma for 7 months, recovered spontaneously, and joined StarCorp Jan. Then it pointed out an unusual detail in this information, very strange. The hospital he was admitted to was the Coffee Hidden Hospital of the poker organization. Luda wondered about this. Could it be such a coincidence? I don't think he's a modified human either. Linnet unexpectedly spoke up, let's not waste any more time, let's quickly split into teams for training. Saying that, he led his team members away one by one. Ziyu approached her team, it's time to tell everyone the truth about StarCorp. She continued in a cold voice, I am from the Hoaha army. Our Hoaha cannot accept outsiders occupying us. Though Nguyen and Cap Kitch listened intently to her words, this is more like a kind of international, covert struggle in peacetime. Ziyu also sympathized with them, if anyone doesn't want to get involved in this battle, I can understand. She honestly told them, you can withdraw now. Luda heard that and was somewhat satisfied, thinking, the Hoaha army's strategy is to hold firm and strike hard. Though Nguyen excitedly said, Instructor, what's there to say? Let's do it. G. Kitch asked curiously, so are we international special agents now? Lac Long crossed his arms and said, I'm not sure about this, it's like relying on knowledge to challenge foreign countries and achieve international victory. Jian, who patted his chest and declared, our Hoaha's prestige cannot be insulted like this, how can we let outsiders make a show in front of the world? Luda raised his hand, wanting to speak. Ziyu asked him, Luda, do you have any opinions? He wasn't very patient, so he said, I want to ask how to quickly advance through the qualifiers or directly defeat the international team to win. Ziyu honestly spoke her mind. Firstly, you can't do it, and secondly, there's no such way. She said somewhat hastily, this training includes physical enhancement tests, compatibility tests, and even the ability to face difficulties. She looked at her team members, her voice very serious, every item cannot be skipped, they are all necessary paths to becoming a hero. Suddenly, Iron Rhino appeared outside, everyone, congratulations on joining the Star Office. I am here representing the Star Office to present awards to the trainees. Ziyu looked at the person sent, feeling a bit annoyed, sending the number 4 character. Clearly, they looked down on the Hoaha team. Iron Rhino approached Iron 33 and praised, this trainee, one look and you know he has extraordinary martial arts, with limitless prospects. He picked up the medal and said, the first medal is for you. Iron 33 honestly replied, thank you, I only serve under Hoaha. Iron Rhino forced a smile, you have spirit, I support you. Moving on to the next person, he looked at Dong Nguyen and said, my farmer friend, let me put this medal on you. Though Nguyen smiled and replied, my apologies, I prefer the black-clothed hero who rescued the bridge. Iron Rhino immediately remembered his dark history, this. Before he could finish, G. Kitch next to him said, my medal can also be set aside. I've joined the black-clothed heroes fan club, I'll support him my whole life. Looking at Luda, Iron Rhino thought to himself, this person seems very honest, surely he won't refuse me. Iron Rhino appeared in front of him and said, my friend, you seem. Who knew? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. My apologies, I can't wear it even more, because I am the black-clothed hero. Iron Rhino froze completely after hearing that. What? Though Nguyen's mouth also gaped open. Huh? Really? G. Kitch was expressionlessly sucking on candy. Iron Rhino awkwardly replied, this brother really knows how to joke. He straightened his back and said to everyone, if everyone already has their beliefs, then I will leave the medals here for you all to handle yourselves. As soon as he turned around, Iron Rhino's face showed clear anger. These lowly Hoaha worms dare to disrespect me? From today's training onwards, just wait, you're all dead for sure. Lac Long gave a thumbs up in praise. Brother Lu, you played it so well just now. When Iron Rhino heard him say he was the black-clothed hero, his expression became even uglier. Luda smiled honestly, it's nothing, just the truth. Ziyu was very satisfied at this moment, saying, "You all did very well, you didn't lose your composure." Ziyu once again began lecturing her team members, "Although our strength is astonishing, our combat technique is zero." She said with some concern, "The international team has invited the European Cobra Special Forces to assist with the training." Iron Rhino immediately said, "The Cobra team is a famous international special force with illustrious achievements." Jian sighed somewhat. "Europe truly gives enthusiastic support to the Star Office." Lac Long replied somewhat surprised, "To invite such skilled people just for training trainees?" Ziyu smiled to reassure them, "But rest assured, our Hoaha army will certainly not stand by and watch." The clacking of shoes sounded as several people approached. A group of people stood rigidly and seriously in line. Don Hoa appeared, his voice amused. "You brats, for the next few days, Hoaha's strongest combat team, members of the Sea City Special Forces, will be your sparring partners." He grinned sinisterly. "You brats, prepare for some painful training." As he spoke, Don Hoa suddenly spat out the tea he had just drunk. His face contorted as he thought, "Luda? Why is he a trainee? Is this a joke?" He felt a bit disgruntled. "Why do I encounter this brat every time I boast about our strength? I'm so unlucky." Don Hoa's earlier imposing demeanor was halved. He secretly sighed. "This brat probably came here for the Star Office's techniques. I guess I can't avoid him, so he's here to secretly learn." Ziyu saw his change of expression and asked, "Chief Don, what's wrong?" Don Hoa coughed and said, "It's nothing, I was just intimidated by your trainee's imposing aura." He regained his composure and continued, "You brats, there's actually another way to defeat the international team." Lac Long raised his hand and asked curiously, "What way is that?" Don Hoa smiled, "If your strength is already sufficient, then you can directly challenge and defeat that international team." He chuckled to himself, "Thank goodness I'm smart. With Luda here, why would we hold back? We can just fight directly." After hearing his words, Ziyu's team members didn't react much. She spoke up to dissuade him, "Chief Don, this doesn't follow the rules. The Academy doesn't have this rule." He asked her back, "Does this still need a regulation?" "We advocate daily challenges, it's the simplest way to train our students." He continued cunningly, "Our Academy's youngsters, if they accidentally break an opponent's bones and they can't participate in training, then they'll naturally be eliminated." Don Hoa stroked his chin and promised, "As for the student who accidentally injured someone, I guarantee they'll be safe and sound." He praised himself as if his mustache was reaching to the sky. "This tactic is absolutely perfect." Though Nguyen suddenly interrupted, "The international team is so strong, I can't beat them." Cap Kitch also agreed, saying, "According to the statistics, our winning rate is less than 10%. Kim Ho also said similar words, "My current strength isn't enough, I need more training. It won't be too late to fight when my strength has improved." Lac Long rubbed his head and joked, "If we were to face them, I'm afraid we'd be the ones with broken bones." Thiat 33 stood in a corner with his arms crossed, not speaking. Luda, however, was incredibly excited. "Instructor Don is wise, I agree to participate." Everyone was in disbelief. Kim Ho tried to stop him, "Brother, don't cause any more trouble." Don Hoa laughed, "Instructor, you see? I have such widespread support, so let's just go with this decision, shall we?" Everyone thought in unison, widespread support? Wasn't it just Luda? He suddenly laughed loudly, "Excellent. Let's go now. The international team is over there, by the ruined field." Don Hoa led everyone, "Follow me." Luda and the others couldn't resist and just followed. Suddenly, Luda's phone vibrated incessantly. As soon as he answered, the other end urgently spoke, "Son, did you pass the Hero Academy exam? So many of our young people failed and came back, now they're all holed up in their rooms. Son, if you didn't pass, then don't worry about it. It's not a big deal." Luda replied to her, "Mom, I passed. I'm about to head to class now." She praised him joyfully, "My son is so talented." Lu Chin Ton certainly wasn't lying. Suddenly she added, "Son, I heard that even if you pass, you can still be eliminated. If you have time, come home for a visit. Your father left something for you. It looks pretty formidable and might help you." Don Hoa led Kim Ho, Lac Long, and Thiat 33 there. He forcefully pushed the door open. The people in the pool immediately turned to look at Don Hoa. Dong Nguyen looked at the scene before him and mumbled, "What's going on?" In the pool ahead, water was splashing everywhere. Someone was throwing punches underwater, fighting back and forth with others. Cap Kitch was astonished, they're training underwater. Thiat 33 frowned, under such strong pressure, they can still generate such power. Lac Long also exclaimed, the international team is too strong. Don Hoa, standing beside them, scoffed dismissively. He walked up to Carmen. "General Carmen." Carmen greeted from his seat, "Chief Don Hoa." He crossed his arms and looked at Don Hoa. "Chief Don, you've come here openly to learn about my training process, haven't you? That really suits your shameless personality." Don Hoa picked up a water bottle and took a sip. "No need to learn. My purpose here is to challenge you." Carmen looked up at him. "Challenge? This will lead to international issues." Don Hoa squeezed the water bottle in his hand. He said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. My Huaxia team's brats want to challenge your international team." Don Hoa emphasized, "Now, immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the pool behind them splashed loudly again. Someone stepped ashore. "You want to challenge us?" Carmen's man cracked his knuckles and said, "Perfect. Finally, a chance to straighten you guys out." Thiat 33 looked at them. "What's so perfect about this? How are we supposed to beat them?" Carmen stood up and looked at Don Hoa. "Don Hoa, my job is only to train students. Moreover, there are regulations that, before the 3 exams, students are not allowed to fight." Lac Long and the others. Though Nguyen breathed a sigh of relief, General Carmen still has principles. Carmen turned his head to look at the Huaxia team standing at the door. "You need to understand clearly, your Huaxia team doesn't stand a chance against my team. That's the difference between superior and inferior aptitude." As soon as he finished speaking, Lac Long and Dong Nguyen were so furious they almost spat blood. "What?" Don Hoa stood beside Carmen, openly scolding him. "Carmen, you idiot, do you look at people with dog eyes?" Carmen frowned. "Don Hoa, you dare to scold me? I also want to challenge you. I want my team members to crush yours." Don Hoa immediately sealed the deal, having achieved his goal. "Great, so it's decided then." Carmen approached Don Hoa, "But the rules of the battle must be decided by me." Don Hoa burst out laughing. "You're older, so we'll listen to you." Carmen pointed at the tall building in front of them. "This is where the battle will take place. Members of both teams will enter to compete. Whichever team has the most members successfully exit will win." He turned to look at Don Hoa. "We'll wait outside." Dong Nguyen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The instructors won't see us. Does that mean we can kill people?" Carmen looked at Don Hoa. "General Don, these students are still young after all. Fights can easily get out of hand. I have a suggestion. How about?" He paused for a moment and continued, "Both sides, we should each send some team members to accompany the students into the building to ensure the kids' safety." Don Hoa secretly scoffed. On the surface, it's about protecting the students, but in reality, he not only wants to suppress my team members, but also conveniently suppress the Haisher Special Forces. "But that's fine, since that kid is there anyway." He replied to Carmen, "This battle doesn't need my special forces." Don Hoa added, "How about this, General Carmen, all your dozens of people can go, but as for me." Don Hoa turned to look at Dong Nguyen. "Kid, come here." He pointed at himself in surprise. "Huh?" Don Hoa ordered Dong Nguyen, "I now order you, as a member of the Special Forces, to take charge of a small team. A little later, follow the Cobra team into the building and protect the students' safety." Dong Nguyen approached him. "Chief, did I mishear? I don't have that capability." Don Hoa patted his shoulder. Whether you have the capability or not isn't important. He whispered, but listen carefully, I want not a single person from the Cobra team to come out. If you can do that, I'll agree to any condition you have. Both sides faced each other tensely. Luda, standing nearby, chuckled, Don Hoa is using me this one time, but it's fine. Carmen looked at Don Hoa, you truly have no eye for talent. You casually order a fat guy around and still want to challenge my team. Don Hoa sneered, do you think you can control who I send? Today I promise, if you defeat him, I, Don Hoa, will publicly admit internationally that my special forces are not as good as the Cobra team. Carmen frowned, Don Hoa, I think you've developed senile dementia after retiring, but you said that, so it counts. Don Hoa confidently nodded, all right, kids, go. However, before the two sides could act, someone stepped forward to stop them. Wait a moment. Though Noyet looked at them, Chief Don, such a large-scale fight, I must report and seek instructions from the leadership. Luda heard this and spoke up, what instructions are you seeking? He was serious, the honor of the nation is at stake, and you're still dawdling, asking for instructions. Though Noyet frowned, you. Lak Long and Kim Ho, standing nearby, secretly sighed. They already had no motivation to fight the international team, and now the Cobra team too. What's this if not going to their deaths? Thiat 33 said, if we back down now, it will greatly disgrace our Huaxia military. He decisively walked forward, if everyone is scared, just stay here. I alone am enough to deal with them. As soon as Thiat 33 left, Lak Long and Kim Ho exchanged glances. Then they quickly ran after him, wait for us. Don Hoa turned to his subordinate, bring my chair here. I'll sit here and drink tea. On the other side, Carmen took out his walkie-talkie and contacted, Cobra team, listen up. Your mission is to protect the students, especially the Huaxia team, especially that fat guy. At this moment, someone walked over, their footsteps clattering on the ground. Though Noyet didn't need to turn around to ask, Instructor Linnet, where did you go just now? The students are about to fight in that teaching building. Linnet smiled, it's fine, it's a good time for me to see which student has the strongest physique. Though Noyet glanced at Linnet, thinking to herself, that Linnet, ever since he appeared, his behavior has been so strange. Carmen ordered into the walkie-talkie, go. He turned to look at Don Hoa, who had set his chair down next to him. Don Hoa sneered, what are you looking at, you nosy old man? Carmen didn't reply. He picked up the walkie-talkie again and ordered, all Cobra team, listen up. Drill intensity 4. Though Noyet stared at Carmen. He wanted to make the opponents lose their ability to act, completely restrict them, or even render them unconscious. Putting the walkie-talkie down, Carmen turned and spoke. Don Hoa, I want you to lose convincingly, and I will announce it to the whole world. Don Hoa held his water bottle and smiled, you're overthinking it. Inside the teaching building, the empty hallway echoed with the whistling sound of wind. The Huaxia team gathered in one place. Thiat 33 spoke first, it's come to this, so there's no need for anyone to hide anymore. He ordered Cap Kitch, scout the area. She nodded, understood. Cap Kitch dropped a few marbles onto the ground. They clattered and rolled away, one by one falling down the stairs. Cap Kitch looked at the screen in her hand and reported, there are a total of 59 people, currently all on the first floor. Kim Ho spoke after listening, many enemies, few of us. Our strategy is to all gather on the 5th floor, defend and counterattack. He assigned, 33, you come with me, confront them head-on. Cap Kitch provided information, Lak Long is responsible for support and disruption. Though Nguyen, be ready to assist everyone, and when necessary, break through fortifications to engage the enemy. Everyone in the Huaxia team immediately accepted the mission, understood. Kim Ho wiped the sword in his hand. Cap Kitch stood next to him and reported, they've reached the 2nd floor. Kim Ho looked up and said, Luda, you're not like us, you don't have enough strength, you just stay in this room, ensure. Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped in surprise, Luda, where is he? When did he disappear? Though Nguyen muttered, "There's only one exit in the room." Lack Long wondered, "Disappeared without a trace right in front of us?" Cap Kitch immediately denied, "Impossible." At this moment, the entire building suddenly shook. Cap Kitch said, "Captain, 3 enemies fell from the second floor." Looking from outside, constant explosions came from various positions inside the building. Carmen spoke up, "Don Hoa, have you seen this power?" He said, "Our cobras are no longer the cobras from before." Carmen started showing off and laughed loudly, "We've developed a drug that, when injected before battle, can double a warrior's strength for 20 minutes. This time, you won't win." Don Hoa curled his lips into a smile. He folded his arms and looked at Carmen. "General Carmen, I can't help but ask you, how did you come up with this technique of taking off your pants to fart?" Carmen was so angry he choked, "You." He could only stand there swearing, "Nosy old man, stinky old man." Though Noyet sighed, "I just hope the students don't get hurt, otherwise the training session that follows." Inside the building, several blue dots on Cap Kitch's wrist-mounted screen continuously blinked and moved. Thiat 33 cursed, "Damn it, what's going on? These enemies keep getting knocked away." Cap Kitch frowned, "Could it be Luda?" Thiat 33 turned to look at Kim Ho, "Captain, should we go take a look?" Kim Ho shook his head, "The situation isn't clear yet, no need to stir up trouble. Our current mission is to hold this position well." The 5 of them just stood there, listening to the continuous sounds of punching and impacts coming from inside the building. Kim Ho saw signs of cracks appearing on the wall, and he thought to himself, "This ceiling isn't going to collapse, is it?" Kim Ho muttered, "Impossible, impossible, there's no one that strong." Those outside didn't understand the situation inside, only continuously heard explosions and aftershocks. Suddenly, with a boom, a part of the building exploded, sending debris flying outside. The people standing outside quickly moved away. What kind of battle was happening inside? Had the building collapsed? Duanhua's subordinates all turned pale. "This Cobra team is too strong. I'm afraid our special police team is no match for them." Only Carmen also stood there stunned like everyone else. "This is impossible. My soldiers aren't that strong." Duanhua rubbed his chin. "Kid, you can't be doing this. The commotion is too big. How can I protect you in front of the commander now?" Inside the building, a foot stepped out from the smoke. Luda sped like lightning down the stairs. Carmen's men only knew to run forward headfirst. And that perverted white-shirt kid, he grabbed a Cobra team member and slammed him into a concrete pillar. "Run, quickly." Suddenly, he bumped into a figure in front of him. He fell flat on the ground. Carmen's man looked up and cursed, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm running?" However, when he saw the person in front was Luda, he quickly changed his attitude. "Big bro, I'm frail and delicate, I can't take a few punches." Luda smirked, "You're a martial artist, yet you're so humble." Luda looked at the person sitting on the ground. "Come on, even a small grasshopper has some meat. Contribute a little to demolishing this building." The other person shook his head, "No." Luda didn't listen to his rambling and immediately raised his fist. With a few rapid punches, the guy lost a few teeth and lay on the ground, his face swollen. Luda looked at him. "Can't hit him anymore. If he dies, Duanhua will have a hard time dealing with it." Just then, someone came running from the other side of the corridor. Luda looked up and smiled. "Hope you can withstand a few punches." Upstairs, Cap Kitch was observing the small screen on her armband. She told Kim Ho, "Those quickly flashing red dots have already engaged with over 30 people in the blink of an eye." Kim Ho tried to calculate. 5 floors turned into 2 floors. "Looks like we won't need to use the stairs later." He said to the people in his team, "It seems our country has sent another master. Everyone, try not to reveal your identities, and also keep the information about that master confidential." "Yes, sir." Cap Kitch thought to herself, the current situation is entirely Luda's doing alone. Everyone outside was unaware of the situation inside, only seeing it continuously shaking. This large building is about to collapse. What kind of competition between trainees is this? Is Cobra really that strong to create such an intense atmosphere? Carmen frowned tightly. What exactly is going on? My Cobra team isn't that strong. Manhua was a bit worried. I wonder if the higher-ups will make me pay for damages. The cost of using this kid even once is too high. He looked at Carmen. General Carmen, competing in this building was your idea, you know. Though Noyet stepped forward behind Carmen and said, General Carmen, the current situation is uncontrollable. I suggest you quickly order a halt to the competition. Carmen was silent for a moment, then said, it really can't go on any longer. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called, Cobra team, listen up. However, there was only silence on the other end, no reply. Carmen called again, Cobra members. Receive the reply. No sooner had he finished speaking. The building in front of them immediately made several more boom sounds. More and more cracks began to appear. A final explosion was the last straw, and the building immediately collapsed. The entire large building was now just a pile of rubble. Thick smoke and dust obscured the view. Dong Nguyen emerged from the smoke. He looked at the people lying on the ground and said, you might not believe me, but this really has nothing to do with me. Carmen stepped forward and glared at Dong Nguyen. Fatty, why are you still standing there? Where are my soldiers? Dong Nguyen responded blankly, I didn't do anything at all, you know. Carmen didn't believe him and went to check. He pushed Dong Nguyen aside. What? A gust of wind blew, dispersing some of the dust and smoke. Carmen saw his team members lying sprawled on the ground. He covered his mouth with his hand. Oh my God. Carmen roared furiously, Who did this? A sudden chest pain struck, and Carmen clutched his chest. Don Hoa stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Hey old man, old Carmen, don't fake it. No one would care if you died here. Carmen gritted his teeth, looking at Don Hoa, you. He looked at the ruins in front of him. Carmen's loud question made Don Hoa, standing next to him, ears ache. Who exactly did this? Kim Ho raised his hand. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. Thiat 33 also shook his head. I didn't do anything either. Carmen gritted his teeth. This can't be. If it wasn't you, then who was it? At this moment, a thumping sound came from the front. The sound of footsteps on the ground. Lu De walked out, gripping someone by the neck. Carmen's face changed color as soon as he saw it, while Don Hoa looked immensely pleased. Thiat 33, however, remained silent and showed no reaction. Lu De, still holding the person's neck, turned and smiled at them. Don't misunderstand, I was just helping him adjust his face. He quickly placed the person on the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. Lu De scratched his head. I don't know anything. Carmen pointed at him. It's you. I underestimated you. You did this. Lu De approached Carmen, shrugging. Do you have any proof, old general? Carmen was so furious he was speechless. You. His body suddenly swayed, and Don Hoa, from behind, casually supported him. What's wrong? Carmen groaned. Oh my God. Don Hoa patted his shoulder. Pull yourself together, old Carmen. Tu Noyet, observing from a distance, also fell silent in surprise. He did all of this alone? Lu De reached out to brush off the dust clinging to his clothes. Linnet, who had been observing, suddenly became excited. Too strong. His physique is incredible. Lu De looked at Tu Noyet. Our opponent is gone now, so we don't need to compete anymore. When the graduation certificates are issued, please ask the instructor to call me. Tu Noyet hesitated slightly. Without waiting for her reply, Lu De turned back to speak with Don Hoa. Commander, this post-cleanup job might be a bit difficult. Will there be any issues? Don Hoa crossed his arms and sighed. I really admire you. Just fight. Why drag other things into it? Lu De didn't reply and turned to leave. He bid them farewell. I'm leaving now. You all can take your time and enjoy yourselves. Thiat 33 and Kim Ho were still stunned. This guy has never been enhanced, yet he's so strong. He's truly an unpredictable master of the future. Don Hoa put his hands in his pockets, looking at Carmen resting on his chair. Old Carmen, your team has been completely defeated. How does that feel? He stepped forward and patted Carmen's shoulder. You're right, this truly is the difference between upper and lower class. Carmen knocked Don Hoa's hand off his shoulder. Don't let me find out who it was. Don Hoa scoffed disdainfully. If you want to keep looking for trouble, I won't stop you. Then he picked up a bottle and took a sip, telling his subordinate behind him, post an announcement that Europe's Cobra team was defeated by a fat chef from the Special Forces. Yes, sir. Though Nguyen, standing behind them, accidentally overheard the conversation. He said, Commander Don, I'm not a chef. He turned to look at him. You chubby kid, shut your mouth. Big head, thick neck, if not a rich person, then a chef. Are you a rich person? Though Nguyen scratched his head. No. Don Hoa shrugged. Then isn't that right? Meanwhile, with Luda. He took out his phone and checked it. Missed calls from the teacher, Lai Angie, 137 calls. Luda picked up the phone and called back. As soon as he answered, the other side immediately said, Mr. Lu, I'm giving you 30 minutes. Get to the school right now. Luda stared blankly at the hung-up phone. This. Luda said to Modong, help me check the camera at little brother's school. Got it. The camera showed little brother. The kid was luring the teacher to chase him everywhere. He also kicked things to trip the teacher and played chess with another adult, making that person so angry they almost had a heart attack. Luda exclaimed, this rotten kid, he's wrecked a whole school. Modong said, isn't that exciting? Little brother Lu going head-to-head with a university professor. He still has many more moves. Much better than you. About 20 minutes later, Luda stopped his car in the schoolyard. The principal, in a wheelchair, spoke directly. Little brother Lu's father, our small enquête school, its standards are too low. We truly cannot accommodate this divine being from your family. Little brother crossed his arms and snorted. Luda scratched his head, grabbed little brother's shirt, and said, I'm really sorry. Principal. Little brother glared at him, let go of me. The principal continued, for goodness sake, you don't need to say anything else. Little brother Lu has already been expelled. Little brother frowned and retorted, expelled? I've graduated. Luda quickly said, Principal, Ms. Lai, you too can see he's such a small child. If he can't go to school, where else can he go? The principal dismissed it, he can go wherever he wants. Your child is a strange genius. I suggest you keep him at home and wait for him to receive a Nobel Prize. Little brother nodded, right, Principal, you're correct. I can only stay home. After all, no school would dare to accept me. Luda clenched his fist, this kid, no school dares to accept you, huh? Then you don't know who I am yet. However, a moment later, the principal called them back, wait. Student little brother Lu, congratulations on becoming our school's student representative, the president of the Elementary Student Council, and also receiving proposals from middle school, high school, and even universities. He looked at little brother, but you still need to complete your semester at the elementary school. Little brother crossed his arms and looked at Luda, you violent bear, I hate you. Luda looked at the principal and Angie, Principal, Ms. Lai, you've worked hard. The principal helplessly replied, Mr. Lu, why would you say that? Luda didn't prolong it, immediately took little brother's hand and left, let's go. We'll go to school again tomorrow. After Luda and little brother got into the car, the principal spoke up, 10 minutes ago, here, my superiors instructed me to keep little brother Lu, even if I had to leave. He mumbled, what kind of background do they have? At night, in an apartment in the city. Angie stood leaning against the balcony, talking to Tu Noyet. Sister, a child prodigy appeared at our school today. You could even say a demonic prodigy. Tu Noyet casually replied while looking at her phone. Angie continued to recount, a 4-year-old kid, today in class, he finished 6 years of elementary textbooks in 10 minutes, completed high school courses in 2 hours, and university majors in 5 hours. Hearing this, Tu Noyet looked up at Angie. She focused on recounting little brother Lou's story to Tu Noyet. Angie told the story with great enthusiasm. Tu Noyet pondered thoughtfully. Angie also told her about little brother almost getting expelled. She gave a faint laugh. Originally, the principal was dead set on expelling him, but their family, I don't know what connections they used, forced him to stay. A genius is a genius, but too willful. He's a menace. It was then that Tu Noyet sighed and replied, Angie, what menaces your kid? No matter what, he's just a child of a few years old. She became serious. What is a menace? Only one Manhua student, he is truly a menace. Tu Noyet thought of Lu De, that student. Today he went to challenge the international team and broke all of the opposing side's bones. Now the entire international team has been eliminated, the high-ranking officials of the Star Corps are furious, and he even beat up the person in charge of the training, the Cobra Squad, and then destroyed a 5-story office building, and he didn't even acknowledge it in front of everyone. Tu Noyet chuckled, the students in my team are even very proud of this and have nicknamed that person Lou the Demolisher. Angie excitedly said, Sister, that student of yours is really amazing. Now your school is so chaotic, you must have more headaches than me. After speaking, she suddenly paused, but, Lou the Demolisher. Angie hesitated, then continued, the kid in my class, because he constantly challenged a dozen professors, the teachers called him Lou the Challenger. As soon as she heard, Tu Noyet immediately stood up. The two sisters focused their thoughts, Lou the Demolisher, Lou the Challenger. Angie looked at Tu Noyet and asked, could they be related? Tu Noyet laughed at her, Angie, you're really good at making connections. My student here isn't married yet, I only have his personal information. Angie leaned against the balcony. If they really are father and son, then that's quite something. A big troublemaker teaching a small troublemaker, one named Lou the Demolisher, one named Lou the Challenger. What a strange father-son pair, a bane to the world. Tu Noyet looked up at the sky. No matter what, your genius kid and my violent student are both 1 in a million. As teachers, we should wholeheartedly support them. Angie nodded, you're absolutely right. At Lu De's house. Lu De and the younger brother were sitting opposite each other. Lu De crossed his arms and sternly asked the younger brother, why did you do that? The younger brother rested his chin on his hand and answered sullenly, first, I don't want to go to school. Second, they look down on my inventions. Lu De looked at the kid, this world has its rules. No matter how good you are, you still have to progress one step at a time. Breaking the rules is wrong. The younger brother looked at him, violent bear, you think I'm like you? You're clearly so strong, yet you're stuck in the Hero Academy. Just defeat them directly and claim it, isn't that enough? Lu De was a little surprised, what are you talking about? They said it's a normal institution, how can you do something like that? You're so young and you're already thinking about challenging the system, what will you be like when you grow up? The younger brother put on a mature air, frowning tightly, I'm not like you. Rules are set by those with strength. You came from a humble background, so you habitually abide by them, restraining yourself. This is like a turtle retracting its head. Lu De immediately stood up, where did you learn such ill-mannered words? The younger brother also stood up, looking up at Lu De, what manners? You're not my father. He angrily raised his hand, you little. But he eventually lowered it and said, tomorrow, you'll continue to go to school. I'll monitor you via camera. If you perform well, I'll allow you to skip grades. Lu De turned and left. If you cause any more trouble, all electronic devices and machinery will be confiscated. You won't be allowed to touch any of them. The younger brother watched Lu De's retreating figure and scoffed. The kid turned and ran inside. Lu De, I hate you. In Europe, at Tech Boa Medical Academy. Bach men ambled back and forth outside the school gate. He pondered, Dad's son, where exactly are you? Tran Bok Min saw something ahead. He immediately jumped up. Bok Min stepped forward and blocked a woman's path. He activated his hypnosis skill and asked her, the day the research lab burned down. What did you see? The woman's eyes glowed blue, and she obediently replied, a big fire lit up the sky. I couldn't see anything. There was a very handsome man. There was a helicopter. Bok Min continued to ask, what kind of helicopter? The woman honestly replied, a very beautiful helicopter. The designation Luda 0001. Bok Min frowned. Finally, a clue. After the interrogation, the hypnosis ended. The woman fell to the ground. Bok Min made a phone call. Emissary, I'm entrusting you with an important mission. Help me investigate an aircraft. A moment later, the other side sent a message back to Bok Min. You used planes, Creator Corporation, Lu Day. After reading, Bok Min crushed the phone in his hand. So it was you, Lu Day, you ruined my plan. And you took my child, this time you won't get away alive. The next day at 2 Day's elementary school, when Lu Day brought 2 Day to class, Fan Ba came forward to greet them. Brother, Mrs. Lu. Hello everyone. The kid pointed to the beautiful woman standing behind him. My mom brought me to this school, I'll introduce you all. Lu Day was stunned. Is this Fan Ba's mother? They're so different. Fan Ba came forward and whispered to 2 Day, Bro, do you feel like my mom and your dad have something going on? 2 Day rolled his eyes. He's not my dad, and he's not going to be your dad either. Lu Day looked at the woman in front of him, quickly thinking, what is this? What should I do? Being forced into this with a promiscuous woman? This is truly a scam. Deep Van smiled and said to Lu Day, Mr. Lu, you don't need to be awkward. Fan Ba and the others are just kids. Of course, I didn't come here because I want to change their father. Lu Day let out a breath. Oh, is that so? Then he heard Deep Van continue, I'm here for your matter. Lu Day scratched his head, puzzled. Me? Do I have some matter? She looked at Lu Day. Or, how about we go somewhere quieter to talk? Inside the cafe, 2 glasses of water were brought out for the 2 of them. Deep Van raised her hand and did something to the 2 glasses of water. Lu Day was slightly stunned. What kind of ability is this? Is she a modifier? Deep Van pushed the glass of water to Lu Day. Care to try? Holding up the glass of water to observe it, Lu Day thought to himself, so her ability has the magical effect of solidifying things that have disintegrated. At this moment, Deep Van spoke up. This humble Deep Van has studied physiognomy with my master since childhood. I see that Mr. Lu's face, though handsome, hides a powerful aura. Though he restrains his inner self, his appearance is much more. Lu Day listened blankly as she continued, simply put, Mr. Lu has the appearance of an emperor. Lu Day laughed. Mrs. Tan, you flatter me too much. I'm just an ordinary person, how could I have the appearance of an emperor? Lu Day's right eye glowed. Deep Van's information immediately appeared before him. Deep Van, T merchant, unknown identity, but no trace of having been modified. Nor has she any international connections. Lu Day thought to himself, it seems she's just an ordinary person. Did I misinterpret her ability just now? Is she simply looking to remarry? Deep Van took a sip of water. You possess extraordinary power, capable of ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth. You like to conceal your identity, and you frequently uphold justice, helping the weak. Lu Day asked her, you can see all that too? Deep Van placed a glass of water on the table. My Fan Ba said you're the Black Knight. She smiled. Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'm not a nosy person. I came here today to warn you about something. Mr. Lu, there's a faint black line condensed on your glabella. In 30 days, you will surely encounter a disaster and fall into an abyss. Lu Day remained silent. A moment later, he asked, what kind of disaster? However, Deep Van shook her head and replied, the art of physiognomy can only see, not tell. After speaking, she stood up. Since I've learned of this, I certainly won't stand by. I will entrust someone to help you, Mr. Lu, rest assured. Then Deep Van left. Lu Day remained seated, still unsure of what was going on. This woman, who exactly is she? He looked at the diamond-shaped gem in his hand, the final countdown. Coincidentally, it's exactly 30 days from now. At this moment, Lu Day's phone unexpectedly rang. As soon as he answered, angry shouts immediately came from the other end. It's all your fault that the high-ranking leaders of the star-ranked positions are furious, allowing students to fight each other as they please. They're about to start the match. Lu Day asked eagerly, again? No problem, I'll just cripple him again. Inside the star-ranked Hero Academy's laboratory, people gathered in large numbers. Whispers arose, the C-grade modifier recently created by the star-ranked positions is here. I heard it's even C5. Bot Ram appeared. Everyone, with the C-grade modification technology, we will leave other countries behind. He looked at the people in the room, and that Black Knight, he's just from some modification company, just a random product. Bot Ram stepped up next to the modification chamber. He simply can't compare to our seasoned technology. He looked down. Today, I invited everyone here at Mr. Rip's behest. Bot Ram's eyes narrowed. Mr. Rip doesn't like Huaxia. Do you all understand? Someone stepped forward and said, Mr. Bot Ram, our island nation always acts according to Bot Ram's orders. We are willing to be the first to sign the alliance agreement. Bot Ram nodded, then asked the others, what about the rest of you? The others thought for a moment and replied, I'll sign too, no problem. Below, murmurs of agreement rose up. We have no problem either. My country also agrees to sign. At this moment, someone stepped forward and said to him, you want a genius physique, I brought one to express my loyalty, but your C-grade modification technology, we've only heard rumors about it. Moreover, we heard your seed trainees were defeated by Huaxia yesterday. Bot Ram immediately replied, yesterday was just an accident. I just met the young man you brought, he's very strong, 1 in 10,000. Suppressing those Huaxia brats will be no problem. Bot Ram looked up, my C-grade count modifier is merely consolidating his strength. Saying that, he clapped his hands twice. The star-ranked personnel immediately brought out several suits of clothing. Everyone, please put on these suits, they can protect you from injury. The people below looked at each other. Radiation? Using radiation for modification? Bot Ram confidently thumped his chest. Everyone, prepare to witness the greatest creation of this century. The Alliance members quickly put on their protective gear. The door of the modification chamber rumbled. A foot stepped out from the smoke. An extremely terrifying giant. Bot Ram looked up and called, Count. The modified person's eyes turned red. The modifier stepped out. Bot Ram stood in front of them and introduced, everyone, our star-ranked C5 count modifier is here. Whoever wants to verify, come on over. Among the people below, someone spoke up, Manhua martial art, you two go up and test him. The two people called Manhua martial art immediately stepped forward. One drew a sword, the other lifted his leg to attack the count. Unexpectedly, before they could even get close, he grabbed both of them by the neck with both hands. The count directly hurled them onto the ceiling. Everyone in the lab stared wide-eyed. This was less than 2 seconds, and the two Manhua martial art brothers were already defeated? At this moment, another modifier stepped forward. I'm B9 grade. I want to see how much stronger this C grade really is than me. The count frowned at them. No need for such trouble. All of you come at once. After all, your entire lives, you only deserve to fight me once. The others immediately became enraged upon hearing this, grabbing their weapons and charging. Absurd. Teach him a lesson. A group of people stomped their feet and jumped up, lunging at the count simultaneously. Kill it. The count stood with his arms crossed, watching them. Please excuse me, the count's strength is too great, it's hard to avoid a little arrogance. The count's hand shot out, immediately grabbing one person's head. Suddenly, his hand was seen grabbing another person's head. It was then that Bot Ram frantically ordered, Count, they are allies. Don't kill anyone. However, the count completely ignored his words, continuously striking with cruel force. The people who had eagerly charged forward earlier immediately turned and ran. Run quickly. Save me. Hurry and run. Bot Ram was pushed down to the ground by them. Count, you can't kill me. I'm your benefactor. The Count looked at him and said emotionlessly, Mr. Bot Ram, you once said that the mission of the Star Ranked is to defeat all Huaxia modifiers. Now I alone can kill all of them. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in front of him, and a large hole appeared in the ceiling. Someone in the lab said to Bot Ram, your Count has lost control. My expert also died in there. Your modification affects the modifier's sanity. If this gets out, your star-ranked organization won't be at peace. Bot Ram turned and instructed his subordinate, quickly contact FIC. If they can defeat the Shepherd, they'll also have a way to stop the Count. The person replied, Sir, rest assured, we've already contacted them. They are currently on their way here. The scene changed to a car driving smoothly down the road. Lu Di was driving while busy observing notifications via Modong's screen. On the test paper was a round 0, with a few more words written, I am your dad, you turtle. Lu Di and Modong both fell silent simultaneously upon seeing it. At this moment, the Count appeared behind Lu Di's car. He flashed a triumphant smile, all Huaxia people deserve to die. You're the first. Saying that, the Count stomped his foot and flew up. With a bang, he landed right in front of Lu Di's car. He stared blankly at the person in front of him. What is this? Modong scanned the information for him. Count, explosive physique, explosive strength, C+, reformer. Lu Di sighed, another reformer. They're everywhere, especially in the Star Corps. Modong told Lu Di, this person is very strong. Their body emits radiation. Someone is playing with fire, using radiation to modify humans, but he fundamentally cannot withstand this intense power, so his nervous system already has problems. Hearing this, Lu Di immediately got out of the car. Damn it, they don't spare children, they don't spare women, and now even this idiot, all brawn and no brains, dares to bully me? The Count clenched his fists and lunged. Lu Di calmly stood his ground, raised his hand, and said, You're good. His punch shot out from a distance towards the Count. Bye-bye. After taking this blow, the Count was immediately sent flying 100 meters, slamming into the distant wall. Lu Di rotated his wrist, stretching, and asked Modong, Is there more? Modong shook his head, that's all for him, but about 800 meters ahead. I sense a very large radiation signature, Lu Di. We can't come away empty-handed from a heist. Let's go steal something there. Lu Di turned around and opened the car door. He shook his head, disagreeing with Modong's words. Modong, you're talking nonsense. Steal what? We're going to deal with threats. At that moment, a group of people was stomping their way over. They hadn't even gotten close when an explosion erupted ahead. The Count lay flattened amidst the desolate ruins. Bot Ram stepped forward and called out, Count. His subordinates looked around, this. The Count was thrown to the ground, his body stiff. From behind, someone spoke up, Is everyone all right? The group turned around, looking at the 3 people with advanced gear behind them. People from the FIC. So strong. It seems the weapons in their hands worked wonders. The Alliance members stepped forward towards the FIC. You all arrived at just the right time. Luckily you were here, otherwise, the Star Corps could have caused a huge mess this time. The FIC member raised his hand, and he said, Everyone, we just arrived. The other person shook his head and chuckled, It's fine. You were very quick, and you defeated the Count in an instant. Your FIC is too powerful. The FIC members, not understanding what was happening, wanted to explain, Everyone, the situation isn't what you think. Actually. Just then, a signal came through their earpieces. The FIC members immediately answered, Yes. He continued with a smile, Everyone, here's the situation. A reformer of this level is completely unable to withstand even one move against our advanced scientific technology. Robbins in the earpiece yelled at them, "Stop bragging. Get back here immediately. Don't let anything be exposed." The FIC members took the order, immediately saluted the Alliance members, and left. "Everyone, we still have other missions. Please keep today's matter a secret." After they left, the remaining group exclaimed, "What great selflessness! Eliminating harm for the people and keeping it a secret, seeking no fame or profit." At the FIC branch in Highshire, Robbins sat at his desk and asked them, "Are you sure you didn't see who took action?" The rescue team member from before replied, "I vaguely saw a car moving, and it disappeared in an instant." Robbins ordered, "Check the cameras." The cameras turned on, immediately playing back footage of Lou D's car cruising down the street. It also clearly showed the driver's face. It was Lou D. Robbins was surprised. He was stunned. It's him. The powerful hero squad's then. He's the one who defeated the beast. Robbins ordered his subordinate in front of him, "Quickly contact Agent Lisa for me." At the Star Corps experimental site, Lou D was secretly sneaking inside. "Maudon, it's my first time stealing something. I'm a little nervous." Maudon crossed her arms and looked at him. "Didn't you say this was about eliminating threats?" Lou D nodded, correcting himself. "My first time eliminating a threat. I'm a little nervous." Maudon floated behind him. "Don't worry, with me here, you're absolutely safe." Lou D sped forward. "Well, that's good then." From a certain office, a voice came out. "What?" Don Hoa spoke loudly on the phone. "The police report was intercepted by someone? The surveillance for the entire eastern sector failed?" He was stunned. "Oh no, I'm afraid the International Crime Syndicate has set its sights on our Highshire." Don Hoa sat down, instructing the person on the phone, "Quickly, dispatch personnel to the eastern sector to search." He pondered, "Why does it always have to be Highshire? Could it be retribution for provoking those kids to fight yesterday?" On the other side, Lou De had entered. "The modified person from earlier lost control right here. This place is truly hell on earth." Maudon checked around and reported back. There were no survivors at the scene. Lou De jumped down from above. He looked at the two radiation barrels in front of him. Maudon said, "This is polonium, with a high concentration of alpha-210. Lou De asked it. "It seems there's some in the air. My skin feels a bit numb." Maudon explained, "That means this alpha-210 polonium has already leaked." Lou De observed for a moment. "Then can we still use it?" Maudon nodded. "Of course. Polonium exists in the Earth's crust. It's very difficult to obtain. What we have before us is a considerable amount, artificially made and highly concentrated. Tinchuk truly has capabilities." Maudon reached out to check, then told Lou De, "Your DNA sequences are rapidly changing, and previous wounds are recovering very quickly, with a tendency towards mutation. No, the radiation is too strong. Your body can't handle it. We must take it back to the laboratory at the graveyard to control the degradation." Lou De sat on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. He held the necklace in his hand. The teardrop pendant also seemed to be moving intensely, with a faint surge of power trying to escape. At this moment, Maudon waved and called out, "Lou De, come see what's inside this." Lou De followed Maudon's words towards the large door in front of them, pushing it open. Inside was a large amount of polonium. Lou De was stunned. "Damn it." Maudon immediately shouted, "Oh my God, it's all polonium. Tinchuk is really something. Lou De, we're rich again." Lou De told it, "How can a small business possess so many radioactive elements?" "I'm afraid there was assistance from the military." Maudon said, "If this polonium undergoes nuclear fusion, it could blow up half the hemisphere." Lou De picked up a piece of cloth. "We have to take this thing." "Let's go." Maudon nodded, "I understand. With good reason, stealing is only for the benefit of the people." Lou De covered the pile of polonium in front of him with the cloth. He looked at the computer nearby. Lou De performed a few operations on it. Maudon stood by, remarking, "These parameters are all related to radiation-modified people. They're too outdated, you could say they're unusable." Modong asked, I'm very curious, why don't all modification tools use the internet? Is it to guard against me? Lu De chuckled, Modong, this world is very strange. We can only consider ourselves invincible. Modong told Lu De, we should go. The commotion on the internet is too big. Tin Chuck is also coming to salvage bodies, and the cleanup crew is almost here. Lu De's car immediately left Tin Chuck's laboratory complex. Driving to the checkpoint ahead, Don Hoa's men stopped him. Stop the car. Lu De poked his head out. Chief Don. Don Hoa was surprised, smiling, it's you, kid. How come wherever trouble happens, you're always there? Don Hoa turned to his subordinate and said, open it. The other person replied, yes, sir. He thought to himself, with this kid's upright character, he certainly won't cause any trouble. Don Hoa asked him, does this incident have anything to do with you? Lu De looked him straight in the eye. How could it? I'm on my way to school. Don Hoa nodded, all right, go on. As for Tin Chuck, the superiors have already made their move. Fight back against them, and quickly get the data. Lu De smiled faintly, all right, Officer Don, you've worked hard. The car sped past Don Hoa. A subordinate stepped forward to report, Chief, the rear of that car is sagging. He must be hiding something very heavy. Don Hoa took a sip of water, it's nothing serious. Is he going to hide a nuclear bomb in his car? He thought to himself, I was even hoping he'd help me fight back against Tin Chuck. Inside the school, two competing teams stood facing each other on the sports field. Thiat 33 looked at the people opposite, how interesting. We take out one team, and another one shows up. Lu De watched them from above. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the Hoa Ha team. A foreign expert crossed his arms and looked contemptuously at the Sword Tiger group, a farmer, a Taoist priest, a former soldier, and an IT guy. What a motley crew. The person next to him spoke up, now you're down one team member, so we'll be fair and only send 2 team members to challenge you all. We'll break your limbs so you can't be modified anymore. They all laughed loudly together. Which one of you dares to step out here? I'll leave you with 2 arms, how's that? Come out here now. Sword Tiger sighed, I originally wanted to warmly welcome you all according to Hoa Ha customs, but it seems to me, just killing you all is enough. Thiat 33, standing next to him, also frowned and agreed. Kim Ho pulled out a couple of talismans, I'll take the blonde guy. The international master mocked him, you backward barbarian, what era is this? You're still using a treasured sword. Sword Tiger ignored him, raising the talisman in his hand. The international master laughed even louder, a zombie sealing talisman? Try sealing me with one. Sword Tiger drew his sword, still holding the talisman in his hand, Ghost Talisman of Karma Fire, go ahead and laugh. A flame immediately burst forth, pushing the international master back a bit. Sword Tiger immediately took the opportunity to fly over and kick him. Don Hoa, standing high above, was also surprised, this move. Modong appeared just in time to explain to Lu De, his sword is forged from volcanic rock. This is a block of iron, and when they clash, they create sparks that ignite the talismans. A highly skilled Taoist priest, Lu De exclaimed, truly keeping up with the times. Before the international masters could react, another person from the Hoa Ha team used a speed burst skill. In a flash, Cap Kitch advanced and punched another guy in the stomach. Modong saw it and was a little startled, the taser in this girl's hand has at least 500 yuan. Though Nguyen also advanced, embracing a person, exploding grass. Falling earth. He fought in his own style, slamming the other person's head hard into the ground, roar. Lu De observed, filled with fear. He put his hand to his neck, clicked his tongue, looks like this guy's neck is broken too. Modong called him again, Lu De, look, Thiat 33 doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He observed Thiat 33 and said, this is a special combat technique of the International Vampire Underground Forces. Lu De continued, I heard this is the result of 2 years of work by a detective soldier from Hoa Ha. Lac Long didn't want to be outdone by his teammates, quickly finishing off one guy, who was immediately knocked out and fell to the ground. Lu sighed as he watched the Hoa team subdue the international team in just a moment. He smiled. The members of the Hoa team are all very strong. The Hoa military is indeed feigning weakness to prey on the strong. They really know how to play the game. While Lu was still lost in thought, someone came up and called, "Big Brother Lu." Sword Tiger smiled and said to him, "We had a great fight. We were lucky to have your guidance this time." Lu was puzzled. "My guidance?" Sword Tiger nodded, "Of course. In the previous battle, you told us, if you can't stand it, don't stand it. If you have the strength, just do it. Why hold back?" Lu secretly wondered, am I that kind of person? He observed the people in front of him, this Hoa team in front of me, outwardly eccentric, but in reality very strong. For the Hoa military to gather them, it must have taken a lot of effort. Wouldn't it be less wasteful to hand them over to the Professional Talent Reform Department? Matu Noyet, standing nearby, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So my team members are so strong. I was worrying too much. At this moment, someone in the distance was also observing them. Linnet smiled inscrutably and said, "Hoa truly is a treasure trove. The physical quality here is much better than in Europe." On the other side, Lu was a bit distracted. There are still a few tons of radioactive materials in the car. I have to deal with that first. He turned and said to Sword Tiger and the others, "Everyone, when it's graduation day, give me a call." After speaking, Lu turned and left. Thiat 33 watched his retreating figure, puzzled. Why is this great deity in such a hurry, so insistent on graduating? In a high-rise building, Botram had just woken up. Lao Sam came to report, "Sir, the 3 barons have been killed." Botram started up, sitting upright. Lao Sam supported him while reporting, "This matter is actually true." Botram breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was handled by FIC members. They have agreed to help us keep it a secret. He frowned. At least it didn't cause any serious consequences. Lao Sam continued, "Sir, I don't know why the Hoa police suddenly surrounded our entire area." Botram tensed. "What?" Lao Sam replied, "Fortunately, I risked my life to clean up the scene. They won't find any evidence." He hesitated for a moment and then continued, "But sir, the 6 masters from the 6 major countries all died at our place. They are preparing to sue us." Botram felt a slight pain in his chest again. "This." Lao Sam reassured him, "Don't worry, sir. The talents they sent here are all at the Professional Talent Academy." Botram finally exhaled, "That's good. At least with this protection, we still have some initiative." Lao Sam frowned, not finished speaking, "But sir, those people were just defeated by the Hoa team. 2 were severely injured, and the rest are unconscious." Botram's pupils contracted. "What?" He collapsed onto the bed, his body trembling. Lao Sam quickly supported him, "Sir, don't be stressed. The technical department has found the reason for the failed modification. Once we upgrade to C-Class, the 6 major allied nations will definitely come licking our boots again." The pain subsided. Botram gradually calmed down. "I'm fine." "Is there anything else?" Lao Sam hesitated for a long time before saying, "But, sir, all of our radioactive raw materials have been stolen. This experiment can't continue." Botram heard this news as if struck by lightning. "What?" The monitor immediately emitted a long beep, reporting Botram's abnormal heart rate. Lao Sam shook him. "Sir, please wake up. Mr. Rip wants you to personally explain it to him." Lu drove back to his home. He reached out to open the car trunk, which carried several boxes of polonium, and carried them inside. Modon looked at the redback dog in front of him, and instructed, "So that this little dog doesn't turn into a monster later, Lu, you still need to control it a bit." Lu replied, "Got it." He closed the door. Modon immediately checked and reported, "The total amount of polonium is too large. You can absorb it in 3 separate times. This type of radiation is too singular. The effect will get worse and worse later on." Luda asked it, so, if I want to evolve quickly, I still need to find a way to concentrate other radioactive substances. Modong smiled and replied, the yellow part is the result of the previous modification. Next, we need to continue simulating the metal control ability of the gene link. Luda nodded, Modong, I'm ready. This time, as long as I take one breath, I won't suffer from radiation mutation anymore. Modong asked him, Luda, do you want to show me what perseverance is? Luda nodded, that's right. The machine was immediately activated. The radiation shot directly at Luda. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Outside, a white car stopped nearby. Nak Fuang asked the man next to her, Bagmin, is our child really here? Bagmin nodded, he hid it very well. I mobilized countless connections to find his residence. Nak Fuang hesitated, but this is Luda's home. He's so powerful, Bagmin tightly held her hand. Currently, I've gained the strength to stand against Luda, and I can even defeat an entire dominion. From now on, our family of 3 won't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Outside Luda's house, Tuda was led out of the car by Naofai, Sister Lisa. Unless Violent Bear comes to beg me, I won't give this production line the respect of going back to live with him. Naofai laughed, if you leave your dad, you'll regret it, you know? You don't know how much I admire you. In the distance, someone was observing Tuda and the other person. Nak Fuang covered her mouth, her eyes welling up. Bagmin, it must be my child. No sooner had she finished speaking than Bagmin immediately darted off. Suddenly, someone blocked his way. What's going on? Is that you? Bagmin stammered, that's my child. Kontang scratched his head, huh? Are you crazy? Before he could finish, Bagmin suddenly lunged forward. He threw a punch at Kontang. You stand in my way of finding my child, you all deserve to die. Kontang frowned, this person is too strong. He must be an enemy of our emperor, the strongest one. He gritted his teeth and said, come on, only speak after you get past me. Kontang shouted, drink. No sooner had he spoken than he immediately took a punch to the stomach from Bagmin. Kontang was sent flying backward, emitting a loud crash. Naofai stared blankly at the person lying on the ground. Who's that? Bagmin walked in from outside. In the laboratory, Luda looked up to observe the situation outside. When he saw that the newcomer was Bagmin, he immediately tensed up. Damn it. Modong saw Luda's intention and immediately said, in your current state, going out will only lead to death. Moreover, the mutation has already started. It can't be stopped. Luda said, I'm incredibly weak right now, and at this exact moment, an enemy appears. Luda called Modong, increase the radiation to the highest level. I can handle it. Modong said, even at the highest radiation level, it will still take at least 5 to 8 minutes. Luda immediately shouted, then seized the time. Outside, Bagmin was approaching Naofai. However, before he could do anything, uninvited guests arrived outside. A strange-looking shadow crawled on the ground, my queen. Bagmin turned his head, someone covets my son again? He immediately struck Tubularia, stop right there. Tubularia was knocked back several feet by this blow. He growled, who are you to dare stop me? Bagmin clenched his fist, anyone who dares touch my son will die. He turned to Nak Fuang and said, Nak Fuang, get our child back, I'm here. Nak Fuang obeyed and immediately ran towards Naofai. She raised a leg and kicked Naofai, give me back my child. Naofai told Nak Fuang, you don't deserve to be parents. On the other side, Tubularia's whole body suddenly crackled and he burst into laughter. Behind him, a strange horde crawled forward, barking. Bagmin had to continuously fight them off. He panted, damn it, my brain erosion ability has no effect on these brainless monsters. On the other side, Nak Fuang and Naofai were fighting fiercely. Several monsters immediately seized the opportunity and lunged. Just as Tubularia was about to reach Naofai, Dog Gao Gao 2 lunged out and took a blow for her. It bit Tubularia tightly. But their numbers were too great, and the dog was immediately surrounded. Nak Fuang shouted, "Back men!" He activated an attack skill. "You guys aren't going anywhere. Come at me. Don't you dare touch my child." No sooner had he finished speaking than Back Min was immediately clawed in the back by a monster. Nak Fuang ran up worriedly, "Back Min." However, that monster also raised its hand and clawed Nak Fuang. She trembled, turned to look at Back Min, and called out to him, "Back Min, our child." Before she could finish, Nak Fuang collapsed to the ground. Back Min, surrounded by monsters, saw this scene. His pupils immediately contracted. "Nak Fuang, no!" He cried out in pain. Luda, observing the situation from inside, was equally anxious. "I didn't expect this black and white Joker to return at this moment, bringing so many clones." Just then, Modong announced, "Luda, the depletion mutation is ready." Luda roared, unleashing his energy. The room door immediately exploded. Luda emerged from the smoke and fire. As soon as Tabularia saw him, hatred surged. "You're the one who ruined my body." Luda shook his head. "It was also my carelessness." He launched an attack towards Tabularia, something like "You should have gone to hell long ago." Tabularia and his clones immediately scattered and fled. However, Luda showed no mercy. He unleashed a series of attacks, intending to kill them all. Backmen lay on the ground, looking up at little brother. After dealing with Tabularia's group, Luda also turned towards Nafai and little brother. He sat down and stroked the boy's head. "It's okay now." At this moment, Backmen was trying to crawl towards little brother, raising his hand. The boy clutched Luda's hand. "Violent bear, what does he want to do?" Luda said, "Little brother, let him see you." Little brother shook his head. "I won't." Backmen called out, "Son." Then he relaxed his hand, no longer breathing. Little brother hugged Luda, and he looked up at the sky. At this moment, police cars also arrived at the scene. Nak Fuang and Backmen were neatly placed into body bags. Luda asked little brother, "Kid, do you want to know who these two people are?" Little brother was silent for a moment, then replied, "I already know. I can feel that they gave birth to me." The kid clenched his fists by his side. "But they don't deserve to be my parents." Little brother gritted his teeth, tears streamed down his face. "They abandoned me since I was born, imprisoned in an underground room for 4 years. Luda sighed. "They might not be good people, but they absolutely didn't abandon you. It was just out of helplessness." He sat down and patted little brother's head. "You're still young, you don't understand how much they've sacrificed for you now." Little brother removed Luda's hand from his head. "I don't need such a sacrifice, it has no meaning at all." The kid looked up at Luda. "Violent bear, all I know is that you broke down the iron door of that underground room and led me out to see this world." Luda sighed inwardly. Does this kid think that way again? Little brother continued, "You've always been an unrivaled hero in my eyes, eliminating evil and suppressing tyranny, never saying much." The kid turned his face away. "It's just that lately, you've been enduring some humiliation, and I also feel uncomfortable. No matter what, keep fighting." Luda looked at little brother, slightly surprised. "So this kid has always acknowledged me." Luda stood up, looked at Duan Hoa in the distance. "Officer Duan, please bury these two together, to fulfill this fated couple's tragic destiny." He patted little brother's head, teaching the kid, as a human, one should not forget kindness. "After the graves are built, you and I will come and offer incense to them, honoring your parents in heaven." Luda smiled and said to the kid, "As for me, just wait and see. For now, I'll stay in this mortal world and become a hero that everyone admires." Suddenly, a car drove to this location. Duan Hoa frowned. "You busybody is here again." Luda asked, puzzled, "Chief Duan, what's going on?" Duan Hoa explained, "These FIC people are developing very well. Internationally, they're said to have achieved several merits and have risen to prominence." Luda nodded. "So that's how it is. If there's nothing else, I'll take little brother to rest." The kid just got scared. Luda turned and left, and the FIC people also got out of the car and approached. Robbins, leading the group, spoke first. Chief Duan, thank you for adhering to the international treaty and sharing information about the modified case with us. He shook hands with Duan Hoa. You can leave the rest to us. With FIC here, nothing will go wrong. Robbins continued, forgive me for being blunt, but the information from your team is quite perplexing. Duan Hoa smiled and asked him, why so? Robbins received the documents from his colleague. A large-scale battle of modifieds just occurred here. A mysterious lone individual waved their hands and unleashed countless blades to wipe out dozens of fierce B-class modifieds? Duan Hoa nodded, that's right. Robbins stroked his chin thoughtfully, dozens of monster corpses all cut in half. You're making things up too fancifully. Duan Hoa took a sip of water and replied, think what you want. Now that this case is over, we're preparing to wrap up and don't want to bother anyone here. Robbins looked at the two corpses of Back Min and Nak Fuang on the ground. Keep these two B-class modified corpses, they have research value. Duan Hoa frowned, nonsense, that's not allowed. Robbins said, we've just received priority rights for corpse disposal. Duan Hoa was furious, you. A moment later, a car stopped in front of Lu De's house. A girl stepped out, Nak Hai is here. She looked at the White House in front of her. Isn't this Lu De's house? Nak Hai approached Duan Hoa. Uncle Duan, what exactly did you call me here for? Duan Hoa shook his head, offering his condolences. I'm sorry, this corpse is your sister, Nak Fuang. Nak Hai gasped, sister. Robbins stepped forward. Please accept our condolences. Your family member, along with a modified involved in the case, must be taken by us for research. Nak Hai glared and shouted, who are you? My sister is dead, why do you still want to take her away? Robin snapped, don't worry, we'll take good care of her. At this moment, Na Fai appeared from behind. She looked at Robbins. Captain, I advise you to stop. Na Fai said, someone instructed that we must bury them. It's someone we can't afford to offend. Robbins frowned. Agent Lisa, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is it that we can't offend? Besides, I have a very important matter. At this moment, someone walked up with clattering steps. Lu De appeared before them. Robbins looked at him. DeLuc, he's here. Lu De raised his hand, releasing a burst of energy. The people around, affected by this energy, quickly dodged away. This? Lu De called, Robbins. Robbins immediately replied, yes, I'm here. Lu De continued, this is what's in this report, turning people into powder in the dark of night. He frowned, looking at Robbins, and what's more, Agent Lisa said I'm the one not to be provoked. Do you have any objections? Robbins immediately shook his head. No objections, Sir DeLuc is just joking. We certainly wouldn't take the corpse anywhere. He acted subserviently towards Lu De. Hero DeLuc, whenever you're free, come to the headquarters. You can choose any position in FIC. Lu De gave a faint smile. FIC is an organization that monitors modified humans. It still lacks a sense of justice, only working for superpowers, becoming a lapdog. Is that worthy of the title hero? He tilted his head and looked at Robbins, but your words aren't bad. I wouldn't mind FIC surrendering to me. Robbins quickly said, Hero DeLuc, please don't joke. We, FIC. However, before he could finish, Lu De ignored him, turning to talk to Nak Hai. Your sister's matter, Commander Duan will handle it. He patted her shoulder to comfort her. Times have changed. After you return to the corporation, gather the members of Project M69. Select strictly. After choosing the suitable people, await my command. Nak Hai immediately replied, okay. Then Lu De turned to look at the second-generation Gao Gao dog beside him, and you worked hard this time. Having said that, he coldly carried the dog away, ignoring the people still behind him. He laid the Gao Gao dog down on the floor. Lu De noticed little brother sitting slumped to one side. This kid has endured quite a bit of attack. How should I comfort him? At this moment, Na Fai pushed Kan Tang, who was in a wheelchair, out. As soon as he arrived, he loudly exclaimed, "It hurts so much." Kan Tang angrily said, "That young man just now was unreasonable. This master, was careless for a moment and was injured by him." The little brother was amused by Kan Tang's appearance. Lu De laughed and scolded the kid, "Why aren't you thanking brother Kan Tang? He got injured protecting you." The little brother resolutely shook his head and refused, "I don't want to thank him. He stole my cake and ate it." Kan Tang was extremely embarrassed by what the kid said. Well, Lu De then changed the subject and asked the little brother, "What about the second-generation dog, Gao Gao?" "It's broken now," the little brother sadly replied. "Poor second-generation Gao Gao." Kan Tang sighed self-pityingly, "Am I not even as good as a dog?" Lu De suddenly said to the little brother, "I'll give you a chance. You don't have to go to school for the next few days. Fix Gao Gao, and feel free to use any equipment in the house." The little brother excitedly jumped to the ground, "Really?" Lu De nodded, "That's right. I'll also be home to create a few things." Time passed, and an hour later, Lu De stood in front of a truck. He smiled and thought, the device that can create the magic cube has finally arrived. Inside the house, at mealtime, many appetizing dishes were served. Now Phi brought up the food and said, "Everyone, eat your fill." Kan Tang ate while watching Lu De work in front of them. Lu De held a soldering iron and soldered the equipment. On the other side, the little brother was also focused on repairing the second-generation Gao Gao. Kan Tang saw Gao Gao spit fire and immediately exclaimed, "This is impressive." He saw Lu De approach him with a needle, turned, and asked, "Emperor III, what are you doing?" The needle unemotionally pierced Kan Tang's hand, drawing a little blood. Lu De came and left coldly. Kan Tang was speechless. "Emperor III, you've gone too far. This is the 5th time you've taken my blood. I have nothing left. Once I recover, I'll defeat you." Lu De glanced at him. "Kan Tang, just behave. I'm trying to figure out how to make you a true master." He reached out and pushed a lever. The device in front of him hummed, starting the process. At the Hero Academy, Ziyu stood before the Huaxia team and spoke, "Everyone has always been curious about the 7th member of the Huaxia team, and that person arrived at school today." She looked at them and said, "I've heard that they possess unfathomable strength, so I suggest everyone treat each other well to avoid being disabled by one of your own." Jian Hu laughed, "I want to carry on Lu De's philosophy, challenge if you're not convinced. I really want to spar with the new member to see who's stronger and who's weaker." Ziyu immediately refuted, "I suggest you immediately withdraw that dangerous thought of yours." Luo Long, standing nearby, said to Jian Hu, looking at the instructor's reaction, "Could this new classmate be really tough to deal with?" Just then, someone walked in. It was a girl with purple hair and a cold expression. Thumb Gwen looked at her. "This girl looks really cold and seems genuinely tough to deal with." Before the girl could speak, a boy appeared behind her and introduced, "Hello everyone, I'm the new member. You can call me Nguyen Dong. This is my sister, Han Dong." The Huaxia team member's eyes widened in surprise. "Two people?" Ziyu looked at their reaction, speechless. "When did I say the 7th member was only one person?" Thumb Gwen scratched his head, "Two people sharing one identity? That's quite clever." Nguyen Dong explained, "There's a reason for this. My sister and I can only be a maximum of 11 meters apart." Jian Hu looked at the two. "I heard the instructor say that you two are very strong. I wonder when we can have a match." Nguyen Dong laughed, "Very strong? My grandfather arranged for us to come here to help Huaxia achieve glory. He also said that we two aren't suited for a team, so he wanted us to train." Cap Kitch and Thumb Gwen looked at them in surprise. These two aren't as unapproachable as the instructor said. Jian Hu scratched his head and stepped forward, warmly welcoming them. "Since you've joined our Huaxia team, we're all classmates now." Cap Kitch then spoke up, "Why isn't Sister Han Dong talking? Is she shy?" Nguyen Dong explained on behalf of her sister, "She was born blind, she can't see anything." Jianhu and the others looked at Han Dong in surprise. Oh. Cap Kitch covered her mouth. I'm sorry, Sister Han Dong. I'm also a girl, so I'll take care of you from now on. Thumb Nguyen nodded. That's right, we'll protect you too. Nguyen Dong took a step forward. Thank you, everyone, but only I can take care of my sister. Then he looked up, waved, and said, Brother Tu Ha, it's very good here, very safe, you can rest assured. Tu Ha nodded in response, indicating he understood. A second later, he instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Kim Ho secretly marveled, this speed. This person's strength is very great. He asked Nguyen Dong, who was standing next to him, Nguyen Dong, your brother is so capable, is he a modified hero? Nguyen Dong nodded, you could say that. Among all my siblings in our family, only my sister and I are normal people. Tu Noyet smiled, as expected of Old Man Chu, the military doctor. None of his subordinates are weak. Lu De observed the school's situation on a monitor at home. He smiled, it seems Tu Dong is getting along very well with everyone. Lu De turned and handed Naofai a small scroll. Lisa, give this to your superior. She nodded, understood. She went to Robbins, who immediately asked, does Lord DeLuc have any instructions? Naofai held the paper in her hand. Lord DeLuc said to have you do some things. Robbins secretly calculated. In that case, Lord DeLuc owes me a favor. It's the beginning of reciprocity. He gave Naofai a friendly smile. All right, no problem. Robbins opened the paper. Inside it read, I want all your FIC data and information on all modified individuals within 1 day. FIC personnel also saw it. They immediately approached Robbins, saying, Captain, this is our confidential information. Who exactly is this DeLuc? What a crazy tone of voice. And why do we have to guard his house? Robbins waved his hand, ordering them, go do it. The two were puzzled. What? Captain, you're agreeing to such an unreasonable request? Please reconsider. Robbins immediately grabbed his collar. What do you understand? Come here. The other person was startled. This. Robbins said sternly, whatever DeLuc requests, you must do it. After 1 day, anyone who dares to obstruct will deal with me. The two quickly left, grumbling indignantly, who exactly is this DeLuc character? Robbins watched their retreating figures. Without DeLuc, our FIC is nothing. At the high-rise building of the Star Division, Bertram gazed hatefully at his missing middle finger. These hateful Huaxia people. You made me suffer Lord Rit's punishment. I will surely avenge this lost finger. He turned and asked Lao Sam, is everyone here? Lao Sam nodded, yes, sir, everyone is here. They are all waiting for you. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was lively and noisy. As people entered, a girl stood at the door offering drinks. Professor Han, please have some tea. Minister Lim, please have some tea. Just then, Bertram pushed the door open and entered. As soon as everyone saw him, they rushed forward, eagerly asking, Mr. Bertram, we'll trust you one more time. Your experiment won't. My men have brought heavy weapons. This time, don't even think about having my people challenge it. Bertram grinned. He said confidently, Commander Chow Tan Ha dared to announce it, so of course, I've already thought everything through. He looked around at everyone in the hall. Bertram clapped and said, everyone, clear your eyes and prepare to behold the research achievements of our elite staff. Those below frowned. Where is it? They looked towards the modification chamber. The middle cabin was empty. Unexpectedly, the girl who had been serving drinks earlier stepped forward and greeted them, hello, everyone. My alias is Witch, and my current strength is C6. Those below gaped. This person. She was just serving us tea earlier, so gentle and polite. Bertram walked up and stood next to Witch. Everyone, with Miss Witch here, the problem of modified individuals losing control is basically nothing. He glanced at her and ordered, Miss Witch, begin. which stepped forward and touched the cabin. Her arm emitted a sizzling sound, which lifted the entire cabin into the air with one hand. She used her strength to lift it high above her head. Then, she forcefully split the cabin in half, which smiled and released both hands. Those below widened their eyes. This power is terrifying, undoubtedly sea level. Moreover, she also has a special ability to self-heat, with temperatures high enough to melt metal. The witch stood facing a metal plate, on which was written, 5,000 kilograms class. She coldly raised her fist. The witch threw a powerful punch forward. With a bang, the metal plate immediately exploded, and she continued flying forward. Those below exclaimed, "Sea level is really this strong." Bertram, standing below, spoke up, "The power of sea level reformers is too brutal, so it cannot be demonstrated on site. You can watch this video." He confidently said, "Allied nations, if you want B-level modification, I can consider helping you with the process." Bertram paused for a moment, then continued, "However, Huaxia is not my ally, so Chief Chao, you can only come to observe." He shrugged dismissively and said, "Our Star Guild has paid an extremely heavy price to achieve this technology today." Bertram walked up to Chao Hong and said, "Of course, we won't share it with outsiders." Chao Hong looked at him and said, "In that case, are you inviting me here today to provoke me?" Bertram chuckled, "Chief Chao, you're being too harsh. I only want to set a goal for you all." Professor Han spoke up, calling Bertram, "Mr. Bertram, to show our sincerity, I've specially brought a gift." He took out a suit of armor. "This is my country's latest research achievement, the soldier's armor. It can increase strength by 400% and defense by 200%. Bertram looked at them and secretly smiled. The combat training for Star Guild students didn't say equipment couldn't be used, did it? Bertram looked at Chao Hong. "A few days ago, I went abroad for training and brought back a recovery technique. Now, all the injured members of my international team have recovered." Chao Hong frowned. "An island nation where snakes and rats coexist, along with some ridiculous armor. I wonder if those kids will be okay." On the other side, the Huaxia team members were gathered in one place, laughing and chatting happily. Ziyu frowned. "Without training opponents, it really feels as leisurely as a picnic." Just then, several people approached, all wearing the armor that the allies had given Bertram. The international expert spoke up, "You Huaxia clowns, I'm back. With brand new equipment to suppress you all." Sword Tiger looked at them. "You defeated losers, what can you do wearing clown costumes? We'll still beat you." He looked at the international expert whom he had beaten badly last time. "Blondie, you recovered quickly, but why hasn't your hair grown back yet?" Hearing Sword Tiger's words, the international expert was furious. They all put on their protective helmets. "You foolish Huaxia people, our armor can withstand high temperatures, is immune to electricity, and quadruples our strength." He gave Sword Tiger and his team the middle finger. "The Star Guild isn't a place for country bumpkins like you." Sword Tiger was speechless. "You guys are really a bunch of petty people." Luo Long looked at them. "With equipment, they're arrogant to the sky." Ziyu frowned. "It seems like a tough battle." "It's all because of Lu Di's terrible opening act." Sword Tiger charged forward. "Nguyen Dong, you protect Han Dong, we'll go first." The international expert punched Sword Tiger in the stomach. "It's useless. Take this." Jukai also launched an electric current towards them. She frowned. "What's going on? They're not even injured?" Feng Yuan on the other side was sparring with another opponent. "With the armor's support, their strength is even greater than mine." Nguyen Dong folded her umbrella and moved towards the critical point, hitting a girl. "What kind of man is that?" She beckoned to the international expert. "Come and fight me." The other person was immediately provoked and quickly changed direction, pouncing towards Nguyen Dong. "You want to die." However, when his punch landed, Nguyen Dong was nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" Suddenly, something flashed in front of him. Han Dong had kicked him in the head. The person immediately fell to the ground with a damaged mask and a swollen eye. The international team was a little panicked. They actually crippled him? What kind of person is that, so powerful? Luo Long was surprised. Nguandong and Han Dong, they're so strong, they completely disregard the armor. Ziyu, standing far away, was also surprised by this scene. These two sisters, fighting in coordination, are truly invincible. Suddenly a beam of light flashed by, unfair. An international expert had unexpectedly come and grabbed Nguandong by the neck. Hu Quam appeared out of nowhere. Each team is limited to 7 people. You arbitrarily allow 2 people under the guise of the 7th person? Clearly, only 1 person can participate in the battle. Ziyu, standing outside, spoke up, "Stop. One of our members didn't come." Hu Quam glanced at her, "That's your problem." Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Dong immediately panicked when she didn't see her younger brother. "Nguandong, my brother." She dropped her umbrella, knelt on the ground, and screamed, "My brother." 2 international experts decided to seize the opportunity to deal with Han Dong. The chance is here, get rid of her. Unexpectedly, Han Dong almost went insane, her eyes turning white, only screaming while clutching her head. The 2 international experts froze, feeling an invisible force. What's happening? I can't move. Linnet, who had been observing, also showed excitement, such good physical strength. On the other side, Han Dong kept screaming, and small explosions continuously occurred around her. Hu Quang was surprised. What's going on? He hadn't noticed the thing that just appeared in the sky. As soon as Lu De arrived, he threw a punch that sent Hu Quang flying. He cursed, "You idiot, damn it, you're still playing games at a time like this." Lu De helped Nguandong up, and the 2 looked towards Han Dong, who was clutching her head, going insane. Lu De called out to her, "Han Dong, Nguandong is back." As soon as Han Dong heard this, she immediately calmed down, "My brother." Lu De walked over and patted her head. Han Dong called out, "Brother, you're here too?" Lu De smiled, "I'm sorry, it was my oversight, I arrived a step too late." Behind them, a powerful surge of energy suddenly shot up. Hu Quang walked from there towards Lu De. "You guys, you actually killed all the members of the international team." Lu De glanced at him, "I will definitely make the person who hurt my friend suffer punishment." He put Nguandong down on the ground. Lu De looked at Hu Quang with a cold face, "You idiot." At this moment, he also realized the situation was wrong. There's no way to directly counter this person's power, I need to escape quickly. Ziyu, seeing Lu De about to lose his temper, shouted, "Lu De, stop. Don't make the situation worse." However, Lu De seemed not to hear. He flew high up. "Hu Quang, do you think you can escape?" Lu De raised his fist, carrying an infinite power. He punched directly at Hu Quang. Just then, Qing Yi also arrived, shouting from below, "Stop. You stop right there." Lu De turned his head, seeing a crowd of people running towards them in the distance. Qing Yi looked at Lu De. "As a member of the Huaxia team, think about the consequences." The International Alliance personnel shouted, You are too brazen. How dare you kill our country's practitioners, and so cruelly." BT and the witch also arrived. He looked at Lu De, "And you even want to kill hero Hu Quang." The witch's eyes widened, "I'll deal with him." Qing He, seeing the International Alliance members wanting to advance, quickly stopped them. "Wait. This is Huaxia, no one is allowed to act. First, make it clear to me what happened here." The International Alliance personnel frowned. "You Huaxia people are all extremely vicious." Qing He, even with 100 mouths, didn't know how to retort this matter. Lu De looked at them. "You people caused trouble first, you deserve to die." Upon hearing Lu De's words, the International Alliance members were stunned. "Is that kid crazy? What the hell is he talking about?" Lu De continued, 6 days ago, were the people who died from your TS gene experiments any fewer than this? Do you think no one knows?" The TS side was at a loss for words. BT spoke up, This was just a loss in the laboratory. Our modifications are for the evolution of humanity, it's a righteous act. But you people are murderers." Lu De chuckled at this logic. "So, as long as it's an organization that modifies people, it can kill freely." BT was speechless. He loudly tried to overpower them. We are the strongest internationally recognized modification organization. No one is allowed to question us. The International Alliance personnel nodded in agreement. That's right, we will not question TS for achieving such research results. Luda was so angry he didn't even want to get furious. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. This twisted world, as long as you have strong power and great authority, you can escape sanctions, right? Luda nodded. Very well, I'll spare his life for now. Before long, I will legitimately take his life. If he dares to harm my family, he won't live more than a month. The International Alliance members were furious. Such arrogant talk, and you want to just leave? Qinghe, seeing them about to fight again, spoke up in time. Everyone stop. This is Huaxia, not your territory. Just wait for the results. He looked at Nguandong and Han Dong. They are old Chu's people. How could they hurt others? The International Alliance obviously didn't accept this solution. He killed people from 6 of our countries. This is an international case. Qinghe shrugged. So what? The others gnashed their teeth. You just wait. We will initiate an international lawsuit. Not a single one of these murderers will escape. Qinghe smiled faintly. The process of an international lawsuit takes at least 30 days. Before that, they are under the jurisdiction of our Huaxia. Luda walked over and helped Nguandong up. Let's go. Han Dong nodded. Okay, brother. However, someone foolish enough obstructed them. The witch stood in front of them. Stop right there. Luda looked at her. Who dares to stop me? He unleashed his power, and everyone within 100-meter radius was instantly paralyzed by the electric current. They clutched their heads. This person is too strong. We can't stop him. Luda glanced at the defeated crowd behind him. If the world is already this chaotic, then don't blame me for using my own methods to fix this mess. In the office, Qinghe called Duanhua. Duanhua, bring your guards and come with me to apprehend a few people. Duanhua on the other end was surprised. General Chao, with your dragon tail there, do you still need me for such a small matter? Qinghe shook his head. This time it's different. They killed 6 cadet athletes, but they are also national talents. I need to find a way to protect them. Only by keeping them at your place can they be safe. Duanhua on the other end immediately became serious upon hearing this. This matter is extremely serious. We'll be right there. Time passed. About 20 minutes later, at Luda's house. Duanhua asked Qinghe, General Chao, don't tell me, the person you want to arrest is here, right? Qinghe nodded. That's right. My team members followed them all the way here and have been guarding this place. He won't escape. Duanhua turned to look at him. I'm afraid you don't know who he is, do you? Qinghe, puzzled, replied to Duanhua, I've investigated him. A civilian, decent resources, has a connection with Mr. Chu. Duanhua asked, is that all? He thought to himself, this kid probably couldn't hold back, but Luda wouldn't be so reckless, would he? Seeing Qinghe walking forward, Duanhua immediately called out to him, Old Chao, don't let your men act yet. Qinghe turned his head to reassure Duanhua. Don't worry. He's a citizen of my Huaxia. I won't act rashly. Duanhua worried, I'm afraid that kid will kill a few more people. The door to Luda's laboratory opened. Duanhua looked around. I've never been inside here before. He looked at the young disciple sitting in front of him with a barking dog. Who is this kid? That robot next to him looks formidable. Han Dong was sitting on the bed next to Nguandong. Xiaoxia asked the uninvited guests in front of them, why are you all here? Duanhua was surprised. I know Xiaoxia. Could these be old Tuo's 4 children? Is one of them injured? It seems like a big deal then. He whispered to Qinghe, General Chao, these people are quite strong. Qinghe replied, call a few more people. If he resists, we'll have to use force. Qinghe, Duanhua, and Ziyu walked forward together. Qing Yi's men used a scanner. General Chao, this person shows no characteristics of a modified human. Ziyu nodded. Of course not. He's just a member of the Huaxia team. Duan Hua stepped forward. Kid, this matter still needs to be dealt with. Come with me to the bureau for now. I'll figure out a way to keep you safe. Qing Yi added, currently facing international pressure, old Chu can't even protect you. Haven't you noticed? The FIC has already surrounded this place. Once you siblings are taken internationally, the situation will become even more dangerous. Lu De's hands continued to type on the keyboard without stopping. Qing Yi frowned. This young man is so stubborn. Duan Hua, standing in front of him, suddenly spoke loudly. Kid, others might not understand you, but I do. You, kid, eliminate evil and uphold justice. You're very righteous. Qing Yi was stunned and poked Duan Hua. Duan Hua, what nonsense are you talking? Duan Hua yelled at him, don't stop me. He turned back and continued speaking to Lu De. A month ago, you single-handedly killed 30 international assassins who infiltrated High City. Half a month ago, you helped me deal with an international child trafficking case. With your own power, you massacred an underground modification facility in Europe, defeated over 100 evil doctors along with 14 B-level modified humans. Qing Yi stepped forward to stop Duan Hua. Duan Hua, are you crazy? Duan Hua looked at him. General Chao, shut up. I haven't finished speaking. Duan Hua returned to the main topic, pointing at Lu De and continuing, 5 days ago, you single-handedly approached a sea-level, vicious modified human with regenerative abilities, who was attempting to assassinate FIC soldiers. It was you who, with a single move of Black Storm, turned him into dust. He looked at Lu De's back. Kid, you are a hero in my eyes. Duan Hua's subordinates standing around him widened their eyes. Chief Duan's ability to fabricate stories is truly amazing. After delivering his impassioned speech, Duan Hua continued, however, this time, you've put General Chao in a very difficult position. Do you really think General Chao will pardon your crimes in this matter because you previously eliminated threats for the people and rescued children? He sighed. Chao Qing Yi might not do that. He has no conscience, don't you know? The people behind them murmured amongst themselves, Chief Duan, are you crazy? How can you insult General Chao like that? Also, can he really kill over 10 B-level modified humans? At this moment, someone came forward and handed a file to Duan Hua. Chief Duan, here's the case file. Duan Hua held up the stack of papers in his hand. Today you guys are lucky. The top-secret file of High City's special police. Take it. Qing Yi took it and read. Alias, God of Huaxia. How could I, a dignified dragon guard, not know such a character exists? Duan Hua looked at him. General Chao, you handle it yourself. Anyway, I can't arrest him. Qing Yi spoke up. Kid, you are very strong enough to be considered a national asset, but you've really put me in a very difficult position. There's a mutual restraint between nations. After they had said enough, Lu De finally stood up, taking his eyes off the computer. You two are worrying too much. The rules of this world are set by the strong. Qing Yi frowned. Kid, why do you have such dangerous thoughts? Lu De looked straight at everyone, because I am that strong one. Lu De told them, your subordinates could have been modified to be even stronger, but you haven't overcome the issue of their genetic linkage. Qing Yi was puzzled. How do you know? Lu De replied, because the second-generation Dam Hong was researched by me and De Jia, the one who researched your modification drug. To make way. He took a step forward. In other words, what your Dragon Guard has today is also thanks to me. Lu De reasonably said, so, it's only reasonable for you to devote yourselves wholeheartedly to repay your benefactor. Qing Yi nodded upon hearing this. Good, for this reason, I will help you hold them off for now. Lu De smiled. Excellent. Next, my plan, establish a modification facility. Lu De looked at Qing Yi. I heard that establishing a modification facility requires international recognition of its strength. So, at that time, I invite Chief Chow to lead the support. Qingyi clicked his tongue. Europe's status is very high right now. They'll lead the way in making things difficult for you. How can you succeed? He said seriously, I'm very grateful for your second-generation Dam Hong, but this is far inferior to the sea-level modification technology of the Star officials. Lu De nodded. The second-generation Dam Hong really isn't good. After all, it was rushed back then. I only thought of the idea within 10 minutes. Everyone in the room was startled. What? 10 minutes? You're... Lu De clapped his hands twice, and suddenly the area behind him lit up. Several cubes appeared on the ceiling. They were labeled NAM-MO version 0023, NAM-MO version 7805, NAM-MO version 1569. Chao Qingyi's subordinate's eyes widened. This is... Lu De explained to them, the gene cube can simulate and create the most perfect life data bank. This is my serious invention. The basic principle of human modification is the God cube. Take instructor Tu Noyet as an example, input her DNA into the 3 tiers of the cube. Then combine, select, optimize, formulate a plan, and then modify her strength, at least 10 times stronger than now. Tu Noyet listened to him silently. Qingyi stammered, This is unrealistic. 10 times stronger is sea level. How can such technology exist? Lu De looked at him. Tri Group is an organization that cooperates with your military. I will give them the 4-tier cube technology, as a thank you for your Dragon Might support for me. He paused for a moment and continued, Oh, I forgot to mention, Tri Group is also mine. Qingyi asked in surprise, how do you have so many identities? You have a close relationship with Huaxia's agencies and want to challenge international powers. Aren't you afraid your family and loved ones will be threatened? Qingyi's subordinate stepped forward. General Chao, you ordered me to investigate this person named Lu De. There's no information on any record. It's as blank as air. Lu De smiled. General Chao's words make sense, so my current identity is a stateless warrior. Qingyi frowned. In this information age where everything is on the internet, for this information to be completely blank. It's too terrifying. Plus your formidable strength, no one can stop you, whether you go to heaven or earth. Lu De shook his head. Not worth mentioning, it's just the first step. A subordinate stepped up and whispered to Qingyi, General Chao, the Star officials have arrived at Dragon Might headquarters. They want to compete with our modified people. They brought 3 sea-level modified individuals. He immediately frowned tightly upon hearing this. What kind of competition is this? This is clearly meant to suppress us. Qingyi looked at Lu De. We can't just let you represent the Huaxia military. This would restrict your identity. We can only ask for help from Old Man Black Mountain. I heard his subordinates recently produced a sea-level master. Lu De looked at him. In that case, General Chao doesn't know about the NLA's recent situation. Qingyi was stunned. I don't know. Huaxia only has one person who can command Thien Law. We don't have the authority to access their information. Qingyi took out his phone to call. He sighed. Black Mountain and I have never gotten along. Since things have come to this, I can only shamelessly beg him. Black Mountain quickly picked up on the other end. Hello, Ha Chao 2, what do you want? Qingyi chuckled. It's nothing big, just something I need your help with. Black Mountain asked, Oh, it's not an order from headquarters, is it? But before he could say a few more words, Qingyi got angry. That old man Black Mountain actually dared to hang up on me. Lu De looked at him. We really need to build a defensive barrier to protect Huaxia. Otherwise, your Dragon Might won't be able to resist. How about this? I'll call Thien Law. Qingyi was startled. You? Maybe they'll give you face for helping them with modifications and send a few masters here. Lu De nodded faintly. Qingyi watched Lu De's retreating figure. I hope his reputation is useful. A moment later, Lu De returned. Qingyi asked him, Can they come? Yes, many of them. Qingyi sighed in relief. Today I trust you, kid. I'll protect you, but what about the FIC outside? As soon as he finished speaking, Robbins walked in with a stack of papers. Hero DeLuke, this is all the FIC data, including their secret bases. Also, is there anyone you want to punish? Just give the order and we, FIC, will give our full support. After speaking, he turned to look at Ching He. Hello everyone, I am Robbins, the captain of FIC's North America branch. Lu De smiled at him. It's nothing, you can go ahead. Tan Hao was extremely surprised to see Robbins's respectful attitude. What other identity does this kid have? Over at Tianluo, the training ground echoed with booming sounds. Hack Sun stood before the cliff. Assemble. The Tianluo members quickly gathered. Instructor. Hack Sun looked at them. News from High Tea has arrived. The Tianluo members immediately clamored. What? Is it Mr. Liu? Hack Sun nodded. Something has come up in High Tea. You need to return there for a trip. I'm giving you 10 days off. Go back home and visit those you need to see. Consider it your personal business. He looked down from above. I have already deployed the ground network to be stationed at the base, so who can go? The Tianluo members answered in unison, all of us. Finally, we can help Mr. Liu with something. Hack Sun smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. On Hoa Ha's side, two groups of people stood facing each other. Lu De leaned calmly against the cliff. Botram led the international group in criticizing them. Chief Chow, the fact that Lu De can still appear here so nonchalantly is because you people are protecting him too much. Tan Hao replied to them, before the international lawsuit is opened, everything is under the jurisdiction of our Hoa Ha. You have no right to question. He thought to himself, things have come to this point, I cannot lose my momentum. Botram sneered, very well, you can protect him, but you won't be able to protect him for much longer anyway. At this moment, an old man from the group of special officials stepped forward. He pointed behind him, Chief Chow, these three are 3 sea-level masters, enough to level your Hoa Ha. The special officials and international group immediately burst into laughter. Tan Ha's subordinates quickly reassured him, Leader, calm down, watch your heart. Tan Ha clenched his fists, don't worry, even if I die, I won't die in front of them. Tan Ha looked at Botram, you just wait, our Hoa Ha masters are on their way. They will definitely beat you until you can't control your bladder. Botram laughed loudly, on their way? I'm really looking forward to it. The international group mocked gleefully, Hoa Ha probably just sent a group of B-levels to resist. Botram chuckled, General Chow, don't worry, no matter what, we only sent 3 C-levels, to avoid being accused of bullying you again. Lu De had been observing silently until now. Botram looked at him, I didn't expect a mere student like you to be protected by Hoa Ha's state apparatus. His eyes lit up, but you're just hiding behind Longwei's cowardly facade. Lu De gave Botram a friendly smile, you should be happy. You're not worth my effort, because you couldn't handle it anyway. Botram's pupils contracted. He laughed even more maniacally, I'm starting to like you, kid, such arrogant talk. Suddenly, the flapping sound of helicopter blades came from the sky. The international group was the first to look up. Why are so many aircraft coming to Hoa Ha? A large crowd won't help. The aircraft doors opened, and people jumped directly from high above, landing with a bang. Once the dust cleared, the Tianluo members stood perfectly unharmed before everyone. The international group's eyes widened, falling from over 100 meters with no injuries? From this person's physique and appearance, their strength is definitely not weak. Botram's subordinate held a scanner, checked it, and announced, Mr. Botram, C6. He frowned, Hoa Ha actually has a C-level. Botram gritted his teeth, I underestimated them, but so what? It's just one person. On the other side, Tan Ha was also extremely surprised. This old man Hack Sun is really something, he certainly hides things well. He actually has a C-level master. Just as he finished speaking, another person dropped down, almost cracking the ground. Botram's subordinate reported again, Mr. Botram, another C6. Botram was stunned, huh? Ho-aha, are they only one person short of us? Suddenly someone spoke up, not necessarily. Botram and his subordinate quickly turned their heads to look at the sky. Above were a series of helicopters and hundreds of people jumping down. On the ground, loud explosions, big and small, continuously erupted. Everyone landed safely. After the dust cleared, they lined up neatly. Botram's subordinate swallowed and announced, "Sir, 283 people. They are all C6. The international group turned back. Mr. Botram, this world belongs to Ho-aha now. There's no stopping them." Tanha could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He confidently said, "This is Ho-aha." The Tian Luo members said in unison, "Mr. Lu, as soon as the news arrived, we rushed here from thousands of miles away." Lu De stood up to greet them, then said to Botram, "Now, I'm standing right in front of you. Try to touch me." Botram quickly backed away. "No, don't hit me, I give up." However, Lu De had no intention of letting them off the hook. "Too bad. It's too late, pal." Botram and his people fell to the ground. The Heavenly Net members charged forward. Bystanders, step back. We won't be responsible for injuries. The star function's modified humans also turned pale at this point. Lu De instructed them, "Don't kill anyone, but get me the blood of that modified girl while you're at it." The Heavenly Net members replied, "Yes, sir." They quickly launched a large-scale attack. Lu De smiled, looking at the situation before him. The blood of that witch girl can create a special high-temperature ability. Such a valuable DNA variant will have infinite creative potential. Time passed. 2 minutes later, a Heavenly Net member came forward and handed Lu De a piece of blood-stained clothing. "Lord Lu, in the chaos, this is all we could get." Lu De nodded and took it. "It's enough." At this moment, the star function's modified humans were fleeing. Lu De called out to them, "Stop right there." The 2 or 3 modified humans turned back, trembling with fear. Lu De simply said, "Everyone, in one day, I will establish a brand new facility. I hope everyone will come there and cooperate. Sign your agreement." Then he coldly dismissed them, "Get out." Tanha waited for the troublesome group to leave before stepping forward. "Kid, how did you do that?" "The Heavenly Net warriors are all C-class, you know." A Heavenly Net member answered for Lu De, "Our Heavenly Net owes everything we have today to Lord Lu. We owe Lord Lu our lives." Tanha broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Our lives? You're the Heavenly Net, who could possibly threaten you?" Lu De looked at the Heavenly Net members and said seriously, "Brothers, it's nothing worth mentioning, really. For today's matter, I sincerely thank you all, brothers." The Heavenly Net members, however, seemed reluctant to leave. They said to him, "Lord Lu, we didn't even get to fight enough earlier." "That's right, Lord Lu, where's Hua Xiao's strongest, Kun Tang? We want to challenge him." As soon as Lu De heard, he saved him. "Kun Tang, he's dead. Those fabricated stories from earlier, they actually believed them. What do we do?" One of the Celestial Net team members stepped forward and said to the agitated person who wanted to challenge, "Sit me, don't bother Mr. Lu anymore. My people sent a message. Kun Tang has always been in a place with white architecture. I have this location." The Celestial Net group got excited. "That's great." Lu De spoke to them, "Everyone, you've come to Haishir, I must host you all very well. You can all come to my house, and coincidentally, my house is that white architectural building." Sydney nodded in agreement. "Since Mr. Lu has extended the invitation, we would be honored to accept. Brothers, let's go be guests at Mr. Lu's house." Everyone said in unison. "All right." Lu De led them away. "Everyone, follow me." At Lu De's house, Kun Tang, with a cast on his arm, was sitting in a wheelchair eating ice cream. He saw Lu De leading a group of people inside. A true peak-level Emperor 3 expert, these little kids are just charging in. Lu De greeted him, thoughtfully using a different name, "Xiao Tai, how have you been lately?" Kun Tang innocently scratched his head, "Emperor 3 expert, I'm Kun Tang, the #1 master of Tai Kok, Kan Tang. Lu De directly interrupted, "Great, brother, I can only help you this far." The celestial net people behind them immediately started making a fuss when they heard the name. He's Kan Tang, but why is he so weak? Someone held up a portrait of Kan Tang and came forward to compare. Sidney looked and then told his teammates, aside from being weak, everything else is exactly like the picture. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Celestial Net members gathered around Kan Tang's wheelchair. "Today, we of Celestial Net want to challenge you. We are C6 level, what about you?" Kan Tang looked around in a panic. "Who are you guys?" One disagreement and it's a fight. It was then that Lu De stepped in to help him out. "Everyone, Kan Tang is too weak right now, and he's a patient. If you defeat someone so weak, it will harm a warrior's reputation." Sidney asked him, "Mr. Lu, what do you mean?" Lu De smiled and replied, "I will help him with a simple treatment. One night is enough. When he's cured, you can all fight him then." The Celestial Net members immediately agreed, Mr. Lu is still the wisest. "So, we'll stay here tonight and fight Kan Tang tomorrow morning." Lu De nodded. "Everyone wait a moment, 50,000 crawfish are being delivered, you'll definitely like them." Sidney laughed loudly, 50,000, how generous. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Lu De pushed Kan Tang away, "I'll be back to have a couple of drinks with you later." The Celestial Net members immediately ignored Kan Tang, letting Lu De push him into the house. As soon as they entered, Kan Tang quickly spoke, "Emperor 3 Expert, thank you for helping me out. I, Kan Tang, will repay this kindness someday." Lu De asked him, puzzled, "Kan Tang, what are you trying to do?" Kan Tang looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Run, of course. Am I supposed to wait here to die?" Lu De said amusedly, "My modification techniques have improved quite a bit recently. I can help you become a true powerhouse." Kan Tang's eyes lit up. "Really?" Lu De extended his hand, and a surge of power gathered in his palm. The cast on Kan Tang's left arm immediately shattered. Lu De called out, "Follow me." He led Kan Tang to an open area. "This is my modification device." He was extremely surprised. "How advanced?" Kan Tang stepped into the modification chamber. The door closed. Mo Tong displayed information for Lu De. Kan Tang's innate talent isn't bad, he can achieve at least 0.6% of yours. Lu De smiled. Then it's not bad. Not long after, the modification chamber's light turned off. Kan Tang stepped out full of vigor. "Desan, my injuries are healed, and what's more, I've become stronger." He walked up to Lu De. "Also, I feel my abilities are much stronger now. Next, you'll nod and praise me." Kan Tang patted his chest. "I'm too strong. What level am I at now?" Lu De estimated and guessed, maybe D, E, or F class. Kan Tang was surprised. "Huh, really? Then I have no rivals." Lu De turned and walked out. "Go on, go to BK and Tianluo, and test your strength." Kan Tang still somewhat timidly asked, "If I can't win, can I run?" However, as soon as he stepped outside, there was no one around. "Where is everyone?" Lu De bent down to pick up a piece of paper from the ground. It read, "Dear Mr. Lu, our apologies, Tianluo has departed without saying goodbye. General Haishan suddenly issued an order for us to assemble. Military orders are paramount. We shall meet another day. 283 Tianluo warriors." Kan Tang, who had timidly stepped out, could now confidently say, "They were scared away by my aura, weren't they?" Lu De was used to his attitude. He changed the subject. "Since all the warriors are gone, then do something for me." Kan Tang nodded, cracking his knuckles. "No problem. Or how about we fight a match first?" Lu De sighed. "You think you're okay again, don't you?" Lu De clenched his fist, not using too much force, and with one punch, sent Kan Tang flying. Kan Tang was sent flying 1,800 li, hitting a tree in the forest. He clutched his chest, coughing heavily. Luda stood in front of Kontang and asked, "Can you go do the task now?" He nodded. "Yes." Luda took out a uniform and gave it to him. "Put it on. Depart now. Wait for orders within 3 hours, 7 kilometers from the hiking line." Before leaving, Luda added, "This time, you must be handsome." Kontang nodded. "All right, thank you." Luda watched 2 white cars stop in front of him. The people who got out were Chao Tanha and his subordinates, making a grand entrance. Luda asked him, "General Chao, the chairman has made all preparations, and everyone has been invited." Tanha sighed. "Kid, you want to build an internationally recognized organization of modifiers? I admire your courage, but getting the consent of 27 world powers is very difficult." Luda nodded. "That's right. After they agree, it will be like releasing a tiger into the wild. Then, my creation rules will compel them to respect it." Tanha let out a sigh. "You're thinking too simply. Do you think they're fools? Furthermore, in terms of material conditions, what do you have?" Luda confidently replied, "General Chao, please rest assured, I have prepared everything." He was surprised. "When did you prepare? Why don't I know?" Luda leaned in and whispered to him, "Last night, at the skyscraper." Inside the conference hall, Tanha appeared on screen and opened today's event. Begin. Bertram was the first to question, "General Chao, you clearly know Luda is a criminal, yet you openly support him in establishing a modification base." Luda frowned. "My modification organization is not affiliated with any country. No one can interfere. But if anyone dares to disobey, I will stop them decisively." His eyes flashed. "But if you make an enemy of me, I will definitely repay it 100-fold. The International Alliance members on screen immediately scoffed. "This blond fellow talks so arrogantly." An old man laughed and said, "Do you have any assets? Based solely on your words, you think you can just establish a modification base?" Luda pushed Tanha aside. "Chief Chao, may I borrow your screen for a moment?" A document was projected onto the screen, reading, "The military announces, Creator Group fully supports the new modification base, Punisher, with an initial funding of over trillions, unlimited." Luda chuckled. "I forgot to introduce it. My modification base is called Punisher." He innocently asked the International Alliance members, "Is this amount of money enough? Can everyone sign now?" Bertram's jaw dropped. This kid actually has connections with Creator. Then he shouted, "So what if you have money? But you said your modification base doesn't belong to any country, so it can't be built on any national territory." The old man nodded in agreement. "That's right, without a base, we can't sign." Luda stood up. "Don't rush, it's right there." He adjusted the screen to a C area. "Don't rush, it's on its way." The International Alliance members snorted. "Kid, what nonsense are you talking? There's only water there." At that moment, many super-large ships appeared on the sea surface. The International Alliance members were surprised. "That white cargo ship is the world's largest cargo ship, the Poseidon." The person next to him spoke up. "Also, the other 2 ships are no less impressive." The old man in the Alliance's eyes widened. "How does this kid have the ability to command so many large ships?" Bertram, as if going crazy, grabbed the computer screen. "You want to use these large ships as a base? No way, that sea area doesn't belong to you." Luda smiled and uttered a few words. "Everyone, please take a good look." Those large ships were all moving towards an island. Luda's gaze became serious. Bertram trembled, speechless. The people from the International Alliance also silently watched the situation. Bertram quickly picked up the phone and made a call. The person on the other end replied, "This is an oral decree from the 5th Divine Silver Emperor. No one has the right to stop it." Bertram was stunned in the meeting room. "What divine oral decree? What nonsense are you talking about?" The other person barked coldly, "You are but a mortal. How can you understand the affairs of my divine being?" The call was cut off. Bertram gritted his teeth and asked Luda, "Did you use some dirty tricks, didn't you?" Luda smiled. "Perhaps. This is the power of faith." The ships continuously emitted smoke as they approached the land. A gangway was lowered, resting on the ground, and people constantly moved down from it. Cheng Hao was dumbfounded. "Excellent, kid. A 10,000-foot tower rises from flat ground. With this amount of staff and equipment, the base will be built in 10 days at most." Bertram slammed the phone onto the table. He gritted his teeth. "So what if you have a base? The most important thing for a modification company is technology. Do you have it? Do you have modification heroes? You're basically peddling dog meat under the guise of mutton. I refuse to support this." Cheng Hao frowned. "What do you people know? The modification technology of Tianluo belongs to this kid." Luda stopped him. "Chief Chow, may I borrow your screen for a moment?" He projected the screen to an suburban area. "This is the outskirts of Hai City, 7 kilometers of railway outside Haijing." Bertram frowned. "What does this mean? Could this kid know about our plan?" On the screen, a train was speeding at an alarming rate. The train driver inside was pulling the brakes, but the wheels still screeched, rubbing against the tracks. The driver panicked. "Why aren't the brakes working?" The international representatives, seeing the chaotic situation, also worried. "What's going on? This is too dangerous." The screen then showed a reporter interviewing Qian Mian. "Mr. Qian Mian, do you have anything you'd like to say to your fans?" Qian Mian looked into the camera. "I am the embodiment of justice, and I will always protect everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly occurred behind him. Qian Mian secretly smiled. When he looked up, his expression had turned serious. "Everyone, stand back. I'll handle this." The reporter watched Qian Mian fly away and began narrating. "Dear viewers, a train accident has just occurred on the Jingdong railway line. Fortunately, our superhero Qian Mian has bravely rushed out to prepare for the rescue. Everyone, watch." The female fans below were captivated by his appearance, each one gazing in adoration. "Qian Mian is so handsome. His speed is like a bullet." Qian Mian flew off without any fear. Just as he landed on a rooftop, something shot past him even faster. The people below also gaped. "Who is that black shadow? His speed is even faster." Kan Tang, wearing a black cloak, flew past Qian Mian. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before?" Tian Dain was stunned. "What the heck? His speed is even faster than mine." The reporter below spoke up again. "That black shadow is really capable, completely overshadowing Tian Dain." Over there, Kan Tang had landed, his cloak fluttering. The people immediately cursed when they saw him. "Damn it, so this is the black-cloaked hero?" Tan House people in the meeting room were also bewildered. Could it be? Lu De calmly crossed his arms. "Keep watching." The screen showed the scene of Tian Dain bringing 2 people out of the accident. Hero Tian Dain saved the drivers. They're safe now. The people nearby were still very tense, but the train is still out of control. If it's not stopped in time, the train will rush into the city and explode. At this moment, a hand reached out to stop the front of the train. Tian Dain desperately pushed to slow the train down. He was drenched in sweat. Which idiot designed this scene? Do they want to kill me? The people panicked. Can't he stop it? They screamed nervously. It's about to explode. Kan Tang looked at Tian Dain's weak appearance and scoffed. What a wimp. He jumped down and touched the train with both hands. He shouted and lifted the entire train. "Lift it for me." The entire train immediately lifted off the tracks. The people stared in shock at the situation unfolding before their eyes. The black-cloaked hero is even stronger than Tian Dain. Kan Tang lifted the entire train into the air, letting it explode mid-air. The people below saw the smoke and flames and were extremely worried. The danger is gone, but where's the black-cloaked hero? At this moment, Kan Tang stepped out of the sea of fire. The people sighed in relief. The black-cloaked hero is unharmed. This person is really too handsome. Kan Tang smiled and introduced himself to them. I am from the Punisher organization, the man in black. He thumped his chest and said, it was just a small favor, no need to pay too much attention. The people cheered and praised, my black-cloaked hero, the Punisher is so strong. Immediately after, Kan Tang stomped his foot on the ground. He jumped onto a rooftop and ran off, leaving only a farewell, everyone, see you later. The people frowned, watching his retreating figure. The black-cloaked hero's power level is D, or maybe even higher. He's from the Punisher organization. Do they have such strong people? Botram in the office was furious when he saw things weren't going as planned. Failed again. The man in black is actually Lu De's person. Lu De looked at his attitude and immediately questioned him. Botram, why are you panicking? Botram tried to calm himself and replied, panicking? I'm not panicking. My hero Tien Dain just made a mistake. Moreover, didn't he save the 2 drivers? Lu De chuckled, your self-orchestrated act won't fool anyone. From today onwards, your popularity will be even worse. Botram loudly retorted to Lu De, so what if you have the man in black? If you want to establish a reform organization, you need the signatures of 27 countries. That's a long way off right now. Lu De didn't answer him. He looked directly at the screen and said, everyone, I trust your judgment regarding the Punisher's strength. If there are no issues, you can sign now. Several international representatives immediately turned to discuss among themselves. The Punisher organization, with its strong financial resources and the incredible rank of its members. This completely meets the conditions for establishment. The black-cloaked hero under them is also a very powerful master. They responded one after another to Lu De, we agree, we also agree. Botram still tried to salvage the situation, so what? In any case, we will absolutely not sign. The person behind him immediately chimed in, if Europe doesn't sign, then we won't sign either. Lu De leaned his hands on the table and calmly looked at him, who do you think you are? A small business like yours, can you represent Europe? Botram laughed heartily, gloating, don't worry, our leader will personally refuse you. As soon as he finished speaking, Rip's image immediately appeared on the screen. He said, that's right, I'm here personally to refuse. Rip held up the paper in his hand, such a ridiculous thing, I won't sign it. Give up. However, a line of text appeared on the screen before him, which perhaps only he could see. On it was a picture of Lu De holding a broom and a sentence, if you dare not to sign, I will turn your White House into a wasteland in 10 minutes. Emperor 4. As soon as he finished reading, Rip immediately changed his attitude. He forced a smile and said, everyone, I've encountered a small issue here. I immediately agreed to sign. Then, he loudly told everyone present at the meeting, everyone must sign for me. Anyone who dares not to sign is an enemy of Rip, and I guarantee I'll suppress all of you during this term. The international people were puzzled, looking at each other. I heard Rip was crazy. Could that be true? Botram slumped into his chair. It's over. It's really over this time, everyone agreed. After speaking, Rip changed the subject to Lu De. This gentleman here, who exactly are you? Lu De snorted coldly. This old man Rip still wanted to probe his identity. He replied indifferently, Emperor 5. As soon as Rip heard those 2 words, sweat poured down like rain. 5. Hacking is Emperor 4's domain, modification is Emperor 5's domain. Could you want to suppress me for life? Then he turned to order Botram, obediently develop your modification career with Lu De. Don't bother me later if there's nothing important. Botram hesitated, this. Lao Sen mumbled from behind, Emperor 5, Prophet. Lu De looked at him, Thursday Back Man is truly intelligent, even the CEO's assistant of the star system has been brainwashed. He spoke to Lao Sen through the screen, Lao Sen, take good care of your boss from now on. If he's unhappy, then come work for me. After saying that, Lu De turned and left. Botram and Lao Sen also got out of the car and headed back. As soon as he got into the car, Botram ordered, Lao Sen, drive. Let's go back to the company and figure out a countermeasure. Lao Sen obediently replied, yes, sir. The more Botram thought about it, the angrier he got, muttering a curse under his breath. Inside the secret meeting of the Star System headquarters in Huaxia, Botram told the 5 people sitting at the round table with him, we can't just stand by and watch that brat Lu Day grow. Another participant spoke up, Mr. Botram, your Star System's technology. Botram slammed the table, I'm resonating with you all. His Punisher only has one black-clothed modified hero. We need to quickly modify a sea-level team to assassinate that black-clothed guy. He said maliciously, if one-on-one doesn't work, I'll send a swarm. The others hesitated, this. Botram crossed his arms and looked at them, stop dawdling around. Which of your organizations isn't stained with blood anyway? Someone spoke up, but if his base is complete, he'll definitely be able to modify more than just modifiants. Another person said, but I have a B-level modifiant, a star water type, who can move very quickly in water and hold their breath for 10 minutes. How about? He raised his hand, I can transport underwater C4 explosives here. Botram nodded, that suits me perfectly. Someone among them heard and was slightly flustered, everyone, you want to explode. Botram scoffed, so what? Isn't that deserted island in the middle of the sea? It won't harm anyone. After some persuasion, they decided, let's just follow Mr. Botram's words. If you're not ruthless, you're not a real man. Meanwhile, at Lu Day's house. The inside was fully equipped with firearms, ammunition, and robotic limbs. These are the gifts I got for you all. Get used to them quickly. Lu Day said with a smile, next, I'll enhance all of your physiques. Xiao Hao, Han Dong, and Nguyen Dong brightened up, thank you, big brother. Lu Day then directed his gaze to the younger brother standing below, haven't you always wanted to go to that Sci-Tech island? Today, I'll let you. The younger brother was excited, really? That's great. As soon as Lu Day finished speaking to the younger brother, he turned around and saw several people appear before him. 3 men introduced themselves first, Mr. Lu, we 3 brothers, one resigned from the Yin family, one is a veteran, and one is uneducated, have specifically come to support you. Jianhu, Jijian, and Turan also arrived, Big Brother Lu, we've directly eliminated the Star System's Hero Academy, and we've specifically come to request to be your subordinates. Yafei also appeared from somewhere, complaining, now FAIC agents spend all day dealing with trivial disturbances, it's boring to death. Ji Ruo also spoke up, if you have a command, Ji Ruo will not hesitate or delay in carrying it out. Kuantang walked over, carrying a baseball bat, you can make me do anything, but you have to make sure I remain this handsome. Lu Day smiled, join my Punisher, and you'll no longer have your nationality or personal identity. The others responded in unison, Mr. Lu, you can arrange these things as you see fit. Lu Day nodded, talking more is useless then. So, I welcome everyone. The helicopter started, and the whump-whump of the rotor blades constantly echoed. Inside the helicopter, a group of people were standing. Lu Day asked them, do you all trust me, Lu Day? They all spoke in unison, everything has been arranged. Absolute obedience. Lu Day ushered Ji Ruo in first, the level 3 square force block is suitable for the first modifiant. Next was Yafei, the secondary square force block is suitable for a B-level modifiant, for enhancement. He looked at the remaining people, and level 5 is prepared for special types like Chuanxia Chiudong, for awakening. Following Lu Day's arrangements, everyone proceeded to their suitable modification chambers. Kuantang called out to Lu Day, Strongman Emperor 3, what about me? Lu Day looked at him, puzzled. You recently underwent modification, and the continuous DNA fusion hasn't solidified yet. If you continue with modification, you'll die. Kuantang shook his head, I don't believe it. At this moment, someone approached. A girl anxiously asked, Boss Emperor 3, are you just going to start like that? Lu Day smiled to reassure her, there's no need to worry. You will gradually understand these techniques. Now your task is to record these logs well. The girl was puzzled, logs? What is there to record now? Liu Day gestured with his head towards the modification chambers. Of course, it's to record the strength of our punishers. Okay, Boss Emperor 3. Time passed. 3 hours later, Liu Day walked out to the cliff by the sea. He saw his younger brother sitting there. When did this kid run out here? Inside the room, Kuan-Tang was leaning against the wall, dozing off. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound blared. He startled and jumped up. What is it? A modification chamber opened, and Xiao Ha stepped out. The girl frowned as she assessed the boy. The detector's range is E-grade. He's exceeded the detection range. His combat power is extremely strong. Looking at the phone screen, there were lines of text. Punisher Chronicles, Modified Person Rank Test, Bursting Combat Power. The girl exclaimed, this modification is truly astonishing. Everyone is a powerhouse. The sun rose high, and the sunlight gradually became intense. The city was no longer peaceful, as a 20-story building in the Sea Market District experienced a natural gas explosion. The 18th floor was severely charred internally and filled with thick smoke. More than a dozen residents were trapped on the 19th and 20th floors. Weibo continuously posted new updates. Punisher Chronicles, the man in black is heading to the incident scene. Netizens commented, why don't we see the heroes from the elite organization? The man in black is so capable, just one person is enough. Below the exploded building, a group of modified people stood waiting. Now we just wait for the fish to take the bait. Netizens observed that something was wrong. What are these people planning? It looks like they started this fire. They're so cruel. Kuan-Tang also arrived at the scene right on time. As soon as they saw him, everyone became excited. The man in black is here. He's truly brave. As soon as Kuan-Tang arrived, he immediately rescued people from the accident scene. Netizens exclaimed, the man in black is too strong. It didn't take long for him to rescue everyone trapped inside. The group below watched intently. Everyone get ready. When he leaves the scene, we'll immediately move in on him. His subordinate spoke worriedly, Boss, he doesn't seem to be C-grade. It looks like we can't fight him. The leader didn't believe it. He frowned. I don't believe that 7 of us can't handle him. The black-clad hero must disappear completely from this world. Netizens, observing their malicious attitude, immediately condemned them. How could those guys do something so insidious? Brothers, I know where that building is. Let's gather people and take care of those guys. Online, Punisher Chronicles continued to update. Everyone remain calm. Evil modified people will naturally be punished by modified people. When those people saw Kuan-Tang fly away, they quickly shouted, he's gone. Chase him. Those modified people immediately pursued him. Kuan-Tang landed in an isolated spot. He stopped there, and the other group had also caught up. The leader called out, Man in black, are you waiting for us? As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately drew their short knives. Someone among the netizens asked, German army? Are they foreigners? The leader looked at Kuan-Tang, Man in black, this is your burial place. 1 hour from now, your body will be dissected and drift along the currents beneath the sea. Kuan-Tang glanced at them. I really want to kill you guys, but I'm about to miss my flight. My superiors have ordered me to go on a business trip to Africa. With that, he immediately disappeared. Bye-bye. The people below were bewildered. Where did he go? Why did he disappear without a trace? Netizens were stunned. Did he run away? Well, if you can't fight, run. At least he's smart. Just then, another person landed. Thiat 2 introduced himself. I am Punisher, Thiat Tuesday. You lackeys, prepare to face punishment. Netizens immediately commented, this name, he seems very strong. Another member of the Punishers. Thiat 2 looked at the people in front of him. He slightly crouched down. The area behind the 7 people immediately exploded before they could understand why. People online stared bewildered as they lay flat on the ground. These 7 people, are they all dead? These guys are useless. The Punisher's methods are too ruthless. Rip sat in the office, grinding his teeth in anger. How was my plan seen through by others? What level are the modified people Lu De developed, anyway? He picked up the phone and called, "Torpedo plan, proceed immediately." Outside the cliff, the sound of ocean waves surged. The Water Serpent team members spoke up. "Sir Water Serpent, the four of us are here by your order to assist you. Each of us carries a part of the grenade to ensure the explosion is successful." Water Serpent looked at them. "Assistance? It's really unnecessary. Underwater is my world, no one can defeat me there." He pointed at the island in the middle of the sea. "I can reach that island in 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, it will sink completely." The Water Serpent men stood discussing among themselves but didn't notice a device hovering above their heads. Their images were all captured without missing a single thing. Netizens buzzed with discussions. "These people, do they want to blow up Punisher's base? That Snake Man seems to be a native. Who exactly are these people? Why do they need to pursue them to the very end? Has the man in black gone to Africa? Punisher, everyone, you must protect your base well." Water Serpent moved forward, instructing his subordinates. A little later, "Stick close to me. Remember not to expose your heads." One subordinate asked him, "Sir Water Serpent, don't you need an oxygen tank? It's 12 nautical miles away." Water Serpent scoffed. "Hilarious. What's this? I can hold my breath for 30 minutes underwater. You guys just wait behind and watch the show." With that, he splashed into the water. Water Serpent swam like lightning. This underwater world is his. "Punisher, get ready to be drowned at the bottom of the sea." The screen switched underwater, and someone exclaimed, "Excellent. Water combat underwater, Punisher's technique is indeed top-notch." Water Serpent kept swimming, unaware that Thong Nguyen had been waiting for him down there all along. As soon as he saw Water Serpent, he sighed with relief. "Finally, you're here. I was suffocating." Netizens exclaimed, "What's wrong with this fatty? How long has he been waiting in the water?" Thong Nguyen kicked off and flew. He mumbled, "Rice planting." Thong Nguyen embraced Water Serpent, and an immediate shock wave exploded underwater. Water Serpent's upper body was already plunged into the seabed. Thong Nguyen introduced himself. "I am Thong Nguyen of Punisher." Meanwhile, on the surface, Thiat Thursday was also waiting, weapon in hand. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from under the water. Water Serpent's subordinates gradually appeared, a bunch of disguised assassins. "These evil people, treacherous ambush, they deserve to die." Thiat Thursday rested his gun on his shoulder. "You can call me Thiat Thursday, or you can call me Thiat Tam, Punisher." Amidst the chatter of netizens, someone also asked, "Doesn't Punisher fear punishment for doing this?" Inside that tall building, Bertram saw that the Water Serpent group had all been dealt with, furious. How many heroes do these people actually have? Moreover, each of them possesses deep power. He gnashed his teeth. "Lu De is too cruel, he leaves no way out. It seems I must hide first, I can't act anymore." At this moment, Lu De on the other side had already guessed Bertram's thoughts. Going into hiding? It's not that easy. Netizens were extremely excited. The punishment begins. Punisher livestream, welcome everyone to watch. Finally, it's here. Who are they punishing? It must be some evil person again. The scene shifted to a factory area. This is the warehouse of Thach Quoc Dao Biochemical Company. They are conducting research on toxic gas bacteria for everyone. Over 100 researchers died, known as Unit 730, the infamous 730. During the war, they once invaded Hoa Ha, advocating bacterial warfare. Oh my God, too cruel. The factory workers were stunned. How did they investigate these things? Thiat 33 descended from the helicopter. As soon as he landed, several people were already waiting in the factory. Thiat 33 struck a toxic gas tank next to him. "This evil act, Punisher must punish. I am Thiat 33, Punisher." The toxic gas spread with his punch, and the people waiting in the factory were immediately poisoned. After dealing with them, Thiat 33 calmly opened the door and left. At the European Gene Research Institute. Inside, it was filled with the corpses of experimental animals. Cap Kit was punishing the people inside. I am Cap Kit, an adorable punisher. I hate animal abusers the most. She touched the iron cage, and Cap Kit gently bent the iron bars. The lions trapped inside roared. Then they quickly jumped out and gnawed at the people who had abused them. Cap Kit scoffed, "What goes around comes around." Online updates continued. Punisher Chronicles. Next up, European Star Function. The lights in the laboratory turned on, and someone entered. A second later, an explosion occurred somewhere. Heaven's Eye, God's Perspective, Super Black Outfit, Punisher Chronicles. No need to panic. Punisher's methods are only used to punish evildoers. The screen switched to Professor Han's side, and netizens immediately realized, so it was the star function behind all this mischief. Staging accidents, then sending their own organization's modified people to the rescue. What a clever tactic. Aren't they treating us like fools? The online commotion grew louder and louder. People flocked to protest noisily below the star function building, carrying banners that read, "Get out of Hoa." And those unscrupulous merchants, shouting loudly, "Star function, get out of Huaxia! Star function, get out of Huaxia!" Bertram sat heavily in his office. He was completely unfazed, stubbornly laughing and saying, "So what if the incident is exposed? What about Punisher?" Bertram picked up a disc in his hand. "Here, E-Class Modification Technology. Immediately enhance our heroes and eliminate Punisher for me." Bertram entered the laboratory. He looked at the people in the modification chambers. There was more than one person. Bertram secretly gloated, "Luda, what's all this talk about killing to punish? I want to see how you're going to find me." At this moment, the red light on the modification chamber lit up. A shrill scream was emitted, and a modified person stepped out. Bertram laughed loudly. "It's a success. From now on, no one will be a match for my star function." The others in the laboratory were a bit scared. "It's too terrifying. I just feel like there's a hidden madness in their eyes." Thiate looked at Bertram. "Mr. Bertram, I feel very suppressed right now. I need to find somewhere to let off some steam." Another modified person next to him agreed, "I also feel the air in this room is too stifling. I need to go outside and get some fresh air." Bertram nodded, "That's right, we've been constantly suppressed lately, it's truly a bit stifling. Go on, wait for the Skywalkers to complete their experiment, then everyone can go eliminate Punisher together." At this time, there was new news online, an international announcement. Star Function had created E-Class modified people. The reporter was reporting live from a crime scene on the street. A man in a hat had taken 3 people hostage. The scene had been surrounded by Heisher's Special Operations Team. Tien Dain shouted at the people there, "Black-clad man, quickly find the black-clad man and bring him here. I want to duel him." The observers spoke up, "Has this Tien Dain gone crazy from public pressure and turned evil?" Tien Dain looked at the crowd in front of him. "What kind of channel is this? I don't care. I want to tear that black-clad man to pieces. They've gone too far." He gritted his teeth. "Listen carefully. 10 minutes. If the black-clad man doesn't appear, I'll kill everyone here." The surrounding citizens were chattering, "So this Tien Dain is really that vicious. He's still holding a grudge about that train accident." Don Hoa stood in the crowd, making a phone call. "This bastard, the evidence is clear now, no need to guess anymore. Sniper, shoot him dead for me." The person on the other end replied, "Yes." On the rooftop of the building, a sniper was lying in wait. Tien Dain swiftly dodged to the side. "I'm E-Class now. A small sniper wants to kill me? Dream on." Don Hoa was startled. He actually dodged it. Tien Dain clenched his arm. "Even if all of Heisher rushes me, I'm not scared. 8 minutes left. I must kill the black-clad man." The surrounding citizens were bewildered. E-Class? Never heard of it. Is he going berserk? Who can stop him? Suddenly, their attention focused on someone who had just arrived. Who is this person? He doesn't look easy to mess with. Tuha stepped out of nowhere. Tien Dain looked at the boy. What kind of punk are you? I want to see the black-clad man. Tien Dain tightened his grip on the girl's neck. You back off. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Tuha parted his lips. My brother said, for anyone who wants to kill, there must be 3 reasons. First, deceitful, tricking everyone, beautiful on the outside, rotten on the inside. The boy frowned tightly. Second, bullying the weak, endangering those weaker than oneself. Tien Dain roared, nonsense. I'll kill you first. Tuha didn't let him speak much, directly raised his fist and lunged. Tien Dain was so stunned by Tuha's punch that his head reeled. His eyes rolled back. The surrounding people were bewildered. This. Isn't Tien Dain E-class? How come he doesn't even have a chance to fight back? What kind of strength does that young boy have? Is he Punisher? Tien Dain fell to the ground, looked up, and said, Wait. I've only committed 2 mistakes. It's not enough for you to kill me yet. Tuha squatted down, reached out, and patted his head. The 3rd crime you committed is being alive. A second later, everyone saw Tien Dain's arm drop limp, blood soaking the ground. Tuha stood up. Punisher, ha. On the other side, Tu Xian was moving to a certain place. She arrived in front of a villa. Inside, people were talking. Little sister, don't hide. Aren't you my fan? It's rare to have time today, so be a good girl and socialize with me, your hero. The girl, still wrapped in a towel, backed away in fear. Don't come any closer. I was blind. I didn't realize you were such a beast before. Thiate gave a lewd smile. Too late. A little canary like you, besides serving me, your hero. There's no other choice. Just then, Tu Xuan kicked the door open. Thiate and the girl turned around. Netizens were stunned. This was the star-ranked hero, Thiate. The powerful warrior, the hero who saved passengers on a flight at the airport. They kept commenting about him. Thiate, naturally perverted, using his hero identity to deceive young girls, imprisoning them to torment them. You beast! Who would have thought that Thiate, usually so dignified and excellent, would reveal such a beastly true face? This Thiate is an animal. As soon as the girl saw Tu Xuan, she ran to her. Netizens saw Tu Xuan touching the girl's arm and immediately noticed something unusual. Thiate had violently torn off the girl's arm. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if Punisher hadn't arrived in time. Tu Xuan was unaware of the online comments. She calmly reset the girl's arm. Thiate looked at them. Still recording a video? It doesn't matter. I don't care. As long as I'm happy, I don't care what you say. I don't give a damn about a spectacular livestream either. Thiate made a move to lunge at them. Netizens exclaimed, no wonder Tien Dain was so crazy back then. He was secretly jealous. The Thiate of now is in heat. His eyes lit up, revealing a lewd expression as he said, Little sister, since you're here, don't leave. Thiate's muscles suddenly grew, tearing his outer clothes. He looked at Tu Xuan. I, the hero, have advanced to E-class, gaining the ability to control muscle growth intensity on my body. Not even bullets can penetrate me. He advanced towards Tu Xuan. Your Punisher, huh? Let me see what you can do to me. The girl standing next to Tu Xuan mumbled, Thiate has always been very strong. This small Punisher girl is in danger. A blade appeared on each of Tu Xuan's shoes. She raised her leg and kicked Thiate in the neck. He laughed loudly. Just a tickle, feels great. However, before he could finish speaking, his neck was severed. Tu Xuan landed, holding the girl. Don't look. Trust me, I am Punisher, Xuan. Netizens kept exclaiming, this Punisher, with her spring-like moves and cool demeanor, is like a grim reaper. Botram, in the observation office, also felt confused. What? Tien Dain and Thiate both have E-class strength, so why are they still no match for Punisher? At this moment, another transformation pod lit up. An announcement sounded. Botram turned to stare at it. This time, it should be enough to counter Punisher, right? The door opened, and roaring flames blazed inside. The witch emerged from the sea of fire. Botram loudly called out, "Witch! Witch!" The people in the lab immediately grabbed fire extinguishers to put out the fire. However, as soon as they approached, the witch grabbed them by the neck with both hands. Botram turned to call out to Thien Hanjia standing nearby. Thien Hanjia, quickly stop the witch. Unexpectedly, Thien Hanjia, who had been watching these scenes, froze. Why is Punisher so strong? Has the witch lost control? Everything's gone crazy. I'm not going to throw my life away. He didn't answer Botram but quickly broke through the ceiling and left. Botram called after him, "Thien Hanjia! Thien Hanjia!" He was stunned by Thien Hanjia's sudden action. What on earth is going on? From above, Non Dong and Han Dong also suddenly descended. "Punisher Non Dong! Punisher Han Dong!" Botram looked at the two. "You guys!" He angrily cursed, "Punisher, you devils!" Botram pointed towards the witch, shamelessly ordering Non Dong and Han Dong, "You two, quickly go control the witch. She can't keep burning everyone like this, or even this building will be burned down." Netizens observing the situation from a god's eye view were also extremely worried. The witch's dark side, destructive, she herself is extremely cruel. She once received rehabilitation status, but cruelly killed 3 teammates just to eliminate all competitors. Hero of the Star Office, is there really not a single good person? The fire kept raging in the laboratory. Botram was in despair. "It's over, everything's lost. You two, go get buried along with our Star Office." Han Dong closed his eyes, his body blazing with a magnetic field. Botram's eyes widened. The magnetic field is too strong. Before he could say anything, he saw Han Dong raise his hand, and a gust of rocky wind blew. What kind of move is this? It seems very formidable. And the witch, who was still raging just a moment ago, was crushed flat on the spot by a pile of rocks. Han Dong frowned, his hand clenched slightly. The rocks crushing the witch immediately exploded. Netizens lamented the fragility of life. Such a massive person, just died like that? What terrifying power is this? Han Dong stretched out his hand, and before their eyes, an even bigger explosion occurred. The entire Star Office building shook. The howling wind made the fire blaze even larger. Han Dong told his younger brother next to him, "Mission accomplished, let's go." Netizens watched the Star Office building collapse. Too cruel. The Star Office just disappeared like that. Disappeared from Washiaut. Someone also took the opportunity to bring up an old story, the Skywalker, a street gangster, obsessed with hallucinogenic drugs. During a mission, he crashed a civilian plane. The plane fragments and all the human bodies were secretly handled by the Star Office, unknown to anyone. The Skywalker's nature is cowardly. This kind of person shouldn't live. It seems he ran away. I hope he doesn't have a good ending. In the ruins of the Star Office, Ho Kwang unexpectedly appeared to save Botram. Netizens were surprised by this unexpected turn of events. I didn't expect these two to survive such a disaster. Bad people like them shouldn't remain in this world. Ho Kwang instantly vanished, taking Botram with him. Netizens cheered. The Punisher will definitely deal with them. On the other side, at the border of Hutu, the fugitive Star Office hero, Skywalker, had used a plane to escape in the night. He killed people along his escape route for resources. Currently, he's hiding in the Snow Mountains, and 3 Punisher heroes are in pursuit. Kim Ho, Thiat Thursday, and 2 Thursday are tracking his traces. Now it's good, they've caught up over thousands of miles. Bad people are hard to escape the net of justice, but that coward, hiding in this pile of snow, who could find him? Kim Ho raised his hand in a hand seal, reassuring them, "Everyone, don't panic." No sooner had he finished speaking than hundreds of talismans immediately fell from the helicopter above. Is this a deity descending? Kim Ho brandished his sword. Kim Ho, the Punisher. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier immediately formed around them. Netizens were dumbfounded by this combination of ancient and modern techniques. It's too terrifying. I'm over 70 years old this year and have never seen a case like this. At this moment, the Skywalker also emerged from the snow. However, as soon as he peeked out, he heard the sound of a gun cocking. This technique is amazing. Two Thursday raised her gun and aimed at him. Punisher, Thursday. A single bullet pierced directly through Skywalker. Netizens continuously praised, this divine technique is too powerful. A moment later, they had returned to the cliffside. Suddenly there was a small explosion in the sky. Kim Ho, standing behind Luda, spoke, the person approaching has a violent aura. It's best if they're not a good person. Luda smirked, this guy once injured Non Dong. I'll kill him personally. Ho Kwang, high in the air, extended his hand, emitting crackling sounds. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Luda praised, he can even form a weapon? This truly calls for a showdown. He raised his right hand. A sword immediately appeared in Luda's hand. He examined it for a moment, this sword still didn't seem long enough. Suddenly, several long iron bars stuck nearby caught Luda's eye. He raised his hand and pulled them towards him. After combining, it transformed into a longer sword. Luda was temporarily satisfied, it's acceptable, I'll use it for now. Thiat Thursday stared wide-eyed, what kind of move is this? Kim Ho hesitantly replied, it transformed into a sword in the air. Ho Kwang flew down from above, raising his spear, Luda, you brats, surrender your lives. Luda smiled, preparing for battle. But no one noticed, on a rocky outcrop, a tank was moving its gun barrel. With a bang, it immediately fired a shell towards the floating shadow in the sky. Luda looked up and saw that the spot where Ho Kwang had just stood had exploded. Kim Ho was stunned, this. Thiat Thursday was completely bewildered, what just happened? Luda immediately turned and ran towards the tank. Indeed, Tuda was there. He pinched the kid's ear, kid, don't you know, this thing is very dangerous. Tuda chuckled, this thing has a slight flaw. The amount of particles inside, if its efficiency could be increased, the power of this weapon could at least triple. Luda was speechless with Tuda, I intentionally limited it, kid, do you want to destroy the world? Luda turned back and said to now 5 below, Liza, take him back to the experimental graveyard later. She nodded in reply, okay. Tuda yelled in protest, why? Luda said nonchalantly, because I said so. At this moment, a helicopter flew in. Kan Tang jumped down from above. As soon as he arrived, he greeted, long time no see, everyone, I'm the handsome man in black. Luda, standing on the tank, called to him. Kan Tang. He immediately jumped over, coming. Luda patted Kan Tang's shoulder, you were impersonating in Africa, you performed your mission very well. Kan Tang laughed heartily at the praise, of course. Luda then spoke mysteriously, then I'll tell you the true purpose of your trip this time. Kan Tang asked curiously, are there even more evil villains? Luda shook his head and said, in a moment, an international friend will arrive, a beautiful lady. Kan Tang's eyes lit up slightly, then what? Luda smiled, if I'm not mistaken, this beautiful lady has already fallen for you. At this moment, a boat was approaching from a distance. Commander Malak and Zuber were standing on it. As soon as they landed, Commander Malak greeted, Holy Lord, may you be well. Luda politely replied, Commander Malak. Kan Tang's eyes were glued to Zuber, this person. So beautiful. Commander Malak saluted Luda, I am truly honored, I am the first international person to be granted access to your ghost island. Luda smiled at him, you exaggerate. Your nation is also one of the few small countries that has not yet carried out evil reforms in the world. Zuber stepped forward and asked Luda, Mr. Lu, may I ask why I haven't seen the black-clad hero yet? Luda glanced at her, regarding that, it's done, but Kan Tang, this man. Tang spoke from behind Lu De, this young lady. He offered a friendly smile. May I ask, did you just call the name of a handsome and powerful black-clad hero? Zuber nodded, yes. Lu De turned and walked away, secretly smiling at the two of them. Looks like the plan succeeded. Inside the meeting room, Commander Malak took out a large box and placed it on the table. We are here this time to thank everyone. He opened the lid of the box. Inside were 3 beautiful blue gemstones, sir. Lu De picked up the stone. Modong immediately provided him with full information. This is a recently discovered gemstone in Africa, which can enhance the strength of modified individuals. Modong further explained, however, it's useless for you, but we can use it to create more effective radiation resistance methods to enhance your radiation absorption rate. Commander Malak continued, Mr. Lu, this is our national treasure. We call it the Holy Stone. We have relied on it to modify people without any harm. He explained why the Holy Stone was brought here. Now, I represent the people of Africa and offer it to you as a gift. Lu De stood up and pushed the box back towards Commander Malak. Then he handed him a piece of paper. Commander Malak took it. This is. After reading it, Commander Malak was extremely surprised. Mr. Lu, how did you know this holy stone can't be stored? How did you know that when a modified person reaches sea level, the effect of the holy stone will be reduced? He admired Lu De immensely. Mr. Lu, you've actually listed all the optimized uses for the holy stone? In just 2 minutes? That's incredible, truly a miracle. Lu De told Commander Malak, I don't need this holy stone, you can take it back. But remember, using modification technology to benefit the people will lead to the strong bullying the weak. Commander Malak respectfully took his hand. Mr. Lu, now I understand why the Punisher is so strong. It turns out you are a super scientific sage of the world. Time flew by, passing to 5 years later. Lu De sat at home watching TV. On the screen was Commander Malak being interviewed. The host's voice rang out, International Modified Person Competition. Please welcome the award winner to the stage to share their thoughts. Commander Malak sincerely said, today's award doesn't just belong to us in Africa, but half of this glory belongs to Mr. Lu De of Huaxia. Hearing the name Lu De, the reporters below recalled past events. It seems it's been a long time since that great master was seen. It said that he modified a ghost city, and is now researching how to modify people within that ghost city. Lu De raised his hand to touch his right eye. In a blink, so much time had passed. Obtaining his right eye and meeting Modong completely changed his life. He turned his head to look behind him. The little boy waved and called, Violent Bear, come see my modified person. Lu De nodded and stood up. All right, he said, following the boy into the laboratory. Lu De sighed, by now, this kid can even do it on his own. It seems I have an heir for my future. Lu De's thoughts couldn't help but wonder, Huaxiao's future military potential will be unpredictable.